Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 3368 to Chapter 3414. After putting on the ink feather pendant, Marian did not activate the dream effect right away. Instead, she manipulated the ability to change her clothes and skin. Sitting across from Marian, Angor saw Marian covering her coiled hair with colorful, glittering vermilion, just like Mary Sue. He also saw Marian creating a pair of butterfly wings on her back that could create a rainbow. It was normal to paint colorful prints on dresses. In just a few seconds, Angor witnessed Marian's unique paint style plus 100. He had to admit that the effect of changing colors at will was very effective against women who pursued beauty. However, Marian's current body seemed to have a different sense of beauty. "Why do you like colorful things so much? Are you really not a Mary Sue?" Angor complained in his mind, but he still put on appropriate expressions such as amazed, impressed, incredible, and so on. Luckily, Marian did not play for too long. In the end, she chose a colorful butterfly tattoo near her collarbone and ended her first paint adventure. Angor's expression would not be good enough otherwise. "You can do such a small change of light and shadow. You must have a great understanding of runes." Marian did not hesitate to praise after she had enough fun. "Angor, it's just a small function, nothing to mention." "It's a small function, but the details are enough." Marian did not forget to criticize her own kind. "Compared to the color-changing earrings made by that old man Dirk, this is much better." "Dirk?" Angor was surprised. "You mean Elgalon?" Marian nodded noncommittally. "Back then, I asked it to help me refine earrings that could change colors. This way, I could match different human dance dresses. It has indeed been refined, but the colors it can produce are extremely ugly." Every time Marian mentioned the color-changing earrings that she had refined back then, her face was full of disdain and her mouth was full of complaints. According to Marian's words, Angor had a general idea of what was going on. To put it simply, the color-changing earrings could change colors, but under normal circumstances, the color range it presented was not suitable for Marian's eyes. Angor's ink feather pendant was small, but it had plenty of details. The color of the pendant would be adjusted slowly by using light and shadow. Eventually, the pendant would reach a color saturation that was comfortable for the wearer's eyes. Even if it was extremely bright, extremely dazzling, and extremely sharp, it could still be adjusted to give the wearer a comfortable experience. At this time, Steward Fan finished adjusting his bow tie and suddenly said, "I seem to have heard of this matter, but I remember that the earring is called Celine Potto's earring, and it's not a color-changing earring. Its effect is to protect against spatial vibrations through mimicry." "Marian, it is indeed Celine Potto's earring, and it can indeed mimic it. But compared to these inexplicable effects, I'm more interested in its ability to change colors. To be honest, the color change is indeed not as good as the ink feather pendant." Steward Fan fell silent. From an objective point of view, Celine Potto's earrings were actually not bad. However, as the owner of the earrings, Marian had the right to make subjective comments. The effect of Celine Potto's earrings was not useful to Marian, so she valued the color-changing function more. This was understandable, right? Angor did not dare to say anything. Elgalon was known as the strongest forging master in the White Sun Mirror Zone. Even if Angor was already a master alchemist, he did not think that he could compare with Elgalon. Marian preferred the ink feather pendant made by herself, but this was the result of different racetracks. He did not have so much energy to make the effect of the ink feather pendant so complicated. So he used some clever ideas, such as adding some light and shadow runes, to please women. Meanwhile, the earrings made by Mr. Dirk were meant to protect against spatial vibrations. The color-changing function was only an additional effect of mimicry. One was meant for witches' pursuit of external appearance, while the other was meant for practicality. The two were fundamentally different. Angor could only look down and remain silent. Marian did not force Angor to comment. She changed the topic. "I'm very satisfied with the light and shadow effect. Next, let's log into the dream crystal. I hope the dream crystal will not disappoint me." Marian then looked at Steward Fan, who was not far away. "Want to join us? We can keep each other company." Steward Fan's expression changed. He was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head. As the steward of this text space, he had to be responsible for it. This was his professional integrity. Marian shrugged and didn't care. She activated the login device in front of everyone. In the next second, the dream tentacle carried her consciousness and entered the land of dreams. Soon, Marian felt that she had arrived at a long dream bridge. She did not choose to move forward immediately. Instead, she sensed herself on the dream bridge. She could resist the entire process of entering the dream crystal. If she resisted, she could immediately stop the process. Now that she was already on the dream bridge, it was very easy for her to return to reality. This made Marian feel a little better. She did not want to be forced into entering the dream crystal. Being able to freely enter and exit the dream crystal was a must for her. Now that the device had passed the biggest obstacle in her mind, the next step was to see if the dream crystal could bring her any surprises. Marian stepped forward and walked toward the vague door in the depths of the dream bridge. On the other side, Angor and Laplace whispered something to each other and chose to enter the dream crystal as well. This time, he did not enter the dream crystal to receive Marian. He had something else to do here. Since he was resting in the oil painting restaurant for now and there was nothing else to do outside, he might as well check out the dream crystal. As for Laplace, he chose to stay outside. They could not all enter the dream crystal and leave Steward Fan alone, could they? No matter how gentlemanly Steward Fan acted, he was still an outsider. He still needed to be vigilant. Soon, Angor arrived at Rabbit Town. He was currently in a corridor on the 5th floor of a bunny building. In a room at the end of the corridor, there was someone he wanted to see after entering the dream crystal. However, instead of going deeper into the corridor, he went to the balcony and looked down at Rabbit Town from above. He only looked away when he saw Marian walking into Rabbit Town with an excited expression. The place he arranged for Marian to be born was not inside Rabbit Town. Instead, it was in the shadow of a nearby crystal cave. This was to prevent the new residents from being frightened by the sudden appearance of a living person. There were 2 paths in the crystal cave. One led to a dead end, while the other led to Rabbit Town. Angor observed from above to see if Marian would change her mind and go deeper into the crystal cave. If Marian really went the other way, Angor would have to send someone to bring her back. Fortunately, Marian wasn't a deviant. There was light in Rabbit Town, and the Rabbit Mansion was a landmark. Marian could see it from afar. Therefore, she didn't go against her logic and take the dark, deep, and unknown path. Instead, she followed normal logic and walked toward Rabbit Town. After making sure that Marian had entered Rabbit Town, Angor felt relieved. After that, Marian would definitely meet the new residents of this place. The new residents knew about the registrants and would explain things to Marian. Angor did not need to worry about that. He walked into the corridor and went deeper into the crystal cave. A large door was opened. It was a small, cramped room. There were beds, cabinets, and plush carpets. It was an ordinary room for new residents. Several figures appeared in the room. Most of them were gathered around a fire in the middle of the room. They seemed to be discussing something in whispers. Angor's arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone quieted down and looked at Angor. Angor did not ask them right away. Instead, he went to a corner of the room. The bunny girl in a bunny costume, little Laplace, was squatting in the corner and counting her fingers in boredom. She only looked up when Angor came to her side. The bunny girl's eyes lit up when she saw Angor. "You're finally here." Angor nodded. "What's going on?" "It's the same situation that I transmitted to Laplace earlier. Nothing has changed." The bunny girl pointed at the group of people not far away. "Look, they all said they were witnesses. But I went there to check. Nothing unusual." Angor looked around and saw the new residents cowering in fear. Judging from their attire, they must have come here together with the people from Charlie's palace. They were all mortals before they came to Rabbit Town, and they only did ordinary daily chores. It was rare for them to get involved in supernatural events, so it was normal for them to be afraid. Angor smiled and walked to them. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to eat you. Now, tell me what happened." They were still afraid, but they knew what was important, so they told Angor everything in a stutter. Angor's expression did not change. The story was a little strange, but Laplace already told him about it through their spirit bond. He already heard it once, and hearing it again was just a confirmation. The situation was just as Laplace had said. They had been in the wilderness and had run into a ghost. Or, to use their own words, they ran into undead creatures in the mist. Here was the gist of it. Many things needed to be done in order to build a town that belonged to the new residents. Among them, those people were sent out to scout the surrounding terrain. The crystal plain was vast, without any vegetation or forests. Their job was to check if there were any sinkholes or natural moats around. They would mark these dangerous areas so that no one would enter them by mistake. While this group of people was exploring their surroundings, they suddenly encountered a thin fog. The mist was not thick enough to block their vision, so they did not mind it too much and kept recording the possible dangerous areas. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the mist. They thought it was another visitor from Rabbit Town, so they greeted him warmly. However, when they saw his face clearly, they were surprised to discover that he wasn't someone from Rabbit Town at all. It could even be said that whether or not he was a person had yet to be proven. This was because it was translucent, just like the undead in the legends. However, this undead creature did not seem to be as bloodthirsty as the legends said. It just wandered aimlessly in the mist. They did not dare to provoke the undead creature, so they quickly ran back. They wanted to tell the others about their encounter, but the dragon tomb on Misty Island happened to be open, and everyone's attention was attracted to this place. They thought about it and decided to go back home. When they reached home, they told everyone about the undead creature in the mist as an anecdote. Anecdotes spread much faster than serious news, especially when there was a gimmick such as undead creature in the mist. It did not take long for all the nearby residents to hear about it. The bunny girl also heard about it from some of the new residents when she returned from her training in the cave. She had a feeling that something was wrong, so she went to find them and asked about it. In order to find out if it was true, she took these people to the spot where the undead creature in the mist appeared. However, they did not find anything. It was as if the undead creature in the mist did not exist. The bunny girl even wondered if they were lying, or if they were suffering from hysteria. However, these people were adamant. In addition, their neighbors also showed that they were upright people. The bunny girl finally believed them. She logged off and told Laplace about it through the spirit bond. Laplace also told Angor about this, which was why Angor came to see him. After hearing the story, Angor comforted the new residents a little and left the house with the bunny girl. "Are they telling the truth?" the bunny girl asked curiously. "I think so," Angor replied. Using his beyonder perception, Angor could tell that they were telling the truth by observing their emotions. However, even if they saw the undead creature in the mist, it could be a mirage. Angor was not sure, so he added probably before answering. "What is your view on this matter?" Angor shook his head. "I don't know yet. At least, I didn't see any undead creature in the mist." Before entering the dream crystal, Angor used his omniscient view to observe the surroundings. He checked everything within 100 kilometers and did not find anything out of the ordinary. It was unlikely that these people were hiding something. After all, Angor's access to the dream crystal was very high. Even if he could not find any traces, he could still find them. In Angor's opinion, there were only a few possibilities. Either it was a mirage, or these people were suffering from hysteria. Or, the undead creature in the mist came from a fairyland, and the manifestation of the fairyland was so small that he had to search inch by inch to find it. End of chapter. There were only a few possibilities, but most of them could be ruled out after careful consideration. For example, hysteria. It was possible for one person to be hysterical, but it was highly unlikely that a group of people would do the same. Of course, there was also the possibility of mass hysteria. However, mass hysteria required external cues and influences. If there were such cues, it meant that there was something fishy behind the incident, and they had to look into it. It was also highly unlikely that it was a mirage. The premise of Fata Morgana was that the existence of this image was needed to create a mirage from afar. But was there really a translucent undead in the dream crystal? At least, Angor didn't find any. Therefore, Angor believed that it had something to do with the Fairyland dungeon. "How about we check it out again?" the bunny girl suggested. Angor was going to say that he could use God's eye, but he already did it once and didn't find anything strange. Maybe it would be easier to find clues by himself, he considered and nodded. Alright, let's go together. This time, they didn't ask the group of people to lead the way. Instead, they chose a young man to go with them. The young man was called Wes. Angor chose him because he seemed to be the most energetic one among them. The others were more or less tired after experiencing the mist undead. They were either worried or scared. Wes was the only one who didn't seem scared at all. Instead, he was curious. He was like a newborn kitten. Curiosity would always be its main theme until it exhausted its 9 lives. Since Wes was eager to try it himself, Angor decided to let him be their guide. After leaving the bunny building, they followed Wes to the place where the incident happened. The place wasn't far from Bunny Town. They just needed to return to the surface, go around a crystal hill, and walk south for about 5 minutes to reach their destination. While moving forward, Angor noticed that the bunny girl was no longer as shy as she used to be. She tilted her head and remained silent, as if she was thinking about something. "What's wrong?" Angor asked. The bunny girl hesitated for a moment. "I'm just wondering if the mist undead is something I missed." During this period of time, the rabbit girl logged into the dream crystal. If she wasn't helping to receive guests, she would be clearing out monsters. These monsters came in all shapes and sizes. Some were as big as mountains while others were as small as insects. It seemed reasonable for an undead monster to appear among the cleaners. Angor looked a little disappointed. He thought the bunny girl might have thought of Laplace's punctual body through the mist. But she didn't seem to care about it at all. Most of the Wonderland instance dungeons that appeared recently were basically related to Laplace's punctual body. Regardless of whether it was Meiji's Silver Coral Island, Guqia's World Grinding Day, or Shurjan's Misty Island Dragon Tomb, the instigators behind all of these were the time-sensitive bodies in the memory forest. Was this some kind of special NPC? Maybe he was Laplace's clone? Or maybe he was just a clone of Laplace. Since the bunny girl didn't think about it, he decided to ask the question directly. "I don't think it's one of the monsters we missed. I remember the coordinates of all the other monsters, and none of them are related to the mist monster. However, I do have an idea. Could it be that the undead in the fog are related to a special immortal realm?" The bunny girl was surprised. "A special immortal realm? You mean, a time-sensitive body that was abandoned?" Angor nodded and looked at the bunny girl eagerly. "Are there any similar time-sensitive bodies in the memory forest?" The bunny girl didn't answer right away. Instead, she lowered her head and pondered. About half a minute later, she spoke. "The power of undead is chaotic and evil. Even a sentient undead can fall into evil at any time. Under such circumstances, it was basically impossible to bestow memories and converging energy cores to the undead. There are no such time-sensitive bodies in the memory forest. The only one related to the mist is Shurjan. If I have to think of one, it might be the mirror ghost. But that mirror ghost is a female, not a male. The undead in the mist they saw earlier didn't have any other features, but they could tell whether it was a male or a female at first glance. According to their descriptions, the undead in the mist was either a young man or an adult male. There were no female features at all. Therefore, in summary, the rabbit girl did not find the corresponding temporal body of the undead in the fog in the memory forest. If it's not a time-sensitive body, does that mean it has nothing to do with the special immortal realm? Angor frowned. Maybe it's because of their hysteria? Angor remained silent and decided to wait for further inspection. Several minutes later, Weiss led them to the location of the incident. There were no landmarks around. It was a vast wasteland. There was only a 10-meter-wide crater about 100 meters to the southeast. "This is where we met the undead in the mist." Weiss didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he looked around excitedly. Angor nodded and exchanged a look with the bunny girl. "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them directly entered exploration mode and began to explore the surrounding situation and details inch by inch. 10 minutes later, they met up with the bunny girl. Before they could say anything, they saw the same helplessness in each other's eyes. Clearly, they didn't find anything this time. Just like before, they didn't find anything. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was there anything that looked like a medium for the immortal realm. There wasn't even a ripple of energy in the area. Everything was as calm as ever. Angor even used his omniscient view to check the ground and found nothing. It was as if everything was telling them that there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Are you sure, Weiss?" Angor couldn't help but look at Weiss again. Weiss nodded without hesitation. "I'm sure. It's the undead we saw here." Angor tried to sense Weiss' emotions again. Again, he didn't find anything wrong. The fluctuation of emotions was also consistent with the current environment. It didn't seem like he was influenced by something. Could it really be as simple as hysteria? Weiss suddenly spoke up. "Actually, it's not exactly the same as before. The sky is clear now. But when we saw the undead, there was a faint mist." Angor narrowed his eyes at Weiss' words. According to what Weiss said, the only difference was the weather. Angor also used his omniscient view to check the area and didn't see any mist. Maybe it was really the weather? Let's see. Angor closed his eyes and began to control the authority of weather manipulation. Angor's mind space was filled with power. Outside, the clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, and gray clouds began to cover the sky. The sunlight dimmed, and the aura of the earth rose. A thin mist began to spread from all directions. Weiss looked at the sudden appearance of the mist and yelled in excitement, "Yes. That's it. This place was covered in fog before, and it was in this fog that we saw the undead." The undead was in this direction. Wes turned around in the mist as if he was trying to locate something. Not long after, he pointed to the north. "There. That's where we saw the undead." Weiss looked in the direction of his finger with an expectant gaze. He wondered if the undead would show themselves since the mist was already here. However, as time passed, there was no change in the direction of his gaze. There wasn't even a speck of dust in the mist, let alone the undead. Weiss was full of confidence. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Angor suddenly moved to the direction Weiss was pointing at. When he reached the starting point of the undead, he narrowed his eyes. "So that's how it is." Angor muttered to himself as he looked at the mist. The bunny girl also came to Angor's side. She carefully checked the area, especially the direction Angor was staring at, but she didn't find anything unusual. "Did you find anything?" Since she couldn't find anything herself, the bunny girl looked at Angor and hoped he could help her. Angor nodded. "I did. But as for the details, however, he hesitated for a while before explaining the details. Should we go back first?" The bunny girl thought Angor was hesitant to talk about it because of Weiss' presence. Angor considered for a moment. "It's fine. We can talk here." He wasn't hesitating because Weiss was here. He was thinking about how to tell the bunny girl. Because even Laplace didn't know the core of this matter. It wasn't that Angor couldn't tell Laplace about it. It was just that Angor didn't know the full extent of this matter. And this was a dream. We were right. The undead in the mist has something to do with the Wonderland. It's not a special Wonderland, and it has nothing to do with Laplace's clone. But he hid it very well, and we still need to meet certain conditions to open it. He stomped on the ground as he considered his words carefully. When the mist appeared, I received a message about a Wonderland right under my feet. Information about the Wonderland? The bunny girl looked at Angor's feet. Normally, the information about a Wonderland would appear near the medium of a dungeon, which was a crystal object. But even after looking around for a long time, she still couldn't find anything that looked like a crystal medium. Even if there wasn't a crystal object, a door similar to the one in the previous dungeon should work. Don't look for it. The medium hasn't shown up yet. It needs to meet certain conditions, Angor said. The crystal object didn't show up, but one of the conditions was met. So, the information about the Wonderland leaked out from the dungeon, Angor said. Others would not be able to read the information even if they knew about it. However, as the owner of Wonderland, Angor could use his authority to forcibly read the information. According to my information, there is a hidden Wonderland nearby. The dungeon is called Walking Dead in Misty Swamp. We don't know the details of the dungeon yet. We need to open it. But we already know the conditions to open it. Before we talk about the conditions, we need to know the location of the dungeon first. The entrance to the dungeon is around here, so the following conditions are all about the location of the dungeon. The first condition is mist. When the mist appeared in this area, the first condition would be activated. The bunny girl nodded. No wonder they didn't find anything when they searched the area. But when the mist appeared, they found a clue. The mist fulfilled one of the conditions to open the dungeon. Once the mist appeared, the dungeon would be unlocked, and the information about the Wonderland would leak out. As for the second condition, we need the right time. The bunny girl repeated in a low voice, right time? You mean to say that only by entering the fog at a fixed time can the second condition of unlocking the instant's dungeon be fulfilled? Angor nodded, then shook his head. You can think of it that way, but not completely. Do you still remember Luigi's daily test? Angor asked in a small voice while the rabbit girl looked at him in confusion. Yes. 7 days in total. You have to enter Uriel's dungeon every day. There's only one chance each day. You didn't forget the time of Luigi's test, did you? Angor asked. The bunny girl thought for a moment. Luigi's assessment time is not fixed. We have to wait for Uriel to enter the dream state before we can start the assessment. The bunny girl suddenly stopped and looked at Angor. By right time, you don't mean dream, do you? Angor nodded. Yes. The second condition, which is also the most important one, is to come into contact with a zombie in the dream state. The bunny girl suddenly realized something. So, the undead in the Mist Weiss group saw was a zombie NPC? Angor nodded. Yeah. I don't know if they're lucky or not. They came here to explore and ran into the mist, which led to the zombie entering his dream state. They fulfilled the two conditions perfectly. That's why they saw the undead in the mist. They didn't see any undead. They saw a zombie. However, to activate the dungeon, they still need the third condition, to touch the zombie in the dream state. When Wes and the others saw the undead, they didn't dare approach them. Instead, they hurriedly ran back to Rabbit Town. Because of this, they lost the chance to activate the dungeon. The rabbit girl held her chin with one hand and pondered for a moment before nodding. So that's how it is. Weiss and the others were lucky enough to meet the two prerequisites for the Walking Dead in Foggy Swamp. The Walking Dead in Foggy Swamp, which was supposed to remain dormant for a long time, was now reappearing. Bunny girl, so, the next opening time of the Wonderland Instance Dungeon can only wait for the NPCs in Fog Sky and Dreamland? Angor nodded. I can create a fog sky. But I can't control the dream sky. Through Luigi's daily reservation in Uriel's dungeon, the bunny girl had learned a thing or two about the dream. Because of that, she was even more curious about the dream state. Even someone as powerful as Angor could not control the dream sky. What kind of dream sky was this? Angor considered for a moment. I don't know much about dream sky either. From what I know, it might be related to reality. Reality? The bunny girl was surprised. You mean the material world? Angor nodded. Yes. But I think it might not be related to the material world. Angor did not have any proof yet, but based on what he knew, any creature that could dream could enter the dream sky state. So it was not necessarily a creature from the material world. Energy beings, gaseous beings, and even spirit creatures from Khazadar world could all be pulled into the dream. But he could not prove it, so he had to put it aside for now. But what? The bunny girl was confused. Angor shook his head. Nothing. Anyway, I don't know what dream sky is yet. Maybe it's related to reality. I need to keep studying the Dream Sky Authority to find the answer. After that, if I have a result, I will tell you the details. The bunny girl nodded obediently. Okay. Angor only revealed a little information, but it was enough for the bunny girl to imagine a lot of things. Dream sky was related to reality? Was it a dream of a living being in reality who was dreaming? Or did the dream attract real creatures and make them meet each other in the dream? Was reality affecting the dream sky, or was the dream sky affecting reality? The rabbit girl's imagination was actually correct. After all, it was related to dreams and reality. There were only a few answers. However, the rabbit girl did not equate her imagination with the truth. From her point of view, imagination was just imagination. She didn't really believe that these imaginative answers were the truth. What should we do now? There's fog, but I don't see any NPCs. The bunny girl looked around. Should we wait here for a while? I don't think it's necessary. We just need to know that there's a wonderland waiting to be opened. We'll record it. There's no need to activate it or explore it. Moreover, it was not easy to wait for an NPC in the dream state. According to the definition of dreaming, a creature in the real world had to enter a dream for the Fairyland Authority to have a certain probability of pulling the other party into the instance dungeon. But in reality, the time it took for a creature to fall asleep was different. For example, Uriel was a human, and most likely immortal. He had to rest every day so that he would be energetic the next day. Therefore, he slept once a day. This was why Luigi could only determine Uriel's level once a day based on how long he slept. Not all living creatures could sleep for a day. Once someone became a supernatural, sleeping was no longer a necessity. Take Angor for example. He could go without sleep for half a month without feeling sleepy. Some powerful creatures could stay awake forever as long as they did not want to. The Walking Dead in Misty Swamp was most likely an NPC in the dream sky. As for the title of Living Dead, it was not a title that could be given to ordinary mortals. If the Walking Dead was a supernatural creature, he might sleep once a week, once a month, or even once every half a year. Under such circumstances, no one knew when he would fall asleep again. They couldn't just keep waiting. So, Angor believed that they only needed to record that there was a wonderland here. When the Walking Dead entered the dream sky state again, they could think about what to do next. There was no need for them to wait here. The bunny girl considered and nodded. You're right. There are more and more wonderlands now, and most of them are still in the early stages. It's not a good idea to start a new one. There's no hurry to open the instance dungeon when more guests log in. The bunny girl did not know what dream sky meant. She misunderstood Angor's words and thought that it was because there were too many wonderlands and too few challengers. Angor did not explain. To a certain extent, she was right. The Wonderland dungeons were getting more and more challengers, but their progress was not good. Especially the special dungeons, where there was almost no progress bar above 50%. Under such circumstances, it would be stressful to start a new one. But it was not because there were too many wonderlands. It was because the Dream Sky NPC was too random, and he could not just wait here. If the Walking Dead was Dreaming Sky right now, Angor would start a new one without hesitation. It could not be helped. Dream Sky was too rare. So far, Uriel was the only one who dreamt of an NPC. Dreams were closely related to reality. Angor was not interested in challenging a new one, but he was very interested in how it affected living creatures in the real world. It could be said that the Undead in the Misty Swamp Forest dungeon was at least one of the top 3 dungeons in terms of ranking. Unfortunately, Dream Sky did not wait for him. Since we don't have to wait here, shall we go back? Asked the bunny girl. Angor nodded. He already knew that there would be an NPC in this place. He would deal with it later. However, Angor still left a marker around the area. He also used Weather Shift to maintain the mist around the area for a long time. If an NPC showed up in his dream in the future, he would be notified as soon as possible. He could just come back and activate the dungeon when the time came. With everything done, Angor prepared to return to Bunny Town with the bunny girl. But at this time, a small incident occurred. Wes wanted to stay. According to what Wes said, he wanted to wait for the Undead in the mist to show up. Even though Angor told him that there were no undead creatures here and that it was only a fairyland, Wes still did not want to leave. In fact, Wes seemed even more excited than before. After asking, Angor learned that Wes had been eyeing the Fairyland dungeon for a long time. Or rather, he longed for supernatural abilities. According to Wes, he was brought to the Dream Crystal by Charles XIII, following his father. Before that, he did not know much about the White Sun Mirror domain. He had been living in the real world. In the real world, he was just a branch member of a noble family. He lived a carefree life, but he always found it boring and unexciting. Because of this, even when he was still immortal, he began to look for the mysterious power mentioned in the stories. Unfortunately, he never found it, and he did not know where he could find it. Until, due to a sudden epidemic, he was forced to give up his life in the mortal world and was brought to the dream crystal with his father. In the dream crystal, he saw something he had never seen before. He saw the supernatural power he had been chasing for so long. Also, according to the information left in the library, these supernatural powers were very close to him. As long as he could clear the Fairyland dungeon, he would have the chance to obtain identities, Fairyland items, Fairyland pets, and even Fairyland abilities. There were many Fairyland dungeons around Rabbit Town. This caused the young man who had always been chasing after transcendence to ignite the fire in his heart. He longed to obtain supernatural power through the Fairyland. However, Wes felt helpless because his father was very strict with him. Every aspect of his life was strictly controlled by his father, and he never had the chance to challenge the Fairyland dungeon. He once tried to sneak into the World Grind dungeon, but his father stopped him. His father even told the guards to not let Wes in. Also, when he heard about the Misty Island Dragon's tomb, he also wanted to check it out. However, he did not meet the requirements. Wes was a teenager, and he happened to be at the age where even a dog would hate to see him, so he was very rebellious. The more he was told not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. His desire for the Fairyland dungeon had reached an extreme. When he saw the undead in the fog today, he vaguely felt that something fishy might be related to the dungeon. However, his father was there at that time, so he did not have the chance to come into contact with the undead in the fog. Now, he finally came out with the two adults and learned that the undead in the fog really had a new dungeon. As a fanboy who chased after supernatural powers, how could he miss it? This was also why Wes was unwilling to leave and wanted to continue waiting. Here. After listening to Wes' story, the bunny girl understood his thoughts. In short, he was in his rebellious phase. The bunny girl blinked. If you really want to obtain supernatural powers, you can challenge the small treasure tower on Silver Coral Island. The World Grind dungeon was too dangerous. Even if there were more guests coming to the Dream Crystal soon, the World Grind dungeon would not be fully opened. Therefore, she understood Wes' father's actions. She had escaped the plague with great difficulty and was reborn. How could she watch Wes take the risk? Compared to the World Grind dungeon, the small treasure tower on Silver Coral Island was much less dangerous. After all, the person in charge of Silver Coral Island was the treasure mermaid Meiji, and Meiji's punctual personality trait was tolerance toward good people. Those who could enter Silver Coral Island were definitely good people. If a good person challenged the small treasure tower, the danger would be reduced to the minimum under Meiji's care. However, it was not that there was absolutely no risk. It was just that in comparison, the risk was much lower than other dungeons. Of course, they were only talking about the small treasure pagoda. The big treasure pagoda in the hidden snow region of the Silver Coral Island was very dangerous. However, the big treasure pagoda could only be opened after the small treasure pagoda was cleared. Currently, no one had cleared the small treasure pagoda, so there was no need to discuss it now. At the mention of the little treasure pagoda, Weiss fell silent. After a long while, he said, "Back then, when Princess Juana challenged the little treasure pagoda, Milord broadcasted the entire process of Princess Juana's challenge. Father also saw it and felt that the little treasure pagoda's challenge wasn't too dangerous. But personally, I don't want to challenge the small treasure tower. Or should I say, I can still do it for now." "For now? You mean you plan to challenge it in the future? You want to clear the small treasure tower?" Wes nodded. "The small treasure tower has a limit. I don't have any ability to challenge it right now, so I'll waste it easily." Not long ago, one of Wes' friends went to challenge the small treasure tower. The first trial was trap simulation. Trap simulation: a cunning thief is about to sneak into your house to steal. As a powerless person, you need to set up various hidden traps in the house before the thief sneaks into the house to kill or disable the thief's ability to move. Wes' friend was not good at traps at all, so he was seen through by the thief in the end and failed the trial. There were 3 chances to challenge the small treasure tower, but if he failed the first level, it would only get harder and harder to challenge the later levels. Because of this, Wes did not want to waste the chance at the early stages. He wanted to go to the other fairyland to get some items and challenge the small treasure tower again. Even if he encountered a stage like trap simulation that tested his brain, he could still beat it with brute force. The end result was to disable the thief, so the process was not important. Whether it was setting up traps for the thief or using items to fight the thief, he could do it all. If he could clear all 120 levels in one go, he might be able to get the complete supernatural legacy. This was why Wes did not want to challenge the small treasure tower now. 3 chances were precious, and he only had 1 chance to get the reward. After listening to Wes' explanation, Angor asked, "So you want to try the dungeon behind the undead in the mist? You want to challenge the small treasure tower after you get something?" Wes nodded. "Yes." "Then have you considered the possibility that the dungeon here is even more dangerous than World's Grind?" Wes nodded with a serious look. "Of course I have. But I won't give up no matter how dangerous it is." End of chapter. He looked at Weiss' serious expression and listened to the man's vow. Angor's expression slowly darkened. "Good for you," Angor said. "But I think you should take a nap first." "Trust me, huh?" Before Wes could finish his sentence, he heard Angor telling him to sleep. Did he hear it wrong? Wes looked up in confusion and tried to see Angor's expression. Before he could find Angor, a thin layer of gray mist covered his vision. In the next second, he fell into a deep slumber. Thud, Weiss collapsed on the crystal source with his eyes tightly shut. His originally solemn expression slowly relaxed, and he returned to his normal self. Seeing this scene, the bunny girl also understood that Wes must have fainted. And it was Angor who did it. Angor didn't deny it. He shrugged. "It's just a small illusion to make him fall asleep." The rabbit girl squatted down and stretched out her fair little hand to cover Wes's forehead. After a long while, she said, "He has indeed fallen asleep." "Oh. Why are you doing this?" She tilted her head and looked at Angor curiously. "He didn't say anything wrong, did he?" Angor shrugged. "I don't care what he said. We took him away in front of his father. If we don't bring him back, it'll be our fault." Wes didn't say anything wrong. But from Angor's point of view, exploring a dungeon or searching for a supernatural should wait until they got back. The bunny girl considered and nodded. "You're right. If we leave Wes here, we'll have a hard time explaining to his father. However, judging from Wes's description, if he goes back and his father learns that there will be a Wonderland dungeon here, I don't think he will let him come back again." A look of regret appeared on the rabbit girl's face. Previously, when Wes had expressed his wish and dared to pursue it, she had felt it. If Wes lost the opportunity to explore the Instance dungeon because of this, she would have some regrets. Angor chuckled. He used an illusion to get Wes to stand up and follow them back to Rabbit Town. "If the zombies in Misty Swamp Forest are too dangerous, I won't let Wes go in, let alone his father." What kind of level 1 was at? What kind of things would be done? You can take risks and explore new lands, but you can't just throw your life away. And taking the risk of going beyond one's level to explore a dungeon that one knew was impossible was an act of courting death. Therefore, he would not open such a dangerous dungeon to commoners. "So you don't want Wes to explore this dungeon either?" Angor shook his head. "That's not it. I'm happy to see people getting more enthusiastic about exploring new dungeons. Nowadays, there are many types of Immortal Land Instance dungeons. Many Instance dungeons require people to enter to reveal the specific situation. Just like the Sunshine Circus, who would have thought that it would be an all-encompassing Instance dungeon? That is why I am hoping that after the Instance dungeon appears, someone will go ahead to explore it. That way, if there's any hidden information, I can use God's view to read it first. But again, if you want to explore an Instance dungeon, you must at least have the ability to do so. It's not advisable to go beyond your level." The bunny girl nodded. A moment later, she glanced at Wes, who was still sleeping. "But from what you're saying, Wes won't be able to explore the Misty Swamp Forest." "Why not?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "As long as he knows the Instance dungeon is easy, he'll be able to explore it." Angor already had a plan in mind. Wes' father was stationed outside the Immortal Land Instance dungeon for a long time. Since Wes' father was an explorer, he might as well let Wes' father stay nearby and help guard the misty area. Once the zombies appeared, Wes would inform Angor immediately. Then, Angor would come to check the difficulty of the misty swamp forest. If the instant's dungeon was not dangerous, Angor would tell Wes' father and ask him to let Wes explore it. Wes' father might sound harsh, but his father was not that extreme. If he was, Wes' father would not even allow Wes to enter the instant's dungeon. Therefore, Angor was sure that Wes' father would not stop Wes from entering Misty Swamp Forest if it was not too dangerous. After all, how could a father who truly loved his child be willing to destroy his child's dreams? Wes' father was only weighing the pros and cons. He was trying to find a balance between Wes' safety and his child's dreams. Of course, this balance was not clear. It only existed in Wes' father's mind. If Angor wanted Wes' father's mind to lean toward his dreams, he needed someone to help him. And this helper was Angor. If someone else told Wes' father that the Misty Swamp Forest was easy, Wes' father would not believe it. However, Angor was one of the founders of Rabbit Town. He had absolute authority in the Dream Crystal. If Angor was sure that the Misty Swamp Forest was safe, Wes' father would probably believe him. Therefore, it was highly likely that Wes' father would allow Wes to explore the instant's dungeon. After all, Wes still had a chance to enter the instant's dungeon. By then, Wes would no longer have to sneak in. Instead, he would enter the instant's dungeon openly. This was much better than risking his life for no reason. The bunny girl gave it some thought and agreed with Angor. She also believed that Wes' father would not stop him from exploring an instant's dungeon that matched his abilities. Then we'll do it your way. A moment later, Angor and the others returned to Rabbit Town. On his way to Bunny Town, he saw Marion being taken to the library by a new resident. Obviously, Marion wanted to learn more about the Dream Crystal through the books in the library. That was good. Angor created the library to give the new residents another way to pass time. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, it would become a popular science station for new registrants? Angor believed that there would be more people here when the library was opened. Angor did not greet Marion, and Marion did not notice Angor's presence. They simply walked past each other. Angor soon brought Wes back to the 5th floor of the rabbit building. Wes was already woken up from his sleep. He looked a little sad, but he was also looking forward to the future. Angor had already told him about the situation. Angor's analysis also made Wes realize that he was being too reckless. If he insisted on exploring an instant's dungeon that was beyond his ability, he would probably die. The path of becoming a superhuman was dangerous, but it was not a path of death. Wes was glad that Angor reminded him in time. He also looked forward to the future. He knew his father well. His father was strict with him. However, if the Misty Swamp Forest was really not that dangerous, his father would be willing to let him go. With his father's permission, Wes would be able to explore the Wonderland Instant's dungeon without any psychological burden, and his success rate would be higher. As expected, Wes' father agreed after hearing Angor's words. Wes' father considered for a moment and agreed. He even began to prepare his luggage. He would be stationed in the mist for a while to keep an eye on the living dead for Angor. Angor had already set up a marker in the mist, which would allow the undead to show up when they arrived. However, such a system was inflexible and would take some time to complete. If Wes' father could help him, he would be able to get the information much faster than that. He only needed to place the marker on Wes' father. Once Wes' father saw the living dead, he would be able to contact Angor through the marker. Wes was very touched by his father's enthusiasm. He had wanted to go with his father to stand guard, but his father had rejected his offer without hesitation. If you go with me, you might break into the mist on your own without waiting for the master's judgment. Wes' father gave him an "I already know what you're thinking" look. Wes felt awkward and a little embarrassed. With that done, Angor and the bunny girl left the building. You're not going to log off? The bunny girl blinked. Angor came online this time to deal with the undead in the mist. Now that he had a temporary solution to the problem, he should have logged off. However, Angor did not look like he was going to go offline, so he asked. Are you going to guide Marion? Or do you want to go to the Misty Island Dragon's tomb and check on Baragon's progress? Angor said, compared to us, Marion trusts what she sees more. No need to guide her. Just leave it to her. As for the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. Angor shook his head. forget it. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in Barigon. It was just that, he couldn't see it. The Misty Island Dragon's tomb was a special place. The challenge was directed at the statue, and the process took place in an unknown space. Angor could only see Barigon standing in front of the statue. He could not see the details of the challenge. At most, he could only learn about the reward from the fairyland he escaped from after the challenge was over. It was pointless to go there. What are you going to do? The bunny girl asked curiously. I'm going to check out Uriel's dungeon. Uriel's dungeon? Oh, you're going to see Luigi? She looked at Angor with disdain. She was planning to tag along if Angor's plan was interesting. But Luigi's plan was not interesting at all. I won't go with you then. I'll go play by myself. I think there's a group of cleaners nearby. They're building their nest. Let's go and get them all. The bunny girl did not wait for Angor's reply and quickly ran away. It seemed she was afraid that Angor would take her with him to Uriel's dungeon. Angor shook his head and logged out of the game. When he logged back in, he was already outside Uriel's dungeon from Rabbit Town. From afar, the attic that represented the Uriel Instance dungeon was still as dilapidated and worn as before. However, a special NPC who could be dreamt lived in such a dilapidated attic. Angor came to Uriel's dungeon for two reasons. First, he wanted to observe the dream NPC. Second, he wanted to see how Luigi's challenge went, and record Uriel's expression. If Luigi did not make it to the top 3 this time, Angor would have to ask Bloy and Guy to analyze Uriel's micro-expressions and figure out his preferences. But if Luigi failed again, Angor believed that the analysis of micro-expressions would be useless. Before this, Guy had already sorted out Uriel's preference for music using micro-expressions. Uriel liked cool music, but it was not a single type of cool. Instead, it was a combination of dissatisfaction with religion, and the satisfaction of accomplishing one's goal despite the interference of religion. To put it simply, the music had to be cool and cool elements. Most importantly, the core of the music score had to be anti-religion. Angor had already analyzed Uriel's preferences to this extent. It would be difficult for him to go further. Therefore, he placed most of his attention on observing Uriel. Angor slowly approached the attic and reached out his hand. As soon as he touched it, his vision changed. The 2-story attic, which was originally not considered small, suddenly shrank. It was like a mini hut, placed in an independent space. Angor's gaze traveled across the space, through the roof of the attic, and finally reached the bottom floor. The furnishings here were the same as before. There were messy, dirty clothes everywhere, torn papers on the floor, and wine bottles that had rolled off the floor. Before this, Angor didn't pay much attention to these decorations. But now, he had a new idea. Uriel had a certain level of judgment when he was dreaming. After all, he needed to judge Luigi's performance. How could he do that without a certain level of judgment? Since he had a certain level of judgment, he should have some resistance to an unfamiliar environment, or even fear it. But Uriel did not show any signs of resistance. He even sat on the pile of dirty clothes as if he was used to it. Did this mean he was familiar with this place, or maybe this was where he was in the real world? End of chapter. In Angor's eyes, Uriel was a talented musician who took his music seriously. Music was an elegant art, and Uriel was also an elegant man in Angor's mind. But if Uriel lived in such a messy room in the real world, it was a huge contrast. But on second thought, it was not impossible. There were many geniuses who excelled in one aspect, but were worse than a child in another. Could Uriel be one of those geniuses in music, but a mediocre one in life? Of course, there was another possibility other than this. Uriel must have met with some kind of mishap, or perhaps some kind of external blow that caused him to become dispirited and depressed. He spent his days and nights drinking, ignoring worldly affairs, and not using his hands. Was that why he looked so sloppy? Angor did not know which one it was, but he was more inclined to believe the latter. Uriel once said something in his dream state, "I will only have one partner, and that person has gone to the shrine of glory." Uriel in his dream state was actually Uriel in the real world. Uriel's words in his dream state must be related to his real-life situation. Uriel's words contain two important pieces of information. The two important pieces of information were both extended from the glorious church. In the wizarding world of the Western continent, the Church of Glory was spread all over the continent and was the religion of countless people. According to the Church of Glory scriptures, sinners who died would ascend to the Shrine of Glory, where their souls would return to their homes and bliss. From Uriel's words, Angor was sure that he lived on the Western continent and was influenced by the Church of Glory. The second piece of information was that Uriel's partner was dead, and he would never choose another partner. Uriel's most important partner had passed away. Wasn't this a severe blow to his confidence and confidence? Also, according to Guy's analysis, Uriel had a preference for music. Uriel hated religion, and he even wanted to rebel against it. Combined with what Angor mentioned earlier, the religion Uriel rebelled against was most likely the Church of Glory. Uriel lived in the territory ruled by the Church of Glory, but secretly rebelled against the Church of Glory. Did this mean he was persecuted by the Church of Glory? If he took it one step further and combined it with his previous speculation, would the death of Uriel's partner be related to the persecution of the Church of Glory? If that was the case, then it was understandable why Uriel would become so dispirited after such a huge setback. Of course, this was just a random thought after seeing the messy room. Whether or not that was the case, no one but Uriel himself could say for sure. 10 minutes ago. In the messy room, Uriel slumped on the sofa covered in dirty clothes, as if he had no bones. His head was raised, and his eyes were focused on the mottled ceiling, as if he was trying to see a flower through the dirty lines on the ceiling. It was only when Luigi's harp sounded that he slowly came back to his senses. Where's the music coming from? I think I'm hallucinating again. Uriel's confused mind was suddenly flooded with a thought. Why did I say again? Uriel was about to use the few remaining thoughts he had to think deeper when Luigi's music suddenly changed from a cheerful one to a solemn, clear, and clean one. Was this religious music? Uriel was about to think about what hallucinations meant when he heard religious music, but he quickly discarded the thought. Whatever. Hallucinations it is. Religious music was Uriel's specialty, and he was best at it. When he heard religious music, he couldn't help but get lost in it. But, religious music was the music that caused him the most pain. It was so clean and clear, but no one knew that hidden under the holy music were crimes and atrocities. This was why he had mixed feelings when he heard religious music. He was both addicted and disgusted by it. Uriel tried his best to raise his head and see who was playing the music. Could it be the choir of the holy cathedral? But for some reason, his body became very stiff. Even the slightest movement took a lot of effort. If Uriel had used all his strength, he would have been able to raise his head a little. But halfway through, he gave up. The music in his ears was slowly entering the next chapter of the story. The melodious music had a religious flavor to it. It sounded clean and clear, but it gave Uriel the feeling that there was a deep sadness behind it. When the composer wrote this piece of music, it was as if he was telling a story to someone. This story was a sad song at the core of the religion. Uriel didn't want to think about anything else. He didn't want to see who was playing. He just wanted to get into the story and see what kind of sad song it was. Would it be the same as him? Luigi, who was sitting across from Uriel, was immersed in the performance of the Black Sheep Confession. If he knew that Uriel had heard the dark elegy beneath the holy story, he would be shocked. After all, the real elegy of the Black Sheep Confession came in the middle and later parts. The early chapters were about a carefree priest who preached the gospel in the monastery. Through the early parts, Uriel was able to grasp the tragic core of the music. Luigi couldn't have done it. Uriel's ability to do so meant that he was far better at music than Luigi. Of course, this was also because Uriel was an expert in religious music. The priest who wrote the Black Sheep Confession had created this music when his faith was skewed. It was too difficult to ask a heretic to create pure, flawless religious music that sang the praises of virtue. Therefore, Uriel could hear the dissatisfaction in his voice. If it had been any other type of music, Uriel would have been annoyed. What kind of music was it if it couldn't even express the underlying emotions? But this was religious music, and the underlying emotions were a sad song of holiness. In a way, it matched Uriel's state of mind, and his predicament. Even though the first part of the Black Sheep Confession wasn't as pure, it still caught Auriel's ear. He couldn't wait to hear the sad song in the middle and later parts. Soon, the direction of the music began to change. The clear and indirect notes began to be replaced by complicated and occasional noises. This meant that the Black Sheep Confession had entered the middle part. The pious priest, who was originally carefree, was assigned to the post of spreading the gospel and enlightening the sheep. It was also at this time that he heard countless dark secrets from the prayers of the congregation. Most of the dark stories that led to the sufferings of the believers were the oppression of power. In the Gree Duchy where he lived, the Shitu religion that he believed in was the greatest organization of power, and Shitu, the master of the heavens, was the only god, but in a region ruled by theocracy, the people were oppressed by the nobles. This couldn't have happened without the tacit approval of the Shitu religion. So, the Shitu religion he believed in was the source of the darkness. The middle part of the Black Sheep Confession was about a devout priest. Because he witnessed the darkness, especially when it was caused by his faith, his mentality slowly changed. This part had the rhythm of a sad song. At this point, Auriel was completely mesmerized. It was as if he had entered the story of the Black Sheep Confession. But in the story, he wasn't the devout priest. He was one of the countless people who were oppressed by theocracy. Auriel's emotions were in turmoil. He thought of himself. Under the vast power of the Church of Holy Light, he and himself were just one of the merciless wheels that rolled over them. This emotional turmoil was no longer a reflection of his heart. It was reflected in Auriel's expression. When Luigi looked up, he happened to see Auriel's expression. This was something that had never happened in any of Luigi's previous performances. Luigi's eyes lit up, his heart blooming like a flower. This meant that this piece of music was exactly what he wanted. It had walked right into Auriel's heart. Luigi knew that his skills couldn't be improved in a short period of time. If he wanted to get a higher booking with Auriel, he had to start with the music score. Now that the music score was correct, and the Black Sheep Confession had entered Auriel's heart, what he needed to do next was simple. He needed to do his best and put in more emotions. He wanted to become one with the main character of the song, the creator, the priest from Ugri's principality. You are me, and I am you. He needed to fully immerse himself in the character and maximize his emotions. Luigi would have a hard time getting into character like this with other music scores. However, Black Sheep Confession was different. Angor managed to buy Luigi 3 days in Shao Ka's haunted house and created an illusion similar to the one in Black Sheep Confession. By then, Luigi would be the main character of the story. In the illusion, Luigi would experience everything the composer wanted, including the final tragic song where he released himself and everything. Now, he was just trying to find his original state. This wasn't difficult for a master performer like Luigi. Besides, Luigi was different from other performers. He was Laplace's incarnation, and each incarnation of Laplace would magnify a certain characteristic of Laplace. For example, the characteristic of the incarnation of Lady Melgi was tolerance for the kind. Luigi also had his own unique characteristic, which was pursuit of his dreams. Once Luigi set a goal and entered the dream-chasing state, his blood would be ignited, his senses would be magnified, and everything would become better. It was like a natural all-around buff. The buff even increased one's influence. Because of this, when Luigi entered the zone seriously, the original 80 points of emotion infection instantly increased to 90 points. It was infinitely close to full marks. This might not make much of a difference to ordinary listeners. It was just a matter of how deeply they immersed themselves in the character. But for a music connoisseur like Auriel, this small change was enough to make him feel like he was in a different world. Before this, Auriel was still immersed in the story, which allowed him to somewhat dispel his emotions. He could even withdraw from the story at any time if he wanted to. But now, he was directly taken onto a roller coaster. Without any foreplay, he was lifted hundreds of meters into the sky. Under such circumstances, the emotions floating in the sky were unable to dissipate on their own. Thus, they had no choice but to internalize. Once again, the internalization infected Auriel, making him deeper into the story. Even if he wanted to withdraw, he could not. He could only follow the story's progress, up and down with it. At this time, the Black Sheep Confession had reached its climax. The drumbeat entered. The drumbeat performed by the harp was not as heavy as the original drumbeat, but it was sharper. It was in line with the original story. The priest's sharp but fragile heart was like a taut string. The notes did not immediately enter the climax. Instead, they used the constant sharp drumbeat, the long classical whistle, and the occasional religious solemnity to accumulate power. There was no doubt that when the power accumulated to the highest point, it would blossom into stunning and dazzling sparks. In the story, the clergyman had the purest and most flawless heart, but he had directly come into contact with the darkest side of the world. This had also caught him off guard and caused a huge change in his heart. At first, he was still trying to comfort himself, trying to endure. The process of enduring was the accumulation of the drumbeat. But he could not endure for long because he was a priest who preached the gospel. He would continue to listen to the suffering of his believers. More dejection followed. The dejection was like a dark knot piling up, constantly attacking the clergy's heart. Until this day, a believer less than 10 years old died in front of him. The noble who wore the Shitu Order's Medal of Honor killed this naive and lovely believer who was like his past self. Looking at the dead believer, the priest seemed to see his own face on the body. It was as if the one who died was not him, but himself. Boom, in an instant, the dam collapsed. The priest's heart was completely crushed. The pure white paper was no longer pinched between his fingers and hung in the air. It was released and fell leisurely into the black pool. The white paper was dyed black. It was only a moment of immersion. At this moment, the notes also changed completely. They went from a low note to a long note that kept climbing. This also represented the priest's feelings at this moment. Every time the long note climbed a notch, the priest in the story would step further into the darkness. He abandoned the light and became the nightmare of the Shitu Order. He also became the black goat demon in human skin in the mouth of the Shitu Order. He was taking revenge on all those who dragged him into the darkness. Dignitaries, the Pope, and accomplices were all his targets. When he also became the demon in the mouth of a sinner, the priest finally came to his final place, the Church of Heaven of the Shitu Order. Flames burned fiercely in the Church of Heaven. The notes also reached their peak at this moment. The frenzied notes were like flames, incessantly burning everything around them. And the crazy demon was now surrounded by black-blooded corpses. In the incomparably fierce sea of fire, the demon came to the choir stage and performed the last song. This song was the Black Goat Confession. When the song ended, the fire completely drowned the demon. The fire burned away the demon's shell, revealing the white and flawless face of the priest inside. Then, the fire continued to burn, spreading the face until it could not be seen. Until everything turned into orange sparks, the notes came to an abrupt end. The song ended. End of this chapter. When Angor was little, John once told him that a truly beautiful piece of art always left a lingering sound in people's minds at the moment it was finished. Now, when Angor heard the end of Black Sheep Confession and saw the priest and the Church of Elysium dying in a sea of fire, he too felt unsatisfied. Angor did not witness the whole process. He only arrived at the end of the song, but he could still feel the lingering aftertaste of the song. Luigi's performance improved again. Angor muttered to himself. Back at Shank's haunted house, Luigi's performance was not as good as this. But now, even Angor, who had listened to Black Sheep Confession many times, could relate to it. It was not about improving one's skills. It was about improving one's emotions. Angor once read a comment about singing on his hologram tablet, no technique, all emotion. But Luigi's performance was not only emotional but also natural. Even with Angor's level of appreciation, he believed that Luigi's performance was much better than Young, Night Sparrow's Rhapsody, and Spro's 3 chapters. I wonder what kind of arrangement Uriel will make for this performance. Angor looked at Uriel again. But when he saw the look on Uriel's face, he was taken aback. Uriel's expression was too strange. His eyes were filled with tears, but his expression was still indifferent. It was as if there was a barrier between his tears and his calm expression. It was as if they belonged to two different worlds. Angor was confused at first. But soon, he realized what was going on. Uriel's dream state was gone. Uriel must have been moved by the song's meaning, and he couldn't help but shed tears. However, when he shed tears, he was still in a dream state. Now that the song was over, the dream state was gone, and Uriel was back to being a normal NPC. Tears from the dream state were left on the face of an ordinary NPC. That was why Uriel's dream state was different. Even though Uriel's dream state had been lifted, his tears suggested that he was very satisfied with the black sheep confession. He wondered what position Uriel would place Luigi because of this piece of music. Would he amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and enter the top 3? With that in mind, he stared at Uriel and waited for his decision. At the same time, far away in space and time. Great Tasman Empire, Dawn City. Under the cover of the night, Dawn City was not as lively as it was during the day. Instead, it was deathly silent. There was only the cawing of the night crows, and the cries of the pigeons from an unknown place. In a corner of Dawn City, on the second floor of a dilapidated attic, a man who was lying on a pile of dirty clothes suddenly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the dark ceiling. I think I heard a piece of music. I also saw flames, churches, and countless corpses, as well as a demon singing a sad song in the flames. The bearded man shook his head. No, it's not a demon. It's a human. The man mumbled and sat up from his bed. Looking around, he finally confirmed that he had just had a dream. It was a beautiful dream, but also a cruel one. So cruel that he was willing to drown in it. Uriel. The man mocked himself. Are you already looking for value in your dreams? Uriel chuckled bitterly and climbed down from his messy bed. Wearing only a pair of pajama pants, he pushed open the door of his bedroom and walked to the balcony naked. He wanted to wake up. Great Tasman Empire was currently in the middle of summer. Even so, he still shivered when the night wind blew past. It was also because of this shiver that his muddled mind became a little clearer. He leaned against the railing of the balcony and lit up a cigarette. He looked at the sleeping Dawn City and took a puff of smoke in silence. Dawnlight City was vast, but most of the buildings were low. Even from the balcony of the second floor, Uriel could see the silhouettes of the buildings in the distance. At this time, almost all of the buildings had fallen asleep. Only the iconic building in the center of Dawnlight City, the Church of Radiance, was still lit. Uriel's gaze was drawn to the Church of Radiance. Set against the backdrop of the goddess of the night, it is so holy and beautiful. Uriel sighed softly. His dispirited eyes were filled with indescribable complexity. But who knows what lies in the depths of such a holy temple? Uriel exhaled a ring of smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated in the darkness. When the smoke dissipated, Uriel saw the faint light of a gas lamp in a building a dozen meters away. Through the open window and the faint light, he saw a woman crying, hugging her knees. The faint sobbing sound in the air was coming from her direction. As a neighbor, Uriel recognized the woman. He even knew why she was crying. It was because her new husband was a gambling addict. Her new house had 4 bare walls. Her husband had sold almost everything that could be sold. If her gambling addict husband still wanted to sell, then the only thing left to sell was herself. She was crying not only because of her husband's incompetence, but also because of her bleak future. If she can cry, then her husband is not home. If he's not home this late, then the only place he could be is the casino. Tonight's outcome will determine her future. Uriel shook his head. He could not bear to watch. They were all people with hard lives. Uriel was no exception. Other than pity, there was nothing else he could do. His gaze moved away from the light of the leader's house, and once again looked at the radiant church that was still incomparably bright under the night sky. A thin layer of fog had descended and shrouded the church. From afar, this thin layer of mist looked like exhaled smoke. Uriel's eyes darkened at the thought of this. Tobacco and gambling. Anyone who lived here knew that they were the source of darkness. They were the root of all evil. Even the Church of Radiance promoted them as such. But anyone with a bit of social status would know that tobacco and gambling were the 2 pillars of Dawnlight City's economy. And the master behind them was the Church of Radiance. In Dawnlight City, or even in the entire Great Simon Empire, the Church of Radiance had a glorious image. But no one knew that such a glorious image hid so much filth. Religion, church, are they all so filthy? Uriel muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he froze. Why did I say all? Just as Uriel was questioning himself, two images flashed through his mind. On one side was the church that represented the heavens. It was also the backing of the rich and powerful. On the other side were the poor people and devout priests who listened to their suffering. The two images kept changing in Uriel's mind. The memories of being trapped in the sea of tranquil dreams rushed into his mind, accompanied by intense music. He remembered. In his dream, he saw another religion wreaking havoc. In his dream, he smelled blood covered by flames. In his dream, he heard the priest sing a sad song with his life. Although it was another religion, it was no different from the Church of Radiance in the Great Simon Empire. Even the pure priest and the believer of death could be found in the Church of Radiance. In fact, Uriel knew such a person himself. And that person was his partner. But his partner did not take the priest's script. Instead, he walked the path of a believer who was bullied to death by the rich and powerful. Why am I dreaming of this? Is it you? Is this the music you played for me? Are you asking me to let it go, or do you want me to be like the priest and burn the last of my madness? Uriel closed his eyes. He was silent for a long time on the balcony. It was not until the cigarette burned to the tip of his finger that he snapped out of his daze. He muttered to himself for a moment, then flicked the ash off his finger and returned to his room. It was still midnight. Logically speaking, he should be in bed. But at this moment, he did not feel like sleeping at all. He walked unconsciously to the piano beside his bed. Ever since he came here, he had not turned on the piano. Dust had settled on the piano frame. Uriel was silent for a long time. He sat on the stool and opened the piano cover. After so long, the desire to play was reignited. He wanted to reproduce the performance in his dream. Whether or not this was a reminder from him, Uriel wanted to remember it and hide it in his heart. The piano began to play. The flowing notes seemed to have wings as they reverberated in the darkness. From gentle to intense, from naive to cruel, from cold to burning flames, when Uriel finished playing the last note, his face was covered in sweat. His hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. He had not played for a long time. His stamina was not as good as before. However, after giving it his all, he was able to play to his heart's content. Uriel gasped for air. His body was exhausted, but his face was full of smiles. His exhaustion did not affect his mental joy. It's been a long time since I wanted to play a piece so much. Uriel whispered to himself. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. The chief will like this piece, right? I wonder who played this piece of music in my dream. Every time Uriel thought about the person who played this piece, he felt an indescribable force cut off his memory. The only thing he remembered was that the person played this piece with a harp. It was not the first time he played it in front of him. Such a frequent and enthusiastic performance. It's a bit like the Imperial Music Troupe selection test, Uriel muttered to himself. Speaking of which, if it's this piece, the selection should be at least top 3? Top 3? Luigi's eyes flashed with surprise. Really top 3? After Luigi finished playing Black Sheep Confession, his eyes were fixed on Uriel. He could see that Uriel was weeping silently. He seemed to be affected by the flaming elegy of the Black Sheep Confession. However, no matter how hard Uriel cried, the result did not show up. This was different from when Luigi was here to reserve a seat. Every time Uriel finished his performance, a notification would pop up. This time, it had been almost 10 minutes, and Uriel still did not move. It was as if he had turned into a wooden statue. As Luigi waited anxiously for the result, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. If there are no accidents, I should be in the top 3 in the selection test this time. Angor was the only person who could talk to him directly in a dungeon. Luigi was not surprised that Angor was watching him. What surprised him more was the number of seats Angor mentioned. This was why he asked Uriel in the first place. He was not talking to the dumbfounded Uriel. Instead, he was talking to Angor, who was looking at the attic from outside. Angor was not joking when he said he would be in the top 3. Instead, he saw the messy information coming out of Uriel's body. As the challenger, Luigi could only passively accept the Wonderland notifications. He could not see the various Wonderland notifications surrounding Uriel. But Angor could. As the wielder of Immortal's authority, he could see all kinds of notifications popping up above Uriel's head. Strangely, though, these notifications were just like the letter Uriel had given him. The contents of the messages were constantly changing. Perhaps only when Xian was truly handed over to Luigi would the notification in the Immortal Realm stop being fixed. However, even though the notifications in the Wonderland were constantly changing, judging from the existing information, Luigi's position should have been fixed in the top 3. The reason for this was because the first sentence of all the different Fairyland notifications was the same: Special Dreamland, Uriel's Choice, Main Mission 3, Challenge Successful. In the past, every time Luigi challenged a seat, the first sentence would always be, Main Quest 3 of Special Dreamland Uriel's Choice failed. In order to succeed, he had to be in the top 3. Since the first sentence of the notification had changed to success, it meant Uriel had decided to place him in the top 3. However, the exact position of the top 3 was still in the process of being changed. But no matter which seat it was, Angor already considered his challenge a success. Angor did not want to tell Luigi the result in advance. But for some reason, Luigi's face was pale, his eyes were blank, and his lips were trembling. Angor thought about it and decided to give Luigi a spoiler. End of chapter. Is he really in the top 3? Are you sure? Luigi asked again. Angor quickly answered, I'm pretty sure. Luigi let out a long sigh of relief. However, Luigi's face was still pale, and his lips were still trembling. What was going on? Angor thought Luigi was worried that he didn't have enough seats. But that didn't seem to be the case. Luigi let out a bitter smile. I don't know what's going on. But I think it's the after effect of my passionate performance. Luigi also noticed it himself. His lips couldn't stop trembling, and his eyes were in a trance. Even his legs felt weak. Fortunately, he was sitting down. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. This situation occurred after he finished his performance. Maybe it was because he hadn't performed such a high-intensity performance in a long time, or because he didn't feel so excited. Luigi's body was affected after the Dream Pursuit climax. However, he knew his own body best. Although Luigi felt a little uncomfortable, there wasn't much of a problem. He should be fine after resting for a few minutes. Angor understood what was going on. Maybe this was another type of sage time. Since Luigi was fine, Angor was relieved. Time passed by slowly. About 5 minutes later, Luigi's face slowly regained its color, and his lips stopped trembling. The after effect of his performance was finally gone. It was at this moment that Uriel, who had been standing there like a wooden chicken, finally moved. Uriel raised his head and looked at Luigi. No, even though he was facing Luigi, his eyes did not seem to be focused on Luigi. Instead, they seemed to be looking beyond him. Luigi looked back in confusion. There's only one door behind me. What's he looking at? While Luigi was still wondering, Uriel slowly walked to the door and opened it. It was dark outside. Uriel walked into the night, slowly becoming one with the night in front of Luigi's eyes. Finally, he disappeared. Luigi's jaw dropped. Huh? What the hell is going on? Where are you going? Where's my seat? I think he's in some sort of unknown state. In other words, he had no idea where Uriel went. Perhaps it was the inner space of the Immortal Realm Authority? Or perhaps it was an undetectable place outside the box? Since he didn't have a thorough understanding of the Celestial Authority, he couldn't tell why an NPC would suddenly disappear. However, that did not affect the dungeon's progress. Uriel may have left, but before he left the tower, his body had begun to emit information about the Immortal Realm. If there were no surprises, the Immortal Realm should have appeared by now. Sure enough, when Luigi was still looking at the empty night outside the door, a hint of the Immortal Land appeared in his mind. Special Dreamscape Uriel's Choice, Main Mission 3, Challenge Successful. Evaluation, 3rd in the Imperial Music Troupe. 21 seats in the Empire Music Troupe, Main Mission 3 has been completed. Main Mission 4 will be activated after the rewards are calculated. Reward calculation, based on the current progress of the main storyline, the following 2 rewards will be given. Reward 1, 1 Wonderland Box, Fixed Reward. Reward 2, a recommendation letter from the first in the Imperial Music Troupe, fixed reward. Yes. Third. I did it. Luigi already knew that he had a high chance of getting into the top 3. Still, he couldn't help but feel excited when the Immortal Realm told him that he succeeded. After all, this was the first time he had put in so much effort in so many years. His efforts were rewarded. This was probably the most romantic and wonderful thing he could think of. How could he not be excited? Of course, Luigi didn't forget to check his rewards. The first reward was the Celestial Box. He was no stranger to this as he had seen it before. As far as he knew, there were 3 types of Wonderland boxes: Wonderland Box, Dream Box, and Mirror Box. Laplace already received a Wonderland Box when he cleared a dungeon, which gave him the glory of the fan family. This was a pretty good status reward. The second reward was a recommendation letter from the first in the Imperial Music Troupe. According to the description of Uriel's quest, the first in the Imperial Music Troupe was qualified to go to the Stage of Dreams. However, the first in the Imperial Music Troupe did not intend to go there. Instead, he planned to give the qualification to someone else. To get the qualification, one had to get the first in the Imperial Music Troupe from Uriel. Therefore, this reward was actually agreed upon from the very beginning. Perhaps this was the reason why it was labeled as a fixed reward. Luigi could understand why the first in the Imperial Music Troupe was a fixed reward. But why was the Wonderland Box also a fixed reward? Luigi was still wondering when another notification popped up. Do you want to accept the reward? Yes/no. Luigi chose yes without hesitation. In the next second, a silver, carved box appeared in front of Luigi's eyes. The box had a gorgeous appearance. There were all kinds of musical instruments carved on it, from pianos to long pipes, organs to flutes. Almost all common instruments were carved on the box's outer shell. It was worth mentioning that the main instrument on the lid was a harp. Perhaps this was why Luigi chose to use a harp for the challenge this time. This box is different from Laplace's, said Angor. So the shape of the boxes will change according to the type of dungeon. Angor's voice was heard. In other words, Uriel's dungeon was related to music, so the box was shaped like a musical instrument. Luigi mumbled, I don't care about the shape of the box. I'm more interested in what's inside. Why is this a fixed reward? Luigi mumbled and opened the box in his hand. As soon as the lid was removed, the box disappeared. The box outside disappeared instantly, leaving only a ball of light in front of Luigi. Luigi couldn't see anything from the light. However, he saw a lot of complicated information in the light. It was enough to form a torrent of information. Even he couldn't summarize all of it in a short time. Because of this, he could not decipher the complicated information right away. He had to wait for Luigi to absorb the information and give him an answer. It's not a physical reward. Don't tell me it's a status reward like Laplace's? Just as Luigi was guessing, glimmer suddenly accelerated and rushed into Luigi's forehead. The next second, the summary of the light ball appeared in Luigi's mind. Since he couldn't see the reward, he could only wait in silence. While waiting, he noticed Luigi's expression changed from anger to a silly grin. What was it? What made Luigi's expression change so drastically? Angor was even more curious now. About 10 minutes later, Luigi finally woke up. Before Angor could ask, Luigi told Angor about the reward. Just like Laplace's, it's also a status reward. But it's a bit special. Luigi described the specific reward information in a few words. Prospective member of the Imperial Music Troupe, you will become a member of the most sacred and noble music troupe in the Empire. When you perform on the stage, even the nobles of the Empire will take off their hats and salute you. Luigi already guessed that it was a status reward, which meant he was bound to the Imperial Music Troupe. So when he saw the reward, he wasn't too surprised. It was an ID card for the Imperial Music Troupe. This was probably why the Wonderland Box's reward was labeled as fixed reward. If he successfully booked a seat, he would be able to join the Imperial Music Troupe. This was why it was called fixed reward. However, Luigi wasn't happy about the fact that he was supposed to be the third seat in the Wonderland Box. Why was he given a prospective member? Prospective meant that he wasn't an official member. It was probably a substitute. In other words, he was not as good as an official member. How could someone as proud as Luigi accept such a title? This was why Luigi was so angry when he saw the reward. Luigi didn't like the word perspective, but he was happy about the other rewards. Compared to Laplace's glory of the fan family, Luigi's status came with an additional ability. This status comes with a Wonderland skill, Passion of Dreams. Wonderland skill, Passion of Dreams. Uriel's choice from the Wonderland. This is an additional ability of the Imperial Music Troupe. Effect: every time you perform a performance, you can accumulate a dream of music and burning emotions. When this dream-chasing emotion accumulates to a certain extent, you can release Passion of Dreams. Based on the current performance, you can increase your emotional appeal. After the skill's duration ends, you will enter a state of dispirited state for a while. The pursuit of dreams is never outdated. The burning of love never ends. This Wonderland skill basically had no effect on combat professionals. It was a skill exclusive to performers. Even if most people got this skill, they would probably find it useless. However, for Luigi, this was a divine skill. During the performance, it could increase the emotional appeal and make the audience more immersed in the performance. This was a wonderful ability for performers. Moreover, this ability didn't forcibly pull you into the performance. It was a bonus based on the performer's own skills. To put it bluntly, he was not forcefully interfering with her performance. Instead, he was adding flowers to a perfect performance. This was very important to Luigi. He didn't want to be criticized by his audience after using Passion of Dreams. It's all because of this skill, not because of your own ability. In short, the skill that came with the identity of Dream Flame was an excellent divine skill in Luigi's eyes. Moreover, he had a feeling that this skill might have originated from his own deduction. When he played the final movement of Black Sheep Confession, he felt something similar to Passion of Dreams. Even the exhaustion after the performance was similar to the side effects described by the skill. It felt like it was tailor-made for him. Perhaps this Passion of Dreams was originally his own ability, and it was just that the immortal realm had materialized it. If that was the case, this was his unique ability. Even if someone else became a member of the Imperial Music Troupe, they probably wouldn't receive this skill. Angor now understood why Luigi was angry and laughing like an idiot. He was angry because he was a prospective member. And he was laughing because of Passion of Dreams. Aside from Passion of Dreams, Angor was also curious why Luigi was only a quasi-member. He was supposed to be one of the top 3. Even if he couldn't become a top member of the troupe, he could at least become a lower member. So why was he only a prospective member? Uriel had already left, and he had no idea. He had to put this question aside for now. Luigi, who was still in the attic, turned his attention to the Wonderland's notification. Reward 2, a recommendation letter from the champion of the Imperial Music Troupe, fixed reward. Luigi prepared to claim the reward like before. However, when he clicked accept, the Wonderland's notification showed him a line of words: frowny face, reward unavailable for now. You will receive it after completing main quest 4. ? Luigi was puzzled. Isn't this the reward for main quest 3? Why do I need to complete main quest 4, and Uriel is already gone? Can you tell me what main quest 4 is? Just as Luigi was thinking about this, the Wonderland prompt popped up again. Special Dream Uriel's Choice, main quest 4, wait for Uriel to return and talk to him. Please note that you only have one chance to complete this quest. Please note that Uriel will enter the dream state during main quest 4. Please note that every word you say may affect the subsequent development of the plot. Main quest 4 will begin the next time Uriel enters the dream state. After reading the description of main quest 4, Luigi's eyes flashed with understanding. The descriptions of main quest 4 and main quest 2 were almost the same. The only difference was that main quest 4 had an additional waiting part. Just like main quest 2, Luigi had to talk to Uriel and make choices during the conversation to influence the following path. Even though it was just a simple conversation with Uriel, it sounded simple. However, in Luigi's opinion, this talking quest was even harder than the fixed seat trial. The fixed seat trial was a straight path. There would be bumps along the way, but they could be resolved. As long as one could overcome them, the path ahead would be smooth. at least, one would not take the wrong path. Talking to Uriel, however, was different. Every word Luigi said would change Uriel's opinion of Luigi. The final path of the quest depended on how Uriel viewed Luigi. In other words, the choices Luigi made during the conversation would greatly influence the path of the quest. In short, talking to Uriel was like standing at the beginning of a path with countless forks. Luigi had to make choices again and again. And every choice he made would lead him to a different fork in the road. It was impossible for all these forks to be the right path. Most of them were wrong. To reach the final destination, one had to choose the right path from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. There was only one chance. There was no chance of making a mistake. In Luigi's opinion, talking was not easy at all. As long as your goal remains the same and you keep moving toward it, you don't have to worry about making choices. Your heart will help you find the right one. Luigi remained silent for a moment and nodded. You're right. Why did Luigi come to Uriel's quest? Because the clown from Sunshine Circus told him that there was a stage he wanted here. Why did Luigi keep playing in front of Uriel and fight for the top 3 spots? Uriel told him that in order to reach the stage of dreams, he had to become one of the top 3 in the Empire music troupe. Yes, Luigi only had one goal, to reach the stage of dreams. If Uriel did not want to go, and if the chief musician did not want to go, so be it, he longed for a stage and a performance. For the sake of this stage, for the sake of gaining the audience's approval, he had come to Uriel's dungeon. That was why he had been entangled with Uriel until now. As long as his goal did not change, then no matter how difficult the choice was, no matter how many forks in the road, it would not affect the overall situation. But then again, during the second main mission, Kieran had already made his stance clear to Uriel. Between the dazzling stage and the stage of dreams, he chose the stage of dreams. That was why Uriel had asked him to fight for the top 3 spots and gave him the recommendation letter of the chief singer of the Empire music group. Back then, they had already said what they needed to say. Why did they want to talk now? Additionally, the content of the conversation would still affect the dungeon's flow. What was going on? What exactly was the conversation in main mission 4? Luigi was very puzzled, but he could only put it aside for now. After all, Uriel had not returned, nor had he entered the state of dreaming. He could only wait for the next time he saw Uriel. Far away in space and time. Great Tasman Empire, Dawn City, night. The song had ended. Uriel's head was sprawled on the harp table, sweat dripping down his face, leaving a wet stain on the walnut wood chopping board. If it had been at the banquet, this song would have been in the top 3, and the chief singer would have liked it. Uriel's eyes were in a daze as he muttered to himself. But it was all a dream. There was no one to play the harp, and this song did not exist. Uriel mumbled to himself. Uriel grumbled to himself. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. If it was a dream, why was I able to reproduce this song? The style of this song is completely different from what I'm familiar with. If not for this dream, I would never have heard this style of music in my life. Moreover, I've been hearing different songs every day for the past few days, and the style is completely different. Why is that? Was it really a dream? Or is it that somewhere far away, someone is playing this piece of music? But even if that's the case, why am I hearing it? Uriel slowly sat up, an image flashing through his mind. Gentle eyes, long golden hair. This was his partner. Another rebel who had died under the oppression of the church. Is it you? Uriel whispered to the air. The air could not answer him, but Uriel's eyes were still in a daze. Why did you let me hear this song? You should know that after you left, I never wanted to open the doors of the Church of Arts again. You clearly know that my dreams and my future will die with your departure. But why did you let me hear this? Do you want me to stop, or do you want me to go there? Uriel muttered to himself, his eyes growing more and more dazed. In a daze, it was as if the dead were standing beside him. Even the cold air carried the warmth of an old friend. No, there really was someone beside him. This warmth was not fake. Uriel woke up abruptly, his eyes flying open. When he saw who it was, Uriel's eyes slowly calmed. Indeed, there was someone beside him, but it was not an old friend. It was a hale and hearty old man. He was dressed neatly in a suit and leather shoes. Despite his white hair, he did not look lethargic. In fact, he looked even more energetic than Uriel. "You. Why are you here?" Uriel asked softly, his eyes downcast. From his tone, it was clear that this was someone he knew. And it was indeed so. It was Butler Cha, the man closest to him, the man who had watched him grow up. Ever since he had been kicked out of the family by his father, he had rarely seen Butler Cha. But even though Uriel had never met Butler Cha, he knew that he would often come here to bring him daily necessities. Butler Cha would also secretly leave some pocket money in his drawer. Butler Cha would leave a message saying that it was from his father. But Uriel knew that his father cared about his reputation. Without the title of the Imperial Music Troupe, his father would not care even if he was a blood relative. The so-called pocket money was more of Butler Cha's own allowance and what the head conductor gave him. Uriel respected this butler, who had loved him since he was a child. Even if he had broken through the door in the middle of the night, or even gone to the attic bedroom, Butler Cha would not dare act rashly. "I'm not breaking through the door." Butler Cha knew Uriel too well. Uriel rolled his eyes and guessed what was on his mind. "I was just passing by and saw that your door was open. I thought I'd help you close it." But just as he was about to close the door, Butler Cha heard the sound of a piano from the attic. The fierce notes were like knives cutting through the night, plunging into a furnace of fire. Butler Cha could not help but listen. He could even hear the hidden meaning of the piano piece. Uriel's dissatisfaction with the religion. He would rather destroy himself than play this sad song. Butler Cha knew very well why Uriel had quit the music troupe, why he was depressed in this rundown house. Everything stemmed from his departure. And his departure was caused by the Church of Light. So Uriel playing this sad song in the middle of the night was actually a tribute to him. Butler Cha felt sorry for Uriel, but he was also secretly happy. After leaving the troupe, Uriel had rarely touched the piano. A few days ago, when he'd visited, the instrument had been covered in dust. It was as if Uriel had completely abandoned his identity as a musician. Now that Uriel was playing the piano again, although the music was full of anger, Butler Cha saw it as a good start. Perhaps Uriel had plans to walk out of his decadent life. Butler Cha had unknowingly made his way to the attic, wanting to have a long talk with Uriel. But when he saw Uriel's evasive gaze, he knew that Uriel had not yet walked out of the shadows. Nothing good would come out of any discussion with him now. It might even lead to Uriel's rebellious thoughts. Ah, how helpless. He was 20 years late to the rebellious phase of his youth. Butler Cha shook his head, lamenting his own hardships. The young master had not been rebellious in his youth. Who would have thought that in his middle age, he would be rebellious? Perhaps it was because he'd been holding back for most of his life, but this rebellion was even more serious. He refused to bow down, not even to return home. As the butler who had watched him grow up, the only thing he could do was tolerate. If he couldn't tolerate Uriel, then who could? Butler Cha shook his head, skillfully gathering the dirty clothes on the bed. He scolded in a low voice, "If you want to practice, do it during the day. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the people around you in the middle of the night? There's no one living nearby." Uriel retorted instinctively. "The nearest neighbor is the home of that crying woman. She's still awake, so I can't disturb her. The point isn't disturbing the people, it's that you should sleep at night and come back to work in the morning." Butler Cha quickly gathered the dirty clothes and straightened the quilt. "The quilt reeks of alcohol. You'll have to sleep here tonight. I'll come back in the morning to change your bed." Uriel wanted to refuse, but he knew that even if he did, Butler Cha would not listen. This was not a discussion, but a notice. With that thought, Uriel sighed deeply. He did not speak. Butler Cha picked up the dirty clothes. "I'll take these and the pile on the sofa downstairs. I'll bring them back to you when I'm done." Uriel did not reply. Instead, he pursed his lips. "You're not asleep either, and you're still running around outside. It's dangerous at night." The first half of the sentence was a complaint, but Butler Cha knew that was just a statement. The second half was the main point. "I'm not alone," Butler Cha said. "There are guards outside." "Guards?" Uriel paused. He walked to the window and looked down. As expected, there was a group of carriages parked outside his yard. Beside the carriages stood a group of guards and a white-robed cleric. The cleric seemed to notice Uriel's gaze. He looked up. When he saw Uriel's face, the cleric smiled and waved. "Long time no see. You played well. Your skills haven't deteriorated." Uriel snorted and let the curtains fall. The cleric below was his playmate for many years. He was now a white-robed cleric of the Church of Glory. He did not believe that the cleric could not detect the rebellious tone in his music. But it did not matter. Uriel's old friend appeared to be devout to the gods, but that was only on the surface. As long as there was no real action, he did not care about any anti-religious behavior. "Why is he following you?" Uriel asked. Uriel knew his old friend all too well. He was lazy, undisciplined, and lacked ambition. In fact, his laziness was even more serious than his current situation. The only difference was that when he was lazy, he would take care of his image. Uriel, on the other hand, was completely disheveled. That was why Uriel was puzzled when he saw the cleric appear beside the carriages. "He's looking for the master." Butler Cha carefully wiped the piano with an oily handkerchief. "Father?" Uriel's brows furrowed. "What happened?" "Nothing serious," Butler Cha said. "He wants to borrow some guards. He's going to the evening light port to bring a cleric back to the Church of Glory." Butler Cha's words were vague. To put it bluntly, a cleric had died at the evening light port a few hundred miles away from Dawnlight City. He needed to be brought back to Dawnlight City for burial. It's not hard to get to the evening light port. Just follow the River of Troubles. Why would he need to borrow my father's guards? Butler Cha looked at Uriel helplessly. "Oh, you. Ever since you came here, you've stopped caring about the outside world." "Uriel? I remember I bought you a newspaper. You should have a few days' worth of newspapers, right?" Uriel hesitated. "I think so. If it's not here, I might have set it on fire." Butler Cha finished wiping the piano and put away the oil. "Give me a moment. I'll go down and look for it." Not long after, Butler Cha came up from downstairs with a crumpled newspaper in his hand. "Just this one page. Read it yourself." Butler Cha pointed at the headline and waved his hand. "I'll be going now. It's not good to keep others waiting. I'll come back in the morning. Remember to go to bed early after reading." Butler Cha's voice faded into the night wind, accompanied by the sound of a carriage. Uriel waited until Butler Cha was gone before he lay down on the clean bed and picked up the Dawn Morning Post. There were 3 news articles on the page Butler Cha had pointed to. Due to the war in the east, the lower section of the river has been sealed off ahead of schedule. Will be unsealed next spring. This was the most important news on this page. 40 bandits have appeared on the northern route from Dawn City to the evening light port. Travelers should be careful. This was the second news. Uriel had a rough idea of the situation after reading these 2 news articles. The River of Troubles had been sealed off, so it was impossible to follow the river to the evening light port. The water route was out of the question, so he had to go by land. The closest route to the evening light port was the northern route. It was a trade route, and his family's guards were the most familiar with it. Plus, there were bandits on the northern route. If he wanted to go to the evening light port, it would make sense to ask his father's guards to escort him. Uriel had thought it would be something big, but it was just a small matter. He shook his head and glanced at the last news article. Fog in the swamps near the southern route of Dawn City. Evil spirits appear. Ghosts and gods. It must be a trick by the Church of Glory. It was nothing more than scaring the masses to gain faith. How boring. Uriel put the newspaper aside. Perhaps it was because of the hard work he had put in playing the piano and the sweat on his forehead, but he felt inexplicably tired. Perhaps he should sleep a little longer. With that in mind, Uriel's body slowly slid under the blanket. The warmth of the blanket was like a seal, drawing him into a dark and sweet dreamland. End of chapter. Dream Crystals, Uriel's attic. Luigi was lying on a messy carpet, taking deep breaths to soothe his breathing. He did not clear Uriel's dungeon yet, but the most important test was finally over. Luigi was glad that all his hard work in the past few days had paid off. He still had not received the recommendation letter from the chief singer of the Empire Music Troupe, but he was sure to get it. With the letter, he would be one step closer to the stage of his dreams. Now that Uriel had left, he probably would not come back anytime soon. Luigi considered and spoke to the air. I tried, but I still can't leave the dungeon. I think I'll have to wait until the main quest is over before I can leave the attic. I can't leave the dungeon, and Uriel's not here. I'll go offline first. He would come back tomorrow to see if he could finish the fourth main quest. Angor nodded. Okay. Uriel stretched himself and was about to go offline when he suddenly thought of something. Hey, what's going on outside? Did you see the arcane book dragon? Yes, I did. Since he had nothing else to do, he briefly explained the situation outside to Sunders. Uriel did not mind the dragon's reaction at all. Instead, when he heard that Angor and Laplace enjoyed a dragon feast outside, he froze. Dragon feast? Dragon heart, dragon core, dragon neck meat. Uriel's expression slowly turned from blank to hideous. He was so jealous that he felt his teeth aching. If I came in later, I could have enjoyed them too. You can't have them outside. They were priceless. He was only gone for a few minutes, and he missed out on the feast. This was worse than missing out on 100 million crystals. Uriel gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to think. That chef is still here, right? Yes, he left. Uriel, then, you should have left some for me, right? Angor shook his head again. No. Uriel groaned and collapsed on the carpet. If he didn't know that Angor was watching him from outside, he would probably be crying and rolling around on the carpet. It was unbearable. Uriel's dream lasted for a long time. He could have come back later. Because he was too proactive, he ended up missing out on 100 million yuan. Don't worry. Gleipnir and young Laplace didn't get to enjoy the feast either. Angor tried to comfort Uriel by saying, you don't have to worry about that. Gleipnir and young Laplace didn't get to enjoy the feast. Uriel replied, what do they have to do with me? They don't want to eat, but I want to eat. I've already thought about it. After the feast, I'm going to write a poem about the dragon's liver and heart. But now, I haven't even written a poem, and I haven't eaten the feast. I just mentioned the banquet, and now you're saying I've thought about it all along. Angor did not know how to comfort her, so he remained silent. Uriel would be able to adjust his emotions quickly. However, Angor still underestimated Uriel's attraction. Uriel didn't show much emotion on his face, but he was lying on the ground like a rotten salted fish, mumbling, wrong. This situation lasted for almost 10 minutes. Angor was about to lose his patience. When he was about to log out of the game and leave Luigi alone, he suddenly noticed ripples appearing on the wall of the courtyard. Angor's attention was immediately attracted. From his point of view, the entire loft was actually a separate space. This space was enveloped by an invisible dome, and this dome was the box court. Since there was a courtyard, there must be a border around it. Angor saw ripples appearing on the boundary of the courtyard. It seemed that something was trying to invade the courtyard from an unknown space. More importantly, the courtyard itself did not resist the intruder. It was as if the intruder was part of the courtyard itself. There was only one possibility he could think of. Was it Uriel? From the perspective of the dungeon, Uriel was the only owner of the courtyard. That was why Box Ting didn't resist when Uriel entered and exited. Also, when Uriel left the attic and disappeared from the courtyard, similar ripples appeared on the wall as well. Now, the familiar ripples appeared again, and the courtyard did not resist. Did this mean that Uriel had returned? As Angor pondered, a familiar figure appeared in the center of the ripples. It was Uriel, who left earlier. Without hesitation, Angor sent a voice transmission to Luigi. Stop talking and don't log off. Uriel's back. Luigi didn't know how to react at first. When he heard the familiar footsteps, Luigi bolted up from his seat. Uriel is back? Since main mission 4 required the player to enter the dreamscape state, logically speaking, Uriel should have entered the dreamscape state as well before returning to the main mission. Why is he back so soon? Did he enter the dream state again? But wasn't the dream state supposed to be activated once a day? Luigi's mind was filled with questions, but no one could give him an answer right now. He had no choice but to put them aside and quickly reorganize his emotions. First of all, he put away the look of despair that was caused by the dragon feast and picked up the harp that he had thrown aside. Finally, he put on an expression as if he was immersed in the palace of art while plucking the strings. When Oriel returned to the attic, he saw Luigi acting like a young, artistic man. But this time, Luigi was acting the wrong way. When Oriel entered the attic, he completely ignored Luigi, as if he did not see him at all. He walked straight up to the second floor without stopping at all. Even when Luigi called him, Oriel did not stop. What's going on with him? Luigi muttered in confusion. I don't know. But I don't think he entered the dream state. Let me see. Angor kept observing Oriel. The man went upstairs and sat down in front of a table. Oriel took out a black box from his pocket and placed it on the table. Angor did not see this box on Oriel's body before this, so it must be something Oriel got from his adventure this time. Angor was curious about what was inside the box. He wanted to know what Oriel was up to. Using omniscient view, Angor easily obtained the information inside the box. There was a seal inside the box. There was an image of a flag on the seal, and below the flag, Oriel was written in cursive. Clearly, this was Oriel's personal seal. So Oriel went out to get his seal back? Why did he take back the seal? Also, where did he get the seal? Did he get it from another Wonderland dungeon? Or did the authority of the Wonderland create a seal for him? Oriel took out a piece of paper from the drawer and picked up a quill on the table. He then dipped the quill in some indigo ink. Then, at the top of the letter, she wrote, Dear Chief Charlotte, long time no see. Goodbye. After placing a down payment, there was nothing else to be done. Oriel seemed to be thinking about how to continue. In the end, he shook his head and put down the quill. As soon as he put down the quill, Angor sensed strange information about the Wonderland floating around Oriel's body. Before Angor could understand what was going on, Oriel's eyes went from being clear and calm to being dazed. Oriel had entered a dream state. Angor understood what was going on. He did not know why Oriel entered the dream state twice in one day, but there was no way to fake it. As Oriel entered the dream state, more and more information about the Wonderland appeared above the attic and turned into countless strings that drilled into the bottom of the attic. Their target, Luigi. Main Quest 4 activated. Oriel will enter the dream state after successfully completing the quest. Duration of dream state, 50 minutes. Please enter the second floor and meet Oriel during the dream state to activate Main Quest 4. Dream state activated. Countdown, 159, countdown, 158, Luigi looked up at the ceiling in a trance. Main Quest 4 activated just like that? Oriel entered the dream state just like that. Why did it feel so fast? Where did Oriel go? Did he go to renew the dream state? Luigi was still wondering. But he was glad that he did not log off just yet. If he did, he would have missed the start of Main Quest 4. There were still 2 minutes left before the dream state would activate. But Luigi was not in a hurry. The dream state would last for 50 minutes. As long as he went there within the time limit, everything would be fine. Before going to meet Oriel, Luigi decided to talk to Angor first. Main Quest 4 would be activated as soon as he went upstairs, so there was no time to prepare. But Angor could see the situation on the second floor through omniscient view. Maybe he could learn something from Angor. 2 minutes later, Luigi finished talking with Angor. In conclusion, Oriel was going to write a letter to Chief Charlotte. The chief here was basically the chief of the Empire Music Group. Was Oriel going to write a letter of recommendation to the chief? Was he going to recommend Angor to Charlotte? But, didn't Oriel already have a letter of recommendation in his hand? Luigi thought for a while but could not figure out why. He decided to put it aside for now. Since he could not prepare in advance, he might as well face it directly. Luigi said goodbye to Angor and walked to the stairs. As he went upstairs, Luigi muttered to himself, Main Quest 1 is outside the attic. Main Quests 2 and 3 are on the first floor. Main Quest 4 is on the second floor now. If Main Quest 4 is not over, where will Main Quest 5 go? The attic is only on the second floor. If there's a new quest, it can't go to the top floor, right? Or maybe it's a new map? Can't you think on the bright side? Maybe it will be over after the fourth main mission is over. Luigi lowered his voice. Uriel's quest is over, but the main quest cannot be interrupted. I haven't reached the stage of dreams yet. Maybe the stage of dreams isn't a real one, but a symbol? Symbol? Luigi was puzzled. Something like that. Like some plays. When the play reaches the end, the value of the play will increase, turning the real thing into something virtual. For example, Angor once heard of a play called The Lonely Gopher. The play told the story of a lonely man named Gopher who lived alone for many years and longed to communicate with others. So, he agreed to meet a pen pal under an old tree in the countryside. The main theme of the play was to pray for rain. But in the end, when the value of the play increased, people realized that the prayer for rain was not a real prayer for rain. It was a symbol of a dry heart that needed to be nourished by friendship. It was to the extent that when later generations interpreted the lonely fruit tua, they interpreted the fruit tua in the book as a symbol. There was no such thing as Gopher in this world. Gopher was everyone present. Gopher's loneliness was also everyone's loneliness. The so-called The Lonely Fruit Tree was a story where nothing happened, no one came, and no one went. Perhaps the dream stage that Uriel had mentioned was also symbolic in nature. For example, the stage of dreams only existed in one's heart. I don't accept such an answer, Luigi said. But, Luigi quickly cut him off. No buts. You won't be happy with such an answer, right? After all, you helped me collect music scores and practiced with me at Xiaoka's haunted house. You've spent so much effort, and you're expecting such meaningless symbolism in the end? Angor remained silent. He did put in a lot of effort to help Luigi pass main mission 3. He might be joking that the stage of dreams was a symbol, but he would not accept it if it was true. Luigi saw Angor's silence and continued, anyway, I don't want to waste my effort. As soon as Luigi finished speaking, he arrived on the second floor. The door to the second floor was unlocked. Not far away, Luigi saw Uriel sitting at a table with his back to Luigi. Uriel seemed to have heard the footsteps behind him as well. He slowly turned his head. You, who are you? End of chapter. Following the question who are you, a Wonderland prompt appeared before Uriel's eyes. Main Quest 4 has officially begun. Duration of Dreamland, 50 minutes. Countdown, 49, 59. Countdown, 49, 58. The activation of the main quest meant that Uriel's every question, as well as Luigi's every answer, would become variables that would affect the outcome of the dungeon. Therefore, even though Uriel only asked who are you, Luigi did not immediately answer. Instead, he prepared to silently calculate in his mind, carefully considering each word before answering. However, before Luigi could think of an answer, Uriel on the other side spoke first. I remember you. You were recommended by him. At first, Luigi didn't know who Uriel was referring to. Until Uriel muttered in a low voice, not only did he give you the letter of recommendation, he also gave you the badge. According to the rules of Birmingham's Eden Academy, he gave up his identity, and you are his successor. Hearing this, Luigi came back to his senses. The him Uriel was referring to was the clown in the Sunshine Circus dungeon. Back then, Luigi had received the clown's letter of recommendation in the Sunshine Circus dungeon, which was why he had the opportunity to enter Uriel's dungeon. During the Sunshine Circus dungeon, Luigi had eliminated all kinds of powerful rewards and chose the Birmingham Eden Academy badge that the clown had given him to make up the numbers. This made Uriel think highly of him and gave him the opportunity to enter the dream stage. In a sense, the clown, who did not appear, was the biggest variable in Uriel's dungeon. Without the clown, he would not have been able to choose the dream stage. Uriel raised his head, his slightly dejected gaze sweeping over Luigi. As his successor, do you now intend to inherit his identity? Following Uriel's question, a familiar Wonderland prompt appeared in Luigi's mind. Please note. Every word you say may affect the subsequent development of the plot. Luigi immediately understood that this was a crucial question. It was a choice that would affect the outcome of the dungeon. Based on the information Luigi had received, it was not easy to analyze what to choose. However, Luigi had experienced the second main mission before. At that time it was also a negotiation, and there would be variables during the negotiation. Therefore, Luigi knew that he didn't have to give an immediate answer to Uriel's question. He could also extract some other information from Uriel, synthesizing the information before giving an answer. Thinking of this, Luigi directly asked, "Is there a difference whether I inherit his identity or not?" Uriel didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head, as if contemplating how to respond. This thought lasted for several minutes. Luigi wanted nothing more than to shake Uriel's shoulder and wake him up. Uriel then slowly said, "He's not just my student, but also the most outstanding graduate of Birmingham's Eton College. His reputation as a genius is the biggest gold-plated signboard in the industry. Even the chief of the Imperial Music Troupe thinks highly of him. So, if you inherit his identity, it also means that you inherit everything he has. You will become a genius like him. You will have his reputation. When you go to the chief disciple with a recommendation letter, the chief disciple will think highly of you. Your future path will become extremely easy." Before Uriel could finish, Luigi interrupted him. "Luigi, simply put, this is a path that has already been paved, right?" "Right? Uriel, you can say that. Do you think it's not good to have a paved path?" Luigi nodded without hesitation. "Of course it's not good. This paved path was prepared for him by all of you. He is him, and I am me. If I accept this identity, I will become the clown. Then who will become me?" Uriel looked straight at Luigi. "I remember that your goal is the stage of your dreams. If you inherit his identity, you can also step onto the stage of your dreams, and it will be easier." "Luigi, even if it's easier to step onto the stage of my dreams, that's not me. Even if I want to step onto the stage of my dreams, I can only be myself. I can't use someone else's identity to step onto the stage. I may be a performer, but I'm not a stage performer. I can't act. I will always be me, and I can only be me." "Uriel, is this your answer?" This time, Luigi did not hesitate. He nodded and said, "Yes." Even though Luigi knew that his answer would affect the instant's dungeon, he was unwilling to change it. He was grateful for the opportunity that the clown had given him. However, he did not want to become the clown. Regardless of the stage, even if it was not the stage of his dreams, he had to step onto it himself and not use someone else's identity to step onto it. Uriel cast a deep look at Luigi and gently nodded. "I understand. Then, who are you?" Luigi was stunned. This was the second time today that Uriel had asked him who he was. The first time, Uriel had said to himself that he was someone recommended by the clown. In a certain sense, he had defined him as someone who was inseparable from the clown. This time, however, Uriel's question was a genuine question. Clearly, this was the result of Luigi's earlier answer. "Since you are not someone else, and you can only be you, then, who are you?" "Luigi, my name is Luigi, a performer of the harp." This was the first time Luigi had spoken his name in front of Uriel. "Luigi." Uriel repeated the name over and over again. After a long time, he said, "I have never heard of your name before. For the Imperial Music Troupe, for the entire Great Tasman Empire, this is an unfamiliar name. If you were to use this identity to meet the chief, even if you have a letter of recommendation, it would be difficult for you to gain the chief's attention." If Luigi wanted to step onto the stage of his dreams, he had to gain the chief's approval. If Luigi were to use his own identity to meet the chief, it would be much more difficult for him to gain the chief's approval compared to using the clown's identity. "So, are you sure you want to meet the chief as a stranger?" Luigi nodded again. "Of course. Identity is important. However, what is more important is the playing skills." In other words, although Luigi could not rely on his background to win, he could rely on his harp playing skills to gain the chief's approval. "Uriel, very well. Since you insist, I will approve of your choice. Luigi." This time, Uriel called out Luigi's name instead of using the clown's name to define Luigi's identity. Luigi understood that the first variable had passed. However, he did not know what the impact of his choice would be. But even if he knew, he would still make the same choice. As a performer, he should focus on the work at hand, not his identity and background. "Uriel, The chief of the Imperial Music Troupe is called Charlotte. She is a person who values one's birth very much. In her eyes, only by being influenced by music from birth can one go further on the path of art. So, I do not know whether your choice is right or wrong. Your stubbornness may only bring trouble to yourself. Luigi shrugged. Since Chief Charlotte values one's birth so much, then the entire Imperial Music Troupe must come from an artistic family? Uriel, of course not. There are also civilian musicians who have climbed up step by step. Luigi, since Chief Charlotte can tolerate civilian musicians in the troupe, then she should be able to tolerate me. Uriel shook his head. It's not up to me to decide whether or not she will accept you. But to become a civilian, you must have rich experience in performing, as well as great skills. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to gain the chief's attention. Luigi shrugged, and nonchalantly said, "Isn't that referring to me?" Uriel did not react to Luigi's self-praise. Angor, on the other hand, felt his hands itching. Uriel said, "You do have superb skills. The music you played before would have been the finale of the Imperial Music Troupe." Uriel did not hesitate to praise Luigi's talent. Uriel continued, "Since you passed my test, I'll keep my promise and give you the letter of recommendation. Also, I like the music you play very much, so I'll write you an introduction letter in addition to the recommendation letter." Angor finally understood why Uriel took out the letter. It was to give Luigi an extra letter of recommendation. "But I thought you'd choose to inherit his identity. That way, I'd write a letter of recommendation to Charlotte, and she'd have a higher chance of accepting you. But now, you have decided to enter the maelstrom as Luigi. Even with my letter of recommendation, I don't think she will accept you." In short, Luigi's choice changed Uriel's original plan. "So, I have another choice for you. You can choose to let me write another letter of recommendation to Charlotte, or you can replace this letter with a letter of challenge from Guillermo. I will endorse the letter, but you will challenge him in your own name." As soon as Uriel finished speaking, the familiar Paradise prompt appeared. Clearly, this was an important point of choice. Luigi asked, "Who's Guillermo? Why should I challenge him?" Upon hearing Luigi's question, Uriel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lowered his head as if deep in thought. This was the second time something like this happened. Uriel would take a long time to think about every important question. Perhaps this was one of the hidden mechanisms of Main Quest 4. The duration of the dream state is limited, so you can ask questions in return. But every time you ask a question, Uriel will enter a state of contemplation for a period of time. It's easy to waste the dream time, so you don't have many opportunities to ask questions in return. Several minutes later, Uriel's confused look slowly returned to normal. Guillermo is an instructor from Birmingham's Eden Academy. He was also the winner of the last international stage. Uriel had mentioned the stage of the Alliance of Nations before in the second main quest. It was an art festival held by the Great Tasman Empire and other nearby countries once every 20 years. Guillermo was the biggest winner of the last international stage. He is also known for his harp. So, if you challenge him in the field of harp and win, you will be recognized by the Great Tasman Empire. Not only will you become famous in the Great Tasman Empire, but also in the surrounding countries. At that time, you can take the recommendation letter to Chief Charlotte. She will definitely approve of you. In other words, Guillermo was a springboard. He could bypass his identity as a clown and use Luigi's identity to gain Charlotte's approval. Luigi pondered for a moment. If it's in the field of harp, I am willing to compete with him. However, will this person called Guillermo really accept my challenge? Uriel, you don't have to worry about that. With my endorsement, he will definitely accept your challenge. Because... Uriel paused, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Because, he used to be my colleague, but our relationship wasn't good. He hated me very much, and at the same time, hated everyone related to me. As for why he hated him, Uriel didn't elaborate. However, if Luigi used Uriel's name to challenge Guillermo, he would definitely accept the challenge. Luigi thought for a moment and finally nodded. I am willing to challenge Guillermo. Although Luigi felt that using a springboard to gain Charlotte's approval was a little too childish, he also knew that different worlds and different civilizations had their own class stereotypes. If Charlotte really cared about her reputation, then Oriel's suggestion was definitely the best solution. Since it was the best solution, why not give it a try? When can I do it? Luigi asked. Don't worry about that. I'll write him a letter of challenge. You just need to wait. Luigi, didn't you give me the letter of challenge? I don't need to do it myself? Luigi thought the letter of challenge was a ticket to a new dungeon. But from what he heard, it seemed that Oriel was the one who sent the letter. Oriel nodded. I'll do it. If he hears about your challenge, he will definitely come to me. So, you just need to stay here and wait for him. Oriel picked up his quill and quickly erased the words "Dear Chief Charlotte, long time no see" from the letter. Instead, he changed them into "Guillermo, long time no see." Words quickly formed under his quill. However, Luigi couldn't see the words at all. When he tried to read them, he could only see various information about different realms. There were no actual words. In the middle of writing, Oriel suddenly looked at Luigi. By the way, can you tell me the name of the piece you played earlier? Black Sheep Confession, Luigi replied without thinking. Oh. Oriel nodded and went back to writing. Soon, Oriel finished writing the entire letter of challenge. When he put the quill away, the letter turned into countless light dots that scattered in the air. Oriel looked at the light dots in confusion. He didn't understand why the letter disappeared just like that. However, his confusion didn't last for long. Oriel's dream state was slowly fading away as the light faded. End of chapter. When Oriel's dream state dissipated, his eyes were still filled with confusion, but it was different from when he was in the dream state. In the dream state, Oriel was confused about his surroundings, as if he was confused about whether he was in a dream or reality. As a gifted citizen, Oriel's confusion was more about why he was sitting at a table, and why Luigi was on the second floor. Oriel rubbed his throbbing head as memory surfaced in his mind. Oh, he remembered. Luigi had performed an excellent piece of music and won his approval. He had thought of a way to pave the way for Luigi, and had even written a letter of challenge to his old colleague, Guillermo. These memories were of Oriel's actions in the dream. As a gifted citizen, Oriel did not know about the dream of Oriel's body, but he had retained the memories. Oriel rubbed his forehead, looking tired. I've already written a letter to Guillermo. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be here soon. At the latest, it won't be more than 2 days. Oriel turned to Luigi. In order not to miss the opportunity, you should stay here until he arrives. There are 2 more rooms on the side. You can choose one of them first. After that, Oriel ignored Luigi and walked to the piano. He began to play a piece of music. It was the Black Sheep Confession that Oriel had played not long ago. As Oriel played, Luigi received a notification that he had completed his mission. Special Dreamscape Oriel's Choice, Main Mission 4, Challenge Successful. Comment: I am who I am, and I am not a substitute for anyone else. Instead of taking the shortcut of crawling, it is better to stand tall and cut through the thorns. Main Mission 4 has been completed. Main Mission 5 will be unlocked after the reward has been calculated. Reward calculation: there is no reward for this mission, but you may receive a deposit reward from Main Mission 3. Deposit reward: a recommendation letter from the Imperial Music Troupe's lead singer. Main Mission 4 was actually quite simple. No matter how he answered, he would still be able to advance the main mission. However, from the evaluation given by the Wonderland prompt this time, because he did not choose the crawling shortcut, he needed to cut through thorns and thorns with a straight back in the future. Just from the words alone, one could see that the road ahead might be very bumpy. It wasn't that easy to get Chief Charlotte's approval. Other than that, the Immortal Lands prompt also indicated one thing. Oriel's dungeon wasn't over yet. Once he received the recommendation letter reward, Main Mission 5 would probably be given out. For such a small instance dungeon, the quest process is so long. Luigi sighed as he calculated the rewards. Soon, Luigi got the letter of recommendation from the chief of the Empire Music Group. Although this recommendation letter was labeled as a Wonderland mission item, it did not have an independent Wonderland space. Luigi had no choice but to keep the letter. After the recommendation letter was accepted, the 5th round of the main quest of the Oriel's Choice dungeon began. Special Dreamscape Auriel's Choice, Main Mission 5, Letter of Challenge, use the harp to perform a duel with the visitor, Guillermo. Please take note that after Guillermo visits, he will enter a dream state. Please note that you only have one chance to challenge this mission. Please note that in order to achieve victory, you must make proper preparations before the battle. Main Mission 5 will officially begin after Guillermo enters the dream state. Actually, before the new main storyline mission was activated, Luigi had already guessed that the new main storyline was definitely related to Guillermo. And it turned out that it was indeed a duel with Guillermo. Luigi wasn't too surprised. The only thing he cared about was the sentence in the Immortal Land: in order to achieve victory, you must make proper preparations before the battle. Preparation before the battle, what did that mean? Was it going to dig up more music scores to prepare for the upcoming battle? Or something else? Luigi couldn't figure it out, so he walked to the side and asked in a low voice. Unlike Luigi, Angor also saw the new Immortal Lands prompt. But unlike Luigi, he didn't care about the preparation before the battle part. Instead, he was more interested in something else. Guillermo will enter the dream state too. Angor was quite surprised by this. To put it bluntly, the dream state meant that a living being in the real world would enter the Immortal Land through an unknown channel. Auriel could enter the dream state because Auriel's choice was somehow connected to the real Auriel in some unknown way. In other words, Auriel was deeply connected to the Immortal Land. But Guillermo was different. He was a side character Luigi triggered in the fourth main mission. If Luigi chose to accept the identity of a clown, Guillermo wouldn't show up at all. In other words, Guillermo was a variable that evolved in a sandbox game. Since Guillermo wasn't related to the main mission, it shouldn't have anything to do with Auriel's choice. But even so, Guillermo was still pulled into the dream state. What was going on? Was the authority of the Immortal Land so powerful that it could pull people into the general plane as it pleased? Angor was puzzled. The authority of the Immortal Land was powerful, but Angor didn't think it was powerful enough to pull people into the general plane as it pleased. There must be some other logic behind the dream state that he didn't know about. Angor couldn't help but feel curious. He was very curious about the rules of pulling people. If he could pull people into the dungeon at will, wouldn't he be able to pull Sunders into it from the other side of the world? Of course, Angor didn't think it was that simple. But that didn't stop him from thinking about it. Since he had nothing else to do, maybe he could use this chance to look for information from the authority tree. Before Angor could think about it, he heard Luigi's question. The Immortal Land told me to prepare for the upcoming battle. What kind of preparation should I do? Because of Luigi's question, Angor decided not to use his search authority for now. Instead, he began to think about his own question. He considered his words carefully and said, as I see it, there are two kinds of preparation before a battle, either to trick others, or to improve yourself. What was the purpose of preparation before a battle? To win a decisive battle. If one wanted to improve their chances of winning a decisive battle, they either had to use tricks outside the game, or they had to work hard to improve themselves. Tricks outside the game meant to trick one's opponent. For example, before a decisive battle, one could use external forces to distract the opponent's mind, or even make the opponent sick. This would greatly weaken the opponent's strength during the decisive battle. However, this was a very difficult task for Luigi. After all, Guillermo was still an NPC who hadn't shown up yet. Luigi couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Since he couldn't use tricks outside the game, he had to improve himself. This improvement included improving one's zither skills, finding a better instrument to perform, discovering more music scores that could be used against him, and so on. Anything useful for the decisive battle would be considered as self-improvement. Luigi scratched his head. I don't think I have enough time to improve my piano skills. Finding a better musical instrument? I don't seem to have a choice. Before the main quest ends, I can't leave this instance dungeon. Don't tell me I can only continue looking for musical scores? Finding music scores is one way. But there are other ways to improve yourself. For example, targeted training. Speaking of targeted training, Luigi immediately recalled how he asked Angor to help him find music scores in order to gain Uriel's approval. He also asked John to check his performance, and asked someone to analyze Uriel's micro-expressions to determine his preferences so that he could find more suitable music scores. Since he was able to become the third member of the Imperial Music Troupe, targeted training was a good idea. But according to the Wonderland, he only had one chance to fight against Guillemot. There was no way to analyze Guillemot's preferences, let alone target him with targeted training. Angor chuckled when he heard Luigi's question. John always said that the onlooker sees the game better than the player involved, and Angor thought it was an exaggeration. But looking at Luigi's expression, Angor knew that Luigi had also fallen into a puzzle. Analyzing Uriel's micro-expressions is a matter of the past. It's over. Besides, we need to target Uriel because we don't know him well enough. We have to start from the very beginning. But Guillemot is different. Luigi had a suspicious look on his face. Ancient Claymore is different? What's different? I don't know Guillemot. Angor sighed. It's fine if you don't know him. But Uriel knows him. Uriel made it clear that there was a grudge between him and Guillemot. Or rather, there was hatred between them. Angor once heard a saying, "The people who know you best are not your friends, but your enemies." This sentence might be a little too absolute and biased, but in most circumstances, it could be regarded as a maxim. Luigi didn't know Guillemot, that was for sure. But he was also sure that Uriel knew Guillemot well. Therefore, when the Wonderland mentioned prepare for battle, it didn't mean that Luigi should collect more music scores. Instead, it meant that Luigi should find a way to learn more about Guillemot. And Uriel was the best medium to learn about Guillemot. Also, since Uriel had a grudge against Guillemot, he might have some records about Guillemot. You can check the attic and see if you can find more information. Uriel asked Luigi to stay in the attic to rest, but there might also be other reasons. Uriel could act as a medium for Luigi to learn more about Guillemot. Maybe the newspapers and books in the attic could help Luigi find more information about Guillemot. Collecting such information, using Guillemot's image as a training tool, might be the solution to main mission 5. Luigi understood everything after listening to Angor's explanation. Uriel was the biggest informant in the world, right? Before this, Luigi and Uriel were like interviewers. It was almost impossible to get information from Uriel. But now, he had passed Uriel's interview. In a way, they were peers now. Uriel probably wouldn't refuse Luigi's request. Besides, judging from Uriel's attitude and the fact that he was still playing Black Sheep Confession, Angor knew that Uriel liked Luigi a lot. Uriel was even willing to use his own identity to write a challenge letter to Guillemot for Luigi's sake. Of course, Uriel didn't want Luigi to lose to Guillemot. After all, Luigi was the one who endorsed Uriel, and he would lose face. If Luigi asked Uriel for information about Guillemot, Uriel would be more than happy to do so. With this thought in mind, Luigi immediately began his 2 major quests, search the room and defeat Uriel. Meanwhile, Angor used this chance to look into the Tree of Authority. He wanted to find out more about Guillemot's dream state. Somewhere far away in space and time. Great Tasman Empire, Dawn City. The first rays of the morning sun slowly woke up the city that had been silent for an entire night. The gloomy haze was penetrated by the dazzling golden light, and the entire city was immersed in a warm atmosphere. In a corner of the city, on the 2nd floor of a dusty attic, the morning light of summer penetrated through the broken window and illuminated Uriel's face. Under the warm light, Uriel slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He raised his hand and subconsciously shielded it from the light outside. Then, he sat up on the bed with a tired face. He sat on his bed in a daze for 3 whole minutes until he heard the morning choir of the Church of Radiance. Uriel slowly came back to his senses. A children's choir had the ability to purify one's soul. Uriel didn't like the evil deeds of the Church of Radiance, but he was still happy to listen to the 3 daily prayers. Uriel stretched his body as he listened to the faint singing of the poem. When he looked around, he noticed that the piano on the other side of his bed was extremely clean. In the past, it was full of debris and dust. Why did it feel so clean today? I even smell the fragrance of piano oil in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Uriel recalled the visit of Butler Chow last night, and the magical musical dream he had. In that dream, he heard a piece of music that was almost perfect for fighting against religion. No, it wasn't a dream. After Butler Chow left, Uriel felt like he had a second dream when he fell asleep again. In this dream, he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have learned the name of the dream music from the mouth of a performer. I think it's called Black Sheep Confession? End of chapter. What a strange dream. Not only did I dream of music, but I even dreamt of a name. Uriel turned his head to look out the window at the rising sun. Is that you? He muttered to himself. Is that you? Did you bring me the music? Uriel sat in a daze for a long time before he slowly got out of bed. Last night, Butler Cha had told him to come over during the day. If he saw him still in bed, it would not be good. Uriel got out of bed and tidied up his blanket. But as he did so, he froze. Why do I suddenly care about what others think? Ever since his partner died, Uriel had moved here. Every day, he lived in a drunken stupor. He did not care about what others thought of him. He relied on alcohol to numb his memories and reach his destination in a muddled state. He had gotten used to this decadent lifestyle. It was difficult for him to pull himself together again. It was easy to fall, but difficult to climb back up. As usual, Uriel would get out of bed, listen to music, laugh at himself, buy alcohol, drink, and die in a drunken stupor. But for some reason, Uriel did not feel like doing any of that today. He was even a little tired of these depressing activities. It was as if half of the haze in his heart had been swept away in a single day. Why did this happen? Uriel pondered for a long time. Finally, he concluded that it was because of the Black Sheep Confession. Are you not used to my life? Are you trying to wake me up through music? To cleanse me of my sins? Uriel let out a long sigh and went to the bathroom. It had been a long time since he had last cleaned up his face. He trimmed his messy beard and trimmed his messy hair. After a while, the man in the mirror raised his head. Although the man in the mirror looked much older than his peers, at least he was much more spirited than his previous dejected appearance. Looking at his new self in the mirror, Uriel wanted to say, "I'm back." It was both for himself and for those who had passed away. But after some thought, he decided that talking to himself in front of the mirror was too childish for his age. He suppressed the urge and muttered his own name in his heart. When he came out of the bathroom, the sun had already shone through the broken glass, illuminating half of the attic. The temperature continued to rise. Even though it was morning, the sun still made people feel hot all over. Uriel didn't mind the temperature though. He reached into the deepest part of the cabinet and pulled out a set of costume. It was a tight black tuxedo. This was once Uriel's favorite costume. After feeling dispirited, he used it as a bottomless pit. Now that the costume had seen the light of day again, it was no longer as shiny as before. There were even some spots of mold on it, but Uriel didn't mind at all. He put it on. The thick tuxedo and the rising temperature made Uriel's forehead damp. He didn't care about his body that was gradually oozing sweat. Instead, he took a deep breath and came to the piano. The reason he was so serious about fixing his appearance and dressing up properly was for the next performance. Yes, he planned to play the Black Sheep Confession again. Although he had already played the zither last night, his mood at that time was completely different from now. At that time, he was immersed in the present. But now, he wanted to bid farewell to the past. And the Black Sheep Confession was the watershed for this change in mood. It was also an important fork in the road of life that he believed to be. Therefore, he had to sit up straight and perform seriously. Only then would he live up to the expectations of his old friend. He exhaled a long breath, and then took a deep breath back. As his abdomen rose and fell, Uriel's fingers finally moved across the keys. His fingers became a blur, dancing like a swarm of bees. The crisp sound of the zither quickly spread through the attic, echoing endlessly. With no one around, Uriel was able to perform the song without fear of repercussions. Sweat dripped from his forehead as the music was pushed to new heights. It was as if Uriel had become one with the music. A few minutes later, the song came to an end. Uriel's movements were frozen. The sun shone down. Uriel, still in his costume, raised his hands high. He looked like a wax statue. But he didn't look lifeless like a wax statue. Instead, he glowed like a great artist in the midst of glory. After what seemed like an eternity, Uriel finally stopped. He unbuttoned his shirt and pants, one button at a time, until he was naked. His body was very tired, and every part of his body was soaked in sweat. However, he was very happy in his heart, and the smile on his face reached his eyes. He felt like he had come back to life. Late in the morning, Butler Cha arrived as promised, carrying a suitcase full of clothes. The clothes inside were not the dirty ones from last night. Even if they could be cleaned overnight, it would be difficult to dry them. Moreover, they were all out of season. Butler Cha's clothes were all new from the season. In addition to the clothes, Butler Cha also brought 2 servants to help him clean up the messy room. The first floor was the same as yesterday, littered with messy furniture and broken wine bottles. The 2 servants immediately picked up the trash. Judging from their practiced movements, this wasn't their first time here. Butler Cha went to the second floor, preparing to help Auriel clean up his bedroom, which was also the attic. Based on past experience, Auriel's bedroom door was filled with scattered clothes and the stench of alcohol. But today, when Butler Cha opened the door, he froze. The room was clean and tidy, all the mess in its place. Even the air was filled with a light fragrance. "You're here?" Butler Cha followed the voice to see Auriel in a light, short-sleeved shirt, sitting at the table with a pen in his hand. He seemed to be writing something. Most importantly, when Auriel turned his head to talk to him, Butler Cha saw his clean face and neatly combed hair. What was going on? Young Master Auriel had changed overnight. Butler Cha's eyes were filled with surprise and a trace of joy that gradually spread out. Had the young master figured it out? Butler Cha was ecstatic. When he arrived last night, Auriel had been playing the guqin. At that time, he had sensed a change in Auriel. Now that he was here, the change was even more obvious. Had the young master finally walked out of the haze? Butler Cha wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It was a feeling of homesickness, of longing, but not daring to face it. In the end, Butler Cha suppressed his thoughts and kept telling himself, "Wait a few more days, wait a few more days." It wouldn't be too late to ask after he was sure Master Auriel had figured it out. With that in mind, Butler Cha changed his tone. "Young master, you seem to be in high spirits today. Who are you writing to?" Butler Cha was certain it was a letter because he saw the envelope beside it. Although there were no words on it, he guessed it was because the letter wasn't finished. Auriel casually inserted his quill into the ink bottle and nodded. "Yes, but halfway through, he hesitated." "Oh? What's the matter?" The room was clean enough that he didn't need to clean it up. Butler Cha moved behind Auriel to play the role of a listener. Auriel had never thought of asking for help, but for some reason, he was in a particularly good mood today. His desire to talk was stronger than usual. Moreover, the one asking the question was Butler Cha, who had loved him since he was a child. Auriel thought for a moment, then voiced his confusion. "Butler Cha, when you came last night, you should have heard the music I played, right?" Butler Cha nodded. "It was beautiful, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it in front of members of the Church of Glory." Butler Cha didn't understand the core of Black Sheep Confession, but he had a hunch that this song would be rejected by the clergy. Auriel didn't try to hide it. "This song tells an anti-religious story." Butler Cha was silent for a moment. "Was this written by the young master?" Auriel shook his head. "No." Auriel didn't say where he'd gotten the score. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. "Young master, are you looking for an opportunity to perform this song? Such anti-religious music isn't suitable in Dawnlight City." Butler Cha suggested. "How about you perform at the Evening Light Port?" "No, I don't want to perform." "If you don't want to perform, then does the young master have any questions about this song?" "Butler Cha, did you feel that when I played this song yesterday, it was missing a bit of flavor?" "Missing a bit of flavor?" Butler Cha paused. He didn't understand what Auriel meant. He didn't know much about music. He just thought it sounded good. As for whether it was missing a bit of flavor, as a layman, Butler Cha didn't know. Auriel understood Butler Cha's situation. This song isn't actually a piano song. It originated from the harp. Butler Cha paused. "Harp?" Auriel nodded. "Yes. Because the original was a harp, when I played it on the piano, although it was mostly the same, it was still missing a bit of flavor. This song is very important to me. Perhaps it can change my future. Uriel wasn't spouting nonsense. At the very least, his transformation today was thanks to the Black Sheep confession. That's why I want to find someone to perform it on the harp. It would be best if they could perfectly reproduce the core of the song. Uriel paused and pointed at the envelope on the table. I want to find a famous harp player to reproduce Black Sheep confession, Uriel said. I was going to invite Luz. I'm halfway through the letter, but, Uriel sighed. But when I imagine Luz performing this song in my mind, I can't help but feel that it doesn't match. Although Butler Jah was not very good at music appreciation, he was very familiar with people who played music. He thought for a moment and understood Uriel's meaning. Yes, Luz is a master on the harp, but it's important to note that Luz's wife is a devout believer. Even if Luz didn't express his beliefs, it wouldn't be good for a believer's wife to perform an anti-religious song. Plus, she might not be able to express the charm of the song. For many songs, only when one's nature and the story in the song could the corresponding charm be expressed. For someone who didn't reject religion to perform an anti-religious song, even if they could, they wouldn't be able to reach the pinnacle. A reserved piece of music might be elegant, but it wouldn't be a true art. Uriel nodded. If you want to reach the pinnacle, Luz wouldn't be able to do it. But if I don't ask Luz, I don't know who else to ask. I don't know many masters of the harp, and Luz is the best. This was why Uriel hesitated. Butler Jah studied Uriel's conflicted expression for a moment. Why don't we ask him? He asked softly. Butler Jah didn't say a name, only a him. Uriel didn't know what to say. Him? Who's he? Uriel didn't hear a reply for a long time. He turned and saw a strange expression on Butler Jah's face. Uriel narrowed his eyes and thought of someone. You mean Guillermo? Butler Jah nodded silently. Butler Jah knew that Guillermo hated Uriel, and he knew why. It all stemmed from Uriel's partner. Uriel's partner was Guillermo's sister. Before her accident, Guillermo had thought that Uriel was a scumbag who had seduced his sister. He'd looked down on him. Later, when his sister was persecuted and disappeared, even though Guillermo knew that Uriel had little to do with it, he still stubbornly believed that Uriel had failed to protect his sister and caused her to suffer. In short, Guillermo didn't like Uriel. Uriel naturally didn't treat Guillermo kindly either after being despised so much. Usually, Steward Jah wouldn't mention Guillermo's name, but at this moment, he inexplicably thought of him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most fitting name. Uriel hated the Church of Light because his partner had been persecuted by the church. Guillermo, on the other hand, doted on his younger sister, and hated the Radiance Church as well. More importantly, Guillermo was a master of the harp, he was far better than Luz. Guillermo was once the grand finale of the international stage. In the field of harp playing, no one would dare claim to be the best if he claimed to be second. Someone who hated the church and was a master of the harp was naturally most suited to perform the Black Sheep confession. The only thing to note was that Guillermo also hated Uriel. Guillermo might not accept Uriel's invitation to perform. After listening to Butler Jah's explanation, Uriel's heart began to lean towards Guillermo. He knew that Guillermo hated him, but if Guillermo knew that this Black Sheep confession was related to her, would he be willing to come? After a moment of silence, Uriel nodded to Butler Jah. Guillermo might be able to perform the Black Sheep confession to perfection. I'll try to invite him. In order to perform the song to perfection, Uriel put aside his feelings for Guillermo. He picked up a quill and quickly wrote down an invitation. Not only did he explain the origins of the Black Sheep confession, but he also wrote down his own guesses. In order to attract Guillermo's attention, he even wrote down half of the score. After he finished writing, he handed the invitation letter to Butler Jah. Guillermo had settled down in Dawnlight City. If nothing unexpected happened, he should receive an invitation today. Uriel just didn't know if he'd come. End of chapter. Inside the dream crystal. Angor was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. If someone was next to him, they would be able to clearly see that his entire body's essence, chi, and spirit were clearly lacking. Several hours later, Angor's eyes were filled with darkness as if he hadn't rested for months. The reason for this was that he misjudged the amount of information required to enter the dream state. Angor was planning to find out how Galemo could enter the dream state from the Tree of Authority. In his opinion, such a straightforward question with keywords should give him an answer very quickly. But he didn't expect that there were tens of thousands of different information streams behind the question. Furthermore, every stream of information was like a torrent. If an ordinary person were to receive it, they would be washed away by the torrent of information in less than half a second and become an ignorant, hollow person. Even Angor would have a terrible headache if he tried to accept such a torrent. Not to mention the fact that tens of thousands of information streams appeared in front of him all of a sudden. Angor was startled and quickly stopped the flow of information. The streams were also divided into different tracks, and each track had a different flow. Therefore, not all of the streams reached Angor at the same time. Angor quickly stopped the flow of information and made sure that 99.9% of the streams were rejected. However, several streams of information still rushed into Angor's mind. There were about a dozen of them, and they were enough to mess up Angor's mind space. His mind was in a mess, and his mind was in a mess. He was completely exhausted from inside out. This was why Angor was lying on the ground, gasping for air. Fortunately, the exhaustion only affected his mind. Otherwise, it would affect his body in the real world. Angor lay on the ground for half an hour before he finally calmed down. His mind was still tired, but it was something he could handle. Ugh. He rubbed his swollen head and sat up. When his mind finally calmed down, he used astronomical shift to summon a small cluster of light formed by illusion nodes. He combined it with nightmare energy and slowly fused it into his forehead. After the ball of light entered his glabella, it was like a clear spring, nourishing his exhausted spirit. About 5 minutes later, his mind and spirit returned to normal. However, this normalcy was just an illusion created by an illusion. To put it simply, he felt normal, but his exhaustion had not completely disappeared. However, mental exhaustion wasn't considered an injury, and it didn't need to be treated. As time passed, it would naturally recover. He was still pretending to be awake, but even so, his exhaustion would slowly fade away. After a period of time, the illusion was removed. In fact, everything had returned to normal. Therefore, enjoying sobriety in advance wouldn't cause too much trouble. At most, he would not be able to enter the supercomputing state for a short period of time. Although the exhaustion had disappeared, some physical symptoms caused by exhaustion still existed. For example, the area between his eyebrows was still swollen. He pinched his eyebrows to relieve the discomfort while thinking about what he had just learned. This time, he didn't receive all the information related to the dream, but he had already memorized several important information streams. Through these information streams, he had a general idea of how Galemo could enter the dream state. According to the basic logic of Wonderland, the question he was looking for was categorized into a sub-column called dreaming. The sub-column was titled The Feasibility of Entering Dreamland for Non-Gifted People. Uriel was able to enter the dream state because his nightmares had turned into monsters in the dream realm. When the dream realm was first built, these dream monsters became cleaners and invaded the dream realm. After the cleaners died, the nightmare inside the monster's body was used by the Wonderland Authority to create various Wonderland instances. Uriel's nightmare was also analyzed by the Wonderland Authority and turned into a Uriel's Choice instance. Uriel in the nightmare became a gifted person. It just so happened that Uriel was still alive in the real world. Therefore, the Uriel in the Wonderland instance became a medium that connected with the real Uriel and created a connection between their consciousnesses. This was why Uriel could enter the dream state in the Wonderland instance. The explanation might sound complicated, but in simple terms, in order to enter the dreamland state, one had to create a connection between the consciousness of a living being in the real world. Uriel only managed to connect with the real Uriel because there was a body of a gifted person in the Wonderland instance that was created from his dream. Galemo didn't have such a body, so how could he unlock the dreamland state? According to feasibility of entering dream state for non-gifted people, Angor had a clear answer. As long as he could create a connection between the real Galemo and the real Uriel, he would be able to make Galemo enter a state of dreaming. This was a rather awkward way to put it, but it could be understood as connecting. For example, Uriel in the real world was A, Uriel in the Wonderland instance was B, and Guillermo was C. To make Guillermo enter the dreamland state, Angor had to create a connection between C and B. A and B were connected in the first place. If A and C knew each other in the real world, then A only needed to create a connection with C in the real world to achieve the state of C to A to B. In other words, Guillermo had to create a connection between the real Uriel and the real Uriel. Only then could Guillermo enter the dreamland state and arrive at the Wonderland instance. Speaking of which, there was another question: what is the connection in the unseen world? What kind of connection could make Guillermo enter the dreamland state? The answer he got was karma bond. As for what karma bond meant, Angor didn't get a detailed answer. Perhaps it was hidden in the information streams that Guillermo rejected. However, although he did not have a detailed explanation, he had some guesses. There was no such thing as karma in the wizarding world. The word must have come from Angor's mind. Just like how many mechanisms in Wonderland were related to Angor's will, they all came from Angor. If Angor had to find a connection, karma bond was similar to the fate mentioned by prophets. Karma bond was the fate bond. Guillermo in the real world and Uriel in the real world already had a fate bond. They were enemies. Angor believed that the fate bond didn't just refer to Guillermo and Uriel in the real world. More importantly, Guillermo and Uriel in the Wonderland instance had to have a fate bond. How did fate bond two people who had no way to interact with each other? A medium was needed. What medium could connect Guillermo, Uriel in the real world, and Guillermo in the Wonderland at the same time? Angor could only think of one thing: Black Sheep Confession. The music score in the Wonderland instance connected the three people in the real world and the Wonderland. If that was the case, maybe Uriel in the real world told Guillermo Black Sheep Confession and used it to draw Guillermo into the karma bond. Angor didn't know if he was right or not. Perhaps he would find out when the fifth main quest began. Angor decided not to think about it. The fifth main quest would happen in 2 days anyway. Angor staggered to his feet, rubbed his dizzy head, and looked at the attic not far away. He planned to check if Luigi found any clues about pre-battle preparations. Soon, Angor entered Box Ting's vision again. When he looked at Luigi again, he was stunned for 2 seconds. Is this Luigi? Luigi's appearance didn't change at all. But his spirit was completely different from before. Earlier, when Luigi finished his performance of Black Sheep Confession, he looked serious and serious. Even when he talked to Angor later, he didn't sound so lively. But now, Luigi looked like he was bathing in the sun. He was smiling so happily that the corners of his lips almost reached his ears. It was only a few hours. How did he change so much? Angor hesitated and asked Luigi through voice transmission. It didn't take long for Luigi to give an answer. His answer was both reasonable and unexpected. Luigi's first sentence was, "I really found information about Guillermo in the newspapers on the floor and the books in the attic." This was what he expected. The pre-battle preparations mentioned in the Immortal Lands prompt was actually a guiding clue. Luigi didn't know Guillermo, and he couldn't find any clues from other places. More importantly, he couldn't leave the attic for now. Therefore, the clue about pre-battle preparations must be hidden in the attic. If it wasn't in the books, it had to be in Uriel's mouth. As it turned out, Angor was right. Guillermo is a very famous harpist in Uriel's country. He used to perform as the finale in various stages. Because of this, there are many columns and news about him in the newspapers. There are also books in the attic that analyze Guillermo's personality and music. Through these books, Luigi already had a general idea about Guillermo's performance style and personality. Knowing one's enemy would greatly increase one's chances of winning the final battle. However, what excited Luigi the most wasn't the information about Guillermo. It was the fact that Luigi found a hidden Easter egg in the dungeon. Following Angor's instructions, Luigi began to look through the books and newspapers and found a lot of information about Guillermo. However, Luigi wasn't satisfied yet, so he went to ask Uriel about it. After all, Guillermo and Uriel had a grudge against each other. Uriel probably knew more about Guillermo than he did. To Luigi's disappointment, Uriel's information was more or less the same as what was recorded in the books and newspapers. The only difference was the details. Luigi did find something, but not much. This made Luigi feel a little disappointed. The only good thing was that Luigi seemed to have gained Uriel's approval. This made Uriel have a good impression of Luigi, so he answered all of Luigi's questions. He might not be satisfied with the answers, but he would definitely give an answer. Seeing Uriel being so easygoing, Luigi suddenly came up with a plan. Since Uriel knew Guillermo so well, Luigi could just play in front of Uriel and see if he could beat Guillermo. Simply put, Luigi would use Uriel's knowledge about Guillermo and play a cloud battle with Guillermo. Uriel didn't say anything about Luigi's suggestion. He didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. Luigi stuck to the spirit of no refusal means yes and began to play his best piece, and the song ended. Luigi looked at Uriel expectantly, hoping to get an answer. However, Uriel didn't say anything, nor did he compare his performance with Guillermo's. However, Uriel said something that had nothing to do with this. This was the hidden Easter egg that Luigi had discovered. Uriel said, "It's a perfect performance, and it's a style I've never heard before. If it's played on stage, I'm sure it'll attract a large audience. Unfortunately, I'm the only one in the audience. All I can give you is a lonely applause." Uriel paused, suddenly thinking of something. "Your music style is very unique. It's never appeared on the market before. Even the most knowledgeable professor at Birmingham's Eden Academy would find it difficult to find a similar style. Such a perfect performance, such beautiful music. It would be a pity if I were the only one to hear it. If Mr. Luigi is willing, I can record your score and send it back to Birmingham's Eden Academy for publication in the school magazine. More people will hear your music. Don't worry, the signature will be yours. It won't be stolen by anyone else." Following Uriel's words, a notification popped up in front of Luigi's eyes without warning. Special Dreamscape Uriel's Choice Hidden. Easter egg, musical score exchange. Uriel admires your music and is very willing to bring your music from a distant world to the great Tasman Empire, to the students of Birmingham's Eden Academy. Do you agree with his suggestion? Yes/no. End of chapter. Hidden Easter egg? Just by hearing the name of the mission, Luigi knew that it was definitely a good thing. He did not hesitate to answer yes/no. Along with the appearance of the word yes, the characters on the Wonderland prompt slowly changed, and finally, rows of new characters appeared. Hidden Easter egg, musical score exchange has officially begun. You can submit music scores to Uriel during the exchange. After submitting a music score, you will receive a Wonderland box as a reward. Please note that the number of times you can submit music scores is unlimited. However, the maximum number of Wonderland boxes in the hidden Easter egg is 5. The type of Wonderland box is random. The quality of the Wonderland box will change according to the quality of the music score submitted. Number of Wonderland boxes remaining, 5/5. The deadline for the hidden Easter egg is when Main Quest 5 begins. Luigi was pleasantly surprised when he saw the reward. He was only looking forward to the stage of dreams in this quest. He did not expect to receive 5 Wonderland boxes in addition to his expectations. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Angor was also surprised after hearing Luigi's description. He originally thought that this Wonderland instance dungeon was a story-type instance dungeon. This kind of instance dungeon focused on the development of the plot and would not reward any Wonderland items. He did not expect that even a no battle, no exploration, and no map dungeon like this would still give out Wonderland items. It was a little strange, but it was still a great surprise for challengers who were not good at fighting. Also, the variety of items produced by the Wonderland meant that the authority of the Wonderland was very thorough in its planning, which pleased Angor a lot. But, then again, that was not the case. This method of repeatedly submitting items to the same NPC in order to obtain rewards was a bit like the activity NPCs or reputation NPCs in the game recorded in the holographic tablet. Could the hidden Easter egg of this dungeon be referring to the games in his memory? Angor shook his head to get rid of these trivial thoughts. Since you triggered the hidden Easter egg, did you get a Wonderland box now? Luigi nodded. Yes. While speaking, Luigi took out a handkerchief from his pocket. It was a square, pure white handkerchief. It was very plain and didn't have any fancy patterns. There was only a cute yellow duck head pattern at the bottom left corner. When Luigi carefully took out the handkerchief, Angor immediately realized that it was the item he got from the Wonderland box. There was indeed information about the immortal realm lingering on it. He took a closer look and saw the properties of the handkerchief. Immortal land item, little yellow duck handkerchief, from the immortal realm, Auriel's choice. Little Auriel had a little yellow duck quilt that had accompanied him since he was a baby. 10 years had passed, and even though the quilt was full of holes, he could not bear to throw it away. It wasn't until little Auriel started to live on campus that he was forcibly separated from the blanket. In order to keep little Auriel awake at night, his mother had embroidered a handkerchief for him that was identical to the yellow duck blanket. Although it couldn't be used to cover his body, it represented his mother's love for him. Effect: during battle, if you encounter a close-range attack, there is a certain probability of triggering little yellow duck's protection, and you will be immune to all physical damage. This was a protective immortal realm item. At first glance, the property of the item was not bad. But upon closer inspection, one would find that the effect had a lot of limitations. First of all, the item could only be triggered by a close-range attack. This was the first limitation. Also, the damage that could be immune to was limited to physical damage. All energy, soul, spirit, and other types of damage were excluded. As for pure physical damage, generally, only ordinary people would use it. Even if it looked like physical damage, there would still be a certain amount of energy attribute added to the attack by supernatural beings. The most typical example would be bloodline wizards. Even when they were still apprentices, their combat skills would be enhanced with thick blood aura and a certain amount of mana. There was almost no such thing as pure physical damage. More importantly, the protection of this handkerchief was not 100% protection. There was still a probability, which added another layer of shackles to the handkerchief. It was not that it could not be used. It was just not as useful as expected. However, in a sense, this could be considered as the first defensive item in the entire Wonderland dungeon. Such a start was already considered a good one. As for whether the duckling handkerchief looked too childish, or if its background story was a bit awkward, these were not important to him. No matter how childish the handkerchief looked, no matter how ridiculous the story was, it was not for him anyway. As the owner of the little yellow duck's handkerchief, Luigi did not care about such things either. The handkerchief would work as long as he put it in his pocket, and no one could see it. Even if they could see the handkerchief's appearance, they could not see its properties without Luigi's permission. Not everyone was as smart as him, who could see through a mortal realm item with a single glance. This is the item I got from the first Wonderland box. I exchanged it with the Dark Alley scripture. Luigi sighed as he spoke. Dark Alley scripture is actually similar to Black Sheep Confession. They're both songs related to religion. According to the description, the Immortal Realm box's quality will change according to the quality of the music score submitted. Since Uriel likes Black Sheep Confession, he should like Dark Alley scripture as well. I wanted to use this opportunity to please Uriel, but in the end, Uriel gave me this handkerchief from his Immortal Realm box. Luigi was still a little unconvinced. The handkerchief should be useful for exploring dungeons in the early stages. But it was only an early-stage Immortal Realm item. When all Immortal Realm items became common, no one would use physical attacks in a battle. Therefore, Luigi was still a little dissatisfied with the handkerchief that he had obtained. He was trying to please Uriel, but he ended up giving him a handkerchief he used when he was young. Angor remained silent for a moment. Dark Alley canon is related to religion. But did you forget that it's a religious hymn at its core? Black Sheep Confession, on the other hand, is an anti-religious song. Luigi was a little surprised. He quickly recalled something that happened a few days ago. He had bought Dark Alley scripture from Parrot, and he had bought Filthy Blood Purification song in the same batch of music sheets. Come to think of it, when the Parrot was trading the music scores, it did say something. These two music scores have great origins. One is a hymn from a transcendent religion, and the other involves a special mystic instrument. Without a doubt, Dark Alley canon was a religious hymn. Although there was an anti-religion section in the Dark Alley scripture, it was just a prelude. It was set up to suppress the desire to rise. The core of the song would be revealed in the later stages, which was a religious hymn. Thinking of this, Luigi understood. No wonder Uriel's brows had been furrowed so tightly after examining the score. Uriel didn't like religious music, especially those that praised religion. Angor looked at Luigi, who was still in a daze. You'll know if it's a hymn or not after you play it. Didn't Uriel ask you to play it when you talked to him? Luigi scratched his head. I can play it. But I've already memorized the notes since I got it. I didn't play it even once. I was worried that I might be too rusty, so I gave him the music score directly. Speaking of this, Luigi felt a little embarrassed. As long as he could play it, he would be able to find the core of the hymn even if he didn't play it well. However, he was worried that he might not be able to play it well for the first time and miss the chance. Luigi sighed helplessly. No wonder he gave me a useless handkerchief in the Wonderland box. So he didn't like Dark Alley Canon at all. What a waste of a chance to exchange for a Wonderland box. Angor tried to comfort Luigi. Actually, the quality of the Wonderland box doesn't necessarily depend on Uriel's preferences. The Wonderland box only said that the quality of the box would change according to the quality of the music score submitted. It didn't mention anything about Uriel's preferences. Luigi said, now that you mention it, I feel even worse. The quality of Dark Alley Scripture is actually on the same level as Black Sheep Confession. In terms of quality, it can only be exchanged for a small yellow duck handkerchief. Wouldn't it be even harder for me to get a better Fairyland box? Angor didn't know what to say. Angor considered. The yellow duckling handkerchief isn't as useless as you think. Angor wasn't slapping himself in the face. He had to admit that the yellow duckling handkerchief wasn't very useful to Luigi. But it was only useful to Luigi. Luigi had a physical body in real life. If he ran into any danger in the Wonderland dungeon, he could just force himself to log off. But for the new residents who only had one life, this kind of defensive immortal realm item was definitely more valuable than any other item. Another's arsenic was another's honey. If Luigi didn't think his arsenic was good enough, he could always trade it for honey. When the new residents groups expanded, they would be able to get all kinds of Wonderland items from the dungeon. When the time came, Luigi could trade with these new residents and exchange them for items that he liked. Luigi rubbed his chin and nodded. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Plus, we still have 4 chances to exchange for Wonderland boxes, right? This time, you don't have to sing about religion. Use an anti-religion one. Luigi considered and nodded. Then I'll use blood purification this time? Parrot told me that the background of this song tells a story about the reversal of light. Blood purification basically told the story of a believer who fell into darkness, so religious people came to purify him. However, as they did so, they realized that the believer's so-called fall into darkness was actually a search for light, while the religious people were the ones who needed to be purified. The story wasn't purely anti-religion, but it was similar to the awakening of ordinary people. Moreover, according to the parrot, the filthy blood purification song also involved a secret ritual. If Uriel, or the immortal authority behind him, could hear the value of the secret instrument, perhaps the quality of the immortal box would improve as a result. Angor didn't mind Luigi's choice. He couldn't ask Guy and the others for help right now. The Easter egg wouldn't last long, and he might not be able to find a perfect match. Since he had made up his mind, Luigi didn't hesitate and went to Uriel. However, he didn't hand it in right away. Instead, he decided to play it first. At least, he wanted to make sure the core wasn't religious. Although he had never played the filthy blood purification song before, he still managed to play the entire song almost perfectly with his excellent skills. The first half of the song was mostly about purification, with all kinds of holy chants. The middle part was the same holy chants and the same melody. But at the end, the song was filled with darkness and ghosts. At the end of the song, the filthy blood purification song reached its climax again. It was still the same melody, but this time, it was filled with a distant and deep hope in the darkness. It was like seeing a lighthouse in the endless sea of darkness. 1 melody, 3 cores, 3 atmospheres. Uriel's eyes widened as he listened. Even though he did not say anything, Angor could see how shocked he was by the arrangement of the music. When the song ended, Luigi was a little shocked by the arrangement. It wasn't a traditional anti-religion song, but it still had elements of anti-religion in it. The most important thing was that the music was very clever. With a simple change of tune, the whole atmosphere was completely changed. And this was Luigi's first time playing it. If it was like the Black Sheep Confession, he could practice for a few more days before playing it. Perhaps the Filthy Blood Purification song would surpass the Black Sheep Confession and take the first 2 places. It was an excellent piece of music, no doubt. But Luigi didn't sense the secret ritual, core and blood purification, as mentioned by Parrot. Was the secret ritual a 3-tone atmosphere? Or was there some secret code hidden in the notes? Luigi couldn't think of anything. But these were all trivial details that didn't matter. The most important thing now was to submit the Filthy Blood Purification song and see what kind of reward Auriel would give after he received it. Would the Paradise Box improve its quality? End of chapter. Not long after the performance of the Filthy Blood Purification song ended, the notification of receiving the Paradise Box appeared in front of Luigi. Without hesitation, Luigi opened the box. Following an elegant plucking sound, a green harp engraved with dark patterns of flowers appeared in Luigi's arms. Luigi's heart raced as he stared at the green harp in his arms. Luigi did not see the properties of the harp, but as a performer who played harps for years, he knew that the harp would not be bad. At the very least, it wouldn't be any worse than the harp he was currently using. Even he could feel the greatness of the harp through the box. This was because the harp was placed on the table by Luigi. A gust of wind blew in from outside the window, and as the wind plucked the strings, there were dancing notes flowing out. There were even faint illusions of blooming flowers in the air. If the plucking of the wind was already so pleasing to the ears, what more a real harp player? Angor even suspected that if Luigi obtained this harp before coming to Auriel's quest, he would not need to use Black Sheep Confession at all. Instead, he would be able to force his way into the top 3 with the help of the instrument. Of course, it was too late to say such things now. Angor shook his head and pushed these irrelevant thoughts to the back of his head. Next, he narrowed his eyes and checked the properties of the Wonderland box floating around the green harp. Wonderland item, Grace of Flowers. From the Wonderland Auriel's choice. Through the fields, through the streams, through the forests, over the mountains. A wandering poet never sought fame or glory. He only cared about the stars in the sky, the night breeze in the mountains, and the words of flowers scattered in the wind. Additional skills, Whisper of Wind, Whisper of Flowers. Whisper of Wind, the wind will carry your music to faraway places. Wherever the wind blows, you will hear the whispers of the wind and the whispers of the harp. Whisper of Flowers, the fragrance of flowers will lead the restless heart to a quiet place. When performing, it will greatly increase the audience's attention and immersion. This item can be stored in a separate Wonderland space. After reading the properties of the harp, Angor was left speechless. Based on the attributes of this harp alone, in terms of function, it was actually inferior to the yellow duck handkerchief from before. This was because it was a musical instrument that was specifically used for playing. It had no combat or auxiliary functions. 499. 9% of the people, he was far inferior to the yellow duckling handkerchief that could receive extraordinary protection. But for those who truly loved music and art, this harp was definitely a treasure. Not to mention its additional skills, just the moving strings of the harp itself were a masterpiece rarely seen in hundreds of years. Not to mention, he also had a strong enhancement to the harp's performance. 2 skills. The introduction of Language of the Wind was a bit vague, but in fact, it was to expand the audience's listening range. As long as it was in a place where the wind blew, no matter how far away it was, it could bring the musical notes to it. As for how far it could be carried by the wind, it was currently unknown. However, its ability to expand the musical notes was an excellent effect for a performer. Allowing the audience to listen from afar, they would not lose their focus due to the distance, nor would they lose their focus due to the distance. The effect of Language of Flowers was more straightforward. As long as the performer performed the music in the language of flowers, he or she could increase the audience's attention. Of course, increasing the audience's attention was not necessarily a good thing. If there were flaws in one's performance, the audience might not notice them in normal times. But now that the audience's attention was increased, the flaws would be magnified. However, if the performer's performance was already at its peak, the effect of increasing the audience's attention would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would further increase the audience's immersion, which was excellent. As for Luigi, his performance was flawless. Therefore, the effects of both Language of the Wind and Language of Flowers were positive for him. More importantly, the effects of these two skills did not affect the performer's performance. He did not directly improve the performer's performance. Instead, he strengthened the audience's sense of hearing. This was definitely a supreme treasure for the heavenly diviner. Just look at Luigi's expression right now. When Luigi saw that it was a harp, he was already very surprised. Now, after looking at the attributes of the charming floral language, it was as if he had been watered by holy water. His whole person was refreshed, and the smile on his face was so big that it almost reached the sky. The quality of the Wonderland box improved. Luigi could not hide his joy. Angor could feel his excitement even from the other side of the box. Angor nodded. From Luigi's point of view, the Wonderland box's quality did improve a lot. With Language of Flowers, I'll have a better chance against Guillermo. Luigi had been troubled by the fact that the harp he was using was of poor quality. He had been able to fool Auriel, who was on a different track, but Guillermo was a master harp. Using an ordinary harp to deal with him was equivalent to breaking an arm. But now, Language of Flowers made up for this shortcoming. Just as Luigi was getting excited, Auriel suddenly said, "Blood purification is the most interesting arrangement I've heard in recent years. There are 3 pieces in one key, and each piece is a new experience. I'm afraid you won't find another song like this in the entire Tasman Empire. Just the filthy blood purification song made today's exchange worth it." Luigi remained humble in the face of Auriel's praise. The main reason was that it was also his first time playing the filthy blood purification song. Being able to produce such an effect was also beyond his expectations. Also, when he submitted the Dark Alley Bible, Auriel only recorded the score and did not tell him much. Now that he submitted the blood purification, Auriel actually praised him on his own accord. Luigi felt there was more to it. Was there something else? Did he trigger another Easter egg? Was it a side quest? As Luigi pondered, Auriel did give him something else. But it was not what he expected. "I just thought of something. You're going to challenge Guillermo, right? I have a piece of information here." Hearing Auriel's words, Luigi's expression was a little stiff. He had asked Auriel about Guillermo before, but Auriel had ignored him. He did not expect Auriel to take the initiative to talk about Guillermo now. So if he did not use music to move Auriel, was Auriel not going to say anything? Even if he was going to challenge Guillermo in his name, although Luigi was a little speechless, it was good enough that he got the information. He did not care about how he got it. After about 20 minutes, Auriel told him everything he knew about Guillermo. Most of the information Auriel told him overlapped with what Luigi found in newspapers and books, but there were also some exclusive exposés. It included Guillermo's acting style, the way he performed, and some of Guillermo's actual combat experiences. For example, what kind of performance did Guillermo use to win the favor of nearly 100 artists from different countries and obtain the finale of their stage? These actual combat experiences gave Luigi a rough idea of Guillermo's acting style. What surprised Luigi the most was that Guillermo's attitude towards religion was the same as Luigi's. They both hated it. This was not recorded in any of the books or newspapers. Furthermore, Luigi realized that Auriel seemed to want to say something when he mentioned this. It was as if Guillermo's hatred for religion had some hidden reasons. Although Luigi did not know what exactly was going on, this information was very valuable to him. If Guillermo also hated religion, perhaps he could take this opportunity to practice the filthy blood purification song and use it to fight? If he won, he would also gain a good reputation in Guillermo's heart. After Auriel finished talking about Guillermo, he sank into deep thought, as if he was thinking about something. On the other side, Luigi started to prepare the third piece in advance. After tasting the sweetness of the filthy blood purification song, Luigi planned to continue his previous tactic and give Auriel an anti-religion music feast. However, Luigi did not usually perform anti-religion music. After all, there was no religion in the Mirror Realm apart from Neon City. Luigi himself lived in Neon City, so he wouldn't go against them. Besides, the people of Neon City believed in Lady Mirror, who was the boss behind Angor. Luigi would never go against them. Apart from Black Sheep Confession and Filthy Blood Purification Song, Luigi did not know any other anti-religion music. He had to ask Angor for help. Angor did have several anti-religious songs in his hands, all of which were prepared by Guy. However, they were not as good as the Black Sheep Confession. However, they were not making a reservation right now. They were only exchanging music scores for the Paradise Box, so these songs should be fine. At least, they were better than Dark Alley Canon. Angor spent several minutes carefully choosing an anti-religion music score. This is a song that tells the story of how a mortal was enslaved by a cleric. It's called Slender Blood, he explained to Luigi in detail. About 10 minutes later, he finally finished explaining the entire score with great effort. Luigi also began to digest the music. When he was almost done, Luigi tried playing a few notes and felt that the music was going well. He decided to submit the music score to Auriel. Perhaps it was the notes Luigi played that woke Auriel up. He turned his head and looked at Luigi. Then he looked at the strings on the piano. Auriel seemed to have thought of something. Oh, right. If possible, try not to come here again with music like Filthy Blood Purification Song. Both Angor and Luigi did not know what to say. What's going on? I just finished preparing a new music score, and you're already flipping the table. Auriel seemed to see the doubt in Luigi's eyes. He sighed and said slowly, please don't misunderstand. Whether it is Black Sheep Confession or Blood Purification, I personally like them. However, compared to my personal preference, I hope to bring Luigi's music to a bigger stage and to more people. I want to compile your music into a book and publish it in Birmingham's Eden Academy's magazine. In fact, if possible, I want your music to spread throughout the entire Great Tasman Empire. That's why I hope Luigi can bring more types of music to the Empire, and not limit himself to this one. Also, I don't think Black Sheep Confession will make it into the magazine. Filthy Blood Purification Song might be tolerated, but given the current situation, it won't be easy to spread it on a large scale. Auriel looked expectantly at Luigi as he spoke. Luigi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He did not understand what Auriel meant. In the end, Angor explained to him through telepathy, and he finally understood the reason. To put it simply, Auriel did not want to limit Luigi's music selection by his personal preferences. In order to spread Luigi's music across the Empire, Auriel hoped that Luigi would choose a wider range of music styles. Auriel didn't tell him why Black Sheep Confession and Tainted Blood Purification had to be minimized. But considering the current situation in Tasman Empire, Angor figured out the reason behind it. Tasman Empire was located in the wizarding world of the Western continent. It was also a wizarding world, but it was an endless distance away from the southern wizarding region. The culture and environment here were completely different from the southern wizarding region. Due to the existence of the supreme cult in the southern wizarding region, there was hardly a place for religion to survive. However, the western continent was different. There were not only religions here, but also wizard organizations with religions in their names. In such a place, religious beliefs were normal. There were also theocratic countries. Tasman Empire was one of those countries where theocracy reigned supreme. The religion they believed in was the Church of Light. In a theocratic country like this, if you created anti-religious music, you would be punished for it, let alone spread it. Black Sheep Confession would never be spread. At most, it would be communicated in private. Although the Filthy Blood Purification Song had anti-religious content, it was more of an insightful meaning, similar to yin and yang. If one was not a master, one might not be able to hear the insightful meaning. Therefore, the song could be spread to a small circle, but not to a large one. Since Auriel wanted to compile Luigi's music into a book and publish it in the school magazine, he naturally hoped that the music would be widely spread. Anti-religious music was the first thing that should be eliminated. Luigi understood that since anti-religious music could not be published, he had to put Towerrope's blood aside. He had to find other music scores. Luigi knew many music scores, but he did not know which one could improve the quality of his Wonderland box. He could only curse the authority of the Wonderland in his mind. It took him so much effort to find a shortcut, only to find a harp. What the hell was this? End of chapter. Since it was a country where theocracy reigned supreme, why not submit some religious hymns? Uriel quickly dismissed the idea as soon as he thought about it. He still remembered what happened to Dark Alley Codex. He didn't want his Wonderland box to only give him something like a yellow duckling handkerchief. Uriel didn't like religious hymns, and he couldn't publish anti-religious music in the school magazine. So what should he choose? Uriel used up all his trump cards and discussed with Angor. In the end, he came up with 3 major pieces. They were Journey in the Dark, Forbidden Overture, and Against the Wind. Among them, Dark Traveler and Forbidden Overture were created by Uriel himself, while Against the Wind was provided by Angor. Journey in the Dark was a song about traveling in the dark for several months when Uriel was inspired to create it. It was a song about traveling in the dark and endless loneliness. In the vast and boundless void, a lonely and silent traveler. He wrote about the macroscopic world from his personal perspective. He feared the void while moving forward fearlessly. This was a song that was widely recognized in the daylight mirror realm. Every time Uriel performed this song, the audience would cheer him on. Even Gleipnir, who was extremely picky, gave Journey in the Dark a high evaluation. Of course, the compliments were only limited to the music. Luigi's original poems were a bit of a spoilsport. Still, they didn't need to submit their poems for this competition. Therefore, the poems that Luigi had been thinking about were useless, and naturally, they would not lower the style of Journey in the Dark. The second song was called Forbidden Overture. The so-called forbidden had nothing to do with gods. It referred to the various rules and prohibitions of Neon City. This was an emotional song that Luigi wrote after witnessing the rules of the never-falling royal city from his own perspective. Among them, there were those who were puzzled by the strangeness of the 18 laws, those who were surprised by the strictness of the 6 great prohibitions, and those who lamented the mysteries of the 3 great oracles. The Divine Prohibition Overture was born from all kinds of emotions. To some extent, Forbidden Overture had something to do with religion. However, it wasn't too deep. It didn't express any praise or objection. It only described a phenomenon from an objective point of view. It probably wouldn't be suppressed by the exchange of light. As for the third song, Against the Wind, it was one of the 3 refreshing songs chosen by Guy and Broy. The 3 refreshing songs were Fantasy of the Abyss, Against the Wind, and Metamorphosis of the Ugly Raven. At the time, Guy and the others hadn't figured out that Uriel liked anti-religious tunes. They had assumed that he liked music that was refreshing. So they had listed out the best of each genre. These 3 songs corresponded to the different refreshing genres. Among them, Against the Wind and Billows had a very intense melody. Being in the midst of such intense notes, it was as if one had transformed into a gale, fighting against the heavens, fighting against the sea, and fighting against all the difficulties in the world. It also corresponded to the refreshing feeling of breaking through 10,000 difficulties. Among the 3 songs, Against the Wind was not the best. The reason why he chose this song was purely because of Luigi's newly acquired charming flower language. The new harp was closely related to wind, so it would be better if it could play a wind song. He wanted to see if he could use this trick to improve the quality of the box. After confirming the selection, Luigi submitted the 3 pieces of music one by one according to the order. Journey in the Dark was traded for a palm-sized glass orb. Inside the glass orb was a small, 2-story house with a pointy roof. From the outside, it bore a striking resemblance to the loft Uriel was currently residing in. However, Uriel's loft was more dilapidated, while the small house inside the glass orb was brand new. Information about the fairyland appeared. As expected, the item wasn't about the glass orb. It was about the small house inside. Fairyland Building, Journey House. From the Fairyland Uriel's Choice. A 2-story house with 5 rooms and a small yard. The interior of the house is well equipped. As long as there is enough energy, the house can be used freely. It can also repair damaged areas automatically. Additional ability, tired from the trip, need a rest? Tired from the trip. Step into the journey house and your fatigue will be instantly removed. Need a rest? Sleep in the journey house and your negative energy will be slowly removed. Note, the journey house cannot be placed inside the glass orb when there is an intelligent being inside. This item can be placed inside the glass orb. At the same time, it can also be placed inside a separate fairyland space in the form of a glass orb. Perhaps Journey in the Dark was too lonely, so the fairyland box also became a small house to rest in during the trip. This was a fairyland building category. It wasn't the first time such a fairyland item appeared. Meow Meow also received a fairyland building in Tomorrow Town. It was a detective agency with a pigeon squad inside. As far as Angor was concerned, Meow Meow's detective agency was better than the Journey house in terms of interior space, additional abilities, and other aspects. After all, the detective agency was a functional building, while the Journey house was only used for resting. However, in terms of difficulty, it was much easier for Luigi to obtain the traveler's cabin than it was for the detective firm. Also, compared to the other fairyland items he received in the same period, the Journey house was much more usable than the duckling handkerchief. The Journey house was not only suitable for living, but also a portable space item that could store a lot of miscellaneous items. Both Angor and Luigi were satisfied with the item. Luigi also received a fairyland box from Forbidden Overture. However, the item inside the box surprised Luigi a little. It was a piece of vellum. It was extremely soft to the touch. Judging from the texture on the paper, it was probably human skin. There were many strange symbols drawn on the paper. Most of them were blurry and broken, and Angor could not decipher them at all. At least on the surface, there was nothing that could be directly analyzed. Since he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes, Luigi decided to check the item's information. However, after looking at the attributes of the parchment, not only did Luigi not have any answers, but he also had more questions. Fairyland item, unknown human skin paper, from Fairyland? Ignite the human skin paper and create a space with a length, width, and height of 3 meters. Within this space, you can draw up a special law that will affect your target for 1 minute. Please note that the human skin paper is a consumable item and can only be used once. Please note that the law can only be used in the space. Please note that the law can only be used on living people. Please note that the law cannot directly cause death. Please note that the law cannot be used on gifted subjects. Please note that if you carry this item on you, it may cause stares. Please note that this item cannot be stored in any fairyland space, including inside a fairyland item. The series of please note left Luigi dumbfounded. This was just a one-time consumable item, but there were more warnings than the item itself, and this was the first time he saw a symbol on a fairyland item. Even the full name of the human parchment was prefixed with unknown. More importantly, this item did not come from Uriel's choice. Why did it show, when it came from a fairyland? All of this made Luigi feel very confused. What kind of fairyland item was this? How could there be so many questions just based on the information on the paper? Even Angor, who was standing outside the box, was puzzled, let alone Luigi. This kind of was full of fairyland items. He wanted to search the Tree of Authority, but he didn't know what term to use. He could search for the unknown human skin paper, but he wasn't sure if he could find the information about the row of question marks. Besides, the word unknown was too broad. Leaving these unknowns aside, the effect of the human skin paper was already shocking enough. Draw up the rules. There were many limitations to the rules, such as the item could only last for 1 minute, could not be used on non-humans, could not be used on gifted subjects, and could not cause death. But even so, it was still very powerful. Even if it couldn't cause death, it could at least bring someone to the brink of death. He could draw up a rule like breathing is wrong too, which could bring someone to the brink of death but not kill them. Even though it was a one-time consumable item, it still couldn't hide how powerful it was. Using this item in some special instance dungeons could even allow one to easily turn the tables around. However, the item had many restrictions. Most of them wouldn't affect the overall situation, but one of them was very special. Carrying this item on your person may cause stares. Who was the here? Was it a gifted subject too? Angor was quite concerned about this. He had a feeling that this human skin paper was powerful, but it also had a lot of hidden dangers. Luigi also noticed the unusual nature of the item. However, he wasn't concerned about the hidden dangers. Instead, he was thinking about something else. This is the first time I've seen an item that can't be put into a paradise space. Even if you want to put it in a building, you can't. Luigi paused for a moment. I'm curious. Where will this item stay after I go offline? Will it stay with my dream crystal body, or will it just stay where it is? Luigi asked Angor about where their bodies would be when they went offline. Angor's answer was that their bodies would disappear as well. Unknown human skin paper was obviously a big problem. It forced people to not put it into any space, as if its purpose was to open up and attract the attention of. If that was the case, the human skin paper would also disappear when he went offline. Wasn't it the same as hiding in a paradise space? If the human skin paper didn't disappear with his body and attracted the attention of, wouldn't he be killed as soon as he came online? Angor didn't know the answer to Luigi's question. Whether the human skin paper would disappear with the dream crystal body or not, Luigi would find out when he went offline later. Compared to that, Angor was more concerned about where the human skin paper came from and who it would attract. However, he couldn't find an answer to these questions right now. He had to put them aside for now. The previous 2 pieces of paradise items he got from Luigi were all good, even if they had hidden dangers. However, Luigi's favorite so far was still Glamour Flower. Neither Traveler's Cabin nor Unknown Human Skin Paper could compare to it. For a harp performer, obtaining an excellent harp was more surprising than anything else. If possible, Luigi would like to get another one. With great expectations, Luigi submitted Against the Wind to Angor. Against the Wind, which was as fierce as a gale, combined with Glamour Flower, reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even Angor, who was outside the dungeon, felt as if he was standing in the middle of a raging hurricane when he heard such a passionate performance. He had never experienced something like this before. In fact, he felt it was even more shocking than foul blood purification. Perhaps this was the improvement in experience that a good harp could bring. As a spectator, he believed that Against the Wind would not lose to foul blood purification this time. Since the quality of the Paradise box he obtained from the Filthy Blood Purification song had improved, would the Against the Wind and Billows experience a corresponding improvement this time? Soon, the Wonderland box was in his hands. But before Luigi could open the box, he heard Auriel speak. This storm-like performance makes me feel like I've returned to the days when I was challenging the academy. At that time, not only will I have a duel with my classmates, but I will also challenge foreign students, teachers, and even the master pianist who is a nominal professor. Those days were unforgettable. Auriel raised his head and looked at Luigi. Oh right, I remember that you're about to challenge Guillermo. Are you familiar with the rules? No. Luigi shook his head. Since you don't know the rules, I'll explain them to you. Without a doubt, this was probably the same treatment as the Filthy Blood Purification song from before. It was an additional benefit other than the Paradise box. It was a great benefit, but Luigi did not know what to say. He thought he would only discuss the details of the challenge when he was facing Guillermo. But now Auriel was telling him that the rules were already set. If I don't submit music scores that meet the standards, you're going to hide the rules of the challenge and only announce them during the official duel. End of chapter. Although Luigi was furious and kept complaining silently, thinking back, this was probably one of the mechanisms of the instance dungeon. It was still the same saying, one had to put in effort to be rewarded. Thinking of this, Luigi was slightly relieved. On the other side, the rules of the challenge gradually became clear as Auriel explained. In the entire process of the challenge, Luigi had to perform 3 pieces of music. First, after Luigi met Guillermo, he had to perform the first piece of music, and during the performance, there had to be an authoritative witness beside him. The first piece of music was also known as the Pathfinder Letter or Qualification Certificate. Luigi had to use this piece of music to prove that he was qualified and had the ability to challenge Guillermo. Because of this, the first piece of music had to be at the pinnacle, because if he couldn't reach the standard, Guillermo could use the excuse of your skills are not up to standard to reject the challenge. If his performance reached the standard and Guillermo used the excuse of your skills are not up to standard to reject the challenge, he would be laughed at by the authoritative witness beside him. If word got out, it would damage his reputation. Of course, since Guillermo was willing to come to the attic, it meant that he definitely wouldn't reject the challenge. But even so, the process still had to be followed. Luigi still had to take the initiative to perform a piece of music to show his ability and give the person being challenged a rough impression of his skills and style. Only then would he be prepared for the challenge. Engaging in a surprise and unequal challenge was out of the question. This was because this type of challenge was inherited from Birmingham's Eden Academy, which was a palace of art and the noblest academy in the entire Great Saman Empire. Those who graduated from this academy would also be crowned with the title of nobleness. If you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight. Similarly, if your nobleness came from the blessing of the palace of art, then you had to protect the sanctity of art. Art couldn't be tarnished. Therefore, those who graduated from this academy believed that regardless of whether they were challenging or being challenged, they had to be open and aboveboard. Any surprise challenge that didn't give any leeway would damage their reputation. Even though Luigi wasn't a student of Birmingham's Eden Academy, Guillermo was. Since you wanted to challenge Guillermo, you had to do things according to Guillermo's way. Otherwise, why would others accept your challenge? Therefore, Luigi performed the first piece of music for Guillermo. When Guillermo felt that you were qualified to challenge him, he would enter the official challenge round. There were 2 rounds in the official challenge. The first round was for both parties to perform a song of their own. This piece of music not only had to convince himself and his opponents, but it also had to convince the witnesses. This was because the outcome of the second round would still be decided by the witnesses. In the second round, each side would choose a piece of music for the other side to perform. The focus of this round was on strategy. You can beat them at their own game and give them a piece of music that you think they won't be able to perform well. You can also give them an extremely difficult score so that they will back off. This was similar to a test without an answer. It tested one's technical foundation and the ability to perform on the spot. In this round of judges, other than the witnesses, there were also the 2 challengers. Because it was the music you chose, you knew very well whether your opponent's performance was good or bad. It was clear who had won and who had lost. All in all, Luigi had to perform 3 pieces of music for this challenge. He could choose 2 of them himself, and the score for the third piece would be given to him by Guillermo. At the same time, Luigi had to prepare a score for Guillermo himself. Guillermo only had to perform 2 pieces of music, one for himself and one for Luigi. After listening to Uriel's explanation, Luigi more or less understood the rules of the challenge. However, he still had some doubts about the process of the challenge. If there are only 2 rounds in the official challenge, wouldn't it be a draw if each person wins 1 round? How would it be considered a draw? Uriel, according to the rules of Birmingham's Eden Academy, there are actually 3 rounds under normal circumstances. If the first 2 rounds are a draw, it means that your strength is very, very close to your opponent's. When both parties are close in strength and have won and lost, you have the best chance of entering the pinnacle duel. The pinnacle duel is not a one-sided battle. It is also the most artistic duel that can stimulate both parties' potential. This kind of duel is beneficial to both the performer and the audience. It can bring great inspiration. Therefore, in order to maximize the artistry, the third round of the duel will be performed on a stage for the entire school. The final round will be witnessed by all the teachers and students of the school. Luigi was deep in thought. He slowly said, "So, if we tie, we will go to Birmingham's Eden Academy for the final duel." Uriel shrugged. If it were anyone else, there would be a high probability of entering the third round. However, Guillermo is different. Luigi was stunned. Different? What's different? Uriel, Guillermo is an extremely proud person, especially when it comes to the harp. He doesn't think that there is a second person who can defeat him. To him, there is only victory. There is no tie. Once there is a tie, it is no different from a defeat to him. Simply put, as long as Luigi could beat him once, it would be considered a victory. Therefore, even if there were only 2 rounds, the outcome could still be determined. Uriel, therefore, from the final result of your duel with Guillermo, you actually have an advantage. As long as you win 1 round, you will be the winner. But then again, if you can rely on your own strength to defeat Guillermo in 2 consecutive rounds, he will accept his defeat wholeheartedly. I reckon that when the time comes, even if you ask Guillermo to write a letter of recommendation for you to Charlotte, he will still be willing. Luigi's ultimate goal wasn't to defeat Guillermo, but to gain Charlotte's approval. If he defeated Guillermo and gained great fame, he would also receive a letter of recommendation from Guillermo. Based on Uriel's understanding of Charlotte, she would definitely regard Luigi as a superstar. When the time came, Luigi would use the dream stage as an excuse to request, and Charlotte would no longer refuse. Luigi nodded. I understand. Right, I have another question. Who is the witness for this duel? In the rules of the duel, the role of the witness was very important. First of all, when Luigi performed the first piece of music, there had to be a witness to confirm that he was qualified to challenge Guillermo. Secondly, the witness served as a judge in the first and second rounds of the duel. His words could decide who the final winner would be. Originally, Luigi thought that the witness would be Uriel. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it wasn't quite right. Uriel had used his own reputation to give Luigi the chance to challenge Guillermo. If Uriel was the witness, in Guillermo's opinion, Uriel might be biased towards Luigi for the sake of his own reputation. This wouldn't be in line with the image of a witness being fair. Even if Uriel didn't have such thoughts, as the endorser, he definitely wouldn't have the status of a witness. If the witness wasn't Uriel, then who could it be? Could it be that there would be new NPCs other than Guillermo in main storyline Mission 5? In the face of Luigi's question, Uriel kept him in suspense. You'll know who the witness is when the time comes. Don't worry, the witness is absolutely fair. He won't be biased towards you or anyone from Guillermo. Furthermore, the witness's musical attainment and artistic self-restraint are also extremely high. There won't be any random comments like an outsider. After hearing Uriel's words, Luigi didn't ask any more questions. As long as the witness was fair, there was no need to worry. But after hearing Uriel's tone, it was already certain that the witness was a new NPC. The information that Uriel had given him about the duel was undoubtedly very useful. Luigi could use this information to make pre-battle preparations. Of the 3 pieces of music, he definitely had to choose carefully. The first 2 pieces were his own, so he could choose them according to his own standards and needs, and try his best to improve them to the limit. As for the last piece of music prepared for Guillermo, he had to consider it even more carefully. Luigi even had a faint premonition that whether or not he could defeat Guillermo in the end would depend on this piece of music prepared for him. Although Luigi's mind had already flown to preparing the music, he didn't forget about the last Wonderland box. He had high expectations for this Wonderland box. Previously, when he had obtained the graceful floral language, Uriel had given him additional information. If the additional information represented the quality of the Wonderland box, then this Wonderland box should also contain something good. Accompanied by a ray of light, the Wonderland box disappeared in midair. What was left in Luigi's hand was a thin piece of paper. This piece of paper was even thinner and smaller than the human skin paper from before. It was small and rectangular, with extremely dazzling colors and patterns on it. With such bouncing colors, it looked like a ticket to some psychedelic theater or circus. Why did I suddenly think of the circus? Luigi frowned. Could it be related to the Sunshine Circus? Luigi hurriedly shook off his unnecessary thoughts and carefully observed the information on the Wonderland box. After reading it, Luigi's frown eased slightly. Fortunately, this piece of paper had nothing to do with the Sunlight Circus. However, it was indeed a ticket. It was just that this ticket wasn't for the circus, but for the zoo. Wonderland item, Dream Zoo ticket, Winchime Garden special voucher, it is calling you. Will you follow its call and come to the Winchime Garden to take it away? When you have this ticket, you can enter the Dream Zoo and take away a Winchime from the Winchime Garden for free. Please note that this ticket is temporarily unavailable. If you want to enter the Dream Zoo, the prerequisite is that the Dream Zoo has already descended. Simply put, this was a special item that combined the ticket and the adoption voucher into one. It was both the ticket to the Dream Zoo and the Winchime adoption voucher of the Dream Zoo. Luigi didn't know what a Winchime was, nor had he heard of it. However, he thought that it should be the same as Gleipnir's black tiger, a Wonderland pet. However, Luigi had heard of the Dream Zoo. The Dream Zoo was the same as the World Grind, the Misty Island Dragon Tomb, and so on. It was also a special wonderland that was controlled by Laplace's temporal body, Dream Chaser Lon. Although Lon was the friendliest of Laplace's temporal bodies, this didn't mean that the Dream Zoo that Lon managed was a good place. It was said that the dream zoo was full of free-range evil beasts. These evil beasts had all kinds of incredible abilities. If one entered, it was very likely that they would be torn apart by these free-range evil beasts. Therefore, the dream zoo was more dangerous than other wonderlands. It was even more terrifying than the world grind. However, correspondingly, the more dangerous it was, the more likely it was to obtain precious treasures. The most precious things in the dream zoo were also these evil beasts. As long as one could tame the evil beasts, they would become one's most loyal guards. Not only did the evil beasts have powerful abilities, but they could also slowly evolve with the resources of the outside world and the accumulation of energy. Not only would their forms change, but their abilities would also continue to become stronger and even develop more powerful abilities. In the end, it was very likely that they would evolve into a giant. Such a powerful wonderland pet with full potential was the treasure of the dream zoo. However, if one wanted to obtain the evil beasts, one had to obtain the ticket to the dream zoo. Normal methods couldn't enter the dream zoo, and one couldn't even find its door. This was because it existed in the deep dream, and one's physical body couldn't enter. Only those who obtained the ticket could enter the dream world in the form of their consciousness. And Luigi obtained the ticket when he opened the Wonderland's blind box. It was a very rare ticket, which allowed one to directly go to the Windchime garden and adopt a Windchime. In other words, the ticket would give Luigi a Wonderland pet, a Windchime. However, Luigi had to successfully enter the dream zoo and return safely from the encirclement of evil beasts. For now, he couldn't do that. The dream zoo hadn't come to this world yet. Luigi learned about the dream zoo because he found it while searching for Alan's information in his power. At this moment, the real dream zoo was still in an unknown deep dream. It would only appear in the dreams of mortals when the conditions for its arrival were met. There were 3 conditions for the dream zoo to appear: a gathering place, a nightmare, and a sweet dream. The gathering place was already met. Nightmare and sweet dream referred to when the same person had 2 dreams in 2 consecutive days, one of which was a nightmare and the other was a sweet dream, which would give the person a chance to peek into the entrance of the dream zoo. End of chapter. Angor was also surprised when he saw the ticket in Luigi's hand. He didn't expect to see a ticket to the dream zoo so soon. Angor already considered bringing it here when he learned about the dream zoo. He had a feeling that the zoo might be able to make up for the lack of combat power of the new residents. However, according to his research, it was extremely difficult to get a ticket to the dream zoo. Only when a colony had a certain size and was self-sufficient, and had a variety of complete systems would it be easier to get a ticket to the dream zoo. In other words, a colony had to be as big as a metropolis in the outside world to get a ticket. Because of this, no one would be able to enter the dream zoo for the time being. Angor wasn't in a hurry to do so. He didn't expect Luigi to get a ticket to the dream zoo. It was time for him to seriously consider bringing the dream zoo to the real world. It wasn't hard to meet the requirements to bring the dream zoo to the real world. The most difficult requirement was to have the same person have 2 completely opposite dreams for 2 days in a row. This seemed difficult, but it was actually possible. Angor only needed to buy Fleeting Swan and Abyss from the Mirror Clan, then send them to the dream crystals to create 2 artificial dreams. However, Angor didn't want to do this because he didn't think it would be easy to get a ticket. But now, this matter should be put on the agenda. Luigi put away the ticket and tried to get more information from Uriel. However, Uriel didn't seem interested at all. He just continued playing his piano. Seeing this, Luigi knew that Uriel wouldn't be able to dig up any more information unless something unexpected happened. He had read most of the books and newspapers in the attic. Now, it was time to log off and prepare for the upcoming battle. Luigi told Angor about his plan to log off. Angor understood what he meant. He wanted Angor to check if the unknown skin parchment would disappear along with his body when he went offline. Angor agreed. Luigi put away the Charm of Flowers and Journey's cabin into his Wonderland dimension while keeping the Dream Zoo ticket and Dream Zoo away. In his vision, Luigi turned into a streak of white light and slowly disappeared into the attic. The Gracefulness Flower Language, Traveler's Cabin, and the ticket that he had put away earlier all disappeared with his body. However, the unknown human skin parchment slowly fell to the ground with Luigi's departure. Angor sighed when he saw this. Just as Luigi had guessed, the human skin parchment had to be carried around at all times. Even if they went offline, they would have to keep it with them. Now, this piece of human skin paper was left on the floor of the attic on the second floor. Should he use weather manipulation to create a gust of wind in the dungeon to blow the paper away and hide it in a corner? Just as he was thinking about this, a hand reached out from the floor and picked up the human skin parchment. The hand belonged to none other than Uriel. Uriel looked at the parchment and muttered, "I think I saw Luigi holding this parchment? Why didn't he bring it with him when he left? Forget it, just leave it here for now. He can take it the next time he comes." Uriel placed the parchment on the table and ignored it. Angor watched Uriel's action with a puzzled look. Uriel didn't seem to know anything about the parchment. But the parchment, gracefulness, flower language, traveler's cabin, and the ticket to Dream Zoo were all rewards given to Luigi after he completed Uriel's Easter egg quest. So Uriel didn't know about the rewards he could give out. This was different from the NPC in Sunlight Circus. The clown in Sunlight Circus clearly knew about the rewards of the Wonderland items. He even had the right to decide the type of rewards. But Uriel didn't know about the Wonderland box at all. Why? Was it because Uriel had a projection in the real world, while the clown was a born subject? Also, Uriel didn't seem to be surprised that Luigi suddenly had so many items in his hand. Was this the power of Wonderland changing his perception of him? Angor knew that he wouldn't be able to find the answers to these questions on his own. He had to find time to look for answers in the Tree of Authority. Of course, it wasn't today. His fatigue was alleviated by the illusion, but it was still there. He couldn't look for information from the Tree of Authority anytime soon. Now that he knew about the parchment, Uriel's quest was no longer worth looking at. He looked away, stretched his body, and prepared to log off. This time, he had stayed in the dream crystal for close to 4 hours. The conversation in the outside world should have ended by now, and Quintera should have returned as well. It was a good opportunity to ask him if Alessandro had purchased the Light Swan and Evil Abyss. If he had, then he would buy them directly from the 100-Dragon Divine Nation instead of going to the Mirror Tribe. However, Angor didn't log off right away. He planned to use his omniscient view to inspect the dream crystal one more time. This was a habit of his. Every time he logged off, he would look at the dream crystal from above. Unlike the Dream Wasteland, which had wizards from Brute Cavern and Freud to help him, the Dream Wasteland was still in its early stages of development. Unlike the Dream Wasteland, where Freud was in charge of everything, Angor still needed to deal with many unexpected events. First, Angor quickly observed the entire dream crystal and made sure there weren't any major changes to the landscape. There were no buildings or palaces that popped up out of nowhere. This meant that the dream crystal didn't have any strange fairyland quests. Next, he looked at the Crystal Mountain. This was the core area of the Wonderland quest. Even Angor couldn't see what was inside. Or rather, he wouldn't find anything strange even if he could. The Crystal Mountain didn't change, and there weren't any foolish natives who came here to take the risk. Angor nodded in satisfaction and began to check the fairyland quests he already had. He checked the quests one by one, starting from the beginning. In the Sunshine Circus, many natives had been pulled in and were challenging the performers inside. The natives were familiar with the rules of Sunlight Circus, and they were all learning about the art. Many of them were close to passing the stage despite the difficulty. This was good news. Once these people came out, the natives would have a bunch of fairyland items in their hands. Next, he looked at Silver Coral Island. Apart from the area around the treasure tower, there were traces of natives everywhere. Silver Coral Island's trees, grasses, soil, sand, fish, and shrimps were all resources that the natives relied on to survive. Therefore, Silver Coral Island was the most developed of all. Meiji didn't mind the natives' decision. The main reason was that Silver Coral Island was huge. Considering the number of natives in Rabbit Town, it would take at least several hundred years for the island to run out of resources. Besides, there were many islands in the outer waters of Silver Coral Island, which had inexhaustible resources. The only downside was that Silver Coral Island was only an island. There were many resources that couldn't be found on the mainland. After checking out the main island, Angor glanced at the reef beach about 1 nautical mile away from the main island. There was a huge door standing there. Behind the door was Canine Deacon's training dungeon, verdant rainforest. Angor was surprised to see that Canine Deacon was no longer in the dungeon. He didn't use the box view to check the dungeon. Instead, he looked at the layout of the reef beach. There was a wooden raft on the beach. Since the raft was gone, Canine Deacon must have left the dungeon and left. Angor wondered where Canine Deacon went. He sensed that Canine Deacon was still online, so he left it alone. After checking out Silver Coral Island, Angor looked at Rabbit Town. He first checked the world grind inside the rabbit building. It was still a mess. To clean up the mess, he had to find the special NPC, Mushroom Concubine. However, Mushroom Concubine was still in a special state. To find her, he had to complete a series of quests. Angor didn't know how to trigger the quests. Angor sighed. The only thing he could do now was to seal the entrance of the world grind to prevent the virus from leaking out. As for the survivors inside the world grind, they chose to stay inside. Angor could only pray for them and hope that they could find a way to contact Mushroom Concubine as soon as possible. The other dungeon in Rabbit Town was called Misty Aldragon's Tomb. Angor took a quick look and left the dungeon. He couldn't see anything clearly. It was all covered in fog, and the statue challenge only took place in his spirit world. All he could see was Barigon sitting in front of the statue without moving. As long as there was no trouble, he would put it aside for now. After taking a quick look at Rabbit Town, he looked at Tomorrow Town in the distance. Meow Meow had entered the second main quest of Tomorrow Town. However, her main quest was much harder than Luigi's. The second main quest was to find it. Every day, Tomorrow Town would enter a cycle of reincarnation, and the target that Meow Meow was looking for was not fixed in every cycle, but no matter who it, he, or she looked like, they were the same person on the inside. The difficulty of this mission was that Meow Meow had to go through many reincarnations to figure out the personalities of everyone in Tomorrow Town. Then, she had to judge the personalities of the residents of Tomorrow Town and find the anomalies. Then, she had to rely on the similarities between the personalities of these anomalies to confirm the other party's identity. Even Angor couldn't find a target by cheating. Meow Meow had to rely on herself. Angor checked Meow Meow's progress. Time in Tomorrow Town was different from the outside world. One day in the outside world was several days in Tomorrow Town. At this moment, Meow Meow was much calmer than her initial panic. She walked alone on the streets of Tomorrow Town, observing the expressions and conversations of people around her. Occasionally, she would talk to some of the more taciturn people to learn more about them. It looked like she was fighting alone, but that wasn't the case. A flock of pigeons wearing mini uniforms was circling above Tomorrow Town while observing everyone in the town. These pigeons were the pigeon scouts brought by the detective agency. With their help, Meow Meow could complete the second main quest much faster. However, Angor noticed that Meow Meow still couldn't figure out the target's personality, which meant she was still at 0 progress. Which was to be expected. This quest basically asked Meow Meow to profile the minds of all the people in Tomorrow Town. Basically, this was the enhanced version of Canine Deacon's dungeon. Canine Deacon could probably finish the quest in no time. However, Meow Meow was only a mortal. It would take some time for her to complete the transformation. The second main quest didn't have a time limit, so Meow Meow still had plenty of time to look for her target. Compared to the other quests, Angor spent a lot more time on Tomorrow Town. It was not only because Meow Meow was a mortal who could not complete the quest easily, but also because the target of main quest 2 was a special NPC. There were only 2 kinds of special NPCs in Angor's eyes. One was Laplace's avatars, such as Melgy and Mushroom Concubine, while the other was Uriel's dream NPCs. If the target of the second main quest was also a special NPC, would that who kept appearing be a dream NPC? Angor observed the residents of Tomorrow Town again and gave up. He couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. After inspecting the Fairyland dungeon for a while, Angor began to pay attention to specific people. The first one he looked at was Wes' father. Wes's father was still standing guard in the fog near Rabbit Town. He looked around diligently in an attempt to find the zombie's figure. However, Angor did not see anyone after following him for a long time. It made sense. The zombie was a dream NPC, and Angor had just entered it not long ago. It would be difficult for him to do it again in such a short time. Angor shook his head. He was curious about all the dream NPCs. Unfortunately, Uriel was the easiest one to find. After looking at Wes' father, Angor looked at the outskirts of Rabbit Town not far away. The town was still under construction. A large number of natives were moving stones from the underground cavern to build houses nearby. Angor only glanced at the natives and didn't pay much attention to them. His gaze finally settled on a tall woman dressed in a luxurious long dress. It was Marian. End of chapter. On the surface, at Rendezvous. The sky had already darkened, and the surrounding aborigines were returning to the underground cavern, returning to the rabbit building to rest. Only Marian stood near a stone crystal hut construction site, silently watching the sky. The aborigines passing by would occasionally follow Marian's line of sight to look at the sky, but they saw nothing from a distance. In their field of vision, there was nothing in the sky. But in Marian's eyes, there was nothing in the dark sky. In the direction of her gaze, there was a very strange space. The surrounding sky was clear, but that space seemed to have been burned by flames. The air was slightly distorted, like a piece of frosted glass embedded in the sky. There was no fire here, nor was there high temperature, but it was still distorted, and it was releasing some kind of signal. This kind of signal could not be perceived by other people, but Marian could easily receive it. The signal did not have any substantial information, but it was like the most pleasant fragrance, attracting Marian to explore it. That should be. Marian muttered to herself, but halfway through her sentence, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the construction site behind her. She saw a girl in a linen dress walk out of the stone crystal hut construction site. She carried a simple fish oil lamp and walked toward Marian. "Are you also curious about the fairyland in the sky?" The girl with the lamp came to Marian's side and asked softly. When Marian saw that the newcomer was a human, her eyes softened slightly, but she did not answer her. The girl with the lamp did not seem to care, and as if she was familiar with her, she continued to talk. And the content of her talk basically revolved around the fairyland in the sky. "My father told me that the fairyland in the sky is not something that we humans can enter. Only the noble dragon clan can enter it. My father also said that the reason why the gates to the fairyland are so high up is because the dragon clan can fly. I didn't believe it at first. Because this height is not that high, humans can also think of ways to reach it." The girl with the lamp squatted down and whispered, "Then, I went up myself. In the end, I really don't qualify to enter the fairyland." Marian originally did not want to pay attention to the girl's muttering, but after hearing her words, Marian could not help but look at her. "You can see the entrance to the fairyland?" The girl with the lamp shook her head. "I can't, but my father saw the scene when the entrance opened, and knows where it is." As the girl with the lamp spoke, she pointed to the frosted glass in the sky. "It's there." Marian was silent for a moment. "You flew up?" The girl with the lamp shook her head. "I didn't fly up, I jumped up, and then I touched the gates to the fairyland. In the end, it is really as my father said, humans can't enter this fairyland." She sighed. "When I jumped up and touched it, the name of the fairyland appeared in my mind, and the conditions to enter." "Oh right, you may not know, but the name of this fairyland is called Misty Island Dragon Tomb. Only dragons or dragons can enter it. We humans can't go in." The girl with the lamp obviously regarded Marian as a human. If it was another mirror dragon, they would probably find this offensive. However, Marian did not mind and did not correct the girl's words. Instead, she asked, "How did you fly? No, how did you jump up?" The girl with the lamp was a little surprised. "You want to try too?" Marian nodded without saying anything. The girl with the lamp mumbled, "But humans can't go in." "But if you really want to try, you can." As she spoke, the girl with the lamp stood up and walked towards the stone hut that was under construction. "Didn't you want to ask me how I jumped up?" "You'll know when you see it." Marian thought for a moment and decided to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the crystal hut. As soon as they entered, Marian saw a trampoline placed in the center of the hut. Angor witnessed the conversation between Marian and the girl with the lamp through God's view. He saw Marian standing beside the Fog Island's dragon tomb and wondered if Marian wanted to enter the dungeon. If so, he had to show up and help. After all, the entrance to the Fog Island's dragon tomb was in the air, and Marian entered the dream crystal in human form. She could not fly without wings. Angor had to control the wind to carry her into the Fog Island's dragon tomb. That was how Angor did it when Cuculus entered the dungeon. When Angor was about to show up, the girl with the lamp showed up and told him another way to reach the gate. Trampoline. It required a certain amount of luck to touch the entrance of the Wonderland by trampolining, but there was no doubt that this was a very down-to-earth method. At least, before he built a ladder, trampoline was the most convenient way. Angor gave up on the idea after seeing the trampoline. As for whether Marian would enter the Fog Island's dragon tomb in the end, it was up to her. Angor did not care too much about it. After checking Marian, Angor slowly looked around. He was going to check out the other mirror dragon of 100 Dragons' divine kingdom, Xianxia. As the younger sister of Cuculus, Xianxia had never gone offline after logging into the dream crystal. When Angor used his view earlier, she was at Silver Coral Island. However, Angor did not see Xianxia when he checked the island just now. It seemed she had left the island and went somewhere else. Did Xianxia go to the Fog Island's dragon tomb too? Angor muttered to himself as he tried to locate the girl dragon. Several seconds later, Angor found Xianxia's location. She was in a room in a skyscraper in Rabbit Town. Her location was not unusual. What surprised Angor was that he sensed two other familiar faces in the room. The bunny girl, Little Laplace, and Dog Deacon. These three people. No, this one person, this one dog, and this one dragon, how did they get together? Puzzled, he used his god's view to look down. Rabbit Town, Rabbit Building. In a room filled with various bunny dolls, the bunny girl was sitting on a soft bunny bed. Opposite her was the reserved teenage girl dragon. She was floating in the air, looking around curiously at the room filled with bunnies. Dog Deacon, a handsome young man with canine ears and a canine tail, was sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed. He was frowning as if he was thinking about something. The bunny girl rested her chin on one hand and looked at Xianxia on the other side. You came here to ask about how to transform? Xianxia nodded shyly. However, in her dragon form, her shyness still made her look majestic. Yes. I saw Lady Marian outside not long ago. She's in human form. I think it's more convenient here, so I'm going to change my form. The bunny girl frowned. Did someone disrespect you because of your appearance? The bunny girl was going to ask if any of the natives disliked or laughed at her appearance. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that Xianxia was in the shape of a cave dragon. Even if her tone was a little weak, her majestic aura couldn't be faked. No one would dare to mock or discriminate against her. So, someone must have reacted differently to her appearance. For example, they were afraid of her. However, Xianxia shook her head. No. The natives here are all lovely. I just think that if I want to live here for a long time, I might be able to blend in better if I can change my form. Just like Her Excellency Marian. Xianxia didn't care much about her appearance at first. However, when she saw her respected Lady Marian using a human form, she changed her mind. Maintaining a human form wasn't a bad idea, the bunny girl rubbed her chin. Most of the people here are humans. But soon, people from all races in the mirror realm will come here. By then, this place will no longer belong to humans. In other words, the human form would be marginalized. Xianxia shook her head indifferently. It's okay. I just want to be like Lady Marian. Looking at Xianxia's shy eyes, the bunny girl understood. Was this another mirror dragon who worshipped Marian? The bunny girl pondered for a moment. If you had intended to be in a human form the first time you entered, you might have been able to give birth to a human form. But it's very difficult to change it after entering the dream crystal. Xianxia said, when I first entered, my brother hoped that I could return to my dragon form. After all, I've lived as a humanoid puppet for a long time. My brother wanted to see me in my dragon form more. But ever since she saw Lady Marian, she missed her human form. That was why she found the bunny girl and asked if there was a way to change her form. The bunny girl pondered for a long time but couldn't think of a way to change her form. At this moment, she suddenly glanced at the dog Deacon next to her. Looking at the dog Deacon's furry ears and broom-like long tail, the bunny girl suddenly thought of something. A costume? A costume? Lascania froze for a moment. What's this? The bunny girl said, it's a kind of fairyland item. This is it. As she spoke, she took out a cute bunny costume from the fairyland space. Although it was a bunny costume, it stood up and looked like a humanoid rabbit. Lascania looked at the costume and touched it subconsciously. Instantly, information about the immortal realm was transmitted into her mind. According to the information, this was a wearable fairyland item. After wearing it, she could transform into a cave rabbit and have the powerful burrowing ability of a cave rabbit. The fairyland information also gave the origin of this costume. It came from the Sunshine Circus. Although this costume can only transform into a rabbit, it has two forms after transformation. One is a bunny girl, similar to a half-orc, and the other is a cave rabbit. The bunny girl said, I can't make you transform directly, but I can lend you the costume and turn you into a bunny girl. As the bunny girl said this, she secretly glanced at the dog deacon next to her. Lascania immediately understood. The bunny girl she was talking about probably looked similar to the dog deacon now. She had beast ears and a beast tail, but she was humanoid. If that was the case, it seemed possible? Lascania was a little tempted. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. I'm just lending it to you. If you get a transformation item in the future, you have to return this costume to me, the bunny girl said seriously. Also, you have to pay a certain price. Lascania asked, what price? The bunny girl rolled her eyes. Well, if you get anything related to rabbits in the future, you have to let me see it. If I like it, you have to sell it to me. Rabbit. Lascania froze for a moment. Looking at the bunny girl's sly gaze, she seemed to understand something. Okay, as long as it's related to rabbits, I'll give it to you directly. Give it to me? The bunny girl's eyes lit up. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lascania nodded with a smile. The bunny girl looked at Lascania and felt that she seemed to be much more mature than before. The friendship between the two girls slowly warmed up because of this sentence. Lascania changed into the rabbit doll, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a bunny girl with furry ears and a small fluffy ball tail. She was wearing a dress and a fluffy fur coat, full of wild beauty. Her face also turned into the face of the puppet she often used. It was extremely exquisite, as beautiful as a white porcelain doll, fragile but beautiful. Even though there were some long fluffy fur on her white and flawless skin and her hands were covered in white and brown fur, she still looked more like a human than a beast overall. Moreover, she was an extremely beautiful person. Lascania was very satisfied with her current outfit. She didn't really like the appearance of a human and was purely influenced by Her Excellency Marion. She also didn't pursue an absolute human shell. Therefore, it didn't matter even if she wasn't completely human. Just as Lascania was looking at her new skin in the mirror with satisfaction, the dog deacon opposite her said, Lascania, are you done with your business? Lascania nodded. The dog deacon hesitated for a moment. Then, can you leave for a moment? I have something to talk to her about alone. The dog deacon pointed at the bunny girl behind Lascania. Lascania was naturally not rude. She and the dog deacon came to find the bunny girl one after the other. Previously, the dog deacon had the chance to speak, but he didn't and let her talk first. From this, it could be seen that the dog deacon wanted to talk to the bunny girl alone. Since that was the case, Lascania didn't stay any longer. She nodded lightly at the bunny girl and the dog deacon and left the room. After Lascania's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the dog deacon said, I just went offline. End of chapter. You went offline? The bunny girl looked at the canine deacon in confusion. Did something happen in the omniscient room? The canine deacon shook his head. No. I just went offline to witness a contract. The canine deacon sounded a little strange when he said contract. The bunny girl noticed it immediately. Is there something wrong with the contract? The canine deacon shook his head again. The contract itself is fine. But it might have something to do with you and Mr. Angor. Something to do with us? The bunny girl was surprised. Before she could ask more questions, someone knocked on the door and interrupted their conversation. The bunny girl looked at the door. Who's there? A moment later, a familiar voice came from outside. It's me, Angor. Angor's sudden arrival surprised the bunny girl. Why are you here? Did Luigi finish his banquet? The bunny girl asked as she welcomed Angor inside. Luigi got lucky this time. He's one of the top 3. But Uriel's main quest isn't finished yet. He just received a new one, so he can't leave anytime soon. The bunny girl hissed and casually replied, Is this main mission that long? It is. But I think it's coming to an end. Besides, Luigi got a lot of fairyland items after the banquet today. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, I'm here to talk to you about one of the fairyland items. Angor did have a favor to ask of the bunny girl, but it wasn't urgent. He only came here because he heard the canine deacon talking about him. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he was using God's view to spy on other people, so he made up a random excuse. What item? The bunny girl didn't doubt him. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at the canine deacon and pretended to be surprised. Oh, you're here too? The canine deacon nodded. I have something to talk to her about. Oh, come on, it's also related to you. Why don't you sit down and listen? Angor nodded without hesitation and sat down on the sofa across from the canine deacon. A moment of silence later. Dog deacon cleared his throat and looked at Angor. You first? Sure. It's simple. Angor nodded. Here's the thing. Luigi found a Wonderland item, which is a ticket to Dream Zoo. Dream Zoo? The bunny girl and the dog deacon both looked over in confusion. Dream Zoo is a Wonderland instance dungeon. But it's a fairyland dungeon that hasn't arrived yet. You might have heard of the special NPC who's in charge of it. This NPC's name is Dream Chaser Lon. Following his words, the rabbit girl and the dog deacon both fell into deep thought. The two of them could be considered as Laplace's incarnations. However, the rabbit girl was considered an official incarnation, while the dog deacon had already broken free from Laplace's control and became a free and independent existence. Even so, the dog deacon was still very familiar with Laplace's punctual tattoos. Lon, I seem to recall that Laplace once said that he was a very kind person, the dog deacon murmured in a low voice. The bunny girl nodded in agreement. That's right. Lon has a good reputation among all punctual tattoos. Besides, my main body was planning to make him the 3rd incarnation. If he really became the 3rd incarnation, I wouldn't have been born. The bunny girl spoke calmly as if she was talking about someone else's business. You don't mind? Angor asked. The bunny girl tilted her head. Why should I? Whether I'm born or not, I'm still Laplace. Angor didn't know what to say. Dog Deacon explained with a smile, humans might find it hard to understand the concept of time incarnations in the mirror domain. You might think of time incarnations as clones or independent entities. But for us, time incarnations may appear in different forms, have different personalities, and have their own thoughts and logic, but they are no different from your main body. There's no difference between you and me. Time incarnations are your main body, so they will gladly accept any decision made by your main body. Angor quickly understood what Dog Deacon was trying to say. To put it bluntly, the creatures in the mirror domain had different values compared to humans. Laplace had told him about this before. Apart from these small details, the other values of the creatures in the mirror region were similar to that of humans, which was why Angor still believed in the logic of human civilization, which was why he didn't realize it yet. Ahem. Anyway, Lon is a special NPC in the Dream Zoo. Angor cleared his throat and continued, there are 2 prerequisites for the Dream Zoo to appear. First, you need to have a gathering place. Second, you need to dream for 2 days in a row. One day is a good dream, and the other is a nightmare. 2 consecutive days of dreaming, the bunny girl muttered. This condition is a little too weird, the bunny girl shook her head and tried to get rid of her unnecessary thoughts. We've already met the prerequisites. Now we only need to consider the dream condition. Angor shook his head again. No, we don't need to worry about the dream condition. We already have a way to make people dream for 2 consecutive days. But we need to pay attention to who's going to open the dungeon. That's why I'm here. The bunny girl pointed at her own nose. You want me to activate these 2 conditions and let me go to Dreamscape Zoo? Angor shook his head again. No. The 2-day dream condition is obviously biased toward the natives. The natives in the dream crystal were no different from the outside world. They could sleep and dream freely. There was still a certain threshold to achieve 2 consecutive days of nightmares and pleasant dreams, but it was still more likely than a non-native. Of course, with the help of Verdant Grace and Evil Abyss, even a non-native could open the Dream Zoo. However, Angor still preferred to let the natives open the Dream Zoo dungeon. He hoped that the natives wouldn't become accessories for the outsiders. He hoped that they could stand up for themselves in the Dream Crystal as soon as possible. Just like when he built Foundation City, he didn't do anything else apart from projecting some buildings from the outside. He just let the natives develop on their own. Only by allowing the natives to participate in the development of the Dream Crystal would they be able to slowly change their minds and acknowledge the Dream Crystal as soon as possible. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, Angor hoped that the natives would take on the task of exploring the Dream Wonderland first instead of waiting for the outsiders to finish planting the trees. Angor explained his idea in a simple way. The Dream Zoo isn't an easy dungeon, so I hope you can help me find out if there are any natives who are brave and resourceful. It would be best if they have a Wonderland item to protect them. If there are, try to find someone like that to open the Dream Zoo. There were many wild beasts in the Dream Zoo, which were extremely dangerous. Angor hoped that the natives could take part in the exploration, but he didn't want to give a definite answer. Of course, if you're free, you can also be the one to open the Wonderland. After listening, the rabbit girl nodded her head lightly. She roughly understood what Angor meant. He wanted her to find a native who was brave and resourceful and had a Wonderland item to open the Dream Zoo. This sounds very hard to believe. The bunny girl rubbed her chin and thought to herself, maybe I should do it myself? I have nothing to do anyway. As for the natives taking part in the development of the Dream Zoo, well, it wasn't urgent. There weren't many natives in the Dream Crystal right now, so it could wait until later. Angor didn't know that the bunny girl was thinking about doing it herself. He saw her frown and said, "You don't have to do it right now. Let's think about it first. Why don't we hear about the dog warden first?" The bunny girl considered and nodded. Okay. Dog Deacon was also curious about the Dream Zoo. However, he was in the middle of a training dungeon right now, and he couldn't help even if he wanted to open it. Seeing Angor and the bunny girl looking at him, Dog Deacon put away his thoughts and spoke in a serious tone, "What I'm going to tell you has something to do with you. But I don't know what role you're going to play in this." "Just tell us," Angor said. Dog Deacon nodded. "I'll start from the beginning. I need to start when I logged off. About 3 hours ago, the canine deacon was still doing the first batch of psychological profiling on the little animals in the green forest. Because it was too tedious, and many of the little animals had already fallen asleep, he could not find them immediately, so he decided to take a break. While resting, Dog Deacon logged off. The timing of him going offline was perfect. Ghost Deacon had asked him to receive a visitor and witness a contract. According to Ghost Deacon's message, this visitor might need to borrow Little Red's ability. Dog Deacon didn't think too much about it and accepted the request. Soon, the group of visitors arrived. It was a group of people from the Aircy clan. However, the strange thing was that there was a human mixed in with this group of Aircy clan people. Dog Deacon just received Angor not long ago, so he quickly read the human's mind. Next, the Dog Deacon noticed that the human seemed to be thinking about something. Among the images, the Dog Deacon saw the faces of Angor and Laplace. Because of that, Canine Deacon began to pay more attention to these people. After communicating with them, as well as secretly reading their minds, Deacon Canine had a rough idea of why they were here. To put it simply, the ears were working together with this human to hunt down a sinful merchant. This sinful merchant had escaped from the human world to the mirror region because he had a very precious item on him. This item was not only beneficial to the Aircy clan, but it was also something that the human wanted to retrieve. However, the sinful merchant was very alert and knew many ways to avoid being tracked. Even when the human and the ears worked together, they still couldn't catch him. When they were at their wits' end, they thought of the Omniscient House. If the Omniscient House could help them find the sinful merchant, it might be able to help them. After asking around, Dog Deacon learned that there was someone in the Omniscient House with a very sensitive sense of smell. Even if the person's information was concealed, he or she could still rely on the weak energy sent to track the target's location. This ability was perfect for Dog Deacon's request. The item the sinful merchant took away was difficult to conceal. They came to the omniscient house and asked for help. The agent with the sensitive sense of smell was none other than Dog Deacon's assistant, Little Red. Little Red also helped to detect the scent brought by these people. She found that Angor, Laplace, and Luigi all had the same scent on them. The scent had already disappeared, but Dog Deacon was sure that they had encountered the sinful merchant before. Canine Deacon had no idea what role Angor's group played in this, so he asked Little Red to distract them for now by using the excuse of tracking their scent. Meanwhile, Dog Deacon went online and contacted the bunny girl. Dog Deacon tried to use mind sharing to contact Laplace, Angor, and the others. Since Angor happened to show up, Dog Deacon didn't have to do that. Dog Deacon told Angor about the identity of the human. Is it a black-haired man with a ponytail? Dog Deacon nodded. Yes. And he has a strange name. He's called Rice God. Angor nodded. So it's him. Dog Deacon, you know him? Angor nodded. Sort of. We met a few times. Do you have a grudge against him? Angor shook his head. No. I met him together with Laplace, so it's normal that he remembers Laplace. Personally, Angor had a good impression of Rice God. The man was a friendly person. Canine Deacon, if there's no enmity between you two, then you should be considered as their companions in this matter? Angor shook his head again. No. We only met him a few times. We don't know what he's doing. As for this sinful merchant thereafter, we have no idea. That's strange. The Dog Deacon rubbed his chin and said, Little Red has indeed smelled the scent of the thing that the Rice God is hunting. Logically speaking, you should have been in close contact with the sinful merchant. Angor considered. Maybe I got it by accident. Crystal City is full of people now. We had to squeeze our way through the crowd to get to the 5,500th level. Maybe it's because of that. After all, he could only read minds. He didn't have the ability to distinguish between smells and tastes. Dog Deacon, whether or not it is, we'll know when we ask Little Red later. Huh? Angor was surprised. Is Little Red helping them? Canine Deacon nodded. Yes, but I've already told Little Red that this matter involves you guys. Even if she has a rough idea of where you guys are, she shouldn't be in a hurry to tell them. Instead, she should go online and explain everything to you guys before making a decision. Since this was related to Laplace, the Canine Deacon had to treat it seriously. Angor, on the other hand, didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't know anyone here, and the person Rice God was after had nothing to do with them. Since they had nothing to do with Rice God, there was no need to be so serious. Angor didn't tell Dog Deacon about this. Instead, he asked out of curiosity, what did that sinful merchant bring with him? Why did Rice God and the Air Clan spend so much effort to track him down? Canine Deacon also described the item as extremely valuable. Angor was curious to know what kind of item was worthy of such a title. The Air Clan's talent was to strengthen space. Did the item have something to do with it? Dog Deacon hesitated for a moment. They didn't tell us what the item was. However, I basically confirmed the origin of this treasure through mind reading. They called this treasure Blood of Gods. End of chapter. God's blood? Angor repeated the name in a low voice. He tried to recall the name, but his mind was still blank. He had heard of God's blood, demon's blood, evil God's blood, and alien God's blood. But he never heard of God's blood. What was God's blood? Was it some kind of special supernatural creature called God's blood? Canine Deacon gave him the real explanation. God's blood comes from the wild gods of the savage world. But it's not a wild god's blood. It's the blood of a wild god's closest servant. God's blood referred to something below a god. Below a god, above all beasts, was a god's closest servant, the closest existence to a wild god. The so-called attendants here did not only include guards, but also close friends, partners, blood descendants, and even the most devout believers. They were all attendants. So there's more than one type of God's blood? Angor asked. Angor didn't know much about the wild gods of the savage world, but he did know that almost all of them had their own servants. There were also wild gods who were lonely, but they were rare. Even if they didn't like to interact with outsiders, they should at least have a few followers. Otherwise, how could they spread their name? Because of this, according to the dog deacon, the blood of the gods was the blood of the servants of the gods, so there should be more than one type of blood. Most of the wild gods should have God's blood. Canine deacon nodded. You're right. There's more than one type of God's blood. It's a general term. Then which type of God's blood is Rice God and the Ursi clan looking for? Canine deacon remained silent for a moment. Twin-crowned serpent, Wadjet. Twin-crowned serpent? Wadjet? Angor searched through his memory box but couldn't find anything related to this. Clearly, this was beyond his knowledge. The bunny girl rubbed her chin and muttered, I think I've heard of that name before. Angor turned to look at the man. The rabbit girl said, I remember that she's a cobra from the Lishu Desert? Lishu Sands? Another name he had never heard of before. The bunny girl shrugged. I don't know the details. I heard Luigi sing a poem that mentioned Wadjet. At this point, the rabbit girl solemnly recited the poem, The distant echoes of Lishu's sandy lands are the twin flowers of fertility. The cobra woman Wadjet wears a double crown, sings the ballad of the shepherd's flute late. She sounded like a bard. Angor quickly understood that she was trying to imitate Luigi's poem. His tone was so vivid that he must have often heard Luigi recite this poem. Did Luigi write the poem himself? The rabbit girl shook her head. No, this is a barbarian sacrificial epic that Luigi bought from the ancient Tooth Fairy. I think it's called Song of the Reed Garden. Reed Garden? The name sounded familiar to Angor as if he had heard of it not long ago. The bunny girl continued, I think the poem is meant to praise a wild god from the wildlands. This wild god is known as the god of Reed Garden, or the god of fertility. But his most popular name is, the god of Yalu. Angor immediately recalled something when he heard the name God of Yalu. Earlier, Stop led a group of strongmen to attack the Byron Tree Garden. At that time, when Stop was confronting the Black Earl and the others, he had summoned an extremely powerful monster called Armit. Angor did not see it with his own eyes, but according to Black Earl's description, it was a divine monster with the head of a crocodile. And this monster came from the Reed Garden. It was also known as the guardian monster of the Reed Garden. It was also at that time that Angor first heard the name of Reed Garden, as well as the name of the god of Yalu, the owner of the garden. Yalu was a famous wild god even in the wildlands. He represented harvest, which meant no hunger, no drought, no calamity, no sin, no evil, and no punishment. Such a righteous wild god was worshipped by countless barbarians. Angor did not expect to hear the name of God of Reed Garden again in this place. Also, this god seemed to have something to do with the blood of gods that Rice God was looking for. Canine Deacon nodded and looked at the bunny girl. You're right. Twin-crowned serpent Wadjet came from Lishu Sands. Canine Deacon then explained everything he knew about twin-crowned serpent Wadjet. Twin-crowned serpent Wadjet was a snake woman. Her head was a ferocious twin-crowned cobra, while her body was soft and gentle. She was a servant of the sun and the guardian of Lishu Sands. Her specialty was sunlight poison. All heretics who tried to invade Lishu Sands would be turned into skeletons by her sunlight poison. In a sense, she also represented punishment and destruction. Wadjet was considered a servant of a god. The god she served was the ruler of Lishu Sands, also known as Mother of Eternity, same. Canine Deacon continued, in the wizarding world, she is known as the goddess of sand. Same, the goddess of sand. While nodding, he calmly received the new, unfamiliar information. Another god he had never heard of before. The dog deacon said, just now, the god of the Reed Garden that she mentioned is actually on the same side as the goddess of all sand, Sihim, among the wild gods in the savage world. This was also why the epic hymn praising the god of the Reed Garden would mention the Lishu Desert, the territory of the myriad sand mother Same. She was the twin flower of the goddess of sand. Canine Deacon continued, in the wildlands, the god of Reed Garden and the goddess of sand both have better reputations than the other gods. Many magi even secretly worship these two gods. Canine Deacon only mentioned these gods casually. Angor suddenly thought of Stop and the others. Maybe they could summon Amiet, the guardian of the Reed Garden, because they worshipped the god of Reed Garden. As for the human who went after God's blood, he is the rice god you mentioned. He and the organization behind him don't believe in the goddess of sand at all. They even consider her as their greatest enemy. The god's blood was collected by the organization behind the rice god. They used it as a medium to search the Lishu sands. Since the criminal merchant stole the god's blood, the organization behind the rice god sent out a large number of people to hunt down the criminal merchant and retrieve the god's blood. Hearing this, Angor finally understood the situation. He already guessed the organization behind the rice god. It should be the Dark Blood Church in the Wildlands. The Dark Blood Church was a cult created to hunt down human traitors in the Wildlands. They worshipped countless blood hunters, who would hunt down anyone who betrayed the humans and worked with the wild gods. They would not even let the half-bloods go. The rice god was one of those blood hunters. His goal was to retrieve the god's blood that was stolen by the criminal merchant. Generally speaking, there was nothing complicated about the whole story. However, Angor still felt that the story was too simple. Why would the criminal merchant steal the god's blood? If the god's blood is so important, how did he get it? Also, how did the blood hunters get to the mirror domain? Canine Deacon shook his head. I don't know either. Canine Deacon could read minds, but he could only do so when the target was thinking about the same thing. If the target did not think about the same thing, it would not be easy for Canine Deacon to read their minds. Dog Deacon, if you really want to know, I can go offline to guide Rice God and let him think in this direction. Angor considered and shook his head. Nah. He only needed to know their goal. There was no need for him to go into the details. Besides, this matter had nothing to do with him anyway. There was no need to ask Canine Deacon to go offline just to satisfy his curiosity. What's the god's blood for? Is this a special bloodline? The dog deacon said, you can think of it as a special bloodline, but it has other uses for the people of the barbarian world. For example, it can locate the Lishu Desert. The Lishu Desert and the Reed Garden were both divine realms belonging to wild gods. They did not exist in the real world. Instead, they existed in unknown dimensions. To reach them, certain conditions had to be met. For example, according to barbarian legends, the location of the Reed Garden could only be found after death. If one wanted to enter the Garden of Reeds, they had to go through the Scale of Souls. Only pure souls had the chance to enter the Garden of Reeds. The evil souls would be devoured by the guardian monsters of the garden. The Lishu Desert was the same. Without meeting the prerequisites, no one could enter. As the guardian of the Lishu Desert, double-crested serpent Watgut had a special bloodline that was constantly entangled with the desert's domain. Therefore, Watgut's bloodline could also be used as a medium to locate the actual location of the Lishu Desert. Of course, this did not mean much to wizards outside the wildlands. They only needed to know that the god's blood could be used as a bloodline. In other words, the guilty merchant stole the most powerful god's blood, which attracted Rice God's attention. However, Rice God did not know how the guilty merchant hid his aura. Even if Rice God knew that the merchant was hiding in Crystal City, he could not catch him. That was why Rice God came to the Multitude House. I think I know why Rice God wants to capture the guilty merchant. He wants the god's blood back. What about the Ear clan? They worked with Rice God to capture the guilty merchant, but they didn't ask for anything, right? Or could it be that the Rice God paid some other price and asked the Ursi clan to help him capture the guilty merchant? Dog Deacon shook his head. No. Ear clan is also here for the god's blood. Angor was surprised. The Ear clan was also here for the god's blood? If they really caught the guilty merchant, how would they split the loot? Should they split at 50-50? The dog deacon said, the Ursi clan doesn't want the ownership of the blood of gods. Instead, they need to use the god's breath and the breath of sunlight from the blood of gods to infect a broken mirror space. After repairing the mirror space will have some sunlight effects. At that time, I'll let the Rongsher clan destroy this mirror space, and then I'll be able to condense the sunlight gem with the breath of the gods. The dog deacon paused and continued, this special sunlight gem will allow the Ursi clan and the Rongsher clan to reach an agreement. This agreement may affect the development of the two clans in the next few hundred years. Therefore, the Ersi clan will cooperate with the rice god to hunt for the blood of gods. Angor nodded. Clan only needed the special aura of the god's blood. They might damage a part of the god's blood, but they would not completely destroy it. This was why Rice God was willing to share information with clan. While they were talking, Angor suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He lifted the rabbit-patterned curtain and looked into the crystal cave. What's wrong? The rabbit girl looked at Angor in confusion. Angor shook his head. Nothing. It's just. Little Red came online. At the mention of Little Red, the dog manager stood up immediately. Little Red is here? She must have found Sinful Shang's location. I'll go find her. Dog Deacon was about to leave when Angor stopped him. No need. She's already in Bunny Building. Half a minute later. Little Red walked into the room, looking a little tired. Little Red was surprised to see Angor in the room as well. She quickly realized that Canine Deacon must have summoned Angor here. Little Red greeted Angor. Angor returned the greeting and asked about Little Red's progress in Taste Quest, Little Garden. Little Red briefly told Angor about her experience in the quest. Her progress was almost the same as Dog Deacon's. Little Red had also tried to challenge the 100 questions. Mixing a large number of fragrances was still a challenge for her, but it was not too difficult. Little Red was confident that she could pass the challenge before the countdown ended. After talking about the situation of the dungeon, Little Red changed the topic and talked about helping Rice God and the others to find out the flavor. Little Red's task did not require her to move around a large area. She only needed to sit at the entrance of the Omniscient building and slowly follow the scent. By now, Little Red had located several locations where the scent of God's blood could be sensed. There were 6 locations where the scent was stronger. If Angor was not mistaken, one of them was the carrier of God's blood. However, although Little Red had located the location, she did not report it to the Rice God and the others. Instead, she found an excuse to take a nap and entered the dream crystal. Before telling the others, she needed to make sure that the carrier of God's blood was not related to Angor's group. Angor shook his head. No. I think we got it when we passed by each other. Angor's explanation was the same as what he said to Dog Deacon. Despite that, Lil Red did not immediately accept the explanation like the dog overseer. Instead, he pondered and said, but the aura on your bodies is quite strong. If it was just passing by, it wouldn't have been contaminated by such a strong aura. End of chapter. In other words, Little Red believed that Angor's group did not cross paths with Sinful Merchant. At the very least, they had a brief encounter with him. Laplace and I met with Sinful Merchant? Could it be someone we've been in contact with recently? Angor frowned and fell into deep thought. According to Canine Deacon and Little Red, Sinful Merchant was probably a human like Rice God. Sinful Merchant came from the wildlands. Or rather, he had been there before. Who could it be? A moment later, his pupil shrank. A person really did appear in his mind, and that person perfectly fulfilled all of the conditions. That person was none other than the Parrot. They met Parrot at the free trade zone outside the city's siege party. Parrot claimed to be a merchant who once worked for a Void Caravan group. In terms of occupation, Parrot was the same as Sinful Merchant. Angor also knew a thing or two about Parrot's background. Earlier, Parrot mentioned something about pure blood and bloodlines, which made Angor realize that Parrot's stance was very different from the other bloodline wizards in the south. Parrot's stance on pure blood and bloodlines was even more extreme, which was completely different from the other bloodline wizards in the south. Instead, Parrot shared the same stance as the bloodline wizards in the wildlands. Angor also wondered if Parrot came from the wildlands. However, Parrot did not deny that it came from the wildlands, but it did not deny that it had never been there. Angor even remembered that 80% of Parrot's products were related to bloodlines, and more than half of them were related to the wildlands. If Angor was not mistaken, Parrot must have spent a long time in the wildlands. Both a merchant and a human who stayed in the wildlands for a while. More importantly, Angor's group did spend a long time with Parrot. This perfectly fit the image of a Sinful Merchant. Of course, this was not enough to completely tie Parrot to Sinful Merchant. It was only a guess, and there was no way to prove it. Based on his personal opinion, he believed that Rice God's sinful merchant was most likely Parrot. Angor did not tell Little Red his thoughts. Instead, he asked Little Red where the 6 coordinates with the strongest smells were. For this purpose, he also used an illusion to create a sandbox model of a gathering. He didn't know much about the inner structure of the city since he didn't know much about it. Lil Red also marked 6 coordinates on the sand table according to what it had found. When he checked the coordinates, he sighed in his mind. Sinful merchant was probably a parrot. Of the 6 coordinates, 3 of them were at the free market he visited before. Moreover, the parrot's lodging shop was also encircled. Based on this evidence alone, there was no doubt about it. As for why some of the coordinates still had traces of its aura, it was most likely that the parrot had stayed in those locations and left behind some of its aura. He didn't try to hide the change in his expression. Even Little Red, who was the most naive among them all, noticed it. So you have a clue, Mr. Angor? The dog Deacon looked at Angor. Canine Deacon couldn't read Angor's mind right now, but Angor still felt that his thoughts were exposed. The others also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Angor considered for a moment before he nodded. I think I know who Sinful Merchant is. Angor didn't plan to hide anything from the others. He told them everything he knew about Parrot. So you're saying that you and the parrot are just customers and sellers? The Canine Deacon asked. Yes, sir. If it was just a simple business relationship, Little Red would not have to worry about Angor and Laplace getting involved, which would make it much easier for her to deal with the aftermath. However, things weren't as simple as Canine Deacon thought. Angor shook his head. It's not just that. We also have a contract with Parrot. Contract? The dog Deacon and Little Red both looked at him. Angor nodded and briefly explained the contract he made with the parrot. Parrot wanted to leave the mirror area as soon as possible, but it couldn't. It finally saw hope when it met Angor and the others. In exchange, Parrot asked Angor to take him away from the sun mirror area. After some consideration, Angor and Laplace agreed to Parrot's request and signed a contract with him. Canine Deacon lowered his voice. If it's just a contract, it won't affect anything. As far as Canine Deacon was concerned, Angor only agreed to take Parrot away as soon as possible. He didn't promise to protect the bird. If Parrot was chased by other people before they left, or if Parrot was forced to break his promise, the contract wouldn't affect Angor or Laplace at all. As long as friendship wasn't involved, Parrot could easily take advantage of the loophole. Angor sighed. Yes, but Parrot already paid the price. And he paid a lot. Angor got the Granny Coco's box of secrets, birthstone, catnip fossils, and other information about mystery items from Parrot. In other words, Parrot already paid him in advance. Angor also received a lot of money from Parrot. If it was calculated in terms of magical crystals, it might even be more than 6 digits. Among them, the Granny Coco's box of secrets was even more difficult to determine. It was hard for him to convince himself to take advantage of a loophole in the contract when faced with such a huge sum of money. Apart from Angor, Laplace and Luigi also got something. Luigi even owed Parrot a small favor. In order to win Behemoth's heart, Luigi went back to the stall area and bought Nakbi. The seller of Nakbi was a Paluxio. If he saw Luigi coming back to buy Nakbi, he might raise the price. Therefore, Luigi asked Parrot to put on a show and buy Nakbi for him. In the end, the parrot only spent 2 condensed crystals to buy Nakbi and gave it to Luigi. It wasn't a big favor, but it was still a favor. Canine Deacon also had a complicated feeling. If it was just a matter of profit, it would be easy to solve. But if Luigi owed Parrot a favor, it would be hard to judge. Canine Deacon looked at Angor and then at the bunny girl. So what should we do now? Should I ask Little Red to tell Rice God the location of the criminal merchant? Angor was also having a hard time. Personally, he had a good impression of Rice God's actions. When Rice God saw Angor alone at the Mirror Realm party, he was worried about Angor's safety, so Rice God gave Angor a badge so that Angor could contact Rice God through it. Angor didn't break the badge after that, so he didn't owe Rice God a favor. Still, he did owe Rice God a favor. Also, Angor didn't hate Parrot. Parrot had some extreme views on bloodline theory, but Angor wasn't a bloodline wizard. He didn't have much of an ideology, so he could accept such opinions easily. Most of Parrot's opinions and behaviors were on the side of light wizards. Angor already had a high tolerance for light wizards. Besides, he could tell that the parrot meant them no harm thanks to his super sense. Parrot even showed the kindness of meeting one of its own kind in a foreign land. Both parties had a good impression of Parrot and Rice God. But who would have thought that Parrot and Rice God were cops and thieves? And it was an irreversible relationship. If he didn't sign a contract with the parrot, he could just let them do whatever they wanted, and the result would be their own business. But he had a contract with Parrot, and he already knew about this, so he had to make a choice. It could be ignoring or paying attention. Either way, he needed to show his attitude. Only by showing his attitude could Canine Deacon and Little Red make a better decision. Angor considered for a moment and made up his mind. He logged off. Angor planned to go offline and talk to Laplace. After all, he wasn't the only one who signed a contract with Parrot. Laplace and Luigi also had a contract with him. But after some consideration, he decided to let the bunny girl go offline. If he went offline to talk to Laplace, he would have to explain the reason, which would take too much time. Little Red had to go offline to reply to Rice God, so he couldn't waste too much time. The bunny girl was different. As Laplace's avatar, she could use mental synchronization with Laplace. She only needed a few seconds for Laplace to know what happened. Laplace could also tell the bunny girl what he wanted to do through mental synchronization. This would save Angor a lot of time compared to going offline to explain himself. The bunny girl didn't hesitate. After hearing Angor's plan, she logged off right away. It only took her about a minute to come online. This was faster than Angor expected. Soon, Angor found out why. Laplace came online as well. The bunny girl must have told Laplace about the situation, so Laplace decided to come online and discuss it with Angor. Angor quickly used his authority to change Laplace's login location to the bunny girl's room. Laplace opened his eyes and didn't seem surprised to find himself in a room full of bunnies. He nodded to Angor and sat down. "Is everything okay out there?" Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. "Don't worry. I already released Luigi from Silver Forest. He'll be fine." After a pause, Laplace continued, "I have heard from her about the parrot and the Rice God. What do you think?" Angor sighed. "I don't think so. If I have to say, I wish I didn't know about it." If Dog Deacon didn't tell Angor about it, everything would go according to plan. Whether Parrot was caught or Rice God was tricked by Parrot, Angor would have nothing to do with it. But now that he heard about it, he had to do something about it. "When Little Red found out about the criminal merchants sent on us, there's no way you won't know about it." Dog Deacon was no longer Laplace's avatars, but he would always make careful decisions about anything related to Laplace. Since the matter of the Rice God involved Laplace, the Dog Deacon would definitely find a way to contact Laplace and confirm her attitude. Only then would it be easier to act. As the one who signed the contract with the parrot, Angor had to know about this. There was no way he could stay out of it. Angor sighed helplessly. "I don't have any other ideas then." "What about you?" Laplace said, "I didn't have any ideas at first, but after hearing what you said, I have some ideas." "Oh?" Laplace said indifferently, "Your idea is actually more inclined to let them solve it themselves." Angor nodded. Both Parrot and Rice God were familiar strangers to him. If not for the contract, he wouldn't get involved. He couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. It seemed that Parrot stole God's blood, but that was only one side story. Who knew if Parrot had other reasons? Since he couldn't tell who was right, he had to rely on his personal feelings. But he didn't have much of an opinion about these two people. This was the most difficult part for him. It would be best if they could solve it themselves. "Laplace, you're conflicted. You're not familiar with either of them, so you can't side with anyone. But in fact, it's exactly because they're slightly familiar strangers that it's easier to manipulate them. What should I do?" "Let them solve it themselves," Laplace said. Although they were asked to solve it by themselves, they needed to give an explanation to the parrot. After all, there was a contract and a favor. At the same time, they also needed to give an explanation to the dog deacon and Little Red. They also had an agreement with the rice god and the others to not damage their reputation. Therefore, he had to help both sides. As for Parrot, he would tell him that rice god used Little Red to track him down. This would count as returning the favor. As for Little Red, he would wait until Parrot received the message and did something else. Then, Little Red would send the coordinates to Rice God and fulfill the agreement. Therefore, what the parrot would do and whether he could escape from the god of Rice's pursuit was his own business. Whether the god of Rice and the Ursi people could catch him or not depended on whether he had the ability to do so. Also, Canine House's reputation would be preserved. Laplace's idea was to satisfy all three parties. End of chapter. Angor considered Laplace's suggestion carefully. On the surface, it did seem to satisfy all three parties. Besides, Angor and the others could safely escape from the maelstrom. It was an excellent idea. However, one could never judge a book by its cover. A plan written on paper was based on logic and knowledge, but a real plan needed to consider people's minds and variables. There was an obvious variable in the plan proposed by Laplace. What if Parrot asks us for help? Angor asked. They told the parrot the news that the rice god was about to arrive with the help of the House of Everything. According to the plan, the parrot should run for its life. Then, each of them would show their magical powers and see who would win in the chase. But what if Parrot didn't run away as planned and asked them for help, hoping that they would fulfill the contract and take it away from the mirror domain? What should they do then? If they agreed to Parrot's request, wouldn't they still step into the maelstrom? If they didn't agree to Parrot's request or found an excuse to delay, wouldn't that be the same as using a loophole in the contract? If they wanted to use a loophole, why not do it from the beginning? They didn't need to make things so complicated and backtrack. Laplace said non-committally, if you don't want to exploit the loophole in the contract, then just follow the contract and take him out of the mirror realm. But if we take Parrot away, Rice God, he suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence. He thought about it carefully and realized that it wouldn't hurt to take Parrot away from the mirror domain. Rice God's goal was to capture Parrot and retrieve the blood of gods. Would Rice God give up if Parrot left the mirror domain? Of course not. If Parrot left the mirror domain and returned to the wizarding world, Rice God would definitely chase after it. By then, the pursuit in the wizarding world would be between Rice God and Parrot. Angor wouldn't have anything to do with it. If Rice God really chased him to the southern wizarding world, Angor could even treat Rice God as a local tyrant in return for giving him the badge. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that troublesome. Angor rubbed his chin and nodded to Laplace. That'll work. Then who's going to contact Parrot? Angor asked. They needed to contact Parrot as soon as possible. Because Little Red was still using the excuse of resting to delay the Rice God and the Airseek clan, they had to contact the parrot as soon as possible to prevent Little Red from delaying for too long. Of course, even if Little Red was delayed for a long time, Rice God and the others would not suspect that there was something wrong with Little Red. However, they might question the efficiency of Little Red and the doghouse behind her. This was also a form of damage to his reputation. Therefore, the person who contacted the parrot had better be quick. Moreover, the parrot must have known that the Rice God and the others were chasing after him. He was now very vigilant. Even if a stranger passed the message to him, he might not necessarily believe it. Therefore, it would be best to send someone who had a contract with the parrot to help them. But who would go? Laplace said. Gleipnir will participate in the multi-race meeting as a representative of the Dream Mirror. Therefore, she can't go for now. Angor agreed. Gleipnir was the face of Dream Mirror. He had connections, and a good view of the big picture. More importantly, Gleipnir was indebted to the 100 Dragon Kingdom. Her words could be trusted by the Mirror Dragons. With the trust of the Mirror Dragons, it would be much easier for Gleipnir to talk to other races. Therefore, Gleipnir had a lot of work to do right now. Asking her to pass the message to Parrot was a waste of her talent. As for Luigi, Laplace considered. Forget about him. He's preparing music scores for his next main mission. Also, he's studying Qinghong and the Abyss. Qinghong and the Abyss? Angor was a little surprised. He already bought them? He went to Alessandro? Qinghong and the Abyss were products of the Dream Mirror clan, which represented artificial dreams and nightmares. Angor was going to ask Quintera if Alessandro bought such products. If so, Quintera could just buy them from the 100 Dragon Kingdom without going to the Dream Mirror clan. But now, according to Laplace, Qinghong and the Abyss had already bought them? And Luigi had already started to study them? Huh? You didn't know? Laplace paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Before the display on the main display platform ended, Gleipnir had already received the physical objects of Qinghong and Yuan. Angor was speechless. At that time, after they finished watching the display of the goblins and confirmed that Qinghong and Yuan could lure out Lan, Laplace told Gleipnir about the purchase of Qinghong and Yuan through the spirit bond. While Gleipnir was preparing to go on stage, he asked Good-Alace to take care of it. Good-Alace contacted the Dream Mirror clan using the exhibition booklet. As the leader of the Holy-Eyed clan's gathering, she had more access to the booklet than anyone else. When the Glasses race received the news, they immediately sent someone to bring Qinghong and Yuan to Good-Alace. The exhibition was not over yet. Qinghong and the Abyss had already entered Gleipnir's pocket. Angor listened to Laplace's explanation and sighed in his mind. It's good to have connections and status, Angor considered. Let Luigi do it then. I'll go talk to Parrot. He looked at Little Red and said, I can't be sure if the thermocline outside is blocked, so I'll try to buy 15 minutes. In other words, Little Red would need another 15 minutes. The reason for this delay was that Crystal City had a strict restriction on energy ripples. Plus, the 100 Dragon Kingdom had a large base, so it would take some time to reach the exit from the Cloud Cave. Even so, Angor estimated that he could reach the stall area in 5 minutes at full speed. However, considering all kinds of variables, such as the congestion outside, and the fact that he could not move even an inch, he would have to wait a little longer. A quarter of an hour was a relatively generous time frame. Little Red nodded obediently. Sure, Kitty. Rice God and the others have been chasing after the criminal merchant for a long time. They won't mind waiting a little longer. I'll tell you when I'm done with Parrot. Since Little Red nodded, Angor did not say anything else. Time was of the essence, so he logged out. However, as soon as he logged out, Angor noticed something. Before he could ask Steward Fan to leave, he saw Laplace opening his eyes as well. Angor, Luigi, Laplace, and Steward Fan were all awake. Marion was the only one who was still asleep. Steward Fan glanced at Angor and was about to say something when he noticed some energy ripples between Angor and Laplace. Perhaps they were communicating privately. Steward Fan nodded to Angor as a polite greeting and did not say anything else. Angor returned the greeting while asking Laplace why he logged out as well. I'm going with you, Laplace replied through their spirit bond. Angor was surprised. Did he have to go with Parrot? Did Laplace's spirit sense foresee something unexpected? No, it's not. Laplace said, if you go alone and Parrot asks you for help, do you have a way to guide him away? Angor did not know what to say. Even if Angor brought Parrot to his heart space, he might not be able to find his way back from Crystal City. Laplace's expression remained calm, but Angor could see a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I was going to go with you, but you logged out as soon as you finished your sentence. Since Angor left so quickly, Laplace had to bid farewell to the canine warden and logged out as well. Angor nodded, feeling a little guilty. Shall we leave the word space now? No need. Laplace shook his head. When Laplace said this, his long silver-white hair began to wriggle like flowing mercury with sparkling streamers. As the silver hair flowed, it condensed into silver chains. These silver chains gathered together in a certain logic, forming a thick and smooth mercury mirror. Through the mercury mirror, he could see the dense shadows of the trees inside. This was not Angor's first time seeing the mirror. It was Laplace's silver forest space, a special space she created. Previously, Luigi had participated in the Oriel Instance dungeon trial in the silver forest space. Angor did not understand why Laplace summoned the silver forest space now. Laplace did not say anything. She glanced at Steward Fan, who was watching them from a distance. Angor and I have something to discuss. We need to leave for a while. Steward Fan was curious about what happened, but he did not dare to ask. He only nodded with a smile. Laplace glanced at Luigi again. She wanted to say something, but judging from Luigi's blank look, Laplace was probably lost in his own thoughts. In the end, Laplace did not say anything. She nodded to Angor and entered the mirror. After a moment of weightlessness, Angor felt his feet steady. The air was filled with the smell of soil and forest. Angor opened his eyes and saw himself standing in the middle of a dark forest. Behind him was a silver mirror. Through the mirror, he could see the banquet table outside. It was the text space. There was another table in front of him. But unlike the regular tables outside, this one was more delicate. The four legs of the table were swinging up and down. The decorations on the table were not regular either. Spinning teacups, singing candlesticks, pages with fragrant liquid flowing from them, and so on. All of them showed the wonders of this table. Above the long table, there was also a thundercloud with a cute big eye floating in the air. "This is perfect for a tea party," Angor mumbled. Everything here was exactly the same as the witch's tea party in the fairy tale. Greya would love this place if she was here. While Angor was thinking, he heard Laplace calling him. Angor looked back. He saw a group of Laplacians walking toward him from the forest. Yes, a group. There were at least a dozen of them. There were also several Laplacians standing on the treetops, looking at Angor from afar. They all wore different colored clothes and had different hair colors. The only thing they had in common was their faces. Because of the difference in their attire, Angor recognized the real Laplace right away. She was standing in front of the group of Laplacians. "So they're the scattered elements you mentioned?" Laplace nodded at Angor. "There are also blood clones, phantom clones, and ether clones. I'll tell you more when I have time. Let's go find Parrot first." "How do we get there?" Angor asked with a serious expression. "How? Through a plain passageway? A mirror tunnel?" Laplace shook his head. "It's slow, and the giant spirit of Crystal City will sense it. No need." "Then how do we get there?" Laplace said, "Have you forgotten how I took you to see my main body?" Angor was surprised. "You're saying we should go to the void of consciousness?" In order to see the painting, Angor used his consciousness to follow Laplace through the consciousness space until they reached Laplace's main body in the Sea of Mirrors. Of course, he would never forget his trip to the void of consciousness. After all, it was one of the closest experiences he had ever had. Laplace nodded. "It's faster if we go through the consciousness space. Besides, you've experienced it before, so I don't need to tell you the rules." He had to admit that it would take him only a few seconds to reach the parrot's location. But, Angor looked around and pointed at the group of colorful Laplacians who were staring at him. "Are they coming too?" Laplace shook his head. "They're just curious. You're the only one who entered the Silver Forest dimension apart from my original self," Laplace said. After a pause, Laplace said, "Ignore them. Let's go." As he spoke, Laplace extended a finger, and a strange energy began to gather on his fingertip, which was so white that it was almost like jade. The energy condensed into flickering spots of light, floating up and down in the dark forest, like fireflies swaying in the wind, or like a river of stars swirling around. The light spots arranged themselves into a constellation pattern that surrounded Angor and Laplace. In the eyes of the other Laplacians, Angor and Laplace slowly sat down on the ground and closed their eyes peacefully as if they were sleeping. But in Angor's view, the light spots around them turned into a mirror that dragged him and Laplace into it. They slowly sank down into a soft swamp. When his head was also surrounded by the swamp, Angor felt that he had arrived at a world made of light spots. This was the consciousness space. End of chapter. Angor felt his spirit walking in his consciousness space for several minutes. But when they left the space, only 2 seconds had passed in the real world. The sense of time in reality and the sense of time in the void of consciousness were two completely different things. The strange feeling of not matching the time made him feel a little absent-minded. However, he already experienced the same thing when he went to see Laplace's real body. This time, he was only dazed for a split second, and he quickly returned to normal. When Angor opened his eyes again, he found himself outside of his consciousness space. they were floating in the air. They were surrounded by crisscrossing streets in which supernatural beings of all shapes and sizes were walking back and forth. About 2 meters below them, a stone golem was setting up a stall using a flying carpet. About 5 meters above them, a group of people was watching a teacup head talking about the local products of Telugu City. Angkor and Laplace just happened to be in the center of such a three-dimensional street. Busy tourists shuttled back and forth around them, but miraculously, no one paid any attention to them. It was as if they didn't exist. Also, no one was looking at the shiny silver mirror behind them. The two of them were like ghosts that did not belong to this time and space, ignored by everyone. They can't see us. It looks like we've left the space, but we're still one level away from the real world, Laplace explained when he saw the confusion in Angkor's eyes. For example, if the people outside were in Dimension 1, they were in Dimension 1. 1 inch. They were close enough to see everything in the real world. But in reality, they were still 0. 1 away. As higher-level numbers, they could see everything from lower-level numbers. But the lower-level numbers couldn't go beyond 0. 1 to see the higher-level ones. This 0. 1 was like an insurmountable chasm for other people. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If someone could move their consciousness and look at them from the perspective of their own consciousness, they would still be discovered. But such people either had special talents or were above legendary. This was just one of the many stalls in Crystal City. Most of the people who set up stalls here were people who didn't belong to any race. No one could see them. Because of this, the two of them and the glowing mirror behind them were ignored by the people around them. How are we supposed to contact Parrot if no one can see us? Angkor asked. Don't worry. I'll let the parrot see us. Laplace didn't say anything else. Angkor did not ask further. Angkor knew Laplace well enough to know that there were only 2 reasons why she did not explain. Either it involved some kind of secret, and it was not a good thing to know about it, or the knowledge was beyond Angkor's comprehension, and explaining it would be pointless. It was just like how you couldn't tell a summer insect about the ice in winter. A summer insect couldn't understand what winter was, nor could it understand what ice was. Without such a concept, it couldn't imagine things beyond its knowledge. Either way, it did not matter to him. Since it was meaningless, there was no need to explain. Under Laplace's guidance, they began to head towards the location of the parrot. Angkor did not notice the difference before they moved. But as soon as they moved, something changed. It was as if the world around them was frozen. No, it was not frozen. The people around them were still moving, but their movements were slowed down countless times. In Angkor's vision, only his and Laplace's movements were normal. Everything else was slowed down. It was as if he and Laplace were the real people, while everything around them was frozen in a black and white old movie. However, this situation would only occur when they were moving. Once they stopped, the time flow around them would return to normal. Was this the reason behind the time difference between his consciousness and the real world? Angkor didn't know the exact reason. He just made a mental note of this feeling so that he could study something similar in the future. A while later, they arrived at the small mirror where Parrot was. Inside the mirror was Paluxiu's shop, which included the parrot's shop. However, when they entered the mirror, they saw that Paluxiu was inside, but the parrot was nowhere to be seen. If they were in the real world, they might be able to use some spells to locate the parrot. But since they were inside 1 inch, they couldn't cast spells through the mirror. Laplace considered for a moment. Let me ask Paluxiu. Ask? Angkor's eyes lit up. He wanted to see how Laplace interacted with the outside world as well. However, Laplace's actions were completely baffling to Angkor's eyes. Laplace walked directly to the drowsy store manager Paluxiu. Her eyes flickered with a strange energy. Store manager Palucci had been mumbling listlessly a second ago, but in the next second, he blinked and saw Laplace, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Huh? When did you come in? Manager Paluxiu widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Laplace and Angkor who were standing behind her. Just when you were dozing off, Laplace said in a flat tone. Manager Paluxiu was surprised. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was indeed dozing off. There were no customers in the shop, and the invention rat he used to train and wake up was sold away, so he was even more bored. Did he take a short nap? In that case, these two people should have come in when he was dozing off. No wonder, no wonder. Paluxy did not doubt this explanation. He did not pay much attention to Laplace and Angor since they already came here before. You. Paluxy narrowed his eyes. You're not here for Parrot too, are you? Yes, we're here for something. Angor paused and asked, you said two just now. Did someone come looking for him too? Paluxy rested his face on one hand and answered lazily, yeah. Someone came and asked him to leave. Someone asked Parrot to leave? Angor frowned. Do you know where the parrot went? Paluxy gave Angor an annoyed look. Why are you asking me that? Ask yourselves. You're asking us? What do you mean, Paluxy? Isn't the person who called him out the person who came with you earlier? Angor was surprised. You mean, Paluxy waved a hand. The one who asked me if I had any music sheets to sell. Both Angor and Laplace looked at each other in disbelief. Without a doubt, Paluxy was talking about Luigi. But Angor knew that Luigi never asked Paluxy to leave. Did you hear anything about where they went? Angor tried to calm himself down. Paluxy shook his head. I don't know. They talked about it in the cubicle. How should I know? When did they leave? Paluxy considered. About an hour. Or maybe an hour and a half. They left for a long time. As he spoke, Paluxy muttered, I don't know what the parrot is thinking. It actually packed all the goods. It seems like it's going to follow your companion on a long trip. Laplace gave Angor a look, which meant they should talk outside. Angor quickly understood and followed Laplace out of the shop. When Paluxy looked up again, he saw Laplace and Angor gone. He didn't mind. Boring. I hate freeloaders. Next time, I won't complain if you don't buy something. On the other side of the street, Angor and Laplace arrived at the stall area. Someone pretended to be Luigi and took Parrot away, Laplace said in a low voice. This wasn't a question or a negotiation. It was a statement. As for why Parrot trusted Luigi, it was probably because Luigi used the excuse of taking Parrot away to convince Parrot. After all, they had signed a contract with Parrot, which stated that they would take Parrot away as soon as possible. Parrot didn't doubt Luigi, who came to fulfill the contract. This also explained why Parrot packed up his belongings as if he was going somewhere far away. This was because he was indeed going on a long journey. Furthermore, in the Parrot's opinion, there was a high probability that this was a one-way ticket that would never return. What should we do now? Find Parrot, Laplace said after a moment of silence. Laplace agreed with Angor's suggestion to stay out of this matter. However, someone pretended to be Luigi and tricked Parrot. Which meant they had something to do with it. No matter who it was, Laplace couldn't accept someone who pretended to be Luigi to trick Parrot. Angor also saw the dissatisfaction in Laplace's eyes, and he agreed. If someone could pretend to be Luigi this time, they could do it again next time. But now, there was a real problem. How are we going to find Parrot? And the imposter? That won't be hard. As he spoke, Laplace pointed his finger in the air, and a blue sand table with the Crystal City as the main body appeared in front of him. On this sand table, there were 6 coordinates that were emitting bright light. He quickly understood what Laplace was trying to say. These 6 coordinates were the places where the aura of the blood of gods was the thickest, which Little Red had detected earlier. 3 of them were in the free trade market, which was the stall area where they were now. The other 3 were in other places outside the stall area. Earlier, he thought that the only bright spots outside the stall area were the traces of Parrot's aura lingering in those areas. But now, it seemed that Parrot was taken away by the fake Luigi, and the spots were tainted with the aura of the fake Luigi. If that was the case, Parrot should be in one of these spots, or somewhere nearby. I see, Angor said. Let's check the spots one by one. Laplace nodded. Since Angor needed Laplace's help to move around in his mind, they couldn't split up and had to check the spots together. They spent less than 2 minutes in the void of consciousness. In the outside world, it might not even take half a second to complete the search for the coordinates of 3 of the stalls. Nothing. Parrot wasn't in the market right now, so it must be in one of the other 3 spots. Angor and Laplace entered the real space of consciousness again. Even if they didn't move, the outside world would still move slowly. This was the best place to communicate. They didn't need to worry about wasting time. Angor and Laplace considered the remaining 3 spots and found that they could connect them together to form a path. One of the coordinates closest to the stall area was an unknown area. As for the other 2 coordinates, one was in the corridor that connected to the Crystal City, and the other was in an unknown circular castle. If they started from the market and drew a line to connect the remaining 3 spots, the final destination would be the unknown circular castle. If Parrot was tricked, he would end up at one of the levels of the castle. Are we going straight to the castle? Angor asked. Laplace considered. Let's check the spots one by one. They're all on the same line anyway. It won't take us too much time. Angor agreed with Laplace's decision. The so-called drawing a line was just an illusion. Who knows if this is really the case? If it wasn't, they would miss it. It was troublesome to check the spots one by one, but they wouldn't miss anything. Laplace led Angor on their way again. Inside the space of consciousness, countless light spots surrounded Angor like stars and pushed him further and further away. After an unknown amount of time, Angor returned to the 1-inch interface. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was still in the market area, but not the one they were in before. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the unknown area. Unknown meant that they didn't know much about the layout of Crystal City, nor did they know the name of the place. That was why they named it Unknown Area. It didn't mean that the place was mysterious. From the looks of it, the unknown area where the first set of coordinates was located was the new stall area. Maybe Parrot came here for a stroll? Of course, it was also possible that Parrot was tricked by the fake Luigi and wanted to leave the mirror domain with him. End of chapter. There were almost no floating streets in the area. Most of the buildings were on the ground. Also, there weren't many stalls here. Most of them were shops with buildings on them. In terms of the shape of the buildings, they were basically made of crystal shells. Furthermore, due to the nature of the crystal shell, it could be done to an extremely fine degree, which also made the surrounding buildings extremely exquisite. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the current free trade market was definitely better than the previous one in terms of the general quality of goods. However, there weren't many people here. This was to be expected. People who wandered around the area were more or less trying to pick up some scraps. Most of the stalls were just passers-by, not professional merchants. They didn't necessarily know what they were selling, and their prices were more subjective. Therefore, there was always a chance to pick up some scraps. For example, most of the stalls in this area were regular shops, and the owners were also professional merchants. The chances of picking up scraps under the eyes of professional merchants were very low. Of course, there were more people in the area where the previous stalls were. As for those who wanted to go to a regular shop, most of them would choose to go to the main hall instead of here. This was why there weren't many people in the area. Even if Angor and Laplace came here in their real bodies, they probably wouldn't run into anyone, let alone in the 1-inch world. Still, there were advantages to having fewer people. In the previous area, there were many people here. Even if Parrot showed up, he wouldn't attract too much attention. However, in this area, both the shop owners and the stalls had nothing better to do, so they would remember the visitors more clearly. If Parrot was here, or had been here before, Angor could ask around and find out more about him. Angor and Laplace walked among the rows of buildings and soon found the area where Parrot stayed. I'll go check it out. Wait here. After Laplace finished speaking, he turned into countless specks of spiritual light. They covered the area like a rain of light. Several seconds later, the light spots were formed into Laplace's image. Parrot isn't here. Angor wasn't surprised. According to the 3 coordinates, Parrot was most likely to show up at the unknown ring-shaped fortress. There are 3 shops in this area. The casino is the only one with a lot of customers. The other shops are mostly empty. If the Parrot and fake Luigi had been here before, the staff should remember them. In other words, they could ask the shop assistant for information about parrots. Of course, the point was not about the parrot but about confirming the existence of the fake Luigi. Laplace nodded. Sure. Which shop should we go to first? Angor hesitated for a moment. There were a total of 3 shops in this area, namely the Dandelion Restaurant, the Wetland Castle Special Market, and the Bloodstone Casino. The Dandelion Restaurant was an open-air restaurant. No matter whether the parrot entered the restaurant or not, as long as it passed by, the staff should have noticed it. Therefore, their first choice was Dandelion Restaurant. Since there weren't many people around, Laplace directly brought Angor into the restaurant with him. When he saw the waiters were all teacup heads, he finally understood why this place was called Dandelion Restaurant. So this was a restaurant owned by a Tulu man who loved dandelions. There were only a few people in the restaurant. There was only a man playing a harp and several idle waiters. When Angor and Laplace entered the restaurant, the waiters quickly greeted them with a friendly smile. Maybe it was because there weren't many customers and the waiters were bored, they didn't seem disappointed even when Angor told them that he wasn't here. Instead, they began to chat with him. After talking with the waiters, they confirmed that the parrot had been here before. It was about an hour and a half ago. However, the parrot didn't enter the restaurant. He only looked around when he was passing by, which was noticed by the waiters. Was he alone? I think so. I'm not sure. The waiters looked at each other and wondered what the others would say. A Tulu man holding a goblet spoke up, there should be someone else. I thought he was going to come in when he looked around. But he was looking straight ahead as if he wanted to talk to someone. I don't know if that's the case. But he didn't come back after that. You're just imagining things because you're too eager for customers, aren't you? The waitress shrugged. I'm imagining things. But I do think he wanted to come in for a rest. At least, that's what I think. Angor and Laplace bid farewell to Dandelion Restaurant. The Tulu man didn't see fake Luigi, but he was sure that the parrot had been here before. And according to the timeline, it did happen after the parrot left with the fake Luigi. Therefore, what the bartender said might be true. Although he did not see the parrot's companion, there should be such a companion, and this companion was the fake Luigi. Let's go to the next one. Angor pointed ahead. Let's go to this wetland market. Wetland market. At first, he did not understand why the shop was named that way. But when he saw that the shop assistant was a one-eyed man, he finally understood. This was a Sumerian market, which was also a shop owned by the Holy-Eyed clan. The Holy-Eyed clan's hometown was Sumerian Wetland Castle, so it made sense that they chose Wetland as their name. The shop sold specialties from Wetland Fort, but most of them were relatively expensive raw materials. These raw materials were very good, but they required very high technical specifications to be processed. Ordinary people couldn't process them even if they bought them, which also led to the lack of customers in this special market. Angor and Laplace entered the market and saw that it was empty. There was only a Holy-Eyed clan member sitting behind the counter. The Holy-Eyed clan member's single eye glowed faintly. Especially when he saw Angor and Laplace, the light in his eye grew even brighter. It looked like a cat's eye in the dark, reflecting light and shining light. That's blinding, said the Holy-Eyed clan member. He looked at Angor and Laplace and muttered those words. Angor didn't know what to say. We're the ones who should be saying that. You're the one who's blinding us with your titanium eye. We haven't even said anything yet, and you're already talking about it? What kind of logic is that? Angor complained in his mind. Laplace, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow. You have a spirit eye? The Holy-Eyed clan member nodded nervously. Why yes. You've heard of it? I heard about it from Guthalize, said Laplace in a flat tone. Huh? The Holy-Eyed clan member stood up. Why you know Lady Guthalize? Laplace didn't say anything. He just stared at the Holy-Eyed clan member. The Holy-Eyed clan member felt his scalp going numb. He slowly sat down and placed his hands on his lap like a good student. In his opinion, since Laplace could talk to Guthalize, he must be a big shot. As a mere Sumerian, the Holy-Eyed clan member didn't dare to offend someone important. Angor looked at the Holy-Eyed clan member and Laplace in confusion. What are you guys talking about? What's a spirit eye? Laplace didn't explain. He simply flicked a beam of light into Angor's forehead, which contained the information about the spirit eye. It was only a general introduction, but it was enough. According to the information, each holy-eyed clan member had different abilities, and each eye had different names. For example, the eyes of good Alace, who controlled the power of starlight, were called Eyes of the Star. The eyes that controlled lightning were called Eyes of White Lightning. The eyes that controlled healing were called Eyes of Life. As for the spirit eye, it was an eye that could see through a living being's body and see its spirit. Both Angor and Laplace didn't have physical bodies. Instead, they were made entirely of spirit light. This was why the holy-eyed clan member could see two dazzling lights through the spirit eye. This was why the holy-eyed clan member sighed. Still, he didn't think too much about it. There were all kinds of creatures in the holy-eyed clan meeting these days, including gaseous and elemental creatures. It wasn't strange to see creatures made of pure spirit light. An interesting ability that can see through spirit light, Angor muttered. I heard that the spirit eye with 3 swirls can even control other people's spirit light, Laplace said. The holy-eyed clan member was even more convinced that Laplace was a big shot. Ordinary people couldn't possibly know such a secret. He lowered his head even more humbly. 3 swirls is still too far away for me. I just reached 2. Angor also noticed the 2 swirls in the holy-eyed clan member's eye. Judging from his strength, the holy-eyed clan member was probably a top-level apprentice. But that wasn't important. The most important thing now was the parrot. Since the holy-eyed clan member was in the shop, did he see the parrot? Maybe the holy-eyed clan member was scared by Laplace's identity, but the holy-eyed clan member didn't hide anything from Angor's questions. The holy-eyed clan member did see the parrot and its companion. However, neither of them entered the wetland market. The holy-eyed clan member only glanced at them from afar. The holy-eyed clan member spoke. Laplace used his spirit light to simulate Luigi's image. Take a look. Is he the one traveling with them? The holy-eyed clan member nodded. Yes, that's him. With the holy-eyed clan member's testimony, Angor was sure that someone impersonated Luigi and left with the parrot. However, the identity of the impersonator and how he or she knew about the contract between Luigi and the parrot remained a mystery. Did you see where they went? Laplace asked. The holy-eyed clan member pointed to the opposite direction without hesitation. Over there, Bloodstone Casino. They stayed there for a long time. About 15 minutes, I think. The holy-eyed clan member's words also confirmed one thing: why would Little Red mark a coordinate here? Since the parrot stayed here for a long time, its aura lingered in the area, which was why this place was listed as one of the 6 coordinates. Laplace looked at Angor. Shall we go check it out? Angor nodded. But before they turned to leave, Angor glanced at the clerk's single eye, which was still glowing. Angor stopped for a second. You've been keeping your spirit eye on? I just reached the 2nd vortex level, so I need to stabilize my strength. There aren't many customers here, so I've been training with my spirit eye on. Angor's eyes lit up. Did you use your spirit eyes on the 2 people we asked you about before? Yes. The holy-eyed clan member nodded. What did you see? Angor was glad to hear that. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment and slowly said, I didn't see anything. The spiritual light on the human you asked was relatively weak, but the light on his body was very strong. It was blood red. I think he has a very strong physical body. On this point, he was right. The parrot was a bloodline wizard, so it was normal for it to have a strong body. What about the other one? What he really wanted to know was what fake Luigi looked like under his spirit eye. Maybe the shop assistant could tell who he was by looking at the aura. The clerk hesitated when he mentioned fake Luigi, as if he were sorting out his words. After a long time, he finally said, the spiritual light of the other one is very mixed and chaotic. Its color is rather dim and gloomy, too. Oh right, the other one looks like you. He doesn't have a body. Instead, he's made of some kind of energy. The spiritual light emitted by this energy is the kind I mentioned just now, very gloomy and dim. No body? Made of energy? Dark and gloomy. Angor wasn't a creature from the mirror realm, so he didn't know much about the creatures in this place. He had no idea what fake Luigi was. He could only turn to Laplace to see what he would say. Laplace considered for a moment. There are many energy creatures in the sun mirror realm, but I can't tell what they are yet. But I don't think there are too many of them that have dark energy and the ability to mimic someone's appearance and aura. Laplace frowned and didn't finish his sentence. However, from the looks of it, she seemed to have some guesses. However, with the current clues, she still couldn't give a definite answer. She needed more evidence to perfect her theory. End of chapter. After leaving Wetland Fort, Angor and Laplace headed to the Bloodstone Casino on the other side. Angor immediately thought of a dark, noisy place when he heard the name casino. But when he entered, he realized that this place was different from what he expected. There were many people inside, but they were all quiet. Each of them was holding a stone and studying it with a magnifying glass. If not for the fact that this was a casino, Angor would have thought that this place was some kind of geological research center. But then again, using a magnifying glass to study the stones reminded him of some of the items he saw in his hologram tablet. This isn't stone gambling, is it? Angor muttered to himself. What are you talking about? Stone gambling? Laplace looked at Angor. Angor shook his head. No. I'm just curious why they're holding stones. Isn't this a casino? Are they gambling with those stones? Laplace nodded. Yes, we use stones to gamble, because some of them contain blood or. While Laplace was talking, Angor saw a large pile of stones not far from them. There was a sign in front of the stones, which recorded the functions of the stones in a special language. Angor didn't know what kind of language was used on the sign. But after staring at it for a while, he somehow understood what it meant. Was this some kind of language that could be transmitted through one's mind? Laplace explained, it's one of the ancient tooth fairy's techniques. The signs aren't words, but patterns drawn by the tooth fairy with special ink. Through these patterns, the fairy can connect with the consciousness of intelligent beings and transmit the information recorded on the patterns. There's such a thing? It's not something they invented. It's an imitation. There were many energy beings in the mirror realm, but they couldn't speak or record their thoughts in the form of words. They relied on their minds, or souls to communicate with each other. The tooth fairy imitated these energy beings and stored their energy in patterns. When someone's brain wave, soul, spirit, or consciousness came into contact with the patterns, they would be able to extract the corresponding energy from the patterns. In Laplace's opinion, it was a poor imitation. Still, it was an interesting experience for him. Moreover, don't look at how low the technical content was. The important thing was that ancient tooth fairy had created this idea. Most of the time, the idea was more important than the research itself. Moreover, most of the esoteric technology was actually developed from a simple idea. Although this technology could only be used as a universal translator at the moment, it was possible that in the future, these simple ideas could be used to expand a broader technological perspective. Therefore, he was quite interested in this energy expression. If you're interested in this technology, I can teach you later, Laplace said calmly. He already wanted to learn more about the energy spectrum of the mirror domain from the Laplace system, so he could use this chance to learn how to express energy. The matter of studying could be put aside for the time being. Angor focused on the sign again. According to the sign, he had a general idea of the Bloodstone Casino. Indeed, as Laplace had said, the gambling here was the gambling of stones. To be more precise, they were betting on the demonic blood ore hidden under the stone shell. These stones that were suspected to contain demonic blood ore were called bloodstones by the ancient tooth fairy. Since the ancient tooth fairy had something to do with the bloodstones, it was not difficult to deduce that they came from the empty mirror sea. The ancient tooth fairy would open up some of the bloodstones found in the empty mirror sea and sell the demonic blood ores inside. As for the unidentifiable ones, the tooth fairy would throw them into the casino and let the gamblers open them themselves. Most of the bloodstones that had been selected by the tooth fairy in advance were usually sold at a loss. They either contained weak blood energy, or did not contain any demonic blood ores at all. However, there were some high-grade demonic blood ores that had hidden their blood energy and escaped the tooth fairy's inspection. And any gambler who found such a high-grade demonic blood ore would make a fortune. Of course, the probability was small, but there were many gamblers in the casino. As long as one was a gambler, they would basically have the mentality of the world revolves around me. When they gamble, they would only look at the successful cases, the failed cases would be thrown to the back of their minds. This was why there were so many people in the Bloodstone Casino. After reading the sign, Angor confirmed that this was the mirror domain version of stone gambling. But he still had a question. The main reason why the hologram tablet could be so popular was that it was difficult for technology to detect the jewels inside the stones, which made them unique. However, the gamblers here were basically transcendents. If they wanted to, wouldn't they be able to find out what was going on inside the bloodstone by probing it with their mental strength? Angor asked his question. Laplace was not surprised. Because you're in your consciousness form. You can't see the details of the stones. It's simple. Is there something wrong with the stones? Laplace nodded. The surface of the stones is still covered with the aura of the empty mirror sea. You can cut them open with your bare hands. But if you touch them with your spirit power, you'll be affected by the empty mirror sea. Of course, this kind of influence wouldn't turn you into a hollow man, but it could cause irreversible damage to your mind. For this reason, the gamblers did not dare to use their spirit power to check the stones. They could only use a magnifying glass and their experience to choose the stones they wanted. The aura of the empty mirror sea doesn't work on people with high spirit power limits or strong spirit resistance. However, this kind of person wouldn't be interested in these bloodstones. Laplace could easily see the blood ores inside the stones without being affected by the aura of the empty mirror sea. However, she did not want to participate in stone gambling at all. Because it was unnecessary. For truly precious demon blood ores, even if they were divine items, Ancient Tooth Immortal had other ways to appraise them. Even if there were high-level demon blood ores, most of them were released by Ancient Tooth Immortal himself. A big shot who pretended to be blind would not make much money here. Instead, he would lose his style. But then again, Laplace knew so much about stone gambling because Luigi would occasionally go to Ancient Tooth Fairy's casino and pretend to be blind. Unlike Laplace, Angor was interested in the bloodstones. After all, they were still useful alchemy consumables. However, he was still in his consciousness form, and he did not have any crystals on him. Even if he could see the blood ores inside the stones, he could not afford them. So, he had to give up and focus on the main topic. According to the shopkeeper, Parrot has been here for about 15 minutes. Is he here for bloodstones too? Angor looked around to see where the shopkeeper was. However, after looking around for a long time, he only saw the people who were studying the stones. There was not a single employee. While he was wondering, he saw Laplace walking to the side. When he followed, he saw Laplace talking to a shopkeeper. When he saw the clerk, he finally understood why he did not see him before. The shopkeeper was too small. He was only the size of a palm. It was an ancient tooth fairy with a long white beard and wearing a baby's tooth hat. Although he looked very old, he was wearing a colorful robe. The wings on his back were also colorful, a bit like the wings of a fly that reflected colorful light under the sunlight. The tooth fairy was holding an iron spoon that was about the size of his body and digging into a glass jar in front of him. A faint fragrance of nectar came out of the jar. While talking to Laplace, the tooth fairy did not forget to lick the remaining nectar off the spoon. "You're friends of Dragon Tooth Zither?" The tooth fairy's face was all wrinkled up. "If you're friends of Elder Zither, then you're friends of me, Baby Tooth Papa." "Baby Teeth? Papa Teeth? Are you sure you're not Baby Tooth Papa, and you believe us just because we said we're friends of Dragon Tooth Zither? You don't even think about it? Just ask whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know." Baby Teeth Papa patted his chest and solemnly promised. If he didn't lick the nectar while promising, he would be even more convincing. Laplace used his aura to simulate Parrot and Luigi. "Have you seen this man before?" Following their questions, Baby Tooth Papa slowly looked at the phantom next to them. When he saw Parrot, Baby Tooth Papa's expression froze. After a while, he spoke again. "Why are you asking about him? Didn't you just say you'll tell us everything you know?" Baby Tooth Papa grumbled, "I'm not stupid. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say you're friends of Elder Zither? Who knows if you're here to pry into our secrets?" Angor understood now. So the guy was just trying to set up the atmosphere by believing Angor's words so easily, but then again, how could someone who dared to guard a casino alone be so naive? Laplace did not mind. "You have a booklet, don't you? You can ask your leader for my name." Baby Tooth Papa muttered in a low voice, even if the leader knows your name, you can still fake it. Just like how I can say I'm Wolf Tooth Flute. Laplace was not annoyed by Baby Tooth Papa's rebuttal. No one dares to fake my name. Baby Tooth Papa did not dare to refute Angor's confidence. Anyone who dared to say something like this was either a boss or a lunatic. And this Laplace in front of him did not look like a lunatic. Baby Tooth Papa thought for a moment and quickly asked for Laplace's name. He then quickly took out his booklet and asked the leader through it. Generally speaking, if there was no emergency on his side, even if the elder in charge replied to his message, it would probably take at least 10 to 20 minutes. But when he asked for Laplace's name, almost instantly, he received a reply from the leader. Cooperate fully. Baby Tooth Papa did not say anything in detail, but the short reply and quick reply made him think a lot. Without a doubt, Laplace was someone he could not afford to offend. Baby Tooth Papa immediately put away his frivolous attitude and pushed the honey pot aside. He also threw the spoon on the table and bowed to Laplace in a serious manner. I didn't know you were here, honorable guest. Please forgive my rudeness. Laplace, I don't want to hear this nonsense. Answer my question. Baby Tooth Papa quickly nodded. I understand. Sir, the person you're asking is actually one of our external appraisers. Appraiser? What do you mean? These bloodstones? Baby Tooth Papa nodded. Yes. He calls himself Parrot. He's a human wizard, and a bloodline wizard. He knows a lot about all kinds of demon blood. Even if our bloodstones are covered by a maze, he can still tell what kind of demon blood ores are inside from certain characteristics. The maze mentioned by Baby Tooth Papa was undoubtedly the aura of the Mirror Sea. So he's been working with you for a long time? Baby Teeth Papa nodded. It has been a while. Before the regular gathering, we had been in contact with the parrot. According to Baby Tooth Papa, Parrot already became an appraiser for Bloodstone Casino half a month ago. However, Parrot was working at Bloodstone Casino in Pippy Castle. Papa Baby Teeth said, he seems to have been living in Pippy Castle all this time. This time, he came with Paluxiu for the regular meeting. Oh right, Parrot cooperated with us and seemed to be planning to leave the Mirror Realm. However, the passage to the Mirror Realm is a secret to us scholars of Jinghai, so we didn't agree to his request. But seeing how good he is at identifying bloodstones, we didn't turn him down. Baby Tooth Papa's words were basically the same as what Parrot told them. Parrot also mentioned that he wanted to ask Ancient Tooth Fairy to help him leave the Mirror Realm. Parrot came here just now, right? Baby Tooth Papa nodded. Yes. He came with this person in the illusion. What did they do here? Papa thought for a moment before replying, nothing much. He just helped me appraise a small batch of newly arrived bloodstones. Speaking of which, there weren't any high-grade demon blood ores in the new batch. You don't have to tell me that. Baby Tooth Papa nodded obediently. Angor considered. Did you see Parrot talking to his friend? Baby Tooth Papa nodded without hesitation. Yes. They were talking all the time. Angor's eyes lit up. Did you hear what they were talking about? Baby Tooth Papa considered carefully. I didn't pay much attention to what they were talking about. But it was mostly Parrot talking. His friend rarely spoke. End of chapter. Milk Teeth Papa said, I did hear some of what the parrot said. But he didn't say anything important. He was just asking about his friend. Asking? Angor asked, what did Parrot ask? Milk Tooth Papa thought carefully. For example, where are we leaving this time, when are we leaving, and so on. In any case, it's just these few questions. His companions would occasionally answer a few questions, but most of the time, they were silent. Papa looked around and whispered, I think. Parrot's friend didn't answer because he was annoyed by Parrot's questions. In Papa's opinion, anyone would get annoyed if they were asked the same question over and over again. The fact that Parrot's friend didn't lose his temper was already good enough. Angor felt something was wrong. He exchanged a glance with Laplace and whispered, as far as I know, Parrot isn't a talkative person. Laplace didn't say anything. Papa rubbed his chin like a wise man and continued, I've met Parrot before. He's not a talkative person. That's why he was acting strange. But Parrot was always alone when I met him before. This time, there are two of us. It's normal that he's talkative when his friend is with him. Some people are just boring when they're alone. But as long as they have friends with them, they'll become different people. For example, I have a friend who always acts like he's autistic when he's alone. But as long as he's with me. Papa the baby teeth seemed to be getting more and more excited as he talked, chattering on and on about his story. Angor listened for a while and didn't find anything useful. He blocked Papa's words and began to talk to Laplace through his consciousness. Parrot isn't a talkative person. Angor started with the same sentence. Laplace nodded. Parrot is always on guard against everyone. Even though they had signed a contract with Parrot, Parrot still didn't relax. Because of this, when Papa the baby tooth said that he kept asking questions about the fake Luigi, it was obviously not right. What do you think? Laplace looked at Angor. Angor considered for a moment. I think Parrot already noticed something wrong with Luigi. The parrot was a taciturn person, but Luigi was a real chatterbox. He could chat with anyone. Previously, in order to buy Nakbi from the profiteer Palucci, Luigi even acted out a show with the parrot. From these details, it could be seen that Luigi was an extrovert. But in Papa's mouth, Luigi's and the parrot's personalities were completely switched. The parrot was certainly himself, and Luigi was a false Luigi. Therefore, the change in the parrot's personality was most likely due to it discovering that something was wrong with Luigi, so it made some kind of test. Of course, it was only a guess. He did not have any proof. Laplace agreed with Angor. The parrot was always cautious. At first, it would be too excited to leave the mirror area and overlook the fake Luigi. But as they left the area, the parrot would slowly calm down and observe Luigi again. Luigi's behavior was different from before. It was very likely that the parrot would become suspicious and test Luigi. While Angor and Laplace were talking, Papa finished telling his story and changed the topic. By the way, I think I heard Parrot asking his friend if he wanted to buy some music. Music? Angor was a little surprised. Are you sure you want music? Baby teeth Papa nodded. That's right, we're buying music scores. But I don't know what kind of music he wanted. I think his friend refused. And then Parrot didn't say anything else. Both Angor and Laplace looked at each other in the same way. They did not have any proof before, so they could not tell whether Parrot noticed Luigi's abnormality. But now, the matter of the music score was a relatively strong piece of evidence. This was because Luigi had already bought all the music scores from the parrot before this. The parrot did not have any other music scores. Even if he bought music scores from other vendors, it would be impossible to find music scores that were on the same level as Dark Alley Scripture and Filthy Blood Purification Song in such a short time. Furthermore, Luigi did not ask the parrot to buy music scores. It was impossible for the parrot to buy music scores from others. Therefore, when Parrot asked Luigi if he wanted to buy music, it could only mean that Parrot was testing Luigi. As for whether Parrot found out anything, it was hard to say. Papa only knew that Luigi refused Parrot's request, but he did not know the details. If Luigi's reason was "I bought it before," then Parrot probably did not find out anything. But if Luigi used some other reason, then Parrot probably did. But whether or not the parrot had used the musical score to test the waters, it was certain that he had doubts about Luigi. That much was certain. As long as Parrot was suspicious, he would eventually find out that something was wrong with Luigi's identity. After chatting with Papa, Angor went to check the place where Parrot identified the bloodstone to see if he could find any other clues. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. It was normal. Parrot did not know whether Luigi was real or not, nor did he know that Angor and Laplace would use aura tracking to find traces of Luigi. Under such circumstances, Parrot would not leave any clues in a strange place. After bidding farewell to Bloodstone Casino, Angor and Laplace returned to their consciousness space. They planned to go to the second location where Parrot's aura was found, which was a crystal corridor that connected different areas. While wandering in the space, Angor was thinking about something else. How did the person who took Parrot know that we signed a contract with him and agreed to take him away? The person who imitated Luigi must know something. Otherwise, he would not have contacted Parrot in Luigi's image and gained Parrot's trust in the first place. But, how did the other party know the inside story? When they talked to Luigi, they were sure that there was no one around. Also, Laplace was the one who opened the barrier. Even though Laplace's doppelganger wasn't powerful enough and its barrier might not be able to stop the Big Shot's destruction, Laplace's status was extremely high. Even if the barrier she released couldn't stop the destruction, it could block the outside world's prying eyes. Even a near-legendary existence would not be able to see what was going on inside without destroying the barrier. And Laplace's barrier was not destroyed, so no one should know that they had signed a contract with Parrot. So, where did the problem come from? Laplace considered. That person couldn't break through my barrier. But when we left the stall area, Parrot couldn't have set up a defense on his own. Whether it was reading Parrot's memory, mind reading, or something else, someone must have done something to Parrot's mind when he was alone. Angor agreed with the idea. But who did it? Don't worry about it. We'll know when we find Parrot, Laplace said. After a pause, Laplace said, we've arrived at the second coordinate area. As soon as Laplace finished speaking, both of them left Angor's consciousness and found themselves inside a winding crystal tunnel. There was no one around, so the tunnel was quiet. They could tell that Parrot wasn't here. Since there was no one around, they didn't need to enter the 1 area from the 1-inch area. Maintaining their illusionary consciousness, they began to search the area where Parrot's aura was still lingering. At first, he did not expect to find any clues. There was no one to ask, and he could only see the empty tunnel around him. To Angor's surprise, Laplace discovered something in just a few seconds. Angor quickly went to find Laplace. Laplace was standing in a corner of the tunnel, staring at a pool of blood on the ground. Angor also noticed the abnormality on the ground. He crouched down and checked the scratches on the ground and walls. Angor spoke in a serious tone, there are obvious signs of fighting. There are bloodstains on the ground as well. Someone got hurt. Laplace nodded and said softly, the Parrot should be injured. The shop assistant at Wetland Mart told him that the fake Luigi didn't have a physical body, but an energy body in disguise. Energy bodies didn't have blood. Therefore, Parrot must be the one who got hurt. Also, he was wondering why Little Red mentioned Crystal Corridor as one of the 6 locations with Parrot auras. Normally speaking, the crystal tunnel was only used for passing through. No one would stay here for too long. There weren't any facilities for people to stay here. Therefore, it was strange that Parrot's aura was here. Now that he saw the bloodstain, he finally understood what was going on. It was the Parrot's blood that had been left here. The pheromones contained in the blood were many times stronger than the natural aura. That was why the crystal corridor had the Parrot's aura. Also, the blood left behind by Parrot seemed to indicate something else. Parrot must have noticed something wrong with Luigi, Laplace said in a confident tone. Angor nodded. From the traces left behind, it was certain that there had been some kind of conflict here. Since Parrot's blood was here, it meant that Parrot and his companion, the fake Luigi, got into a fight. There was only one thing that could lead to this conflict. Parrot found out that Luigi was a fake. In the end, Parrot lost. Angor wasn't a bloodline wizard, but he had many friends. Who were? Even his elder brother, Leon, was a bloodline wizard. Therefore, he knew a lot about bloodline wizards. The most important thing a bloodline wizard should do when traveling in the outside world was to not leave any of their blood outside. Bloodline wizards' blood contained a lot of pheromones, which not only recorded the structure of their bloodline, but also the meditation method they used to activate their bloodline. If an enemy knew about this, they would be able to launch targeted attacks. They could even use their blood to perform long-distance prophecies and curses. As a bloodline wizard, Parrot would never leave his blood outside. Even if he was injured, he would still control the pheromones inside his blood. His blood would basically contain no pheromones. However, the blood on the ground clearly contained a lot of pheromones, which meant Parrot must have left it there on purpose. Parrot probably couldn't defeat the fake Luigi, so he left his blood as a clue. He didn't do this because he knew Angor would come after him, but because he wanted to leave a clue for someone else. For example, his enemy. Parrot must have noticed Rice God's pursuit since he left the mirror area in such a hurry. Parrot probably left his blood for rice god. Laplace considered and nodded. That's very likely. But it's also possible that Parrot was restrained, or he just fainted and couldn't control his blood. That's why he left his blood here. If Parrot left his blood here on purpose, then there's no need to think too much about it. But if Parrot left his blood here to leave a clue for someone else, then there's more to it than meets the eye. Laplace paused and looked at Angor. Under what circumstances do you think Parrot would rather be captured by Rice God than the fake Luigi? Angor considered for a moment. Parrot found out who the fake Luigi is. And he's terrified of the fake Luigi. Parrot knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he fell into the fake Luigi's hands. Parrot would rather be hunted by the Dark Blood Church than become the fake Luigi's captive. Indeed, Laplace said. So, the fake Luigi is not an ordinary person. Maybe the fake Luigi was not an ordinary person, or maybe he had a powerful background. Also, someone who set up such a trap must have planned for a long time. Do you have any idea who the fake Luigi is? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. I'm not sure yet. But that's not important. There's nothing else to see here. Let's go to the next coordinate. Laplace summoned a giant mirror and asked Angor to return to his mind space. Angor didn't leave right away. Instead, he pointed at the bloodstain on the ground. Should we deal with this? Laplace considered and pointed a finger at the air. A faint glow covered the blood scent. Let's leave it here for now. Let's cover it up for a while and make a decision based on the situation. Angor nodded and jumped into the mirror together with Angor. They returned to the next coordinate, which was the last one little red sensed. If he wasn't mistaken, Parrot should be there. End of chapter. How did he experience such a great rise and fall in such a short time? In the past, the parrot would not have known how to answer this question, but now, he understood. He had experienced a great rise and fall in such a short time. The rise was naturally a ticket to the world of adepts. The fall was when he was caught by his enemy before he could even leave the mirror realm. The parrot raised his head and looked outside the glass. A huge face was slowly approaching the glass. His eyes were filled with mockery, like a giant observing a canary in a birdcage. The truth was not far from that. The parrot had been caught and locked in a mini glass ball. Yes, he had been shrunk. Now, the person outside was playing with the glass ball. Looking at the face that looked exactly like Luigi's, the parrot felt aggrieved and helpless. He had been deceived by the fake Luigi's face. Luigi had come looking for him, saying that he wanted to take him away. The parrot had believed him without even thinking about it, and had immediately left with him. If he had been more careful and spied on Luigi, he might have been able to avoid today's misfortune. But, there was no point in saying this now. Moreover, there was a reason why he didn't spy on Luigi back then. When he first saw Luigi and Laplace, his sixth sense warned him that these people were not to be trifled with. Any disrespect could lead to the deterioration of their relationship, and he would be the one to suffer in the end. Under such circumstances, he could not possibly spy on Luigi. Thus, these thoughts in his mind were not even considered as advice in hindsight. While the parrot was lamenting over his misfortune, Luigi spoke from outside the glass ball. Have you thought it through? I am very merciful. As long as you can answer my questions, I will let your body go and set you free. His words carried a tone of superiority. Even when he spoke of pity, the parrot did not feel the slightest bit of emotion. It only felt disgusted. The parrot sneered and mocked through the glass ball. Do you think I will trust a lying mirror ghost? Every word you say now is just a flash of inspiration squeezed out from your little bit of rationality. Moreover, it is a predetermined flash of inspiration. The parrot knew exactly who this person was. Due to his understanding, he knew that the words of the mirror ghost were mostly lies even though they sounded reasonable and negotiable. His true consciousness was a mess just like the other mirror ghosts. At most, some sober thoughts would occasionally float out of the chaotic sea of consciousness. Just like the mirror witch, she could only stay awake for less than half an hour every day. The mirror monster appeared to be awake, but in fact, it was very likely that it had entered an evil, chaotic, and irrational state of mind. What he said now was most likely a plan that he had set up when he was awake to make his external logic self-consistent. Using the mirror witches as an example, they also represented the town of resentful ladies in this gathering. They appeared to be sober and could even communicate with outsiders. But internally, he had basically fallen into chaos. The reason why she could communicate with others without any hindrance was because the mirror demoness had set up some inertial feedback when she was awake. It was similar to the intelligence that mechanical alchemists gave to mechanical life forms. They could plan the operation in advance and trigger the corresponding reaction when they saw certain actions or heard certain keywords. This was a rigid response without a soul. The mirror ghost was the same. From the parrot's point of view, everything he said could not be trusted. It was very likely that this was a predetermined response program and not his original intention. Of course, there was a very small chance that he had really regained consciousness. Even so, the parrot found it difficult to trust him. The mirror ghost was never trustworthy. Lying was as easy as drinking water. Even if my conversation was predetermined, what can you do? Luigi smiled evilly. At least I gave you a choice, didn't I? Also, I am not one of those inferior mirror ghosts. Under the great blood dominator's blessing, my original consciousness has been reborn. Luigi stared at the parrot and mocked, but even if I am not the original consciousness now, do you have any other choice? If you don't say it, I can still read your memory after you die. It just takes some time to organize. The parrot raised its head and looked into Luigi's eyes. Are you really awake? Luigi slowly stepped back and came to a tall throne. He looked down at the glass ball. Whether I am the original consciousness or not has nothing to do with you. Now you just need to answer my question. What is the password to the blood of God? Luigi said while playing with an exquisite six-sided glass bottle in his hand. Inside the glass bottle, there seemed to be some unknown golden quicksand. But Luigi knew very well that the golden quicksand was actually the blood of God. However, it was now in a sealed state. To see the real blood of God, one had to write the correct password pattern in the golden quicksand to restore the power of the blood of God. If the password was wrong, the bottle of blood of God would explode instantly. This method of sealing the bloodline was a secret technique of bloodline wizards. The parrot did not answer Luigi's question directly. Instead, it said softly, even if I tell you now, you can't confirm whether I am telling the truth or not. Once the sealed bloodline was reactivated, the internal energy would immediately enter the peak of activity. If the bloodline was not used at its peak, the energy of the bloodline would slowly dissipate, and it would eventually become mediocre. In other words, unlocking the bloodline was opening it. The shelf life after opening the bloodline was extremely short, and it would break if not used. This was the characteristic of the blood of God. Or rather, all bloodlines tainted with the aura of a wild god had this characteristic. Because of this, even if the parrot told Luigi the correct password, he would not try it now. This was because the blood of God was not for him to use, but to offer it to the so-called blood dominator. Moreover, the password to the blood of God was his only means of stalling for time. He could not tell Luigi so easily. Of course, in order to stall for more time, in order to find a chance to survive, he could not overly agitate Luigi. He still had to appease him. Thinking of this, the parrot changed the topic. Since I have already become a prisoner, I can assure you that when you want to use the bloodline, I will personally enter the password. The parrot would enter the password personally, which meant that he could not make a mistake. Because if he made a mistake, he would be taken away by the explosion caused by the failure of the unlocking. Luigi looked deeply at the parrot and laughed softly. Okay, I will allow you to conceal the password for now. However, when the time comes, you do not need to enter the password personally. You only need to watch from afar, and someone will enter the password. Hearing this, the parrot's expression sank slightly. This seemed to be a favor from the other party, but it was actually a threat. Because if he entered the password incorrectly, he would also die. And death, in a sense, was also a kind of relief. Therefore, if the parrot personally entered the password, it might have an attitude of mutual destruction. But if the parrot did not enter the password personally, but someone else, then even if the parrot deliberately said the wrong password, the person who died would not be the parrot. And at that time, the parrot who was still alive might suffer a torture worse than death. This was also Luigi's plan. The parrot said in a deep voice, "Okay. Luigi stroked the bottle of blood of gods with a caressing expression. After a long while, he said, "My second question is, where is the plate of two gods?" Hearing the words "plate of two gods," the parrot suddenly raised its head and stared at Luigi. "How do you know about the plate of two gods?" Luigi said, "I am asking you a question now. I did not give you permission to ask." After a pause, Luigi sneered. "However, I can tell you the answer to this question. Linny told me." The parrot was speechless. "Linny? You have caught Linny?" Linny was a member of the Void Caravan that he used to belong to. He was also one of the closest members of the caravan to him. But ever since the parrot left the caravan, it had not been in contact with Linny. Now, did Linny fall into the hands of the mirror ghost? Luigi said, "You do not need to know this. You only need to know that this information came from Linny." The parrot was silent for a moment. "Even Linny does not know about the plate of two gods." Luigi shook his head. "No, Linny knows. You have the secret treasure aura of the sea cave in your hands. You also accidentally obtained the bloodline fruit of the beast god. Then, you deliberately ran to the desolate savage world. Your goal is clear. Isn't it to obtain the blood of the wild god? The blood of the wild god, the blood of the beast god, and through the constancy of the secret treasure, isn't it, the plate of two gods?" The parrot did not say anything. Luigi continued, "You have already obtained the blood of the wild god. I do not believe that you did not do anything with it. You have at least half a unit of the blood of the wild god." The air was silent for a long time. Then, the parrot slowly said, "The plate of two gods is not in my hands. In order to form the plate of two gods, it requires a special environment." Luigi asked, "Then where is it?" The parrot looked up at Luigi. Its mouth opened slightly as it silently said something. When Luigi heard this answer, he frowned slightly. If it was there, it would not be so easy to obtain it. Seeing that Luigi was silent for a long time, the parrot said, "I have answered what I should. You should keep your promise and let me out." Luigi sneered. "I only promised to let go of your physical body. I did not promise to let you out. As for freedom? I did not say when I would set you free. Let's wait until the great blood dominator descends." The parrot did not seem surprised. As expected, mirror ghosts are all shameless. Luigi said, "Shameless is a compliment to us." "Thank you for the compliment." The parrot closed its eyes and told itself not to get angry. After a long time, it opened its eyes again. "Okay, I can continue to stay here. However, you asked me a few questions just now, and I answered them all. I also want to ask you a question." Luigi nodded noncommittally. "Ask away. But it is up to me whether I answer or not." The parrot ignored the second half of his sentence and said directly, "Why did you impersonate Luigi? How did you know that he signed a contract with me? Did he tell you?" Luigi chuckled. "Are you confused about whether Luigi betrayed you?" The parrot did not answer. Luigi continued, "All right, I can answer that. But in return, you have to answer one of mine." The parrot nodded. "All right." After getting the answer from the parrot, the fake Luigi did not beat around the bush. "Did Luigi betray you?" "The answer is yes, yes?" The parrot narrowed its eyes. The fake Luigi looked at the parrot's reaction and found it interesting. "Did he betray you?" The parrot was speechless. Luigi deliberately dragged out the time. In the end, when the parrot's expression did not change, Luigi said indifferently, "Unfortunately, there isn't." The parrot narrowed its eyes. "Then how did you know we signed a contract?" "I don't know." Luigi shrugged. "You don't know? How is that possible?" The parrot's expression slowly darkened. According to the mirror ghost, it had been watching Luigi for a long time. The mirror ghost did not know what Luigi said to Angwar's group, but it sensed the residual ripple of a contract in the room after they left. Ever since Luigi came to the mirror domain, the parrot had been looking for a way to leave. Luigi had always been careful in the mirror domain and never touched contracts. But now, Luigi had signed a contract with Angwar's group. Luigi thought about Angwar's identity as a human, and how excited Luigi was when they left. The mirror ghost guessed that Angor's group might have a way to help Luigi leave. Of course, it was only a guess. In the end, Mirror Ghost was able to confirm the terms of the contract because Mirror Ghost had disguised himself as Luigi and went to see Parrot. He had used the ambiguous phrase "it's time to leave" to fool Parrot. Luigi believed it right away. The Mirror Ghost realized that the contract had something to do with leaving the mirror domain. Luigi did not betray Luigi. It was Luigi who did not handle the details properly and let the Mirror Ghost notice. Luigi lowered its head and muttered, "So it's my fault." The Mirror Ghost ignored Luigi's frustration. "Now, it's your turn to answer my question. It's simple. When did you find out that I'm an imposter?" The dispute happened in the crystal tunnel, but the Mirror Ghost believed that was only the beginning. Luigi was not sure if Luigi was an imposter. The Mirror Ghost was curious. What was wrong with him that made the parrot suspicious? End of chapter. The parrot didn't hide anything from the Mirror Ghost. After all, he was now a prisoner. It didn't matter if he told the Mirror Ghost the answer or not. "The first time I suspected you was when we left the free market." "The first free market?" the Mirror Ghost asked. The parrot nodded. "Yes. I wasn't too suspicious back then, just a little confused. You seem to be less talkative. That's different from the Luigi I remember." After a pause, the parrot continued, "I really started to suspect you when we went to the second free market." The parrot looked up at the Mirror Ghost. "Do you remember the Dandelion restaurant?" The Mirror Ghost didn't deny it. "Yes. It's a restaurant owned by the Telluo people. You looked inside when we passed by, but we didn't go in." "Why? You started to suspect me then?" The parrot nodded. "Yes. When we passed by the restaurant, you didn't stop. That was when I started to suspect you." The Mirror Ghost was suspicious. "Does this Luigi have something to do with the Telluo people? Do I have to stop when I see them?" The parrot shook its head. "No. I don't know if Luigi has anything to do with the Telluo people, but I do know that Luigi is a bard and a harp performer. When he meets someone of the same trade, he definitely won't ignore them." The Mirror Ghost didn't understand what the parrot meant at first, but after careful consideration, he seemed to realize what the problem was. In the Dandelion restaurant, there was a performer playing the harp. Many restaurants, in order to create a comfortable dining environment for the diners, would invite a performer to perform continuously in the lobby. Piano performances, violin performances. It was even possible to create an entire musical ensemble. Therefore, when the Mirror Ghost noticed the harp performer in the Dandelion restaurant, he didn't care at all. At the time, he didn't know that Luigi was also a harp performer, nor did he know how passionate Luigi was about harp performances. Because of his carelessness, the parrot realized that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, when Luigi passed by the Dandelion restaurant, he would at least slow down and listen carefully, even if he didn't go in to interact with his peers. But the Mirror Ghost played Luigi, and he didn't seem to hear the beautiful harp music. This was the Mirror Monster's biggest weakness. After listening to the parrot, the Mirror Monster understood many things, including what had happened after that. "So, at the Bloodstone Casino, when you asked me if I wanted to buy your music, that was also a test." At that time, the Mirror Ghost did not know why the parrot had suddenly recommended the music score. Now that he thought about Luigi's identity, he immediately understood that the parrot was testing him. The parrot nodded. "That's right. When I asked you if you wanted to buy my music score, it was indeed a test. Because before that, I had already sold all my music scores to Luigi. Your reaction at that time made me understand that you were not affected by the music score at all, so I had a rough guess in my heart that you were not Louis Luigi." The parrot continued to prattle on. Although he had discovered many problems with Luigi, at that time, he still had a slight hope that Luigi could control a similar familiar to come here, and it just so happened that he did not know these things. After all, in his opinion, it was impossible for outsiders to know about the contract between Luigi and the parrot. In the transcendent world, it was common to send a doppelganger, subordinate, or familiar to solve problems. Because of this slight hope, the parrot did not immediately make trouble, but decided to continue probing. The result was self-evident. Later, he used words to probe a few more questions, and finally confirmed that Luigi was indeed a fake. At that time, the mirror ghost also noticed the parrot's probing, so a fierce battle broke out. The result of the battle was that the parrot was captured and trapped in the crystal ball. The mirror ghost, who was sitting high on the throne, smacked his lips. It seems that my impersonation failed because of the carelessness of the details. If he had known more about Luigi's identity and hobbies, he might have been able to imitate him more vividly. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep an eye on the parrot and investigate Luigi's identity at the same time. He couldn't do both at the same time. However, he was very satisfied with the result. Both he and the parrot had made mistakes in the details, but the parrot's mistake was bigger, so the parrot was a prisoner, and he had successfully completed his long-cherished wish. After satisfying all his doubts, the mirror ghost gently tossed the crystal ball into the air. A blood-red spider web appeared in an instant, sticking the crystal ball to the ground and freezing it in mid-air. Although I suspect that you are stalling for time, I am still satisfied that you have answered my question. The mirror ghost stood up from the throne. As for why you are stalling for time, or what you have prepared, it is not important to me. That's because the Great Blood Dominator is watching you. There's no way you can escape. Of course, my previous words still stand. Once I offer the blood of God and the plate of 2 gods to the Blood Dominator, I will set you free, the freedom of your body. At this point, Mirror Ghost laughed eerily. The parrot looked at the mirror ghost expressionlessly and sneered in a low voice. Blood Dominator? It is just a blood calamity. The mirror ghost did not care about the parrot's mockery. He even said proudly, to be able to become a calamity is an irreplaceable ability. After that, the mirror ghost looked at the parrot. Next, I will prepare the ceremony for the Blood Dominator. You stay here obediently and enjoy your last moment of peace. With that, the mirror ghost turned and walked into the dark curtain, disappearing. After the mirror ghost left, the parrot's expression slowly turned gloomy. He had been very calm in front of the mirror ghost, but only he knew that this time, he had really lost. The mirror ghost had tested him before, saying that he was stalling for time because he had a backup plan. But did he really have a backup plan? The parrot knew very well that he did not. If he had to count, then the bloodstains he had left in the crystal tunnel could be considered a backup plan. But this backup plan would not bring him freedom. The bloodstains had been left behind after his battle with the mirror ghost. There did not seem to be anything wrong with them, but they were full of his aura and pheromones. The bloodstains full of pheromones had been left behind for the blood hunters of the Dark Blood Church. Because he had obtained the blood of God, the blood hunters had chased him all the way from the savage world to the mirror realm. The main reason why he wanted to leave the mirror realm was because he could not get rid of the blood hunters. So, the blood hunters were his enemies, just like the mirror ghost. In the past, he had used a special secret technique to hide his aura. Now, he had completely released his aura to attract the blood hunters. In the parrot's opinion, no matter if he fell into the hands of the blood hunters or the mirror ghost, he would not have a good ending. But between the two, he was more willing to fall into the hands of the blood hunters. After all, the blood hunters were not all extremists. There were also conservatives. If the blood hunters were conservatives, such as the rice god, who claimed to be righteous, then he would not have a good ending. In that case, his fate shouldn't be too miserable. At the very least, he should be able to preserve his life. But if he fell into the hands of the mirror ghost, he might not be able to keep his life. Although the mirror ghost had said that he would be free, physical freedom might be a lie. Of course, the parrot had thought of the most perfect possibility: the blood hunters would come and meet the mirror ghost, and he would benefit from the fight. They would fight to the death, and he would take advantage of the chaos to escape. But that was just a thought. Because no matter how the two sides fought, he would not be released from the glass ball. And he did not know what the glass ball was made of. He was like an ordinary person in it, and there was no way he could break out of the cage. Not to mention, outside the glass ball, there was a spider web woven by the power of the blood calamity. Even if he escaped, with his identity as a bloodline follower, he might be entangled by the spider web and be sucked dry. Sigh. The parrot let out a long sigh. The road ahead was full of thorns, and there was no hope. No, it was not completely hopeless. If the real Luigi found out that he had been caught by the fake Luigi, he would probably come after him for the sake of his reputation. But they were different from the blood hunters. They might not be able to find the clues he had left behind. Moreover, if he disappeared, the contract would not be executed, and it would save Luigi and the others a lot of trouble. So, their desire to track him was not as strong as the blood hunters. Basically, we don't have to count on them, the parrot murmured. It seems that we can only count on the blood hunter's dog nose. The only thing he did not know was when the blood hunters would come after him. According to the current progress, the mirror ghost had summoned the blood calamity and sacrificed the blood of gods. The next step was to find the plate of two deities. The plate of two deities was not in the mirror region. He had left it in a special space. Before the mirror ghost found the plate of two deities, he would definitely not do anything to him. So, he could only hope that the blood hunters would find him before he went to find the plate of two deities. Now, he could only stay here and enjoy the peace as the mirror ghost had said. The parrot sat cross-legged on the ground and curled up, allowing himself to sink into his thoughts peacefully. However, it was at this moment that the parrot suddenly heard some long-winded whispers. It was as if some higher level of existence had transcended dimensions and was whispering in its ear. Could it be that he has already summoned the blood calamity? But how can the ritual be started so quickly? The parrot raised his head in a daze, wanting to look outside. But before he could look outside, his eyes were attracted by the light spots that were constantly spreading in front of him. The light spots that came out of nowhere were slowly forming in front of him. And they were inside the glass ball. What the hell is this? The parrot took 2 steps back in fear. He suspected that the mirror ghost had left something behind so that he could enjoy his final moment of peace. However, the mirror ghost never spoke the truth. He always had to listen to the opposite of what he said. If he listened to the other way around, he would not be enjoying peace. Instead, he would be receiving all kinds of punishment. So, the mirror ghost left these light spots here to torture him. As the parrot was thinking about this, he heard a familiar voice coming from the light spots. "We're not things." The parrot raised its head as soon as it heard the voice. It then stared at the spot of light in front of it. The light spots had begun to gather together, revealing 2 human figures. "Angor?" The parrot gasped. He thought he was hallucinating when he heard Angor's voice. But now, Angor was standing right in front of him. Not only Angor, but also Lady Laplace. The parrot stared at Angor and Laplace in disbelief. Was this a dream? Or was it real? Or was it the mirror ghost's trick? "Are you real?" the parrot asked in a stutter. This was the first time Angor saw such an expression on the parrot's face. "Of course it's true." "What's wrong? Are you scared of Luigi's imposter?" The parrot shook his head again. "No. Even if you're real, you can't go through the blood calamity and enter the glass ball. You must be fake." The parrot stepped back and leaned against the wall of the glass ball while staring at the 2 people in front of it cautiously. Angor did not explain. Instead, he looked outside. "You're trapped inside the glass ball, huh? By blood calamity, are you talking about those red spider webs?" Angor rubbed his chin. "Interesting. Too bad I can't sense any energy ripples from outside." The parrot was still trying to figure out another question. "Who are you, anyway?" This time, it was Laplace who answered. To be precise, she did not answer Angor's question. Instead, she sent a beam of light into the parrot's forehead. The parrot tried to stop her, but she could not do anything inside the glass ball. She could only watch as the beam of light entered her brain. The parrot thought it was going to suffer some kind of torture, but when the beam of light entered its mind space, it did not receive any pain or punishment. Instead, it received a series of memories and information. The information included Laplace's and Angor's tracks. She also saw the scene when they signed the contract, as well as the imprint left behind by the contract. These memories were absolutely confidential. Not even the mirror ghost could fake them. Thus, when the parrot saw this, it understood that the 2 people in front of it were not left behind by the mirror ghost to torment it. They were here to track it down. "You." The parrot wanted to say something, but she did not know how to express herself. She was filled with mixed emotions. They were touched and excited, but most of them were confused and worried. End of chapter. Why did you come here? The parrot knew how Angor and the others came here, but it didn't mention why they were looking for him. There must be a reason for them to come here. Because someone is imitating Luigi? The parrot asked in a small voice. Someone imitating Luigi is one of the reasons why we're here. But we went to look for you for another reason. What is it? Before Angor could answer, a cold voice came from not far away. Are you talking to someone? The parrot whipped its head around and saw that mirror ghost had come out from behind the curtain. The parrot looked at himself inside the glass ball. Looking at the mirror ghost from the perspective of me and I in the glass ball, it was like the difference between a giant and a grain of sand. That kind of oppressive feeling made the parrot extremely nervous. Of course, the parrot was also worried that Angor and Laplace would be captured by mirror ghost as well. Although he had mocked the Lord of Blood earlier, as someone who had dealt with the mirror monster, he knew how powerful the Lord of Blood was. Mirror ghost might not be strong, but he had a strange and unusual ability. It was impossible to guard against such an ability because it came from the gloomy mirror domain. When did you come out? The parrot adjusted his position and tried to block Angor's view. He knew it wouldn't work, but he didn't mean it. Mirror ghost gave the parrot a thoughtful look. When you started talking to yourself. Talking to myself? What do you mean by talking to myself? Didn't I talk to Angor and Laplace all the time? Did he not see Angor and Laplace? The parrot was going to ask Angor about it. But in the end, he forcefully stopped himself. If Mirror Ghost really couldn't see Angor and Laplace, then Parrot's action would be a warning to Mirror Ghost. Instead of looking back, Parrot sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. The parrot knew that Angor was right behind him. If Mirror Ghost didn't react, then he really couldn't see Angor. The parrot observed Mirror Ghost carefully. Mirror Ghost's eyes were fixed on the parrot, not moving at all. The parrot quickly realized that the mirror monster couldn't see them. Although the parrot didn't know the reason, it still heaved a deep sigh of relief in its heart. He was worried that Angor and Laplace would get into trouble because of him. I'm talking to myself? The parrot sneered. No, how could I possibly be talking to myself? Of course, I'm talking to others, discussing how to kill you. The parrot was not trying to expose Laplace or Angor. It was just that the parrot knew how to deal with someone as paranoid as Mirror Ghost. If the parrot tried to go against Mirror Ghost's guesses, Mirror Ghost would quickly find a topic to argue with and find a flaw in the argument. But if the parrot tried to follow Mirror Ghost's guesses, Mirror Ghost would have a deeper idea, or fill in the blanks for himself. When the mirror spirit overloaded its imagination, the abnormal behavior of the parrot would also be rationalized by the mirror spirit. Just as the parrot had thought, the mirror ghost already had a plan in mind. He didn't think that parrot could communicate with outsiders, but there had to be a reason for parrot's strange behavior. He couldn't just dismiss it as crazy. Therefore, he used words to test the parrot. He was waiting for the parrot to object, so that he could climb up the pole and look for clues in the short dispute. But now, Parrot admitted that it was talking to its companions, and even wanted to kill him. Mirror Ghost began to doubt himself. He was very confident in his ability. He didn't think that anyone could bypass him and talk to Parrot inside the glass sphere. Perhaps the parrot's seemingly conversing behavior was, in fact, a performance to attract his attention. As for why the parrot wanted to attract his attention, the mirror monster found a reasonable reason: it wanted to buy time. Parrot knew that he was preparing for the ritual, so it was better to buy some time. With that in mind, Mirror Ghost no longer cared about Parrot's pretentious act. Just stay inside and enjoy the last bit of peace I left for you. Don't you want that? Mirror Ghost gave Parrot a meaningful look. Don't try anything funny. I'll keep an eye on you. The Lord of Blood's sight is my sight. No matter what you do, I will see it clearly. Everything is futile. After saying that, the Mirror Ghost ignored the parrot and went back behind the curtain. Parrot waited until Mirror Ghost was gone before he turned around again. He didn't look at Angor right away. Instead, he muttered to himself, "What should I do now?" It was as if Parrot was feeling sad about his future. But Angor knew that Parrot was talking to them. That fake Luigi can't see us or hear our conversation, so we're in a special state right now. but your actions are being monitored by him. Laplace chimed in, he's being monitored by the blood web outside. Blood web? Angor looked at the trembling spider web outside the glass orb. Wasn't that supposed to be the power of the Lord of Blood? What's a blood web? Is it some kind of living creature? Or is it some kind of surveillance spell like Wizard Eye? Angor didn't know what a blood web was, but he knew Laplace was telling the truth. This was because when the fake Luigi left, he had also said, the sight of the blood dominator is my sight. In fact, this sentence was exactly the same as what Laplace had said. It was difficult for them to talk to Parrot while being monitored by the blood web. Both Angor and the parrot were wondering what to do. Angor himself was in a dilemma. He had no choice but to look at Laplace. He was just a wisp of consciousness, and there was nothing he could do. Laplace didn't say anything. He slowly approached Parrot and said, I can take you into my consciousness space. But there's no medium here, so I can only use my consciousness to pull you in. This will cause a certain amount of damage to your mind. After a period of time, you may fall into a state of mental depression. Parrot didn't know what consciousness space was, but he assumed that this was why Angor and Laplace weren't noticed by Mirror Ghost. Parrot considered and nodded. If it was just depression, it wouldn't affect Parrot much. Among all the mental injuries, mental exhaustion could not be any more minor. Time was enough to heal Parrot's mind. He didn't need to do anything. After getting the parrot's consent, Laplace manipulated the floating light spots around him and dragged the parrot's consciousness into the void of consciousness, which was full of light spots. Meanwhile, Parrot's body was still sitting with its head lowered, as if it was sleeping. That's a parrot? Angor muttered as he looked at the floating speck of light in his mind. The floating light spots thought Angor was talking to him. I'm Parrot. Huh? You can communicate with your consciousness here? That's great. Mirror Ghost won't be able to hear us even if it's monitoring us. The voice transmitted by the parrot sounded very excited. What he didn't know was that Angor wasn't concerned about Parrot's ability to talk. Instead, he was concerned about Parrot's form. That's the standard form of consciousness space, Laplace said. Both Angor and Laplace looked human, but Laplace only put on a layer of skin for them. Laplace considered for a moment. Since it didn't take much effort, he waved his hand and covered Parrot's body with a layer of skin as well. It was at this moment that the parrot realized that it had become a dot of light. However, the light spots didn't last for long before they condensed and returned to their human form. Parrot scratched the back of its head. It didn't know what happened, but it didn't want to waste time by asking too many questions. Mirror Ghost was preparing for the ritual, so Parrot didn't have much time to explain. However, as soon as the parrot had this thought, Laplace sensed something and turned to the parrot. This is the void of consciousness. Communicating with one's consciousness won't take too long. Laplace wanted to explain the reason, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. You can think of it as the flow of time here is very slow compared to the outside world. So slow that it's almost like time has stopped. This meant that Parrot could stay here for a long time without any problems. Laplace's words made Parrot even more confused. Still, Parrot knew that it didn't need to ask for an answer. It only needed to know the result. Parrot nodded. I think so. You mentioned a mirror ghost just now. Is that fake Luigi a mirror ghost? Angor quickly asked after making sure the parrot's consciousness had calmed down. Parrot glanced at Angor and nodded. Yes. He's not Luigi. It's a mirror ghost in disguise. Parrot considered and continued, if I'm not mistaken, he's a luminous phantom spirit. A luminous phantom spirit was a type of mirror ghost. However, it wasn't a pure form of energy. Instead, it was a generalized form of energy. To put it simply, a generalized form of energy wasn't completely immune to physical attacks, while a pure form of energy was almost immune to physical attacks. As a mirror ghost, luminous phantom spirit's talent was illusion, which allowed it to create all kinds of illusions by changing between light and shadow. It could also impersonate itself as someone else. This was why luminous phantom spirit could take the form of Luigi. That was all Angor knew about luminous phantom spirits. However, this wasn't something Angor already knew. Laplace just explained it to him. According to Laplace, she already suspected that the fake Luigi was a luminous phantom spirit. After all, Angor could see that the fake Luigi was made of pure energy. That was rare in the mirror domain. However, Laplace didn't have any solid evidence to prove that the fake Luigi was a luminous phantom spirit. Parrot was the one who provided the answer. Why did he want to capture you? Angor looked at Parrot. Is he your enemy? Parrot nodded. Sort of. You have so many enemies? Not just Bloodhunter, but also the mirror ghost? Angor was surprised. He knew that Parrot hated Bloodhunter, but what kind of grudge did Bloodhunter have against a mirror ghost? Did Parrot go into the mirror domain? Parrot looked at Angor in surprise. How do you know about Bloodhunter? Angor didn't hide anything and told Parrot about Rice God's pursuit. The reason we came to find you is to pass you this information. But when we arrived, we found out that you were tricked by someone who pretended to be Luigi. Angor clicked his tongue and shook his head. Luigi is so easy to recognize, and he's such a chatterbox. Parrot lowered its head in embarrassment. It was too excited to pay attention to Luigi's real identity. But then again, the parrot was curious as well. Where did Angor get the information about Bloodhunter from? Rice God asked someone from Omniscient House to come after you, and we happen to have some connections with Omniscient House. Parrot was familiar with Omniscient House, but it was also curious. Considering Omniscient House's reputation, was it really possible to get information from them through connections? What kind of connections did they have? However, Parrot didn't ask these questions. He knew that Angor was already being kind enough to give such an explanation. Asking further would be tantamount to invading someone's privacy. Besides, they were still in Angor's consciousness space. It wasn't wise to pry into someone's privacy. Parrot was also moved by Angor and Laplace's intentions. They only met once, after all, and Laplace's kindness was already beyond the scope of the contract. Save your words. Time flows slowly in the consciousness space, but it doesn't mean it doesn't flow at all. Tell me about your situation. What's with that mirror monster? How did he know about Luigi and trick you by pretending to be Luigi? Angor and Laplace came here mainly because the monster imitated Luigi's image. That was what Angor was most concerned about. How did the mirror monster know about Luigi's existence? And how did he know that he could trick Parrot into trusting him? Did he use some kind of mind-reading spell? Or did he steal your thoughts? The parrot looked a little embarrassed by Angor's grand assumption. After all, he had spoken to the mirror ghost before and knew why it was imitating Luigi. It's all because I wasn't careful enough. End of chapter. Angor didn't know what to say after listening to Parrot's explanation. He thought the mirror monster, which was imitating Luigi, had some kind of supernatural ability that allowed him to read minds and control everything. Unexpectedly, the mirror ghost used some verbal tricks to fool the parrot. It even managed to trick the parrot into revealing the contents of the contract. Angor's lofty image turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. However, the main reason was that the parrot was too calm. Also, it was able to fool Rice God and the others, which made him think that the parrot was too smart. He didn't expect Parrot to be so excited that it forgot many details and fell into Luigi's trap. Of course, Parrot didn't know Luigi well. Parrot scratched its head and chuckled awkwardly. I was so eager to leave that I didn't think about many things. Angor sighed but didn't say anything. Laplace, on the other hand, said calmly, seduction is actually an innate ability of the mirror ghost. They're just as good at using words as ever hustle. In fact, they're more aggressive when they're distracted for a short time. In other words, Parrot didn't fall into Luigi's trap only because it was too excited. The mirror monster also knew how to seduce people. That was why Parrot became careless and neglected many details. After listening to Laplace's words, a trace of gratitude flashed through the parrot's eyes. Regardless of whether Laplace's words were true or not, the content of her words had helped the parrot out of his predicament, and made him look less stupid. However, Angor was looking at Laplace in a different way. As far as Angor knew, Laplace wouldn't help Parrot out of trouble. She didn't think the problem was serious enough to warrant her help. If she didn't say that to help Parrot, she must have other intentions. As expected, Laplace paused for a moment and continued, usually, mirror monster seduction won't last long. That's because it's only their instinct to seduce others. It's not like the Longhua clan, where it's their verbal skills. Also, seduction only works when the monster is awake. Most mirror monsters only had a limited amount of time. Even the most intelligent ones could only stay awake for a few hours each day. The rest of the time, their minds would be completely blank. But that Luigi phantom was different. Laplace looked up at the parrot. According to your description, he has been watching you since a long time ago. In other words, he has been awake all this time and has been constantly scheming against you, inciting you, and using small tricks to trick you. If this was a normal mirror ghost, he would have recovered a long time ago, but even now, he has maintained his complete self. That's incredible. Laplace's interest was aroused. She had seen mirror monsters before, but she didn't see one that could stay rational for a long time. The last one's cases is Phantom's lady. The Crimson Lamp Demon Empress was a rare talent born from millions of Crimson Lamp Demonesses. So, this Luigi Phantom monster, just like Luigi Phantom's lady's fates. Now Angor understood that Laplace's help was only because he found something special about the Luster Phantom and was interested in it. You're right. Based on what I know about the mirror monster, that Luster Phantom is very strange. It seems to be in a irrational state all the time. Angor looked at the parrot. You said you're an enemy of the Luster Phantom. You must know it, right? The parrot was smart enough to understand what Angor was trying to say. That Luster Phantom used to be an ordinary mirror wraith. It didn't even have a mind of its own. Just like the undead creatures outside, it's always in a muddle-headed state. However, later on, due to some unforeseen circumstances, it became a pawn of a certain disaster creature. With the help of the disaster creatures, he is slowly regaining his self-awareness now. I think it's awakened. As the parrot spoke, it thought back to what the mirror ghost had said. In his own words, under the blessing of the great calamity, his original consciousness has been reborn. I don't know what it means, but if I understand it according to his words, perhaps it means that he can stay awake for a long time. Angor understood what the parrot was trying to say. Thanks to the disaster creature's help, Luster Phantom gained its own consciousness. But what was this disaster creature that the parrot was talking about? Parrot considered Angor's question. Disaster creatures are called blood calamity. They're called blood dominators by Luigi Phantom. Parrot hesitated for a moment, as if it wanted to say something but didn't know if it should. After a moment, Parrot seemed to have made up its mind. It took a deep breath and continued, actually, I don't have a grudge against Luigi Phantom. I have a grudge against blood calamity. Angor was still puzzled. Parrot's explanation made no difference at all. Disaster creatures were equal to blood calamity and blood dominators. But Angor didn't know what those three names meant. I think I know what it's talking about. But I'm not sure yet. Parrot seemed to be lost in its own thoughts after hearing about the grudge against blood calamity. It took Angor a while to regain his senses. Parrot looked up at Angor and Laplace with an apologetic look. I'm really grateful for your help. But I don't want you to get involved in this. If it's possible, I hope the two of you can tell the rice god about my situation here. Parrot wanted to continue, but Angor cut it off. We're already here. There's no point in talking about this. As for the grudge between you and Rice God, you can deal with it yourselves. For now, we're more interested in the blood calamity and the disaster creatures. Parrot remained silent for a moment. If we want to know about the grudge between me and blood calamity, we have to go back many years ago. Angor only wanted to ask about the blood calamity, but Parrot seemed to have misunderstood him and started talking about the grudge between them. Angor considered for a moment and didn't stop Parrot. He already achieved his goal. One was a process, while the other was a result. As Parrot continued, Angor gradually learned the reason behind the grudge. Roughly 30 years ago, Parrot was still working for a Void Caravan. His codename, Parrot, was also obtained from the Void Caravan. The members of the Void Caravan didn't just have to wander the void with their goods. They also had other jobs. They worked as observers, adventurers, escorts, pioneers, and so on. For example, they would accept other people's travel requests and bring them across space and time to the corresponding destination. They also accepted requests from supernaturals, guilds, and organizations from different worlds to send messages to people on the other side of the void, or to explore unknown places. As the void caravans became more and more famous, even supernova organizations began to ask them to do their jobs. 30 years ago, Parrot received a request from one of those supernova organizations, the Order Guild. The content of the request was as follows: a sentinel who was stationed in the Drauna Plain all year round had discovered a suspected mysterious phenomenon and needed help from the Order faction. The Watcher's job was to prevent disasters caused by the mysterious phenomenon. However, the strength of the Watchers varied from world to world. Worlds with frequent occurrences of mysterious phenomena would have stronger Watchers. Worlds with fewer occurrences of mysterious phenomena would have weaker Watchers. The occurrences of mysterious phenomena in the Drauna Plain were relatively rare, which meant the Watchers in the Drauna Plain weren't all that powerful. Parrot couldn't deal with the mysterious phenomenon himself. More importantly, the mysterious phenomenon was located in the domain of a certain god. Parrot couldn't even enter the domain. The news of the mysterious phenomenon was only heard from the Pointy Man tribe that was related to this god. When the Order Guild heard the news, they were in a difficult position. After all, the Watcher hadn't seen the mysterious phenomenon with his own eyes. It might not be a problem caused by the mysterious phenomenon. Sending someone like that was a bit too hasty. There weren't many mysterious hunters, and they were all very busy. If they didn't find anything, it would be a waste of time. However, if they didn't send anyone, it would be a bit slow. In the end, the Order Guild contacted a void caravan that happened to be in the Drauna Plain and asked them to help investigate the situation. If even the void caravan thought that there was a problem with the mysterious phenomenon, they would immediately send the mysterious hunters. At the time, the void caravan that accepted the request was the one that Parrot was in. Parrot was very familiar with the Drauna Plain and often disguised himself to go to the Pointy People tribe to collect magical materials. He was sent by the void caravan to investigate the situation. Of course, Parrot wasn't alone. He was just one of the 100 people in the team. After a lot of hard work, they finally succeeded in entering the domain. Then, they found that the domain originated from a lost god, or beast god. Lost meant that he had been missing for a long time, or that he had fallen. In short, there was no god in the domain. There were only remnants of a god's power. In this lost domain, they found many good things. They even found an extremely rare and sharp fruit tree that was cultivated with the blood of the beast god. These sharp fruits contained the purest blood of the beast god. Once eaten, one could even obtain the power of the beast god. It was the best of all the sharp fruits. However, it was because of this bloodline fruit tree that they encountered the most dangerous thing after entering the domain. They were targeted by an unknown phenomenon. This phenomenon was the mysterious phenomenon reported by the void caravan. The specific situation was that as long as one didn't follow a certain rule, the blood in one's body would instantly dry up, and one would die as a mummy. From the void caravan's point of view, this was very likely caused by a mysterious phenomenon. However, after Parrot experienced it for himself, he could say with certainty that the phenomenon here had nothing to do with the mysterious phenomenon. Because there was no mysterious aura here. However, even if they determined that it had nothing to do with the mysterious phenomenon, they couldn't save themselves. After all, they didn't know the specific reason that caused their companions to die as mummies one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of the small team of 100 people had fallen. Moreover, from their point of view, these people's mummies were completely unpredictable. It seemed that there were no signs at all. This caused a wave of panic. The captain of the small team was an extremely shrewd person. While the others were in a mess, he calmly analyzed and reviewed the situation. Finally, he determined one thing. All the mummies were within the range of the reflection, refraction, and diffraction of the mirror. Or to put it more simply, there would definitely be a mirror around the dead people. This mirror was not just the mirror of a mirror. Even smooth glass, small puddles, and even marble slabs that could reflect people's shadows were all classified as mirrors. According to the captain, it was very likely that there was an existence hidden in the mirror, using the mirror as a springboard to harvest their lives. If they wanted to leave safely, they had to move the entire time without being reflected by the mirror. However, this was very difficult. Although the gods had already been lost, in this divine realm, there were magnificent decorations everywhere. Everywhere was as bright and clean as a mirror. Most importantly, they couldn't use space-related abilities in the divine realm, nor could they fly. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they had to walk. However, there was no way to avoid being swept by the mirror on foot. While everyone was hiding in a corner, at a loss of what to do, a light drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Then, another person died. Raindrops could also be used as an extremely small mirror. Obviously, the unknown existence hidden in the mirror was no longer satisfied with just relying on the mirror to kill people. It also intended to take the initiative to attack and keep all of them in the divine realm. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the captain made a decision: kill their way into the mirror. The other party seemed to be restricted by some kind of rule. It could only kill one person at a time. In other words, while it was killing people, the others were safe. As long as it was killing people, the others could sneak into the mirror. The people of the merchant team could do business in the void, so they naturally knew about the divine realm. Although they didn't have the ability to directly enter the divine realm, if there was a creature from the divine realm interfering with the outside world, they could use the other party's mirror to invade the divine realm. The captain had always believed that the killer was some kind of creature hidden in the divine realm. When it killed people, there would definitely be fluctuations in the mirror. As long as they could find the corresponding mirror, they could invade the divine realm. When they killed the other party, their crisis would be completely eliminated. In the end, the captain really did succeed in finding the entrance to the mirror. A group of people, including the parrot, killed their way into the mirror. They thought that as long as they found the killer, they would be able to survive. However, what they didn't expect was that behind the mirror was actually the divine realm of gloom. End of chapter. Of course, they didn't know that they were in the umbral mirror domain. They thought they were in an unknown corner of the white sun mirror domain. Here, they were ambushed by countless mirror ghosts. Ambushed by a large number of mirror ghosts, the team was losing members. Fortunately, after careful observation and comparison, the team leader finally found the so-called mastermind behind the scenes when everyone was in deep trouble. It was a blood-red arc of light floating in the dark space. It didn't look any different from the other arcs of light around it, but the ripples it emitted were enough to control all the mirror ghosts in the area. Also, it had something that none of the mirror ghosts here had: intelligence. The captain raised his sword and pointed it at the arc of light. The arc of light revealed its name in a contemptuous tone. Blood Dominator. Perhaps because its identity was exposed, the Blood Dominator no longer tried to hide its identity. It even began to mock them. Thanks to the Blood Dominator's arrogant tone, they knew where they were. Eerie Abyss, Dark Mirror Domain. The parrot paused for a moment. We didn't expect to find ourselves in a dragon's den right after we left the tiger's den. The Mirror Domain. The parrot sighed heavily. Even the creatures in the mirror domain don't dare to set foot in this place. As outsiders, we can't even move an inch. Who would have thought that the mirror in the divine domain was connected to the ghost domain? Among the mirror ghosts that ambushed us, there was that shadow phantom. But he was just one of the countless mirror ghosts back then. He didn't look special at all. He didn't even have self-awareness. But I don't know if he was just lucky or talented, but the Blood Dominator took a liking to him. When we were running away from the ghost domain, he was the one who kept following us. The Blood Dominator is the blood calamity you mentioned? He's also the one who caused all the corpses? The parrot nodded. Yes. Angor rubbed his chin. A mirror ghost that can interfere with the material world is already very powerful. The ghost realm in the mirror should be even more powerful. What were you guys thinking? How dare you run into the mirror realm? You can't win in an away game, so you're going to be tortured at someone else's home ground. The parrot said, because you'll still die outside. The captain was naturally aware of the stakes involved. If he were to die outside, he would die for no apparent reason. However, once he entered the mirror, he could at least find the other party's true body. The parrot paused for a moment, a hint of sadness in its eyes. Unfortunately, what the captain didn't know back then was that even if you killed the Blood Dominator, it wouldn't die. It's a pure disaster creature. Its existence is a calamity, formless and untainted. If you want to kill the Blood Dominator, you have to eliminate all the disasters it has created. Otherwise, just eliminating one disaster won't kill it. It will be reborn from the source of the disasters it has created. The reason the parrot knew all of this was because the captain had used all of his strength, and even paid the price of his life, to destroy the blood-red arc of light. The captain thought that by sacrificing himself, he would be able to let the rest of his comrades return safely. But who would have thought that the Blood Dominator would cause more than one disaster? Not long after, it would return. At that time, Parrot and the rest of the survivors had already returned. They thought that the matter was over. Who would have known that the Blood Dominator had already memorized their bloodline auras? No matter where they fled, it would be able to find them. Not long after, the Blood Dominator returned with the Light and Shadow Goblin, which had improved its intelligence, and began to trap and kill the survivors of the disaster. Parrot was naturally among them. Later, in order not to implicate others, the parrot took the initiative to leave the Void Caravan. Later, Parrot learned the truth after clashing with the Blood Dominator's minions again and again. It turned out that the reason the Blood Dominator wanted to kill them all was not just because of hatred. The most important reason was that they had taken the Beast God's bloodline peak fruit from the divine territory. Parrot, according to some information I've obtained, the Blood Dominator can devour powerful bloodlines to advance its own level. It was also because of this that the Blood Dominator attached great importance to everything related to bloodlines. Moreover, the Beast God's bloodline peak fruit was a precious treasure that contained the blood of gods. Originally, the bloodline peak fruit was under its protection. In the end, Parrot and the others barged in and plundered it without any explanation. This naturally angered the Blood Dominator. Now, the other Beast God's bloodline peak fruits had been retrieved by the Blood Dominator. The only one left outside was the one in Parrot's hands. Because of this, the Blood Dominator was even more concerned about Parrot. As long as it had the opportunity, it would find someone to kill Parrot. Parrot had spent all these years in hiding. Parrot, I once thought that if it only wanted the Beast God's bloodline peak fruit, I would just return it to it. However, after many confrontations, I realized that it doesn't just want the bloodline peak fruit. It also wants my life. It doesn't have any so-called trade-offs, nor does it consider gains and losses. Its only goal is to find me and kill me. Since that was the case, Parrot no longer wanted to reconcile. It planned to take revenge on the Blood Dominator. If it could, it would find the disasters the Blood Dominator had created and destroy them one by one so that the Blood Dominator would have no chance of resurrection. Parrot did the same. It seemed that it had been wandering the major plains all these years, but in reality, it was also looking for ways to improve its abilities. As a bloodline wizard, if it wanted to improve itself, it needed a stronger bloodline. The Beast God's bloodline peak fruit contained the blood of a god, but it also contained the consciousness of a god. No one knew whether the god was still alive or not. It would be fine if the god was dead. But if the god was still alive, eating the bloodline peak fruit would most likely turn him into a puppet. Just like the people who ate the bloodline peak fruit in the Sharpmen tribe, the stronger they were, the closer they were to becoming a god, and the easier it was for them to become a body for a god to descend upon. Therefore, Parrot couldn't eat the bloodline peak fruit. He needed to find other bloodlines. And so, he came to the Wildlands world. So the god's blood is your goal? Angor asked. Parrot lowered its eyebrows. At first, God's blood was my goal. But then, Parrot suddenly stopped talking. Angor looked at it in confusion. Then what? Parrot hesitated for a long time, as if it was hesitating whether to tell Angor about the Plate of Two Gods or not. After several seconds of hesitation, Parrot finally decided to tell Angor about it. Angor already mentioned the Plate of Two Gods, and Parrot wasn't sure if Angor already knew about it. If Angor already knew about it, Parrot didn't really care if he kept it a secret. Also, Angor didn't show any interest in anything related to bloodlines when he was buying from Parrot. Even when Parrot showed him the aura of Sea Cave, a treasure that could make any bloodline wizard excited, Angor didn't care. Compared to the aura of Sea Cave, Angor was more interested in the useless gourmet item, Granny Coco's secret artifact box. Angor's lack of interest in bloodlines convinced the Parrot to tell him about it. The Plate of Two Gods was something all bloodline wizards dreamed of. But if Angor didn't care about the aura of Sea Cave, he shouldn't be interested in the Plate of Two Gods either. Parrot slowly explained, the god's blood I obtained came from twin-crowned serpent, Wadjet. Wadjet is the guardian of Xianxia, a divine realm. Through Wadjet's blood, I found Xianxia. Later, I made a deal with a trader and obtained the divine blood of Oasis mother of Hingyuan, same. In other words, Parrot had obtained the divine blood of an unknown beast god, as well as the divine blood of a wild god from the wildlands, Oasis mother of Hingyuan, or Myriad Sand mother. These two types of divine blood were perfect for activating the aura of Sea Cave. Parrot planned to use them to create a special item that could balance the two types of divine blood, the Plate of Two Gods. Parrot would use the Plate of Two Gods to consume and fuse the two types of divine blood. In Parrot's imagination, as long as he could fuse the Plate of Two Gods, he would gain great divine power. At that time, dealing with the Blood Dominator would be a piece of cake. The Plate of Two Gods. Angor rubbed his chin in confusion. He had a feeling that the Plate of Two Gods wasn't very reliable. One was the blood of a beast god, while the other was the blood of a wild god. Could they really balance each other? The worldview, background of the divine system, and even the power system of the two gods were completely different. How could they be balanced? Also, the sharp fruit contained the beast god's consciousness, but the wild god's blood didn't. Wasn't he worried about being targeted by the two gods if he consumed the divine blood? The aura of Sea Cave can balance these things, Parrot said. Angor still didn't believe it. However, the aura of Sea Cave was a treasure, and such treasures often contained incredible power. Even if he didn't believe it, with this artifact as a medium, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Parrot suddenly changed the topic. But I didn't expect the Blood Lord to know about my creation of the Plate of Two Gods. Angor frowned. How did the Blood Lord know about what you did in secret? Parrot shook its head. I did it in secret, but I didn't hide my whereabouts. Also, an old friend of mine, Linny, knows what I'm doing. According to the Light Shadow Demon, it was Lin and I who told them about me. However, the parrot didn't know whether Linny had been captured or killed by the Light Shadow Goblin and had his memories extracted. The only thing he knew for sure was that the Blood Lord wanted him even more. The Plate of Two Gods wasn't just beneficial to Parrot. If the Blood Lord could get his hands on the Plate of Two Gods, he would become even more powerful. The Plate of Two Gods made the Blood Lord want to kill me even more, but it's not without benefits. Parrot chuckled bitterly. The Plate of Two Gods needs to be nurtured in a special space, and I'm the only one who knows where it is. In other words, until the Blood Lord finds the Plate of Two Gods, I should be safe. By this point, the parrot had already shared its experiences, as well as all the information it knew about them. The only thing Angor didn't understand was, what exactly was a disaster creature. Parrot did explain, but Angor couldn't understand it at all. Before Angor could ask more questions, Laplace explained, by disaster creatures, he's referring to those mirror ghosts called calamities. Angor looked at Laplace with a puzzled look. Mirror ghosts are called ghosts, but they aren't real ghosts. Most of them have physical bodies, and some even have biological structures. For example, there were Scarlet Lantern Banshees, multifaceted abominations, Chaos Beaks, Mirror Imps, and Triangular Iron Men. However, not all mirror ghosts had physical bodies. Some of them didn't have physical bodies. Mirror ghosts that didn't have physical bodies could be divided into two types. The first type was pure energy, such as phantom shades. The second type was a collection of concepts. These concept ghosts were the rarest of all mirror ghosts. At the same time, they were also known as calamities. At this point, Laplace gave an example. Haven't you and Luigi been to Shaw's haunted house before? Yes, sir. In order to give Luigi more time to study his music, they went to Shaw's haunted house together with Barbergon. You met quite a few mirror ghosts in the haunted house. One of them is called Light Calamity. You remember it, right? Angor nodded. Among all the mirror ghosts in the haunted house, Light Calamity was the most troublesome. Light Calamity was a typical collection of concepts. Its concept was assimilation with light. It could assimilate most energy and matter and turn them into an endless source of light. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and not even a single piece of soil remained. This was why Angor spent a lot of effort to deal with this Light Calamity. In the end, he only managed to trap it instead of destroying it. According to Luigi, a light bane was a type of mirror fiend that could bring disaster to the world. With this in mind, Angor realized something. Parrot referred to blood juggernaut as blood calamity. Light calamity and blood calamity. So, blood dominator is the same as light bane? A mirror wraith that's made up of the concept of calamity? Laplace nodded. I've never heard of blood juggernaut before. But according to Parrot, blood juggernaut is a type of calamity. This was why Parrot referred to it as blood calamity. Blood juggernaut represented calamity. Parrot nodded. Yes. Just like light calamity, blood calamity is a type of calamity. A newborn blood calamity won't be too strong. But that blood calamity has already absorbed the blood of countless powerful beings. It's extremely powerful. End of chapter. In terms of wizard level, the blood calamity is at least a level 2 Truthfinder wizard. More importantly, it's very likely that the blood calamity will come to this place. The parrot's expression gradually became solemn as it spoke. Angor knew how powerful a level 2 Truthfinder wizard was. After all, Professor Sunders was a real level 2 Truthfinder wizard. Isn't the blood calamity in the gloom mirror domain? Can it cross the boundary and enter the white sun mirror domain? Parrot shook its head. The blood calamity can't cross the boundary, but it can project its power here. Angor immediately recalled the blood web he saw outside the glass orb. That was the power of the blood calamity. The blood web could not only trap but also monitor. It was an interesting power, but it was not too strong. At least, he didn't feel threatened by the blood web at all. If the power of the blood calamity projected into the white sun mirror domain was something similar to the blood web, then it should not be too strong. Parrot explained, the blood calamity cannot project its power out of thin air. If it wants to project its power into the white sun mirror domain, it needs a medium. The amount of power that the medium can withstand is directly proportional to the amount of power projected. In other words, the stronger the medium, the more power it could project. In the past, the blood calamity always used the light shadow spirit as a medium to project its power into the white sun mirror domain. Therefore, the power it projects will not exceed the limit of the light shadow spirit's capacity. In the wizarding world, the light shadow spirit was about as strong as a formal wizard. Because of this, with him as the medium, the power of the blood calamity was limited to that of an adept. However, there were no absolutes. If the light shadow demon used special supplementary materials to set up a ritual to request the power of the blood calamity, then the power of the blood calamity would continuously increase under the influence of the ritual, surpassing the limit of what the light shadow demon could contain. Of course, there were disadvantages to such a method. First, the ritual could not be moved. Second, the ritual had a time limit. Even if the light shadow spirit temporarily obtained the enhanced power of the blood calamity, it could only use it in a fixed place and would not last for more than 15 minutes. Because the restrictions were too great, the light shadow demon would not set up a ritual to summon the power of the blood calamity. But the parrot's eyes were gloomy. Things are different now. The light shadow demon searched my body for the blood of a deity. He's preparing to sacrifice the blood of gods to the blood calamity through a ritual. The blood of gods was a powerful bloodline that was second only to the blood of gods. The blood calamity would definitely be interested in it. Therefore, as long as the light shadow demon completed the ritual, the power of the blood calamity would definitely descend. Even the consciousness of the blood calamity would come along with the ceremony. When the time comes, the blood calamity will use its own consciousness to control the descending blood calamity power. Even if the effect is not as good as the main body, it won't be too far off. At the very least, it will reach the Truthfinder level. No matter if it's me or any of you, none of us are able to resist the ravages of the blood calamity. The parrot didn't know how strong these two were, but it was sure that neither of them had reached Truthfinder yet. The difference between truth knowers and non-truth knowers was like a huge chasm. Only true knowledge could fight against true knowledge. Non-truth knowers couldn't be compared to truth knowers. Angor and Laplace might be strong, but as long as they didn't reach the Truthfinder level, they wouldn't stand a chance against the blood calamity. Therefore, the parrot didn't believe that they could defeat the blood calamity. That was why the parrot insisted that Angor and Laplace leave as soon as possible. It would be best if they could trick Rice God and the other blood hunters into joining them. If they had to do something, it would be their own enemies. Of course, the parrot didn't think that Rice God could defeat the blood calamity. However, Rice God wasn't alone. He had several blood hunters from the Dark Blood Church and the help of the Air Clan. With so many people, even if they couldn't defeat the blood calamity, they could at least stall for time until the ritual ended. It would be even better if Rice God and the blood calamity both ended up seriously injured, which would give the parrot a chance to take advantage of the situation. Of course, this was only the parrot's unrealistic fantasy. It was too far-fetched to think about it for now. As for the parrot, it was more concerned about how to deal with the current situation. The blood calamity is very strong. I suggest you stay away for now, the parrot said as it looked at Angor. Regardless of whether the parrot was sincere or not, it didn't want Angor and Laplace to die here. After all, the news of the mirror monster capturing Angor would only spread if they left. Angor didn't respond to the parrot's advice. It wasn't up to him to decide how to deal with the current situation. After all, he was only a wisp of consciousness. He could communicate with others, but it was impossible for him to influence the outside world. It was up to Laplace to make the final decision. Laplace didn't think for too long. It's not hard to deal with the blood calamity, which can only project energy. The parrot stared blankly for a moment. It looked at him suspiciously. Not difficult? How could it not be hard? The blood calamity was a truth finder. Yes, it's not hard at all. In other words, Laplace didn't think the blood calamity would be that hard to deal with even if it came to the white sun mirror domain. Under the parrot's suspicious gaze, Laplace continued, I can now tell you several ways to deal with the blood calamity. However, dealing with the blood calamity and solving the current problem are two different things. From the perspective of solving the problem, I can give you three options. First, as you wish, tell the Rice God what happened here. The Rice God is with the Ursi clan right now, and there are many powerful ones among them. It won't be hard for them to solve this problem. The parrot nodded. It was the one who suggested this idea, so it agreed. However, it could only save its life at best. If the Rice God captured it, it would probably lose its freedom in the future. Second, tell the Crystal Eye guards outside about what happened here. They will definitely come to deal with the blood calamity in order to maintain the stability of the party. The parrot had thought about this before. It was also a way to solve the problem. However, this method also had serious consequences. Whether the Crystal Eye guards could capture the luster or not, Parrot would definitely be taken away by the Crystal Eye clan. Once Parrot was interrogated, both the divine blood and the plate of two deities would be taken away. However, even though the consequences were great, at least his life was saved. Moreover, there was a high probability that it would regain its freedom in the future. Therefore, if it weighed the pros and cons, Parrot preferred this method over telling the Rice God about what happened. However, Parrot didn't make a decision immediately. The first two options were within the scope of Parrot's consideration. It wanted to hear what Laplace said about the third solution. Under Parrot's expectant gaze, Laplace said softly, "Third, I will deal with the blood calamity and the luster." Parrot? After a long while, Parrot recovered from its shock. "You can deal with the blood calamity and the luster?" Laplace said lightly, "Yes, but if I do it, it will be beyond the scope of the contract. Therefore, if I help you solve the problem here, you will have to pay a certain price." Parrot was still shocked that Laplace could deal with the blood calamity and the luster at the same time. It didn't listen carefully to Laplace's words. It just replied subconsciously, "What price?" "Laplace, you have to promise me 3 things." "3 things?" Parrot slowly came back to its senses. Although it still didn't believe it, since Laplace said this, he really did have a way to deal with the blood calamity and the luster. Thinking of this, Parrot said softly, "What 3 things?" "Laplace, first, give me the disc of 2 gods." The first thing made Parrot's face turn ugly. The disc of 2 gods was very important to it. If it could fuse with the disc of 2 gods, its strength could directly break through the current barrier, and even break through the truth. Handing over the disc of 2 gods was undoubtedly a difficult task for Parrot. But, Parrot was also very clear that no matter which of the 3 solutions Laplace proposed, it couldn't keep the disc of 2 gods. If Laplace could really help it solve its current predicament, it had no choice but to hand over the Disc of Two Gods. However, the premise was that the other two things weren't too excessive. Parrot already had a plan in mind. It said quietly, "What about the second thing?" Laplace didn't immediately say the second thing. Instead, he looked at Parrot. "If you successfully leave today, will you continue to oppose the blood calamity?" "Oppose?" Parrot was stunned and shook its head. "No, it's not that I oppose the blood calamity, it's that the blood calamity won't let me go." Even if the Disc of Two Gods wasn't in Parrot's hands, the blood calamity wouldn't let it go. After all, the blood calamity remembered Parrot's aura. Moreover, the blood calamity didn't have a human's view of benefits. It killed Parrot not only for the god's blood, but also for Parrot itself. In the eyes of the blood calamity, Parrot's life was a sin. Therefore, regardless of whether Parrot successfully left today, regardless of whether the Disc of Two Gods was in his hands, the blood calamity would definitely not let him go, and he would continue to fight against the blood calamity. This was his destiny, and it was also an explanation for his team leader and his dead colleagues. Hearing Parrot's answer, Laplace said lightly, "Since you don't intend to retreat, my second thing is that every time you solve a disaster caused by the blood calamity, you have to help me collect a certain spiritual factor at the scene of the disaster." Since Parrot wanted to destroy the blood calamity, it had to find the disasters caused by the blood calamity. Because if it didn't solve these disasters, even if the blood calamity was destroyed, it could still be reborn in these disasters. Therefore, in order to completely destroy the blood calamity, Parrot had to find the disasters caused by the blood calamity and solve them all. Laplace's request was for Parrot to find the spiritual factor at the scene of the disaster after solving it. Parrot looked confused. "Spiritual factor? What do you mean? How do I collect it?" Even Angor looked at Laplace curiously, not to mention the Parrot. Laplace said indifferently, "I can't explain the concept of spirituality factor to you in a short time. But you can think of it as a special kind of law fragment." "Law fragment?" Parrot's eyes were still confused. Laplace continued, "The reason why the blood calamity can come back from the disasters it created is because of the law fragments left at the scene of the disaster." In other words, it could also be understood that the reason why the calamity continued was because of the influence of the rule fragments. Parrot still didn't understand, but it roughly understood what Laplace meant. "How do I collect these spiritual factors?" Laplace said, "I'll give you a tool. Carry it with you and you'll know how to collect them." Parrot considered and didn't ask why Laplace wanted to collect the spiritual factors. Instead, it asked, "What about the third thing?" Parrot could agree to the first thing, albeit reluctantly. The second thing was to bring an extra tool for the mission, which wouldn't affect Parrot much. If the third thing was as easy as the second, Parrot would rather ask Laplace to solve its current problem. Of course, that was if Laplace could really solve the blood calamity and luster phantom. Laplace didn't tell Parrot what the third thing was. Instead, he sent a private message to Angor. "I'll leave the third thing to you." Angor gave Laplace a doubtful look. "Leave it to me?" Laplace nodded. "I only thought of two things and didn't think about the third one. So I'll leave it to you." In other words, Laplace was giving Angor a benefit. "I don't have anything to ask for right now," Angor said after some consideration. Laplace didn't mind. He turned to Parrot and said, "I haven't thought about the third thing yet. I'll tell you when I do." Parrot didn't know what to say. Parrot didn't mind if the third thing had a price tag on it. But now, it was a blank check. Who knew if Laplace's price would be too high or too low? If what Laplace asked him to do was beyond the scope of his abilities, he might even have to pay a heavy price for it, which was not worth it. Laplace also realized his carelessness and explained, "Don't worry. It won't be harder than the second thing. I won't trouble you on purpose." Parrot's frown eased a little after hearing Laplace's words. Considering Laplace's 2 requests, Angor believed that Laplace was right. Without a doubt, Parrot was on Laplace's side. At least, Laplace wouldn't imprison him or deprive him of his freedom. Therefore, asking Laplace to help with the blood calamity and luster phantom was the best option. But, with Laplace's current strength, could she really solve the blood calamity? "May I know how you're going to deal with the blood calamity and luster phantom?" End of chapter. The Parrot was asking for a solution, but no one here was stupid. They all knew that the parrot was doubting Laplace's strength. Laplace wasn't annoyed by this. It was normal for people who didn't know the whole picture to have doubts. Besides, it was better for the parrot to ask directly than to whisper in secret. Laplace looked at the nervous parrot and said, "You'll know the solution when the helpers arrive." The parrot's eyes lit up. "You mean, we need help?" Laplace nodded noncommittally. Laplace's solution was simple. She just needed to find help from the Silver Forest dimension. In fact, it wasn't exactly asking help. After all, the energy clones in the Silver Forest dimension all came from herself. However, Laplace didn't bother to explain. When she said ask help, the parrot was obviously in a good mood. This meant that the parrot still didn't believe in her strength. It believed that Laplace had a powerful background. In the parrot's opinion, Laplace was asking for help from her powerful background to find someone who could deal with the blood calamity. This was much more reliable than Laplace doing it herself. Laplace could guess what the parrot was thinking, but she didn't care. The parrot was an insignificant outsider to her, so she didn't need to force it to change its mind. Let the parrot misunderstand. If this misunderstanding could make it trust Laplace's ability more, it would be a good result. In this deal, the only thing that mattered was the result. The process didn't matter. After careful consideration, the parrot chose to let Laplace handle this. "Then, what should I do now?" The parrot looked at Laplace. "Laplace, you don't have to do anything. Just wait outside." With that, Laplace gently waved his hand, and the parrot felt as if it had turned into countless streaks of spiritual light. Its body began to slowly descend, falling into a huge mirror. When the parrot came back to his senses, he realized that his consciousness had returned to his body. He was still inside the glass orb, surrounded by the blood calamity web that looked like cobwebs. Laplace and Angor were nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the fact that his mind was still. Replaying the scene in the void of consciousness, he would have thought that it was just a dream. The parrot called out tentatively, "Is anyone here?" He wanted to see if Angor and Laplace were nearby. But he didn't dare to call them by their names. Blood Calamity Net also had a surveillance function. The surroundings were completely silent. No one made a sound. Only the rustling sound of the blood calamity web outside could be heard, as if mocking his powerlessness. The parrot sighed and lay down on the ground, looking dejected. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be in despair. However, the parrot's thoughts were the exact opposite. Although it hadn't received an answer to its question, it had seen the answer. It literally meant look. Outside, above the blood calamity web, a mirror flashing with a faint silver light appeared out of thin air. The blood calamity net did not react to the mirror at all, as if it did not see it at all. But the parrot saw it. Also, the parrot was certain that this mirror was exactly the same as the one he went through when he fell from the void of consciousness. This meant that the void of consciousness was most likely behind the mirror, and Angor and Laplace were behind it. They didn't answer him. Instead, they were telling him that everything was real. He didn't need to do anything. He just needed to wait. On the other side of the void of consciousness, which was filled with floating light spots, Laplace's eyes were closed. Countless spiritual lights poured out from between her eyebrows like a glowing river, which flowed and flowed toward the unknown depths of the void of consciousness. Angor knew that Laplace was trying to contact someone from the Silver Forest dimension. "I just don't know who Laplace will send to deal with this matter. Would it be an elemental clone, a condensed clone, or something else?" As Angor pondered, Laplace opened her eyes. "I've contacted them. They'll follow the void of consciousness I left behind." The void of consciousness referred to the glowing river between Laplace's eyebrows. It was similar to a set of coordinates, which would allow the clones from the Silver Forest dimension to follow the river. "Them?" Angor asked. "You brought more than one?" Laplace nodded. "They want to come. They don't have anything better to do anyway." Angor recalled what he saw in the Silver Forest dimension. The Laplaces with different skin colors seemed to be living a boring life. They had nothing to do apart from holding tea parties. Even Angor was surrounded by onlookers whenever he went in. No wonder they were bored. Since there were more than one person coming, it would be easier to deal with the phantom monster and the blood calamity. Angor's last bit of worry disappeared. All he needed to do now was to wait for them to come. While waiting, Angor kept glancing at Laplace. After a moment of silence, Laplace couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to say?" "Just say it." Angor scratched his head. "I'm just curious." Laplace looked at Angor and waited for him to continue. "Why did you suddenly decide to save Parrot yourself? Is it because of the plate of duo?" Even though the phantom monster was pretending to be Luigi to trick Parrot, Angor and Laplace still had to come and save Parrot. However, that didn't mean they had to do it themselves. Just like Laplace had suggested, they could inform the Crystal Eye race guards about this matter. They would be able to handle it and save the Parrot. They had already done everything they could to save Parrot. Why did they have to save Parrot themselves? More importantly, Laplace was the one who suggested saving Parrot. In Angor's opinion, Laplace must have something to ask of the Parrot. And Parrot's most important item was probably the plate of duo. So Laplace wanted the plate of duo. Angor rubbed his chin. There were too many problems with the plate of duo. It was related to a god, but that didn't mean it was beneficial. A was like honey, while B was like arsenic. To 99% of extraordinaires, the consciousness of a god was poison. For example, Angor still didn't dare to use the body of a demon god's descendant. Not only because he wasn't strong enough, but also because he was worried that there might be hidden dangers inside. Therefore, when Angor heard about the plate of duo, he didn't want it. Instead, he preferred to stay away from it. Laplace spoke again. "The plate of two gods is one of the reasons. I'm planning to perfect my divine blood clone, so I need to analyze the structure of the two types of divine blood inside the plate of duo." Divine blood clone? Angor seemed to remember the name. "You mean the god of rigor?" According to Laplace, the avatar in Silver Forest space came from a faraway plane, where the god worshipped was different from the gods in other places. The god worshipped there was more pragmatism. The god's blood doppelganger was one of the gods of rigor. Laplace nodded. Yes. But he was still confused. Different pantheons can complement each other? Laplace, generally speaking, they don't complement each other. But my divine blood clone is different. She has studied the power of faith. The power of faith? Angor asked. Wild gods and beast gods don't follow the path of faith, right? There were many stories in the southern mountain range, and those that involved faith were always related to the gods. This was both correct and incorrect. The power of faith was a special kind of power. As far as Angor could understand, it was something like a castle in the sky. It looked beautiful and powerful, but it was also vague and complicated. After all, the foundation of a god came from believers, not from the god himself. There were many stories about how to destroy a religion. If you wanted to destroy it, you had to destroy their faith. Without the power of faith, a god wouldn't be much stronger than a normal person. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but the general idea was correct. A god who only believed in faith would quickly weaken without a source of faith. The power of faith was too ethereal and illusory. Only those worlds with incomplete energy systems and extremely weak worlds would have similar gods of faith. Gods who truly pursued greatness didn't rely on faith. For example, Angor knew that none of the gods in this world relied on the power of faith. In their eyes, faith was only a means to control people's minds. Greatness was the real deterrent. And this was indeed a kind of truth. You're right. Wild gods and beast gods don't follow the path of faith, but they still have ways to use it. That's what my divine blood clone analyzed. To put it simply, these gods didn't use the power of faith to enrich themselves, nor did they use it as their core power. However, they still needed to study the power of faith. It was like holding a tool in one's hand. At the very least, they needed to learn how to use it. Different gods had different ways to develop the power of faith. Some gods had wonderful ways of developing the power of faith. For example, the demon gods in the abyss plane used the power of faith as a communication medium that could travel across time and space. They would use the power of faith to spread their true names to the distant worlds. This was why many believers in the southern region could receive messages from demon gods in the abyss plane. They relied on the power of faith as a communication network. Wild gods and beast gods would definitely try to find a way to use the power of faith. Angor finally understood what was going on. Laplace's divine blood doppelganger needed such a method of development, not the power of faith itself. The plate of two gods is one of the reasons. But the main reason I decided to help Parrot is because of the blood calamity. Is it because of the spirit factor? Angor blurted out. Laplace nodded. That's right. Whether it's for me or you. The law fragments are extremely useful. Laplace emphasized to you, which meant the law fragments were also useful to Angor. But Angor didn't know what they were for. Laplace asked, do you still remember the rules of the unfallen royal city? Angor nodded. The city has 18 laws, 6 prohibitions, and 3 oracles. If one wanted to migrate to or go to Buluo royal city, it was best to abide by their divine laws, especially the 6 great prohibitions. Once violated, the consequences would be severe. Laplace said, the 6 prohibitions represent the 6 rules that cannot be violated in Buluo royal city. And the origin of this rule actually comes from Ghost Hunter. Laplace had mentioned this before, and now that he mentioned it again, it was clear that there was another meaning behind it. So the 6 prohibitions came from the law fragments? Laplace nodded, but then shook his head. The law fragments are indeed the source of the 6 prohibitions. But a single law fragment is not enough. You need a large number of them to form a complete law. To put it simply, they needed puzzle pieces. Piecing the law fragments together to form a complete set of rules would allow the rules to take effect within a certain range. This was why Laplace sent the parrot to collect the law fragments. Once the parrot collected all the law fragments and collected Blood Calamity's body, it would create a new law atlas. In other words, Laplace was planning to take the atlas away from Blood Calamity. This kind of rule can only be used within a certain range, and its upper limit is still very low, not reaching the level of a law. However, if you use it as a kind of fixed-point protection, it is very useful. For example, you can add a new rule to the heart space so that others can't see or enter the heart space. Wasn't this a good way to protect the heart space? Of course, this was only an example. The heart space itself wasn't big enough to be protected. After all, its defensive properties were already maxed out. However, if someone wanted to enter the heart space in the future, they could set up some special rules there. Of course, they had to find the atlas first. Of course, Laplace also wanted the atlas for another important reason, to study its similarities with the laws. To become a legendary creature, the most important thing was to master the seed of a law. The special rules created by the atlas were different from the laws, but they all originated from the underlying logic of the mirror domain. If Angor could find the common points between them, it might help him to become a legendary creature. Now Angor understood why Laplace wanted to help the parrot. After all, it was related to her own advancement. Even if Laplace did not think so, the law atlas would definitely help her break through the bottleneck. However, a slim hope was still a hope. End of chapter. In the pitch-black hall, a figure stood in the center. At the top of the hall, there was a light source made of crystals. However, the light it emitted was suppressed by the surrounding darkness and could not be dispersed. Instead, it was a beam of light that was projected downwards. It was like the headlamp of an important character in a stage play. And at this moment, this headlamp happened to shine on the humanoid figure, draping him with a thin layer of gold. He seemed to be the only main character in this dark hall. Through the illumination of the light source, one could see the true appearance of this figure. It was Luigi. Or rather, the Luigi that the light shadow demon imitated. At this moment, the light shadow demon closed its eyes. It was unknown what it was doing. It looked like it was enjoying the only glory in this darkness. Around the light shadow demon, one could hear the gurgling sound of liquid flowing. Through the faintly bright fog, one could vaguely see that the ground around the light shadow demon was covered in strange symbols. These symbols were all connected together, and black and red blood flowed within them. The gurgling sound that had been heard before was the blood flowing within the symbols. Observing the flowing blood from the surface, it was impossible to determine where the source of its kinetic energy was. It was as if the blood was being guided by an invisible force and was flowing on its own. Countless blood symbols gathered to form a diagram, and countless blood diagrams condensed to form a blood formation. However, it was somewhat different from a magic formation. It was more like a blood shaman formation set up by primitive tribes. And this special blood formation was actually a summoning ritual. The target of the summoning was the blood calamity whose main body was located in the gloomy mirror region. The unknown blood formation continued to flow. After an unknown amount of time, the fog around the light shadow demon began to slowly float. It was as if there was an invisible passage that pierced through the fog and extended to an unknown void. It was also at this moment that the light shadow demon opened its eyes. His eyes slowly turned pitch black. Whether it was the pupils or the whites of his eyes, they all became dark and deep. In the light shadow demon's vision, the surroundings were no longer just black and white. Instead, it suddenly became lively and noisy. Colorful balls of light emerged from the blood formation. It was just that these brilliant colors were extremely strange and glaring. The white ones were even paler, as if the brain was bubbling. The red ones were even more scarlet, as if the brain was filled with ferocious blood vessels. The yellow ones were just as uncomfortable, as if one could smell the stench of vomit just by looking at the color. Anyone who saw these wriggling colors would have the illusion that they were being dismembered. Only the light shadow demon was unaffected. Instead, he hummed a strange tune as he reached out with his long black fingernails and slowly moved these miserable colorful balls of light. Yes, he could directly use his finger to push aside the colorful light clusters, light mists, and even light spots. If anyone could see the scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would be wide open. But if Laplace was here and saw the light shadow Yao's actions, he would not be shocked at all. Because he was a light shadow Yao, he was formed from special light. Fiddling with these colorful lights was as simple as eating and drinking for humans. This was an ability that had been carved into his instincts. Colorful lights constantly floated up from the blood formation on the ground. These colorful lights gathered around the light shadow Yao and he leisurely fiddled with them. As he fiddled, he would pick up the colorful lights and merge them with other colorful lights. In the end, they merged into even more brilliant balls of light. It looked like he was playing house with bubbles of light. But in reality, the light shadow Yao was not playing around. He was weaving these colorful lights into a shell that could hold the ruler of blood. The light shadow Yao looked up into the air. A passage invisible to the naked eye was transporting blood-red energy from an unknown depth. This energy was the power of the blood calamity. But the present power of the blood calamity, because there was no vessel to hold it, could only hover above his head and form a floating sea of blood. What the light shadow Yao needed to do was weave a shell and absorb the power of the blood calamity from the sea of blood into the shell. It was like first creating a bottle, then filling the bottle with water as it was made. When the bottle was filled to the brim, it would be over. The bottle represented the shell weaved by colorful lights, and the water in the bottle represented the power of the blood calamity. The light shadow Yao constantly used the colorful lights to sew the temporary shell of the ruler of blood. His eyes were filled with respect, and within that respect, there was a hint of infatuation. To him, creating a shell for his god was the most revered thing. He enjoyed the peace of this moment very much, as if this was the meaning of his existence. Soon, the foundation of the shell was completed. It was similar to the bottom of a bottle. In other words, he could now pour the power of the blood calamity into the shell. An invisible pipe extended from the sea of blood and pierced into the shell. The power of the blood calamity began to pour in continuously. However, the speed at which the power of the blood calamity poured in was not fast. After all, it was only the bottom of the bottle. The body of the bottle had not been created yet. However, as the power of the blood calamity entered the colorful light shell, the voice of the blood calamity crossed the boundary and entered the light shadow Yao's ears even though the body had not been created yet. I smell the delicious taste of fresh blood. A low voice sounded from the power of the blood calamity. Hearing the ruler's voice, the light shadow Yao's expression became even more respectful. He continued to sew the shell while saying, "Respected master, I summoned you here to offer you the best blood." As the light shadow Yao spoke, he took out the bottle containing the blood of the gods. The next second, the bottle of the blood of the gods was snatched away by the blood calamity. It floated in front of the colorful light. There's the scent of a wild god. This is the blood of the gods. the power of the blood calamity continued to surge. This also meant that the blood calamity was extremely expectant of the blood of the gods. This was rare blood, especially in the mirror region. It had never tasted such high-quality blood before. How could it not be excited? However, the blood calamity was also somewhat dissatisfied. The blood of the gods in the bottle was in the form of solidified sand. This was obviously encrypted by a bloodline wizard. If one did not know the method to decrypt it, there was no way to restore the blood of the gods to its original glory. The light shadow Yao seemed to sense the dissatisfaction of the blood calamity and hurriedly explained, "Respected master, if the blood of the gods is hastily decrypted, it is very likely that the energy in the bloodline will be lost. Master, please rest assured that I have already captured the wizard who sealed the blood of the gods." The blood calamity sensed for a moment and sensed the imprisoned parrot in the blood web outside. The blood calamity could not be more familiar with the parrot, a human who had once defiled the bloodline fruit. This time, the light shadow Yao had captured the parrot and obtained the blood of the gods from him. This made the blood calamity very satisfied. In the face of the light shadow Yao's flattery, the blood calamity naturally would not be too harsh. However, the blood of the gods is not bad, but the bloodline fruit of the beast god in his hands is the most important. The blood calamity said, "So, where is the bloodline fruit?" The light shadow Yao explained, "I have already interrogated him. He has already extracted the blood of the beast god from the bloodline fruit." At this point, the light shadow Yao clearly felt that the surroundings had become much colder. After all, in the blood calamity's opinion, the bloodline fruit was the most stable state. Once the beast god's blood was extracted, it was very likely that the beast god's blood structure would become unbalanced, leading to a loss of energy. The blood calamity had always regarded the bloodline fruit as his own. Naturally, he would feel pain when he discovered that the energy of the bloodline fruit was being lost. The light shadow Yao also knew what the blood calamity was thinking. He spoke quickly and quickly explained, "Master, don't worry. I have interrogated his companions and found that the parrot has a special secret treasure, the aura of the sea cave." After the parrot extracted the beast god's blood, he immediately used the secret treasure to stabilize himself. Sensing that the coldness in the surroundings was gradually dissipating, the light shadow Yao continued, "Also, I have confirmed one thing. The parrot not only obtained the beast god's blood, but also the blood of the wild god Oasis Eternal Mother, Sahim." The light shadow Yao said, "The two types of god's blood were made into the plate of two gods." The light shadow Yao told the blood calamity all the information he had obtained. After the blood calamity heard this, although he did not give any answer, it could be seen from the surging power of the blood calamity that he was extremely excited, obtaining two types of god's blood at once, and they were the processed plate of two gods. The blood calamity was naturally very happy. He also found the light shadow Yao, this capable subordinate, much more pleasing to the eye. If the light shadow Yao could weave the shell faster, the blood calamity would be even happier. After all, he was already unable to endure the thirst. Faced with the blood calamity's urging, the light shadow Yao's expression was a little strange. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Master, I have finished weaving your shell. Moreover, it had been done for a while." "Finished weaving? How is that possible?" The blood calamity was a little surprised. "Then why is the power I projected not even 50%? Logically speaking, the shell that the light shadow Yao weaved should be able to accommodate all the power it projected, but now, it was not even half of it." The light shadow Yao also discovered the abnormality, but he did not know what had happened. After checking for a long time, the light shadow Yao found the problem. It was the void pipeline that transmitted the power of the blood calamity. There seemed to be a small problem. The power of the blood calamity was still flowing in from the pipeline continuously, but the transmission speed of the power of the blood calamity seemed to be a little slower than before. The light shadow goblin spoke of his discovery. "Perhaps the level of the blood used in the ritual wasn't high enough. I bought the blood packets from Paluxio. That damned profiteer, the blood packets he sold me might have been inferior." As soon as the light shadow Yao finished speaking, the blood calamity said, "No, it's not the ritual problem." "Not the ritual problem? Then what could it be?" While the light shadow Yao was confused, the blood calamity suddenly shouted, "Who is it? Who is playing tricks? Come out." Someone was playing tricks? The light shadow Yao looked around suspiciously, but he did not find anything wrong. After the blood calamity shouted, there was no change in the surroundings. It was quiet. Except for the sound of flowing blood, there was no other sound. There was not even the sound of wind. The blood calamity's clamor was like a bluff to the darkness. The light shadow Yao was even more confused. He even used the blood web to look at the parrot in the glass ball, afraid that something had happened on his side. But the parrot did not show any abnormalities. He was paralyzed in the glass ball with a look of despair. "Master, what happened?" The light shadow Yao finally asked his question. The blood calamity did not say anything. He could feel that the energy he projected was intercepted by some kind of power. This was definitely not a problem with the ritual. Someone was deliberately playing tricks. But he could not confirm who was playing tricks. After all, most of his power was still in the void pipeline and had not entered this body. Unless, he used a part of the power in his body to sense the void around him. But the power of the blood calamity in his body would decrease every time he used it. It was not worth it to use it now. Because of this, the blood calamity wanted to use a loud shout to trick the other into coming out. But now it seemed that the other party had seen through his thoughts and did not fall for his bluff. Since that was the case, the blood calamity did not consider whether it was worth it or not. He directly controlled the churning power of the blood calamity around him and fiercely attacked the unknown void. Following the attack of a large amount of the power of the blood calamity, a wave of abnormal energy reaction finally appeared near the void pipeline. The light shadow Yao also noticed that something was wrong at the first moment. He instantly controlled the colorful balls of light around him and attacked the abnormal point. The overflowing colors, accompanied by the surging power of the blood calamity, lit up the dark void around him like it was daytime. All the minute abnormalities in the surroundings were forced to reveal their true forms. At the same time, the figure that was previously hiding near the void pipeline also revealed its true form. In the eyes of the blood calamity, this was an unfamiliar young girl. Her entire body was almost transparent. Only the faint blue-green light spots could be seen moving in the translucency. Just by looking at the transparent feeling, she looked like some kind of jellyfish. Her hair was also translucent, long enough to touch the ground. The only thing that could be seen clearly was her eyes. One of her eyes was like the deep blue sea, while the other was like a rippling jade. This was a young girl with different pupils. "Who are you? Are you the one who is disrupting my energy transmission?" The body that the blood calamity had transformed into slowly turned into a ball of colorful light and floated into the air. The young girl with different pupils did not speak. She only glanced at the blood calamity indifferently. Her figure became transparent again. It seemed like she was planning to disappear into the darkness again. Seeing this, the blood calamity hurriedly activated the power of the blood calamity again and attacked the young girl with different pupils. Only this time, it did not hit the young girl with different pupils. Instead, it was blocked by another figure. And this person was also a young girl with different pupils. Her face was exactly the same as the translucent person from before. The only difference was that she had color. She wore a pure white dress. Her hair had also turned white. One of her pupils was white and the other was gold. Other than the difference in color, everything else was as if they were carved from a mold. The two young girls with different pupils appeared one after the other. The translucent girl with different pupils had already concealed herself again. The pure white girl stood in the void and looked down at the light shadow Yao and the blood calamity. There were no fluctuations of emotion in her eyes. It was like a calm pool of stagnant water. This made her look like a high and mighty god, looking down on the lowly beings of the earth. End of chapter. Blood calamity, who had turned into a ball of colorful light, was puzzled by the sudden appearance of these two girls with different pupils. He didn't know who they were at all. Why did they suddenly appear here and try to stop the ceremony? Were they enemies? Or were they those so-called guardians? While blood calamity was in doubt, the light and shadow demon on the other side seemed to have thought of something. He said in astonishment, "You are the person who acted with this body before?" That's not right. The one who acted with Luigi was silver-haired. The light and shadow demon couldn't understand why Laplace's color had changed. However, he didn't want to think about it. He just needed to know that they were related to Luigi. Moreover, Luigi was related to the parrot, so, you two are here to save the parrot? The light and shadow demon stared at the godlike girl in the air. The pure white girl stared at the light and shadow demon for a few seconds before saying softly, "Fortunately, God's blood didn't come today. Otherwise, if she saw you imitating Luigi, she would probably give you an acting lesson on the spot." Light and shadow demon? The light and shadow demon said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you two are here to save the parrot, I advise you to go back. Don't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you will be like the parrot's companions and die one by one." The pure white girl glanced at the light and shadow demon and said indifferently, "No." Light and shadow demon, what? The pure white girl said, "Didn't you ask us if we were here to save the parrot?" My answer is, no. When the light and shadow demon heard this, his eyes flickered and he snorted coldly. "At least you know what's good for you, but now it's already." Before the light and shadow demon could finish speaking, the pure white girl interrupted, "My answer to no means that it's not just the two of us who came to save the parrot." As the pure white girl's voice fell, silhouettes began to appear in the dark void. Red Laplace, who was covered in flames, green Laplace, who was walking on water ripples, radiance Laplace, who had endless golden light behind his back, wings Laplace, who had white feathers falling down. More than 10 Laplaces with different colors but identical appearances appeared in the void one after another. As they appeared, powerful and mixed energy instantly oppressed the light and shadow demon. The light shadow Yao, whose eyes had been shining with pride, was instantly stunned. On the other hand, Blood Calamity's aura had also become gloomy. It could feel that these girls of different colors were not particularly strong. They were even weaker than the colorful body it was currently in. However, they couldn't withstand their numbers. If they really fought, it probably wouldn't take long before it and the light shadow demon would be finished. Unless, that transparent girl hasn't appeared yet. She's still blocking my power in the transmission tube. Blood Calamity scolded the light shadow demon. We need to find her and control her. Only by controlling the girl and returning the power of the Blood Calamity to this body would they have a chance at victory. The light shadow goblin also understood the situation in front of him, but, with so many people surrounding him, would he be able to successfully control the transparent girl? The light shadow demon's heart was beating like a drum, but for his most respected master, even if he had doubts in his heart, he had to go. Colorful light began to gather near the light and shadow goblin, and the energy of the Laplaces in the void also slowly rose. The battle was about to begin. At the same time, Angor, Laplace, and Parrot also arrived at the hall filled with ritual runes. However, they were all in the 1-inch world and did not show up. Neither the light shadow goblin nor Blood Calamity could see them. However, Laplace's clones from the Silver Forest dimension would occasionally glance at them. Angor didn't mind being stared at by Laplace's clones. Parrot, on the other hand, kept glancing at the colorful Laplace clones, then glancing at Laplace from the corner of his eye with a strange expression. Angor could tell that Parrot had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't dare to ask any of them. After all, these colorful Laplaces were here to save him, and he didn't want to offend them by asking too many questions. Parrot sat up straight and didn't dare to say anything. Angor was also looking at the fight not far away. He rubbed his chin and whispered to Laplace, "So this is your plan? Summon people and beat them up?" Laplace raised an eyebrow. "What else?" "Nothing. I just think it's a straightforward plan." Angor thought Laplace would come up with some special solution, such as brainstorming, grand duel, or fighting each other head-on. However, Laplace simply summoned a group of people and beat them up. It was a very straightforward plan, but it wasn't what Angor expected. Laplace seemed to have seen through Angor's thoughts. Light Shadow Goblin and Blood Calamity can be taken care of by Ether's clone alone. But they've been waiting for too long and want to come out for some fresh air. That was how this brawl came about. Light Shadow Goblin and Blood Calamity were just unlucky to come to the Silver Forest Dimensions team-building event. Angor felt sorry for them in his mind. These clones might be weaker than Light Shadow Goblin and Blood Calamity, but they were all top-tier fighters in terms of combat ability and energy control. After all, at the end of the day, they were still Laplace. But who was Laplace? A near-legendary fighter. With a battle consciousness that was close to the legendary level, the effect of controlling the energy clone was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A single clone was enough to deal with them, let alone a group of them. How could Light Shadow Goblin and Blood Calamity survive? Most importantly, although Laplace's clones had near legendary level battle awareness, they were not reckless at all. The first transparent doppelganger was Laplace's virtual doppelganger. The shadow clone was able to sense even the tiniest of energies in the void. Thus, she easily found the conduit that transmitted the power of the Blood Calamity. Then, she began to stack shadows within the conduit. In other words, she was adding various obstacles to the conduit. She turned the torrent into a weak stream, which reduced the flow of the Blood Calamity's energy. This was why Light Shadow Goblin had created Blood Calamity's body, but she didn't even have half of the Blood Calamity's energy left. Blood Calamity didn't even have half of her original strength. She had already reached the boundary of Truthfinder, but she couldn't use the power of Truthfinder because she didn't have enough energy. In terms of wizard level, Blood Calamity was at best a level 1 wizard. She had no chance of winning against more than 10 clones of Laplace, each of whom was as strong as a top-tier level 1 wizard. Not to mention, among Laplace's doppelgangers, there was also Ning Tai's doppelganger, whose true combat power was comparable to that of a Truthfinder. That was the girl in white. It could be said that this group fight looked very reckless, but the operation was very meticulous. Who could take it if they weakened the enemy first and then beat them up? But then again, Angor had another question. He still remembered that the shadow doppelganger had arrived a long time ago. At that time, the shadow doppelganger had only absorbed 1/10 of the power of the Blood Calamity. At that time, the shadow doppelganger could have completely intercepted the power of the Blood Calamity. Why did they have to wait until the Blood Calamity had recovered half of its power before intercepting the flow? Parrot was also curious about this. He peeked at Laplace as well. Laplace did not try to hide the truth. Because of the spirituality factor. The spirit factor will only appear in Blood Calamity's consciousness clone. If you want the Blood Calamity to send its consciousness into the clone, you have to let it accumulate enough Blood Calamity energy. To put it simply, the Blood Calamity's consciousness would only appear in the clone's body after the Blood Calamity energy reached a certain level. Once the Blood Calamity's consciousness was destroyed, the spirit factor would appear. This was why Light Shadow Clone didn't do it right away. Instead, he waited for the Blood Calamity's consciousness to arrive first. It was to get the spirit factor. So, the spirit factor comes from the Blood Calamity's consciousness? Laplace nodded. Yes. You can think of it as the Blood Calamity energy being the fuel, and the Blood Calamity's consciousness being the engine. Only when the two are combined can the spirit factor be created. An engine couldn't be started without fuel. Similarly, fuel was useless without an engine. Therefore, the Blood Calamity energy and the Blood Calamity's consciousness complemented each other. After a short pause, Laplace continued, of course, apart from allowing me to obtain the spiritual factor, the Blood Calamity's consciousness can also allow us to obtain more information. For example, right now. Laplace looked into the distance. Angor and Parrot also looked in that direction. The battle had already ended. No doubt, the winner was a group brawler. Both Blood Calamity and Luoying were still trying to find Light Shadow Clone to stop Light Shadow Clone from intercepting the Blood Calamity energy. However, there was no way they could survive under the combined attacks of a dozen Laplaces. At this moment, the Light Shadow Goblin and the Blood Calamity were both bound by Radiance Laplace. Since both Luoying and Blood Calamity's bodies were made of light, Laplace's Light Shadow Clone could easily restrain them. Under the suppression of the light, Luoying and Blood Calamity couldn't even self-destruct. Who are you? What do you want? Luoying roared. Ning Tai's clone slowly walked to the two monsters. You don't need to know who we are. As for what we want to do, didn't I tell you? Take Parrot away. Of course, I have a small request. It's a simple one. You only need to answer a few of my questions. I won't. Luoying humphed. You can kill me, but don't even think about getting any information from me. Ning Tai's clone gave Luoying a meaningful look. If you answer my questions, I can guarantee that you will not die. I'm never afraid of death. Luoying was still unyielding. Blood Calamity didn't speak at all. Now, he let out a strange laugh. You can't kill me. In other words, Ning Tai's guarantee didn't appeal to Luoying and Blood Calamity at all. However, Ning Tai's clone didn't mind. Don't be so stubborn. There are many ways to make you talk. I'll give you 5 minutes to think. If you still don't want to talk, I'll have to use a special method. With that, Ning Tai's clone slowly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of Angor's group. The pure white Ning Tai's clone carefully observed Angor with his golden and white eyes. Angor felt a chill running down his spine. After a while, Ning Tai's clone slowly looked away. Ning Tai doesn't reject your consciousness. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to learn Ning Tai's talent. Ning Tai and Ning Tai both referred to the ability to gather energy. So you're staring at me to see if I have the talent for gathering energy? Ning Tai's clone nodded noncommittally. Otherwise? Angor didn't know what to say. Laplace glanced at Ning Tai's clone and said, this clone doesn't carry any emotions. She only has the purest ability to gather energy. In other words, Ning Tai's clone didn't care about her attitude. Her emotions were just an imitation. She didn't have any preferences. Ning Tai's clone didn't mind Laplace's words. Instead, she looked at Parrot. Ning Tai likes you more than Angor, Ning Tai's clone explained. In other words, Parrot was more talented than Angor when it came to Ning Tai's training. However, Parrot didn't seem happy at all. Compared to Ning Tai's system, which only existed in the mirror realm, Parrot preferred using the power of wizards. Besides, Parrot was a bloodline adept. All power belonged to one's body. In any harsh world, the suppression of energy was much greater than the suppression of one's physical body. Therefore, bloodline adepts were more suitable than element adepts and occult adepts when exploring new worlds. Instead of training Ning Tai, Parrot should focus on his bloodline. Of course, Parrot didn't dare to say that in front of Ning Tai's clone. Ning Tai's clone didn't mind Parrot's attitude. She simply evaluated Parrot's compatibility with Ning Tai and continued, you can return to your body now and leave this place. Huh? So sudden? Parrot glanced at Angor and Laplace. Angor didn't say anything. Laplace nodded at Parrot. You should go as well. If you don't, Rice God will be here soon. Parrot looked at Laplace anxiously. But, aren't we leaving together? Parrot didn't mean leaving the nest of Luster Phantom. He meant leaving the mirror realm. You want to leave the sun mirror realm now? Laplace asked. Parrot nodded. If possible, I want to leave the mirror realm as soon as possible. End of chapter. Laplace and Angor looked at each other. They already expected that Parrot would ask them to fulfill the contract right there and then. And now, it really happened. Still, they could understand why Parrot was being chased by Rice God, who also had Little Red's help. If Parrot didn't leave the mirror domain as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to escape. Laplace considered and didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Ning Tai's clone and said, give Parrot a condensing mirror. Ning Tai's clone yawned and nodded noncommittally. She gently stretched out her finger and drew a circle in the air with her fingertip. A palm-sized mirror appeared in her hand. This was the condensing mirror that Laplace mentioned. Parrot didn't know what the condensing mirror was, but he assumed it had something to do with whether he could leave the mirror domain or not. Therefore, he stared at the mirror eagerly as soon as it appeared. Ning Tai's clone glanced at Parrot. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. You're just a few wisps of consciousness. You can't handle it. Ning Tai's clone paused. If you want the condensing mirror, you have to return to your body first. With that, Ning Tai's clone walked toward the small room behind the curtain where Parrot was kept. Parrot glanced at Laplace, who nodded, and followed Ning Tai's clone out of the room. When Parrot returned to the room, he saw that the glass orb that contained his body had fallen to the ground. The blood net that held the orb was slowly shrinking, as if it was turning into a ball. Furthermore, on this blood ball, one could faintly see the struggling facial features. What's that? Parrot asked with a cautious look. Ning Tai's clone was not surprised at all by this blood ball and said indifferently, what else could it be? Who else could it be other than Blood Calamity? Parrot thought for a moment and understood what was going on. Blood Calamity's body was bound, but it wasn't giving up. When Blood Calamity realized that it couldn't fight Laplace's clone directly, it decided to use a roundabout way to save itself. The so-called roundabout way was the blood net left behind by Light Shadow Goblin. The blood net was also made of Blood Calamity's power. It wasn't strong enough, but it could hold a part of Blood Calamity's consciousness. In other words, Blood Calamity was preparing to use the blood web to regenerate a new body. This body might not be powerful, but don't forget, there was still the power of the Blood Calamity that had been intercepted in the void. If the Blood Calamity could use this new body to regain the power of the Blood Calamity, he might be able to make a comeback. This was the Blood Calamity's indirect method of saving the country. However, Blood Calamity was also unlucky. Just as it was about to revive on the blood web, it encountered the return of Ning Tai's clone. Now, the Blood Calamity had yet to revive, and he had to face Ning Tai's clone. The outcome was self-evident. Ning Tai's clone didn't even use any big moves. He just flicked his index finger and thumb, and a bullet formed by Ning Tai's power rushed into the blood ball. Bang! The blood ball didn't even say a word. It wasn't that it didn't want to say anything, but its consciousness hadn't descended yet, so it couldn't say anything. Then, it exploded, and the Blood Calamity's backup plan disappeared instantly. In this compartment, Ning Tai's clone continued to act as if nothing had happened. He took the parrot to pick up the glass ball on the ground and motioned for the parrot to enter. On the other side of the hall, the Blood Calamity had already begun to curse. Obviously, it had also discovered that the backup plan in the compartment had been broken. However, cursing was just cursing. No one paid any attention to it, so it could only give up. Back at the curtained compartment. With the help of Ning Tai's clone, the parrot's consciousness returned to its body. With a piercing sound, the glass ball was smashed into pieces by Ning Tai's clone. The parrot in the glass ball finally regained its freedom. Its body slowly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its normal size. The parrot checked its body. After confirming that there were no accidents, it quickly flew to the seat near the compartment. Under Ning Tai's clone's puzzled gaze, the parrot explained, "Previously, after the Light Shadow Goblin captured me, he took my storage bag. After he took out the blood of the gods, he threw the storage bag nearby." As the parrot spoke, it pulled out a small, exquisite bag with a special logo from under the seat. Obviously, this bag was the storage bag that the parrot was talking about. The parrot checked the contents of the storage bag and let out a long sigh of relief. As a merchant, he put all his goods in his storage bag, except for some old goods that were stored in his exile space. If something happened to his storage bag, he would have wasted hundreds of years of his life. Fortunately, everything was still there except for the blood of the gods. The parrot carefully put away the storage bag and looked at Ning Tai's clone. It saw Ning Tai's clone looking at its storage bag. Angor and Laplace also appeared beside the clone and looked at its storage bag as well. The parrot was a little uneasy. Are they going to split it in half? Just as the parrot was on tenterhooks, considering whether or not to hand over the bag of holding, Ning Tai's clone suddenly said, "There's a symbol on your bag of holding." "What symbol is that?" "Logo?" "So they're looking at the logo?" The parrot lowered its head and looked at the storage bag. On the surface of the bag, there was an emblem of a train with stars. However, the train was not traveling on the road. Instead, it was located in the dark void. The dark void was in stark contrast to the bright train. The parrot looked at the train logo and felt nostalgic. "That's the logo of the caravan I used to be a part of." The parrot's reply caused Ning Tai's avatar to frown. Laplace also revealed a puzzled look. They thought the parrot was lying, but it didn't look like it was lying. Ning Tai's clone and Laplace kept exchanging glances as if they were trying to communicate something. Angor, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on. Shouldn't they be handing over the Ning Tai mirror now? Why did they suddenly talk about the logo on the parrot's storage bag? Ning Tai's clone pondered for a moment. "Are you sure this is the logo of the Void Caravan?" The parrot shook its head. "No, not the Void Caravan. The 18th Caravan. It's the 18th Caravan. We were the ones who went to drown a plane to carry out the mission. Now, all 18 caravans were killed by the Blood Calamity except for me." The parrot spoke in a low voice. Its eyes were filled with both nostalgia and hatred. At this moment, Ning Tai's clone roughly understood that this emblem represented the merchant team that had gone to explore the god domain. And this caravan was under the command of the Void Caravan. Who designed the emblem of your 18 caravans? Did the caravan give it to you? Ning Tai's clone asked again. The parrot shook its head. No. Every caravan's logo is designed by its own members. Our 18th caravan's logo was designed by our captain. Captain? The one you mentioned? The one who died in Ghost's domain together with the Blood Calamity? Laplace asked. The parrot nodded. Yes. Ning Tai's clone, when your captain designed the logo, did he mention why he designed the logo this way? The parrot shook its head again. No. But I heard from Linny that he was a train attendant before joining the caravan? Perhaps that's why he designed the logo of the train. The parrot looked at Ning Tai's clone curiously. What's wrong with the logo? Ning Tai's clone didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Laplace and asked if he should tell him. Laplace thought for a moment and nodded to Ning Tai's clone. Speak. There are actually quite a few people who know about the Star Ocean train. Interstellar train? Was it referring to the train on his storage pouch? On the other side, the parrot also heard the name of the train. Unlike Angwar's confused look, the bird frowned as if it thought of something. Is it that train? Angwar was confused. That car? Angwar was puzzled. Which train? The parrot looked at Ning Tai's clone again. If you're talking about the conductor, that's it, Ning Tai's clone said in a plain tone. The parrot's expression turned blank when he heard the name conductor. Even his voice trembled a little. It's really that train? Judging from the parrot's reaction, Angwar knew about the train as well. He just didn't know that the train had something to do with the logo on his storage pouch. But then again, what exactly was a train? He turned around and looked at Laplace. Laplace flicked a spirit light spot into Angwar's body in a timely manner. As the light spot sank into Angwar's forehead, an introduction about the train appeared in his mind space. The introduction of the Star Ocean train was very short, with only a few sentences. Space train, a mysterious train that travels in the void. It is said that the track it travels on is always filled with dense starlight. As long as you had a ticket, the space train would take you to wherever you wanted to go, even if it was the center of a dangerous disaster, the depths of your dreams, the end of your sea of consciousness, or even the end of time. After reading the introduction of the train, Angwar felt that it was a bit too exaggerated. Void disaster, the depths of dreams, the end of consciousness, and the end of time, each one was more exaggerated than the last. The first one was a real train station, while the latter was just a conceptual train station. Was it really possible? Is the train a mystery item? Angwar asked in a low voice. As far as Angwar was concerned, there was no other way to reach a conceptual train station except for a mystery item. However, Laplace shook his head. No, the Star Ocean train is not a mysterious object. Angwar was puzzled. Not a mystery item? How could it reach a conceptual train station? Was it fake? Although Angwar didn't say anything, Laplace already knew what was on Angwar's mind. She pondered for a moment and explained in a low voice, the birth of the train is a grand miracle. Angwar didn't understand at first, but when Laplace mentioned the word miracle, he was surprised. The train's controller is a miracle? Laplace nodded. Correct. The train was created and controlled by a miracle, and this miracle is known as the conductor. Angwar finally understood what Laplace was trying to say. Just like the Time Thief and the Mahogany Theater, the train was created by a great being. It was a miracle when it was born. It didn't sound like a mystery item, but it was even more so. Only this kind of miraculous product could travel through the stars, through dreams, and even through the platforms of concepts. Angwar sighed in relief. No wonder Parrot was stunned when he heard the name of the train. Obviously, Parrot knew about the famous train as well. So, the logo on the storage bag is what the space train looks like? Angwar recalled how Laplace and Ning's clone reacted when they saw the emblem. Laplace nodded. Yes, I saw a similar logo in the images reflected in the empty mirror ocean. It represents the Star Ocean train. It was precisely because it was related to the star train that Laplace and Ning Tai's clone had solemn expressions. They even put aside the matter of the Ning Tai mirror. The parrot also heard Laplace's words. He swallowed his saliva and murmured in a low voice, "If the logo is really the Star Ocean train, why did the captain design such a logo? And why does the captain know about this logo? Is it true that the captain is from a space train like Linny said?" Actually, Laplace's guess was the same as Parrot's. Since the logo of the 18 business teams was designed by the captain, and he had designed the logo of the space train, either he had seen the logo of the space train before and designed it out of admiration or other purposes, or he had really come from the space train before. The former was unlikely. After all, the train was related to the captain. Any outsider who used the train emblem as an emblem could be interpreted as offending the captain. Even a superorganization wouldn't take such a risk. Therefore, even if they wanted to avoid suspicion, they wouldn't use the same emblem as the train emblem. The captain of the 18 business teams, on the other hand, was suspected to be a former train attendant. By inference, it was very likely that he was from a space train. However, inference was just inference. There was no evidence. Besides, the captain was already dead. There was no proof. Parrot suddenly thought of something. If we want to know if the captain is related to the train, maybe we can find some clues from his pouch. As soon as it finished speaking, the parrot's expression became dejected again. However, before Captain died with blood calamity, he told the rest of us to return to God's domain through the mirror. Otherwise, once blood calamity died, the mirror channel to God's domain would have disappeared. When the captain died, his storage pouch was left behind in the ghost realm in the mirror. End of chapter. The captain's storage bag was left in the ghost realm. Ning Tai clone looked at the parrot. In other words, the storage bag was taken by the blood calamity? The parrot hesitated. Not necessarily. The blood calamity had already been eliminated. Maybe the storage bag was just left there? Ning Tai clone said, "No. The blood calamity has caused many disasters in the dark mirror region. If it dies here, the other side will definitely revive immediately. After it revives, it will definitely return to the scene immediately to see if there are any survivors, and also to lock onto the aura of you outsiders. Therefore, even if the blood calamity died on the spot, it would definitely return immediately. If it saw the captain's storage bag after it returned, it would definitely pick it up." The parrot hesitated for a moment. If that's the case, then the captain's storage bag might really have been taken by the blood calamity. Then it's basically impossible to get it back. Ning Tai clone raised an eyebrow. Impossible? Why not? If the blood calamity took it away, it would be easier to retrieve the storage bag. Ning Tai clone paused and looked straight at the parrot. After all, isn't your goal to kill the blood calamity? Maybe one day in the future, you can take back the storage bag from the blood calamity. The parrot scratched its temples awkwardly. That was true, but it didn't think it could take back the captain's storage bag. The difference in strength between it and the blood calamity was too great. It would be difficult to beat the opponent. Most importantly, the blood calamity could still revive. At most, it could try its best to improve itself and kill the blood calamity in sight. But it really didn't think about getting anything from the blood calamity. And by the time it could kill all the blood calamity, it would be decades or centuries later. It was hard to say whether the storage bag would still be with the blood calamity by then. Ning Tai clone also saw the parrot's negativity, but she didn't care. She knew what the parrot was thinking. It was nothing more than fear of the blood calamity's revival. But the parrot forgot that since Laplace asked it to collect spiritual factors, it naturally couldn't stay out of the hunt for the blood calamity. With Laplace's help, finding the scene of every disaster and defeating every blood calamity wasn't a far-fetched dream. But for the parrot, it was hard to imagine that it hadn't happened. Therefore, Ning Tai's clone did not care about Parrot's thoughts. As long as Parrot's goal of dealing with the blood calamity was firm, there would be a day when it would discover the truth. Ning Tai's clone said, "Let's put these trivial matters aside and return to the main topic." Ning Tai's clone shifted her gaze away from the Star Train logo and handed the Ning Tai mirror to the parrot. The parrot obediently took the condensing mirror. The Ning Tai mirror was not heavy. Holding the palm-sized mirror in his hand, he could feel a sense of warmth from the mirror, as well as a faint coolness. The surface of the mirror was extremely smooth. Even when the parrot held it in its hand, it didn't produce any ripples. It truly reflected everything in the world. The parrot subconsciously looked at itself in the mirror, and saw a young boy with short green hair. He had puppy eyes, a flat nose, and every freckle on his face was clearly reflected in the mirror. Purely from the perspective of mirrors, the condensing mirror was definitely of the highest quality. However, after the parrot played with it for a while, it didn't find anything special about the condensing mirror. What was the condensing mirror used for? Why would he hand it over to him? Soon, the parrot's doubts were answered. Ning Tai's clone said calmly, "This condensing mirror has 3 functions. First, it can search for weak points of spatial power and high points of convergence energy in the mirror domain. Simply put, holding the condensing mirror in the white sun mirror domain could search for nearby coordinates where spatial power was relatively weak, as well as points where convergence energy was relatively rich." Weak points of spatial power and high points of convergence energy? The parrot whispered suspiciously, "What's the significance of these 2 coordinates?" Ning Tai's clone said, "Don't you want to leave the mirror domain? If you want to leave the mirror domain, you have to find a coordinate where spatial power is weak, and the convergence energy at that coordinate must be rich. When you find a coordinate that satisfies these 2 conditions, that coordinate can open a door to the material realm." At this point, Ning Tai's clone revealed the second function of the condensing mirror. The second function of the condensing mirror is to open a passage to the material realm at the double coordinates. As long as the parrot could find the double coordinates and activate the condensing mirror at that double coordinates, it could pass through the mirror passage to the material realm. Hearing this, the parrot's eyes lit up. According to Ning Tai's clone, wouldn't it be able to open the mirror passage by itself? Ning Tai's clone nodded, "Yes, you can open the mirror passage by yourself, but the prerequisite is that you can activate the condensing mirror." "How do I activate it?" the parrot quickly asked. Ning Tai's clone said, "If you want to activate the condensing mirror, you have to return to the third function of the condensing mirror. Mirror contract." What was a mirror contract? With Ning Tai's clone's explanation, the parrot more or less understood. Simply put, it was a kind of contract, but this contract didn't use paper as a medium, but a mirror as a medium. The contents of the contract were drawn up by Laplace, and there were only 2 conditions. First, give the disk of the 2 gods to Laplace, and second, complete the task given by Laplace to collect spiritual factors. If you want to activate the condensing mirror, you have to agree to this contract. When you agree to the contract, the condensing mirror will become the contract's power and be controlled by you. After that, you can freely summon the condensing mirror and activate its power. In other words, as long as the contract was signed, the parrot could freely leave the white sun mirror domain. Naturally, the parrot wanted to be able to leave, and the contents of the contract were what the parrot had promised Laplace before, so it should sign the contract. However, the parrot was a little confused. How long does the contract last? The parrot paused. What I mean is, the disk of the 2 gods hasn't been completed yet. It can only be completed in a special space. If I go and take it now, it'll be the same as destroying the disk of the 2 gods. In other words, even if the parrot wanted to give the disk of the 2 gods to Laplace, it couldn't do it in a short time. At the very least, it had to wait until the disk of the 2 gods was completed. Apart from that, collecting spiritual factors also takes time. I can't beat the blood calamity now, so I need time to grow. The parrot paused. At the very least, I have to wait until I have the strength to defeat the blood calamity, then I can start collecting spiritual factors. The contract had to have a time limit. After all, if it didn't have a time limit, it could drag it out until the end of time, which was different from the nature of the contract. Therefore, the contract had to have a time limit, but the parrot was worried that the time limit was too short. However, the Ning Tai clone's answer surprised the parrot. "There's no time limit." The parrot cried out in surprise, "No time limit? You. Aren't you afraid that I'll keep dragging it out?" The Ning Tai clone shook his head. "Although there's no time limit, after you sign the contract, there's a hidden clause that you have to abide by." The parrot, "Hidden clause? What clause?" The Ning Tai clone, "The maintenance of the mirror contract requires natural polymerization energy." If the mirror contract can't sense the polymerization energy in the outside world, then it will consume the polymerization energy in the Ningtai mirror. When the polymerization energy in the Ningtai mirror is exhausted and there's no other polymerization energy to replenish it, you violated the contract. You don't need me to tell you what the consequences of violating the contract are. The parrot frowned. In other words, if I leave the white sun mirror domain and walk in the material world, I have to replenish the polymerization energy in the Ningtai mirror? The Ningtai clone nodded, yes. The parrot, then how do I replenish the polymerization energy in the Ningtai mirror? The Ningtai clone shrugged, it's simple, just return to the white sun mirror domain and stay there for a while. Hearing this, the parrot understood why the Ningtai clone didn't set a time limit for the mirror contract. If the parrot didn't want to violate the contract, it had to return to the white sun mirror domain every once in a while to recharge the Ningtai mirror. The Ningtai mirror itself came from the Ningtai clone, so once it returned to the white sun mirror domain, the Ningtai clone would definitely be able to sense it. In other words, the parrot was basically moving under the Ningtai clone's nose. It was impossible to rely on dragging to get out of the contract perfunctorily. Naturally, there was no need to set a time limit for the contract. The parrot pondered for a moment, then how do I return to the white sun mirror domain? The Ningtai clone, returning to the mirror domain is easier than leaving. As long as you're within the material world of the white sun mirror domain's radiation, you can return to the mirror domain through the Ningtai mirror. However, I have to remind you of two things in advance. Although you can use the Ningtai mirror to return to the mirror domain, there can't be any spatial waves or spatial obstacles in the outside world when using the Ningtai mirror. This was very important. It meant that if the parrot was in danger or trapped in a space where it couldn't get out, it couldn't rely on opportunistic ideas to enter the mirror domain through the Ningtai mirror. Also, the passage you used to enter the mirror domain was opened by me. Therefore, I have absolute control over this passage. I won't allow anyone other than you to enter. After entering the mirror domain, I will also arrange the coordinates for you. Although only the parrot was allowed to enter the mirror domain, it was actually a kind of protection. A passage that connected to a special world was extremely valuable. However, if only one person could pass through, the value would be greatly reduced. The parrot didn't care about this. It had always been a lone wolf and didn't want to share the passage to the mirror domain. As for the coordinates to enter the mirror domain, it understood that Laplace would arrange it. After all, it still owed Laplace the plate of two gods and the spiritual factor. Laplace, that's the situation. If you don't have any objections, then drip a drop of blood on the Ningtai mirror and sign the mirror contract. The parrot already had a plan in mind. Although this contract had a lot of restrictions and required it to occasionally return to the mirror domain for a period of time, it was actually a kind of benefit for it. Don't forget that the parrot's identity was a traveling merchant. The white sun mirror domain was a special world. The crops produced here couldn't be found anywhere else. During this period of time, the parrot had bought a lot of specialties in the mirror domain at a very low price. Once it left the mirror domain, the value of these specialties would multiply several times, or even dozens of times. If the parrot could frequently travel between the mirror domain and the material world, it would be a master of profiteering. For a merchant like him, it would definitely be beneficial. Therefore, the parrot wouldn't reject this contract. Without hesitation, it cut its fingertip and let the blood drip onto the Ningtai mirror. After the contract was signed, the Ningtai mirror emitted a bright white light. Then, the Ningtai mirror turned into a dot of light and drilled into the parrot's forehead. The parrot closed its eyes and sensed for a moment. It could clearly sense that the Ningtai mirror was now in its spirit sea. As long as it wanted to, it could summon the Ningtai mirror at any time. Moreover, all of the functions of the Ningtai mirror were controlled by the parrot. The functions of the Ningtai mirror were indeed as the Ningtai clone had said. Not only could it search for the weak points of the surrounding space, but it could also search for the points of accumulation of aggregated energy. In addition, the parrot had discovered a place that the Ningtai clone hadn't mentioned before. In fact, it wasn't just from the real world to the mirror domain. From the mirror domain back to the real world, the energy of the connecting passage between the two worlds came from Laplace. In other words, the authority to enter and exit the mirror domain passage was controlled by Laplace. The parrot was only borrowing the power of others. The parrot didn't care that it couldn't control the authority of the mirror domain passage. It wasn't a creature of the mirror domain, so it was normal that it couldn't control the mirror domain passage. It was more concerned about the hidden meaning behind this matter. Laplace could freely open the passage between the material world and the mirror domain. The parrot hadn't been fooling around in the white sun mirror domain all this time. According to its understanding, there were many people who could control the passage to the material world. However, if one were to break it down, only two kinds of people could control the passage to the material world. First, they had supreme power. For example, the leaders of various clans could use the power of their clans to work together to open the passage to the material world. However, this kind of passage required a high price. In addition, the material world didn't have an environment where the mirror domain creatures could live. Generally speaking, the leaders of various clans wouldn't work together to open the passage to the material world. This was why the parrot couldn't persuade Duke Pai Xiao to open the passage even after staying in Pippi Castle for so long. Second, they had supreme power. These people could open the passage to the material world by themselves. However, they were even rarer. According to the parrot's understanding, only the people at the top of the pyramid could do this. Laplace belonged to the second category without a doubt. This was because she didn't rely on the power of a group. She relied on her own power to pry open the passage to the material world. In this case, Laplace's power was definitely not at the level of an official wizard. She was most likely hiding her power and identity. The parrot didn't want to pry into Laplace's identity. However, Laplace's high status was also a kind of protection for it. After all, it would probably have to work for Laplace in the near future. "You can leave now," the Ning Tai clone said. Ning Tai's clone said, "You'd better find the coordinates and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Rice God catches you, it'll have nothing to do with me." The parrot felt a sense of urgency. After all, when it was caught by the light shadow goblin, it deliberately left its own blood. It had to deal with the blood as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be over if Rice God caught up with it. However, the parrot still had a question before it left. "After I find the coordinates, I'll use Ning Tai's mirror to leave the mirror domain. Where will it lead to in the material world?" End of chapter. Parrot desperately wanted to leave the sun mirror domain and return to reality. But even if he could, he still needed to pay attention to the coordinates of his destination. If Parrot successfully left the sun mirror domain and was teleported to a dangerous area, such as the Dark Blood Church's territory in the wildlands, it would be very difficult. For Parrot, it would be a huge challenge. Ning Tai's clone knew what Parrot was thinking. The Ning Tai mirror in your hand is anchored to the southern wizarding region. More specifically, it's near the Goman Kingdom. Goman Kingdom? Parrot repeated in a low voice. He felt that the name sounded familiar, so he quickly searched for information about the kingdom in his mind. Soon, Parrot found some relevant information. The parrot couldn't help but frown as it roughly recalled this information. The Goman Kingdom is ruled by a supreme dark adept. Based on my understanding of the southern region's adepts, the supreme cult is a very powerful organization. Their teachings would never allow a supreme dark adept to rule a kingdom, but they have never caused any trouble for the Goman Kingdom. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Parrot tried to recall the information he saw in the newspaper in the floating city of Wildlands. More information about the Goman Kingdom came to Parrot's mind as he unlocked more memories. From the tyranny of the Goman royal family, to the cleansing of traitors, to the grievances and bloodshed of the common people. Parrot frowned even harder as more information came to his mind. Why didn't the Supreme Cult or any other wizard organizations get involved in the Goman Kingdom? Strange. Something was wrong. He hadn't reached the Goman Kingdom yet, but he already sensed the presence of the vortex. The parrot looked around and fixed its gaze on Angor. As a wizard from the southern wizarding region, Angor should know something about the Goman Kingdom, right? Angor shrugged. The Goman Kingdom is a complicated place. I can't explain it in a short time. But you won't be in too much trouble as long as you don't get involved. As long as Parrot didn't go to the royal capital or get involved with the Goman royal family, the vortex won't find you. The parrot heaved a sigh of relief, but he still looked at Ning Tai's clone and asked cautiously, If I want to enter the White Sun Mirror domain from the real world, do I have to go to the Goman Kingdom? Ning Tai's clone shook his head. No need. The parrot felt relieved after it got the answer. As long as he wasn't in the Goman Kingdom, there shouldn't be any problems anywhere else. It wasn't that he was afraid of the whirlpool, but that there was already a lot of trouble behind him. Before he dealt with these troubles, he wanted to protect himself and try his best not to fall into other quagmires. The parrot bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your help. I will never forget today's kindness." Then, the parrot got ready to turn around and leave. Before the parrot could step out of the dark room, Angor stopped it. "Hold on." The parrot stopped and gave Angor a confused look. "There's something I need to discuss with you." The parrot said, "Go ahead." Angor smiled. "I just want to say that when you come to the mirror domain to recharge Ning Tai's mirror, you can bring more goods with you. Don't worry, I won't take them for free. If there's something I need, I'll pay for it." While the parrot was thinking about becoming a profiteer in both worlds, Angor was also thinking about the parrot's goods. The parrot was once a member of the Void Caravan. He might have left the caravan, but he could still be considered a traveling merchant. He inherited all the trade lists of the 18th caravan, so he knew the coordinates of different worlds and how to find good stuff in different worlds. From the names of his products before, it could be seen that he had excellent supply channels. As a traveling merchant, the parrot also had a good eye. If the parrot could enter the mirror domain frequently in the future, wouldn't that mean Angor had gained a channel to purchase unique goods? It was similar to the RPG games in the tablet, where players could accidentally meet traveling merchants who would not only place orders, but also refresh their goods every time they showed up. All in all, Angor planned to use the parrot as a regular source. The parrot understood Angor's intention and nodded without hesitation. Besides, if Angor could get along so well with Laplace, he must have a powerful background. Even if he didn't, maintaining a good relationship with Angor was the same as showing respect to Laplace. There was no harm in doing so. "Very well. Do you have any preferences, Mr. Angor?" asked the parrot. Angor considered. "Anything, as long as it's special. If possible, I'd like to buy as many special alchemy materials as possible." "Special alchemy materials?" Angor is an alchemist, the parrot didn't ask. It only nodded calmly. "Alchemy materials, is it? I see. I'm going to check on the Plate of Two Gods later, and I'll pass by Grand Plain. There are many unique alchemy materials there. I'll stock up on them when I see them." Of course, Angor knew about Grand Plain. The place was filled with machines. Not only were there mechanical life forms, but there was also a mechanical city. It was a paradise for mechanical alchemists. Of course, the place also produced many alchemy materials. "Thank you," said Angor. The parrot placed a hand on its chest and bowed. "It's my honor to serve you." Angor smiled and didn't continue the conversation. The parrot didn't say anything else and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the curtains were lifted, and an almost transparent avatar walked out from behind the curtains, leaving only an outline. "This is for you." The virtual shadow's doppelganger walked to the parrot, and handed it an exquisite and unique six-sided glass bottle with two horns. Inside the bottle was flowing fine golden sand. "This is God's blood." The parrot accepted the bottle in a daze. "You don't want this?" "Hot potato," the clone said blandly, then turned around and walked back into the hall behind the curtain. The parrot didn't know what to do with the bottle. It looked at Laplace. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, it was Ning Tai's clone who spoke up. "You're not leaving? Or are you not afraid that someone will find your blood in the crystal tunnel?" When the parrot heard this, it quickly said, Then I'll go first." Seeing that no one was going to stop it, the parrot put away the bottle and quickly left. Its goal now was to deal with the blood in the tunnel, then leave the Crystal Kingdom as soon as possible and find the coordinates to head to the southern wizarding region. The parrot quickly disappeared into the darkness. After the parrot left, Laplace looked at Angor. "Let's go. We should leave as well." Angor glanced at the curtain. "Are we leaving them?" Laplace said indifferently, "You don't care about my clone, do you?" Angor chuckled. I just want to know what you want to ask about the blood calamity. Laplace, haven't you already guessed it? It's about the woe puppet? Angor frowned. Correct. Laplace nodded and waved his hand, summoning the huge flowing light silver mirror. The woe puppet should have been in the gloomy mirror for some time now. With its ability, the confinement space should have spread out. The blood calamity's main body is in the gloom mirror domain, and it's one of the few mirror wraiths with intelligence. If we want to know more about the gloom mirror domain, it's the best choice. But let's leave it to my clone, Laplace said. Let's go back as soon as possible. Laplace was thinking for Angor's sake. Angor was only a wisp of his consciousness without any defensive capabilities. Even with her protection, there was always a chance that something might go wrong. For example, his consciousness might be affected by the outside world and become dim or distorted. The longer he stayed outside, the more likely it would be that his consciousness would become incompatible with his body, and it would take a long time for him to recover. Besides, the blood calamity was a concept-type mirror race. As the shell luster phantom created for it weakened, its consciousness would most likely leave the body. Once the blood calamity left the energy shell, it would essentially go beyond the one dimension. It might not be able to see the 1-inch world, but if it did, it would mean that Angor had entered the blood calamity's site and was being targeted. This was not a good thing for Angor. For this reason, Laplace decided to leave with Angor first. He would leave the communication with the blood calamity to his clones. Angor didn't know what Laplace was trying to do, but he trusted Laplace's judgment. They had wasted a lot of time here, and so did Little Red. It was time to explain to Rice God and the others. Following Laplace, Angor sank into the large mirror. Soon, they returned to the pitch-black void of consciousness. The blood calamity hasn't spoken yet. It's difficult to talk to the mirror wraiths. Both the blood calamity and the luster phantom had intelligence, but their world and values were completely different from other races. To communicate with them, one must first understand their values, understand their reason for existence, and communicate with them using their thoughts. Otherwise, threats or soft words would be useless. It was not easy to achieve this in a short time. As for using threats or other outside methods, it was possible. But to get all the information, normal communication was the best option. Besides, the blood calamity's main body was in the gloom mirror domain, and it was able to communicate with people from the white sun mirror domain. This alone meant that it could do a lot of things. For example, it could find out the approximate location of the woe puppet. Therefore, Laplace preferred to communicate with the blood calamity normally. However, it was difficult for Laplace to communicate with the blood calamity on her own, so she asked for help. I've asked Gleipnir to contact Sage Pika. They're working with the town of Ghastly Ladies, as well as the Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies. Maybe we can talk to the blood calamity through the Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies. Angor showed a look of understanding. The town of Ghastly Ladies was the largest gathering place of mirror ghosts in the White Sun Mirror domain. Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies was the leader of the town of Ghastly Ladies, and she was also an intelligent mirror ghost. Besides, Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies lived in the White Sun Mirror domain for a long time. She understood the values of the people there, and as a mirror ghost herself, she also had the same values. She was the best person to mediate. Of course, it was unrealistic to ask Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies to meet the blood calamity directly, so they had to communicate through the air. It was not difficult. They just needed to use the exhibition booklet. They would use the display book to contact the Crimson Lamp Demon Empress and pass on blood calamity's words to her. Crimson Lamp Demon Empress would analyze and give the correct answer, then pass it on to Gleipnir through the display book. Finally, Ning Tai's clone would pass it on to blood calamity. It sounded troublesome, and they had to change direction several times. But it was simple for Laplace. After all, Gleipnir was her real body, so they could share their minds directly. There was no need to waste time. Soon, Laplace received a reply. Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies already knows about the blood calamity. She agreed to help, said Laplace. Laplace had originally thought that if Crimson Lamp wasn't willing to help, he would get Sage Pika to reveal a little about the woe puppet to Crimson Lamp. Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies was smart enough to understand the situation. Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies was a mirror ghost, but there were no eggs left unharmed when the nest was overturned. Not only would the White Sun Mirror domain suffer because of the woe puppet, but so would the ghost domain, which Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies longed to return to. Laplace was prepared to reveal the woe puppet to Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies. To Laplace's surprise, Fairy Queen of Ghastly Ladies agreed to help as soon as she heard that it was related to the blood calamity. "Is there something going on between Scarlet Lamp and the blood calamity?" Angor asked curiously. Laplace said, "There is no story between Scarlet Lamp Demon Empress and blood calamity, but according to Scarlet Lamp Demon Empress, blood calamity has killed many Scarlet Lamp demonesses. The blood calamity made its living by creating disasters, and the place where it created the most disasters was Ghost Domain and the Mirror Domain. In Ghost Domain, the blood calamity left behind countless scenes. Every time a disaster happened, a large number of mirror ghosts would be sacrificed. The blood calamity is a mirror ghost, but the mirror ghosts don't get along well with each other. Many mirror ghosts are eating and being eaten. Fairy Ghastly Ladies and the blood calamity, on the other hand, were enemies. Fairy Ghastly Ladies were at the bottom of the hierarchy among the mirror ghosts. They were like mortals in the mortal world. For this reason, Fairy Ghastly Ladies were the ones who suffered the most from the disasters caused by the blood calamity. As the leader of Fairy Ghastly Ladies, Fairy Queen of Fairy Ghastly Ladies did not hold a direct grudge against the blood calamity. This was why Fairy Queen of Fairy Ghastly Ladies agreed to help so quickly after learning about the blood calamity. End of chapter. The speed at which they traversed through the void of consciousness was extremely fast. Using the time of the outside world to calculate, they arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye, the Silver Forest space. Along with a slight sense of weightlessness, Angor felt himself falling down from his consciousness as if he was about to fall from a higher dimension. Until, he suddenly opened his eyes. He smelled the scent of the forest, and his feet were no longer floating. He could also feel the energy fluctuations around him. The feeling of time disorientation in the void of consciousness also disappeared. Without a doubt, he was back. Angor looked around. He was still standing on the grass in the Silver Forest dimension. Nothing was wrong with his body. He pushed himself up from the ground. When Angor was about to check Laplace's location, he heard a clear voice coming from not too far away. "Do you want to come over for a cup of tea?" Angor looked back and saw Laplace wearing a black and red dress. Her hair was dark purple, and one of her eyes was black while the other was red. She looked like a goth. Angor knew who she was. She was Luigi's natural enemy, and one of Laplace's clones, God's Blood Clone. God's Blood Clone was sitting beside the dancing table with a cup of steaming hot tea in her hand. Angor wanted to refuse, but before he could say anything, he heard someone rustling beside him. He turned around and saw Laplace walking towards the long table. As he passed by, Laplace said softly, "Let's go over and have a chat. The Scarlet Lamp Demon Empress has given us an interesting piece of information." With that, Laplace arrived at the long table. The table, which seemed to have ADHD, curled up a corner to welcome Laplace's arrival. It looked like a girl lifting her skirt and bowing slightly. Apart from that, an armchair floated to Laplace's side and allowed him to sit down. Angor scratched his head and followed the old man. The dancing table welcomed Angor with the same blessing. As the table moved, the tableware on the table was sent flying and fell to the ground with a series of clattering noises. Even so, the plates and tea sets did not break or get messed up. They were still neatly arranged. While Angor was paying attention to the tea set, a chair also floated to him from behind, allowing him to sit down. The candlesticks on the table began to dance and sing a song called Song of the Forest. The thick book beside the candlesticks floated to Angor and turned its pages on its own. While turning the pages, the book asked in a high-pitched voice, "What about this page? Is it the Toot Tea popular in the City of Gold? Or is it this page? The Tooth Fairy Queen's favorite tea?" Angor noticed that each page of the book was decorated with delicate patterns. They were all pictures of hot tea and their corresponding colors. Although they were just patterns, they were also releasing smoke, which went through the book's pages. He could easily smell the rich tea aroma in the smoke. The smoke on each page was either thick or light, and the fragrance of the tea was also different. At this moment, Laplace said, "Give me a glass of ice water." The book was surprised. It kept turning the pages and mumbled, "Why do you always like ice water when there's good tea? I don't think I'm worth anything." Laplace glanced at the book. "Keep your mouth shut if you want to be worth something." "Yeah, you're too noisy," Laplace's clone chimed in. Facing the two Laplaces, the thick-shelled book didn't care at all. It even chuckled as if being noticed and interrupted was the value of its existence. Not long after, the thick book flipped to a page. Angor noticed that it was a picture of an iceberg and a lake. There was also a note beside it, "Melting spring from Lucca Snowy Peak, country of ice." Country of ice? Lucca Snowy Peak? So the iceberg and lake on this page were Lucca Snowy Peak. While Angor was wondering, the book suddenly trembled, and ice water flowed out of the page. These ice fountains fell from the sky, but they did not drip onto the table. Instead, they were caught by the teapot that jumped over, and not a single drop spilled outside. After the teapot was filled to the brim, it hopped around and poured into the teacup next to it. Even from a meter away, Angor could already sense the chilling aura coming from it. Laplace picked up the ice water and slowly took a sip. The book floated to him again and asked, "What about this page?" "No, I haven't turned the page yet. I don't want to keep pouring ice water. I'll get frozen." Angor looked at the lively book with a strange expression. "You made all the water on the pages?" The thick-shelled book, "Of course not. I bought these from outside and stored them in the pages of the book." The doppelganger on the other side added, "I am the one who bought the water. You are just filling it." The book didn't argue. It only mumbled, "But I'm the one who drew the patterns." While listening to the conversation between the book and the clone, Angor realized that each page of the book was a separate storage space, which contained the corresponding drinks and snacks. Judging from the steaming hot tea that Zhang Tai's doppelganger drank and the icy water that Laplace drank, Zhang Tai guessed that the space in the pages of the thick-shelled book should have the function of preserving freshness and freezing time. While Angor pondered, the book was still turning pages. "The thick-shelled book, have you chosen? Or, you don't like any of them?" Angor wanted to say no, but he didn't think it was a good idea to refuse. In the end, he picked a random page. "I'll take this one." Angor didn't even look at the page when he made his choice. When he took a closer look, he realized that the image displayed on the page was a mirror dragon surrounded by black clouds. It was drinking from a lake. That's the elemental dragon's special electric water. The thick-shelled book, it's good, it's good. No one drank the electric water, and I thought it would rot in the pages. As he spoke, the thick-shelled book continued to seep water out. The teapot in front of Angor hopped over and caught the water. The water looked like normal spring water. There was nothing unusual about it. However, the sleeping mini cloud above the table suddenly opened its large eyes. Next, a bolt of lightning struck the teapot. Next, he saw the blackened teapot floating in the air again. Then, the teapot poured out a cup of electrified water, which was filled with electric sparks. "So this is what you mean by specially adjusted electricity? It was created on the spot by lightning? Is this something a human can drink?" Angor didn't know what to say. Laplace's clone explained, "The water contains the aura of an elemental dragon, so it's perfect for lightning. It won't hurt you too much. You'll even feel a little numb. I heard many people outside like this kind of water. Of course, I don't like it. In my opinion, it's the bathwater of an elemental dragon." Angor almost put the cup of water into his mouth when he heard the first half of the clone's words. However, the latter part of her words made him put down the bottle again. Angor cleared his throat. "I'll drink it later. I'm not thirsty." The book was still confused, but it didn't urge Angor. It floated away and whispered something to Candlestick, who was humming a gentle melody. Angor looked at the dancing table, the singing Candlestick, the scented books, and the thundercloud with its large eyes. Angor felt a little relieved despite the absurdity. Maybe this was why witches liked to join tea parties. In the end, Angor tried the bathwater of an elemental dragon. Just like what Laplace's clone said, Angor felt a little numb in his mouth. It felt like he just ate a popping candy with pepper. Would anyone really like this taste? Well, Angor couldn't appreciate it personally. And it would be even more difficult if he thought it was the so-called bathwater. He did not like it, but he did not want to let it go to waste. He drank the whole cup anyway. When the teapot was about to pour him a second cup, Angor refused. Any news from Scarlet Lamp? Angor looked at Laplace. Gleipnir is acting as a middleman between the two sides, Laplace said. Blood Calamity hasn't said anything yet. But they seem to have softened their attitude. Isn't Gleipnir having a meeting with the other races? She won't be affected, right? Laplace shook his head. No. Besides, Blood Calamity might know something about the Woe puppet, which is the same as Gleipnir's goal. Laplace paused and continued, Blood Calamity hasn't made any progress yet, but Scarlet Lamp did send us some information about them. This information is quite interesting. Laplace's clone sipped his tea and agreed. Interesting indeed. Good thing I didn't go. Otherwise, I might have gotten myself into trouble. Why would a clone get himself into trouble? What is it? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. What is it? Blood Calamity's ability. Scarlet Lamp sent us the information about the Blood Calamity's ability. What kind of ability? Angor asked out of instinct. A very high-level law ability, Laplace explained, and it's related to the level of one's bloodline. Laplace didn't hide anything from Angor and told him everything he knew. Blood Calamity's ability was close to the level of law, which was normal. All mirror wraiths had similar law abilities. The only difference was their strength. For example, the light calamity Angor fought at Shank's haunted house had an ability called Assimilate with Light. It sounded powerful, and it was. However, it also had an obvious weakness. Angor managed to trap it with a simple mirror. Unlike the light calamity, the blood calamity's ability had almost no weaknesses. According to Scarlet Lamp's information, the blood calamity's law ability allowed it to perform a bloodline test on all nearby enemies every once in a while. If the enemy's bloodline level was lower than the blood calamity's bloodline would be completely absorbed. It wasn't difficult to use the ability either. Everything within sight or reflected by the mirror would be included in the test. Back when the 18 caravans were in God's domain, there were people who had their blood sucked dry by unknown existences and died. In fact, it was because of this ability of the blood calamity. Blood calamity could directly absorb the target's blood from a distance, and as long as the target's bloodline level was lower than the blood calamity's, there was no way to escape. What if the target's bloodline level is higher than the blood calamity's? Will the blood calamity suffer a backlash? Laplace shook his head. No. If the target's bloodline level is higher than the blood calamity's, he or she will be immune to the blood calamity's law ability. But the blood calamity won't suffer any backlash or punishment. This was one of the reasons why the blood calamity was so powerful. It could force the blood calamity's bloodline test on others while completely immune to the backlash. Angor frowned. So as long as the blood calamity keeps improving its bloodline level, it'll become stronger and stronger? Laplace nodded. Yes. This is why the blood calamity is interested in the blood of gods and the plate of two gods. It can absorb bloodlines of higher levels to improve its own bloodline level. This was also why the blood calamity kept causing more disasters. It needed to absorb more bloodlines to maintain its growth. That's a scary ability. Angor sighed in amazement. It was much stronger than the light calamity. But then again, the light calamity had its own weakness. What about the blood calamity? The blood calamity should have its own weakness as well. Otherwise, its law ability would be invulnerable. Weakness? Of course it does. But it's not a big problem. Laplace said, first of all, you have to be seen by the blood calamity or reflected in the mirror to be judged by your bloodline level. If you can avoid the blood calamity, you can avoid the blood calamity's law. But it was difficult to avoid being reflected by the blood calamity's law. When they thought about what happened to the 18 merchant teams, they also knew that the blood calamity's law was the cause of the blood calamity's law. This was because the blood calamity had created a rain, and with the reflection of the raindrops on the mirror, it had surrounded them without any blind spots. Second, the blood calamity's law ability can only affect one person at a time. So, when the blood calamity is killing other people, you can escape and avoid the blood calamity's law vortex. However, the Blood Calamity's law ability was always targeted at the Blood Calamity's enemies. This didn't seem to be the Blood Calamity's weakness. Instead, it was more like a warning to the enemy. Third, and the Blood Calamity's real weakness, is that its law ability doesn't work on energy entities or energy life forms. Energy entities didn't have bloodlines to speak of, let alone having their blood sucked. End of chapter. The Blood Calamity's law cannot affect energy life forms and energy entities. This was the real weakness of the Blood Calamity. The other so-called weaknesses were only ways to avoid the Blood Calamity's power. They could not defeat it. However, this weakness clearly pointed to a way to defeat the Blood Calamity, to let the energy life forms and energy entities fight. Earlier, the Blood Calamity did not use its law ability when fighting against the Blood Calamity. It was not because it did not want to, but because it would not work anyway. Because the condensed avatar and the phantom avatar were energy bodies, there was no such thing as a bloodline. They just happened to avoid the Blood Calamity's strongest law ability. The reason the Blood Calamity was able to surrender so quickly was because its power had been weakened, and it was facing Laplace's energy clone. Angor now understood why the clone said, "Thank goodness she didn't go. Otherwise, she would have been defeated." This was because the God Blood doppelganger had a bloodline in it. If the clone's bloodline was weaker than the Blood Calamity's, he would have been defeated. If she went, she would have become a burden. Angor considered. The Blood Calamity's law ability can't affect energy entities, but it should have a way to deal with them. Laplace nodded. Correct. Energy entities can only counter the Blood Calamity's law ability, but not the Blood Calamity itself. Therefore, even if you are an energy body, you must have some skills in order to defeat the Blood Calamity. The energy entity could only drag the Blood Calamity down from its altar so that both sides could have a fair duel. The outcome of the duel would depend on the individual's means. An energy entity would not necessarily win the duel. He shook his head. This Blood Calamity is really difficult to deal with. Parrot won't be able to defeat the Blood Calamity. Laplace did not say anything. Instead, the clone spoke up, "Not necessarily. You wizards can eject your soul, right? You won't be affected by the Blood Calamity's law if you use your soul to fight it." To some extent, souls were also energy entities, so they would not be affected by the Blood Calamity's law ability. However, although magi can separate their souls from their bodies, not all magi's souls are powerful. Many official magi have souls similar to those of acolytes. Of course, there are also sorcerers with powerful souls, such as soul sorcerers. Soul sorcerers of the same level should have no problem defeating the Blood Calamity. Of course, he was confident about that. But more importantly, the parrot was not a soul wizard of the occult. It was a bloodline wizard. Of course, not all bloodline adepts had weak souls, but generally speaking, 99% of bloodline adepts didn't have strong souls. Bloodline adepts were the weakest of the three major adepts. However, the bloodline faction's defense of the Soul Land was one of the best among the three major factions. However, the defense of the Soul Land did not represent the defense of the soul, nor did it represent the attack power of the soul. As such, at the end of the day, the souls of bloodline magi were still not very good. As a bloodline adept, Parrot was naturally countered by the Blood Calamity. If he had to fight the Blood Calamity with his weak soul, there was no way he could win. Earlier, Parrot said that he would absorb a powerful bloodline to strengthen himself before dealing with the Blood Calamity. However, no matter how powerful the bloodline, as long as it was not stronger than the Blood Calamity, it would be useless. Now, Angor was worried about Parrot's upcoming battle with the Blood Calamity. The Divine Blood clone nodded. Your analysis makes sense. However, I have done some in-depth research on the Magi. Almost all wizards are researchers. As long as they know the rules of the Blood Calamity and have some time to study, even bloodline adepts should be able to find a way to deal with the Blood Calamity. Like the Captain Parrot mentioned, he was also a bloodline adept, but he died together with the Blood Calamity. This means he also found a way to deal with the Blood Calamity. Maybe he didn't have enough time to find the best way to escape. But at least he used it to defeat the Blood Calamity. If Parrot could find a way to deal with the Blood Calamity in advance, he should have done as well as the captain. The clone looked at Angor. As a wizard, you should have the right to speak. As a wizard himself, Angor would not criticize a wizard. He considered for a moment and said, bloodline adepts might be able to deal with the blood calamity if they are prepared in advance. Apart from asking for external help, Angor could also help Parrot find a way to deal with the blood calamity from the perspective of attributing great power to oneself. For example, a spell called Spirit Link. Spirit Link allowed one's soul to connect with one's mind space, which gave one's soul the ability to cast spells. As long as Parrot's soul could cast spells to protect itself, he would have a chance to defeat the blood calamity head-on. However, Spirit Link was a level 1 spell, which was not easy to learn. Normally, it would take years or even decades to make some progress. Besides, Spirit Link was a soul manipulator spell. If Parrot wanted to learn it, he would have to learn other soul manipulations, which would take even longer. Personally, Angor did not think it was a good idea. However, if Parrot really did not have any other way to deal with the blood calamity, Spirit Link was fine. After all, Parrot had been dealing with the blood calamity for decades. Another few decades would not be a problem. Apart from Spirit Link, there were other ways to solve the blood calamity. For example, soul armament, which Angor learned from Snooker Base. However, soul armament was still in the experimental stage, and there were not many finished products in the southern wizardry region. Besides, it was not easy to find a suitable soul armament. All in all, there were solutions, but they were still difficult to solve. The Divine Blood Doppelganger said, "You are analyzing the solution from your own point of view, but Parrot must have his own point of view. As long as you tell him about the ability of the blood calamity, he may be able to find a better solution than the soul link you mentioned." Angor was not a bloodline adept, so his knowledge was not as deep as Parrot's. Besides, Parrot could wander the void, which meant he had more knowledge than Angor. Perhaps Parrot could find a way to deal with the blood calamity. I'm telling you this because I want to tell you not to be blinded by your own knowledge. After the god's blood clone finished speaking, he did not continue speaking. Instead, he picked up the teacup and slowly sipped the tea. Angor agreed with the clone's words. But now he understood why Luigi was so afraid of the clone. The personality of the god's blood doppelganger was completely different from that of Laplace. He was indeed worthy of being called the god of rigor. Everything had to be analyzed in detail. Laplace suddenly spoke up, "Actually, Scarlet Lamp only knew about the blood calamity before she left the Dark Mirror. In my opinion, the rule power that the blood calamity possesses is not limited to suppressing those with lower bloodlines." Laplace looked at Angor. "There's another key ability of the blood calamity. Resurrection." Angor was smart enough to know what Laplace was talking about. Laplace nodded. The blood calamity can come back to life from the previous disaster it created. This should be a unique ability of the blood calamity. Angor nodded in agreement. Indeed, this ability was also a type of law ability. Also, in terms of value, the ability to resurrect might be more powerful than suppressing bloodlines. After all, the blood calamity's ability was much more valuable than other abilities, not to mention the fact that it could come back to life again and again. The blood calamity's resurrection ability is powerful, but it should have some limitations. And the limitations should be greater than the bloodline test. Angor agreed. However, they did not know what the limitations were yet. Let's put that aside for now. Laplace paused and changed the topic. The blood calamity has agreed. Already? Angor was surprised. Is Scarlet Lamp really that awesome? Scarlet Lamp doesn't need to talk too much with the blood calamity. She just needs to make sure the blood calamity listens to Condensed Clone. The main reason why the blood calamity did not want to talk to Condensed Clone was that it did not want to listen to Condensed Clone. However, after Scarlet Lamp talked to Condensed Clone for a while, the blood calamity was still as arrogant as before. At least, it was willing to listen to Condensed Clone. The first thing Condensed Clone said to blood calamity was, "I'm not interested in you or anything related to you. So, don't worry about me spying on you. The question I want to ask you has nothing to do with you. It's about a disaster that's about to happen in the mirror domain." Condensed Clone already told the blood calamity that it would not pry, which was why the blood calamity did not go crazy. However, the blood calamity was not going to play along with Condensed Clone's request. Disaster? The calamity of the dark mirror domain is my paradise. I don't care about disasters. The more disasters there are, the happier I am. The blood calamity was being sarcastic, but at least it was willing to talk. This was a very good start for Ning Tai's clone. I know. The mirror ghosts look forward to disasters the most. But what if this disaster is powerful enough to destroy the entire mirror domain? Everything will be destroyed, including you. Do you still want to see it? The blood calamity hesitated. Following that, Ning Tai's clone painted a big picture and used bluffing to ask questions. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask anything related to blood calamity. Although blood calamity still didn't quite believe Ning Tai's clone, he didn't show his crazy side again. Finally, Condensed Clone used a big move. As long as the blood calamity was willing to cooperate, it would agree to let the light shadow demon go. As for the blood calamity, it would also be let go. However, it would not be taken away by the light shadow demon, but by the blood calamity's main body. The blood calamity did not care about this part of the blood calamity's power. Even if the blood calamity here died, it would not affect its main body. However, it still cared about the light shadow demon. It was not afraid of death because its main body was not here. However, the light shadow demon was not. The light shadow demon's main body was trapped. Once the light shadow demon died, it would not be able to revive. The blood calamity did not want its right-hand man, the light shadow demon, to die here. Moreover, Condensed Clone also expressed that it would not ask anything related to the blood calamity. The blood calamity thought about it and finally agreed to Condensed Clone. The blood calamity agreed to cooperate, but it could also refuse to answer if it did not want to. Of course, Condensed Clone did not mind. She only cared about the woe puppet in the gloomy mirror domain, not the blood calamity. As for the blood calamity, no one cared about it. Since Condensed Clone agreed to cooperate with the blood calamity, the two sides could finally communicate to a limited extent. Angor did not object to Condensed Clone's decision. However, he still had some doubts. Are we really not going to do anything to the blood calamity? Don't you need its spirit factor? There's no need to do anything. The spiritual factor I need is not here. To get the spirit factor, Angor had to kill the blood calamity first. The blood calamity in front of him only projected a part of its power and consciousness here. Killing it would only destroy a shell at most, which would not affect the blood calamity's main body at all. Naturally, he would not get the spirit factor either. Therefore, killing the blood calamity or not really did not matter to him. If he could let the blood calamity go and get it to cooperate with his questions, it would be a good deal. Angor nodded and did not say anything else. He quietly waited for Condensed Clone to talk to the blood calamity. Soon, Laplace received a message from Condensed Clone. First, Condensed Clone asked the blood calamity if there were any unusual disasters in the gloomy mirror domain. Blood calamity's answer was, yes, and quite a few. According to the blood calamity, it had informants in various regions of the gloomy mirror domain. These informants allowed it to know many secrets. Of course, it was still a mystery whether these informants were real or not. Condensed Clone believed that these informants were actually disasters created by the blood calamity in various regions. Since the blood calamity could come back to life, it meant that it could control the disasters it created. It should not be difficult to use the blood calamity to monitor the surroundings. Maybe this was something like a disaster clone, but it did not matter whether this was the case or not. Angor only needed to know that the blood calamity had a wide range of intelligence channels. There were probably only a few intelligence channels in the gloomy mirror domain. So, it was a good thing that they ran into the blood calamity at this time. Next, Condensed Clone asked about the characteristics of the new disasters. With the blood calamity's suspicious personality, it was naturally impossible for it to give a detailed answer. It only used very vague words to vaguely describe the general form of these newborn anomalies. However, this was enough for Condensed Clone. End of chapter. The calamity created by the woe puppet, the confinement space, had two very obvious characteristics. First, people could only enter and not leave. People who accidentally entered the confinement space could not leave. Second, the confinement space would spread without limit. The scariest thing about a confinement space was that the confinement space would not be confined to one place. It would spread wildly until the entire world was swallowed up. Therefore, Angor did not need to pay attention to all the newborn disasters described by blood calamity. He only needed to find the ones that fit these two characteristics. First, Ning's clone excluded the ones where people were still coming in and out. This did not fit the characteristics of a confinement space. No matter how horrible blood calamity described such disasters, they would not be taken into consideration. Next, Ning's clone removed the ones that stayed in one place. In the end, blood calamity only mentioned 3 newborn disasters that were worth paying attention to. These 3 newborn disasters were named by the blood calamity: Silent Domain, Silver Wall, and Dark Tide. It's hard to tell whether they are confinement spaces or not, the clone muttered. Let's say one of them is a sealed space. Which one do you think it is? Angor's clone suddenly looked up at Angor. Should I listen to the details first? Angor hesitated. He only knew the names. How could he tell? The clone took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Analyze according to the information you already have. This is what a wizard should do. Angor scratched his head. That was true. But Ning's clone clearly had more information. There was no need to analyze it right away, right? The clone chuckled. How about this? You can make a guess based on your analysis. If your guess is correct, I'll give you a blessing. A blessing? Angor looked at the clone in confusion. Was it just a verbal blessing or a blessing with transcendence? The god's blood clone said noncommittally, both. They are verbal blessings as well as transcendent blessings. Angor wanted to ask more questions, but Laplace nodded at him. Angor quickly rubbed his chin and put on a thoughtful look. I don't know how blood calamities are named, but judging from these 3 disasters, I think they're named according to the characteristics of the disasters themselves. So, according to this rule, the first soundless dark domain seems to have something to do with sound. Back then, when little Xiaotao described the sealed space, she didn't mention that it was related to sound, so the possibility of it being the case is not high. The second one is the silver wall. The focus is on the color and the wall. When little Xiaotao described the confinement space, she didn't mention the color, nor did she mention whether or not it would create walls, so the possibility of this isn't too high. As for the third dark tide, in a sense, darkness can also represent sealing, while the tide represents mobility. It's very similar to the nature of spreading. So, I personally lean towards the silver wall. The god's blood clone? Angor's clone already thought he was going to say something like dark tide, but he didn't expect Angor to change his mind. The clone raised an eyebrow. Your answer doesn't match the logic of your words. Angor shrugged. Analysis is analysis, and the answer is the answer. In the end, I'm leaning towards dark tide. But my intuition tells me that it's the silver wall. So you're an intuition type. Then what's the point of your analysis? Because you asked me to, Angor answered matter-of-factly. The god's blood doppelganger was speechless. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything else. He was actually feeling a little nervous. His real answer was still dark tide. The reason why he said silver wall had nothing to do with his intuition. It was because Laplace was hinting at something. Or rather, Angor thought Laplace was hinting at something. Earlier, when Angor was analyzing the 3 disasters, anyone who wasn't deaf could tell that he was leaning towards the dark tide. Before he could say dark tide, he noticed that Laplace's lips were curling up into a faint grin. That was rare. Angor had seen Luigi, Glepner, and his clone smiling. But this was the first time he saw Laplace smiling like this. Laplace's usual expression was almost frozen. Angor was surprised when he saw the strange smile on Laplace's face. Angor didn't know why Laplace suddenly smiled. Was it because God laughs when mortals think? If so, did that mean he was wrong? In the end, he decided to give up on the dark tide and decided to choose one of the 2 remaining disasters. About the soundless domain, Angor believed that silence was the key. While the confinement space might prevent sound from spreading, that wasn't the key. Therefore, Angor chose silver wall in the end. He didn't believe or agree with this answer at all. As he uttered this answer, he glanced again at Laplace. The smile on Laplace's lips disappeared again. Did that mean he got it right or wrong? Laplace didn't say anything. Silver wall. That's an unexpected answer. I'll wait and see if Angor's intuition can win against his logical analysis. Hearing this, Laplace continued, then I will continue. Both Angor and the clone nodded. Laplace said, according to the blood calamity, the soundless darkness is a mysterious disaster that keeps spreading. Everyone who fell into the soundless domain, including the mirror ghosts and other creatures, seemed to have lost their voices. They kept talking, but no sound came out. They would cover their necks with their hands, and slowly, their bodies would turn redder and redder. Then, as if they were suffocating, they would be dragged into the darkness of the domain and disappear completely. Moreover, the dark domain was rapidly spreading. None of the living beings who were infected by the dark domain could escape. No one was lucky enough to survive. This was the soundless domain. Blood Calamity named it Soundless Domain, and everyone understood why. It did have something to do with sound, but it was more about suffocation than breathing. The soundless domain fulfilled the two conditions of no exit and spreading. However, they couldn't be sure if it was an enclosed space. Next, Laplace told them about the second disaster, the silver wall. In Blood Calamity's eyes, the silver wall was a strange, silver-white cube surrounded by walls. Anyone who got sucked into the silver wall couldn't escape, and it was unknown whether they were still alive or not. The cube kept expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of a small house to the size of a village, and then to the size of a city. Just by listening to it, it was actually terrifying. However, Blood Calamity's comment about the silver wall was weaker than the soundless domain. The silver wall has a clear boundary, and it keeps expanding at a fixed frequency. As long as you can avoid it, you won't be affected. The soundless domain, on the other hand, has almost merged with the void. It's hard to see the boundary, and you can easily fall into it. For this reason, Blood Calamity believed that the soundless domain was more dangerous than the silver wall. The last disaster was the darkness tide, which Angor preferred. In Blood Calamity's eyes, the darkness tide was the scariest of the three disasters because it was boundless and had completely merged with the void. Only when the darkness tide devoured you would know that you were surrounded by darkness. Everyone who was swept away by the dark tide seemed to be enveloped by the tide, disappearing into the darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. No one knew where they went. Whether they lived or died was also a mystery. In addition, the darkness tide was spreading silently. This was the most vicious disaster Blood Calamity had seen in the past century. Even Blood Calamity himself didn't dare to go head-on. After Laplace finished talking about the three disasters, his clone looked at Angor again. Now, do you still believe in the silver wall? Angor considered. The three disasters were similar to the confinement space created by the woe puppet. Was there a confinement space among them? And if there was, which one would it be? Angor couldn't tell with the current information he had. But in terms of the form of the calamity, his heart still leaned towards the dark tide. Still, he forced himself to answer. I can't tell for now. But if I have to choose, I'll stick with the silver wall. You trust your intuition that much? The clone muttered. Let's continue then. The clone looked at Laplace. Ningtai's clone didn't just ask for this information. She must have found something else, right? Laplace nodded. Ningtai's clone asked Blood Calamity again about the three disasters. Her first question was whether there is a limit to how far the disasters can spread. Blood Calamity's answer was that there was no limit to how far the disasters could spread. However, as time went by, the soundless tenebrous domain was slowing down. Even if it hadn't reached its limit yet, it had already reached its limit. The clone nodded. In other words, the soundless tenebrous domain has been eliminated. What about the silver wall and the dark tide? Which will it be? The clone looked at Angor. Angor smiled and waited for Laplace's answer. Not long after, Laplace said, Ningtai's clone asked the second question. Among the three types of disasters, are there any disasters that happen at multiple locations? Without a doubt, this was a very crucial question. The confinement space wasn't just a single disaster. It was a tide of disasters. The woe puppet would randomly appear in front of various living beings and challenge them. If the challenger failed, the puppet would immediately create a confinement space. In other words, if the challenge was not successful, the confinement space would be in multiple locations, and not just one location with the confinement space disaster. Among these three types of disasters, if one of them could appear in different places, then the probability of it being a sealed space would be extremely high. The divine blood doppelganger understood this as well. She looked at Laplace and asked, "What did Blood Calamity say?" Blood Calamity mocked Ningtai's clone. As far as Blood Calamity was concerned, there could only be one type of disaster that was truly powerful. The disasters that happened in multiple locations were just small ones. Therefore, Ningtai's clone's question made Blood Calamity think that what she said before about the disaster will lead to the destruction of the Gloomy Mirror region was just a joke. Laplace said, however, although the Blood Calamity mocked us, it did answer Ningtai's question. Among the three types of calamities, there are indeed multiple concurrent calamities. Both Angor and the clone narrowed their eyes. Laplace didn't beat around the bush. The answer is, the silver wall. The clone frowned. She didn't expect it to be the silver wall. She was leaning toward the darkness tide, but now it seemed that Angor's guess was correct. The clone couldn't help but give Angor a glance. Was intuition really better than logic? Angor noticed the look as well. He didn't show any emotion on his face, but his mind was filled with thoughts. It seemed that Damon's answer was correct. No, it wasn't a complete guess. It was Laplace's hint, careful analysis, and bold confirmation. However, even if the silver wall appeared in multiple locations, it still couldn't prove that it was a confinement space. The darkness tide might also appear in multiple locations, but Blood Calamity didn't see it. After all, Blood Calamity wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. Still, the silver wall was most likely to be a confinement space. Laplace did not finish. According to the Blood Calamity, its spies saw an expanding silver wall with their own eyes, and there were two other silver walls that were seen and shared with it by other mirror monsters. Therefore, the number of silvery walls was at least 3 or more. Did Ningtai's clone ask when the silver wall will appear? Yes. But Blood Calamity didn't give a specific time because it didn't know when the silver wall first appeared. But it did give an approximate time when its spies saw the silver wall. Just yesterday. Angor continued, the time when the woe puppet entered the gloomy mirror and the time when Blood Calamity's spies saw the silver wall. Coupled with the fact that the silver-white wall has multiple concurrent characteristics, it is very likely that the silver-white wall is really a confined space. However, if we want to make a final decision, we still need decisive evidence. You mean mystery energy? Laplace nodded. You mean mystery energy? Angor nodded. The silver wall is a disaster created by the woe puppet, so it must contain mystery energy. Since the spies of the Blood Calamity or its subordinates have seen the silver wall, they might have sensed the aura of the silver wall. If the silver wall has mystery energy, then we can confirm that it's a confinement space. End of chapter. Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. You're right. As long as we can confirm the presence of mystery energy around the silver wall, it's probably the work of the woe puppet. I'll contact Ningtai's clone now. After that, Laplace lowered his eyebrows and remained silent. About half a minute later, Laplace looked up again. I've asked Ningtai's clone. The Blood Calamity said that it did not notice the presence of mystery energy around the silver wall. The clone frowned. So we're stuck here? Laplace shook his head. No. The Blood Calamity has a way to verify the presence of mystery energy around the silver wall. Its main body is in the gloomy mirror domain, so we can send someone to check the silver wall. As long as the mystery energy is detected, the Blood Calamity will send us the answer through the ritual. I don't think it's going to cooperate. Isn't it going to ask for something? Laplace said. It didn't mention any conditions. However, in order to complete the transmission of information across worlds, we have to offer a qualified sacrifice. To put it simply, there were no conditions on the surface, but there were hidden conditions. If they wanted the Blood Calamity to send a message, they had to prepare a ritual to refresh the Blood Calamity's consciousness. It sounded complicated, but the Blood Calamity's consciousness in the White Sun Mirror domain and the Blood Calamity's main body in the Gloomy Mirror domain could be seen as two separate entities. The Blood Calamity's consciousness in the White Sun Mirror domain had all of the Blood Calamity's memories, but it could not directly exchange information with the blood calamity's main body. Since they were separated by a realm, they could not share their minds. If he wanted to exchange information between the subconsciousness and the main consciousness, he had to restart the current ritual and use the ritual to break the barrier of the domain. And to restart the ritual, they had to prepare a new sacrifice. And the sacrifice was a bloodline. And the bloodline couldn't be too low-level. Low-level bloodlines couldn't withstand the consumption of traveling across realms. Preparing a bloodline for the blood calamity was not a negotiable option. It was the only way to transmit information across realms. So, if we want to get information from the blood calamity's main body, we have to give it to it? Laplace nodded. Yes, this is a prerequisite. The blood calamity did not lie. The god's blood clone frowned. Are we really going to hand the bloodline over to blood calamity? Bloodlines could be used as fuel to cross between the two worlds, and the blood calamity could also absorb the essence of the bloodline and inherit the memories of the bloodline. It could be said that the blood calamity's request was an overt scheme that would only benefit the blood calamity. Laplace said, if we want to get information about the gloomy mirror domain, we have to swallow this open scheme. However, we don't need to prepare bloodlines. Gleipnir has already told EA about blood calamity. EA also understands the importance of blood calamity as an intelligence agent in the dark mirror. EA will be in charge of the bloodline. After all, the calamity of the woe puppet was the calamity of the entire White Sun Mirror region. It was impossible for Laplace to pay the full price. It just so happened that the 100-dragon divine nation had always been a rich family. Exchanging bloodlines from their storage was a small matter to them. Hearing that they were not needed to provide the bloodline, the god's blood doppelganger's frown immediately disappeared. She knew that if they had to pay for the bloodline themselves, they would probably get it from their own blood bank. The clone sighed in relief. It's good to have someone to pay for it. Just as they were talking, a series of dong-dong-dong sounds that sounded like someone was knocking on a door suddenly surrounded the entire silver forest space. Even the birds in the forest were startled and circled around in the air. He looked at the source of the noise and saw the entrance of the silver forest space, the mercury mirror that connected to the outside world, suddenly rippling like water. The moment the ripples stopped, the surface of the mirror became exceptionally clear. One could clearly see a tall figure standing outside the mirror. It was Steward Fan knocking on the mirror. "Come in," Laplace said softly. As her voice fell, a faint light appeared in her eyes. In an instant, the surface of the mercury mirror seemed to open, and a whirlpool connected to the outside world appeared. Steward Fan was right outside the vortex. He curiously poked his head in and looked into the mirror. When he saw Angor and the others, he showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry for disturbing you." Steward Fan walked into the silver forest space. His steps were graceful, and his gaze did not wander around. In a few steps, he arrived at the tea party table. Steward Fan was holding a plate covered with a silver cover. He bowed slightly to Laplace and placed the plate on the table. The moment the plate was put down, the dancing table immediately tilted sideways, and the silver cover on the plate was blown away by this movement. After a parabola, the cover fell into Lei Yun's hand in midair. Lei Yun opened his big cute eyes and put the silver cap on his head like a hat. He made a gulu-gulu sound as if he was very satisfied with his new hat. Steward Fan's eyes flickered when he saw this, but he did not say anything. At the same time, as the silver cover was removed, the item on the table was revealed. It was a triangular glass vase with various golden patterns on it. There was a faint red liquid flowing inside the vase. "This is what Mr. EA asked me to bring. It's a bloodline bottle containing the essence of Void King Crocodile," Steward Fan explained. Void King Crocodile sounded like a creature born in the void, but it was not. It was a monster from the wildland world. When it reached adulthood, it could borrow a special power to cross the realm barrier and travel to the void. Void King Crocodile's bloodline was considered a high-tier bloodline in the wildland world. However, it was still much weaker than the blood of gods. And this was the bloodline that Aya had prepared for the blood calamity. "Mr. EA asked me to ask if Void King Crocodile's bloodline is enough? Should I prepare more?" Steward Fan asked. Before Laplace could answer, the clone in front of him spoke first. We're only here to make a deal with blood calamity. We're not here to nurture it. Steward Fan glanced at the clone out of the corner of his eye. He did not know who the clone was, but since it had the same face as Laplace, Steward Fan assumed that it was either Laplace or a clone. Of course, Steward Fan did not dare to say anything. No need. This Void King crocodile's bloodline is enough, Laplace said. Steward Fan bowed slightly. Should I send the bloodline bottle to Blood Calamity? Laplace shook his head. No need. I'll have someone do it. Laplace did not say anything else. Steward Fan understood Laplace's intention and bowed again before leaving the Silver Forest dimension. After Steward Fan left, the Mercury mirror became cloudy again. Laplace frowned and spoke to Steward Fan in a small voice. Go ahead. Send it? Who? Angor looked around in confusion. Apart from himself, there was only the clone in the area. The clone had a bloodline and a physical body. If she went to Blood Calamity, she would probably be killed by the law. As for himself, he did not think that his projected bloodline was stronger than Blood Calamity's, which meant he could resist the bloodline law. If it was not him and the clone, then who was Laplace talking about? As Angor pondered, a translucent figure slowly appeared on the empty seat on his right. Her entire body was translucent. Her hair and body were the only things that Angor could see clearly were her eyes, which were a mixture of dark blue and emerald. Angor was surprised to see the person who suddenly appeared beside him. This person was none other than the clone that Xianxia had seen earlier. But wasn't the clone at Blood Calamity's place? When did she come back? And judging by how calm she was, she must have been sitting at the table for a long time already. When Blood Calamity asked for the bloodline, I sent the clone back. Laplace paused. She didn't stay here for that long. About 2 minutes. Angor did not know what to say. They only talked for a few minutes. How did she come back so fast? That's way too fast, isn't it? Laplace noticed Angor's confusion and explained, the clone's speed is about the same as when we walk in the consciousness space. The clone's speed is about the same as when we walk in the consciousness space? Angor did some quick calculations. It felt like several minutes for them to travel from the consciousness space to Blood Calamity's location, but only a few seconds had passed in the real world. In other words, the clone only needed a few seconds to travel from Silver Forest to Blood Calamity's location. Angor stared at the clone in shock. Was that really moving? Wasn't it teleportation? The avatar didn't say anything. He glanced at Angor, picked up the bloodline bottle, and vanished as if he was never there. She's gone. The clone glanced at Angor. I know what you're thinking. She's not teleporting. She's using a talent called void walking. But unfortunately, the clone can only use this talent on herself. She can't take others with her. In other words, the clone's extreme speed could only be used by herself. Even so, it was still terrifying. Besides, she was walking in the air, which meant she could ignore most of the space restrictions in the outside world. Angor looked at the clone, who was calmly sipping tea, and then at Laplace, who was standing beside her with an expressionless face. Angor felt relieved. Who was Laplace? He was one of the most powerful beings in the Sun Mirror domain, and the child of destiny. It was normal for her clones to have powerful abilities. Just like the Black Earl, he only separated his organs and followed his descendants, but he was still able to release powerful abilities. Laplace's clones were all in perfect shape, so it was understandable that they were powerful. Angor's mind calmed down. The bloodline bottle is here. We're reactivating the ritual now, Laplace spoke in a soft voice. We'll have to wait for a few more minutes. Angor nodded. He remembered the complicated patterns of the ritual. To reactivate the ritual, they had to fill the bloodline bottle with blood, which would take a long time. While they were waiting, it gave them some free time. Angor took the chance to go to the Dream Crystal and report to Little Red. If everything went according to plan, Parrot should have cleaned up all the blood in the Crystal Tunnel and was running out of Crystal City. Rice God and the others wouldn't be able to catch up with Parrot if they wanted to. Therefore, it was relatively safe to let Little Red talk to the Rice God at this time. After contacting Little Red, Angor logged out of the game. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to see the clone drinking tea lazily in front of him. The main reason was that Laplace and the doppelganger looked exactly the same, but the doppelganger had more expressions than Laplace. It made Angor feel like he had lost his sense of time. The clone raised an eyebrow at Angor's direct gaze. "Are you thinking about the blessing I gave you? If so, you'll have to wait a bit longer. Wait until you're sure the silver wall is a sealed space, then you win." Angor shook his head. He had no idea what the blessing of the god's blood doppelganger was. Since he didn't know, he wasn't expecting anything. But if he was being honest and said that he was surprised by the clone's expression, it wouldn't be a good idea. After all, Laplace's master was right there. "It has nothing to do with blessings. I'm just curious." Angor's clone looked at him carefully. "About what?" The clone looked at Angor. Angor shrugged. "I'm just curious. Why do all your clones have the same face? Or should I say, what's the meaning of this face?" Angor had seen Laplace's true form before. That gigantic body was nothing like a human's. Laplace's clones also had different appearances. Some were old, some were young, some were male, and some were female. But all of Laplace's clones looked exactly the same. Apart from the color of their hair and eyes, they all had the same face, the face of a young girl. Was it because Laplace's original body liked this face very much, so he gave his avatars the same face? Or was there a special story behind this face? Angor only asked this as an excuse to deal with the clone. In fact, he had been meaning to ask this question for a long time. He just didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had the chance, he decided to ask. The clone raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Laplace. Of course, the clone knew the reason. But she couldn't tell Angor about it. Besides, it wasn't up to her to tell Angor. He turned around and looked at Laplace, who was standing beside him. End of chapter. Laplace lowered her eyebrows and did not say anything. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Laplace's expression made him nervous. Could there really be something he wanted to hide? Secrets meant not only stories, but also privacy. Angor was curious about the existence of such a story, but if it involved privacy, it would be impolite of him to keep asking. Since Laplace did not say anything, Angor had already decided to stop before the brink. As for how to stop the brink, Angor's first instinct was to say, "I'm just asking. It doesn't matter if you answer or not." But in the end, he did not say it out loud. He felt that it would sound like a green tea. He might even be misunderstood as taking a step back in order to advance. Forget it. Angor decided to change the topic. Speaking of which, the blood calamity can absorb all kinds of bloodlines. That's a scary talent. Bloodline wizards can't absorb bloodlines as they please. Because of this, the ideology of bloodline wizards is divided, which leads to conflicts between different factions. If a bloodline wizard can absorb bloodlines like a blood calamity, then all the factions will become a joke. He even chuckled at the end of his sentence to indicate that he had moved on to a new topic. However, his acting was still a bit clumsy. Angor could tell from the sneaky smile on his clone's face. Angor did not mind. He was trying to change the topic anyway. If Laplace really did not want to talk about it, she would definitely play along. As long as someone continued the topic, Angor's act would not be awkward. Laplace continued, "I don't know if there's a limit to how much blood calamity can absorb bloodlines. But I can tell from the blood calamity energy it released that it's not pure. It's hard for such an impure energy to have a high limit. Bloodline wizards, on the other hand, will completely remove the impurities in your bloodline after you fuse with it. This is why bloodline wizards can reach the legendary level even if they belong to different factions." He didn't really care about Laplace's answer. Now that she answered his question, it meant that he successfully changed the topic. It seemed that his observation skills were not bad. Although his performance in changing the topic was stiff, he succeeded in the end. This showed that he was still methodical. But Laplace suddenly changed his tone. "Well, I guess it's fate that brought us together. You're asking me this question right here." "What?" the god's blood clone snorted. "She said that it's a special fate for you to ask this question in the Silver Forest space. After pausing for a while, the god's blood doppelganger said to himself, "You're right. Why do you have to ask here?" The more he listened, the more confused he got. What did they mean? If you want to know the reason, just go and take a look. Laplace didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the lightning cloud above the tea table and said, "Thunder Eye, take us to the land of hibernation." The lightning cloud, which was wearing a silver hat, quickly reached out a chubby lightning hand and gave Laplace an OK sign. Next, its body began to expand. The black cloud that spread from the sky directly to the ground and swept everyone. No, the entire tea party, including the tables, plates, chairs, and people, all onto its body and slowly flew into the air. The lightning cloud seemed to have turned into a floating island, on which Angor and his companions sat and continued their tea party. Angor was still in a daze as he looked at the flying creature. What's going on? Why are we flying up? Also, where did Laplace say they were going? The land of hibernation? What does that have to do with this? Angor had a lot of questions, but he didn't ask them in the end. Most of them would be answered when they reached the destination. The only question he asked was, is this eyeball thundercloud called a thunder eye? It doesn't have a name. It's called Thunder Eye because it's a thundercloud and it has eyes. That's why it's called Thunder Eye, Thunder Eye replied. The clone put down his tea and took out a red rose from a small plate nearby. He tore off several petals and tossed them into the tea. While stirring, he said, "Speaking of which, it doesn't seem to like the name Thunder Eye." As the god's blood doppelganger said this, Lei Yun cooperated and created a thunderbolt mark on the tea table. The thunderbolt mark formed a tick, as if it was agreeing with the words of the doppelganger. "See? It's been complaining about its name for a long time," said the clone. Laplace also said, "Why don't you give it a name?" Angor didn't know what to say. He was just asking a random question. Why did the topic change so suddenly? Also, Laplace already knew about the name Loser, didn't he? While Angor was thinking, the lightning cloud seemed to be very excited. It kept moving around the table and even created a small lightning cloud, which blinked its cartoon eyes and looked at Angor expectantly. At this moment, the god's blood clone also said, "Thunder Eye seems to be looking forward to it. Why don't you pick one randomly, such as Lei Lei, Dian Dian, or Yen Yen?" As soon as the clone finished speaking, an X mark appeared on the table, as if telling her to shut up. The clone shrugged and didn't say anything else. He only looked at Angor in silence. Laplace also looked at Angor. Angor felt a little sweaty because of the 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Angor scratched his head and hesitated. "I don't think it's a good idea to give it a name, right?" "Why not? It's just a name." At this point, the doppelganger knocked on the small thundercloud floating in front of him. "Or, why don't you listen to me and call yourself Lei Lei?" Thunder Eye made another X to show that it didn't want it. It kept looking at Angor with its big, sparkling eyes as if saying, "You're a knowledgeable human, so you should know how to give names, right?" Angor really wanted to admit that he was terrible at naming things. But before he could refuse, he suddenly thought of a better idea. He didn't know how to name things, but people did. Especially Earthlings, he could just use it as a reference. With this in mind, Angor calmed himself down and raised his head. "I'm pretty sure I can give names. I've given names to many people, and they all liked it." Laplace and the clone exchanged a puzzled look. They could communicate telepathically, so they knew how terrible Angor's naming skills were. Thinking about the unbreakable heart mirror he named it, one would know how ancient and inflexible it was. How did Angor make such a confident statement? Laplace only wanted Angor to give Thunder Eye a random nickname. Why did she become so proud? Thundercloud, on the other hand, didn't know about Angor's achievement. It was still looking forward to its new name. Angor cleared his throat and said, "I have several names here. You can pick one." "Quite a few names?" The clone looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor ignored the clone. "These names are Sol, Zeus, Para, and Chuck. If you like them, you can pick one." "Sol, Zeus, Para, and Chuck?" The clone looked at Angor doubtfully. These names were special phrases or even words made up. They seemed to be real names. But he couldn't tell if they were good or bad because he didn't know what they meant. Laplace also had no idea what these names were. What are these names? Angor cleared his throat. You can think of them as Thunder God. They're just using different myths from different civilizations to resonate with each other. Thunder God? Laplace still found it strange. She didn't remember hearing such a name among the Thunder Gods she knew. But since Angor said so, she believed him. Will it be able to bear the name of the Thunder God? The god's blood doppelganger said, you know that if you use someone else's name, you might be rejected by the real Thunder God. Angor waved his hand. Don't worry. They're just myths, not real gods. They won't be affected. Sol, Zeus, Para, and Chuck were all names of thunder gods from Earth's myths. Not to mention whether they really existed or not, even if they did, could they cross the universe and enforce the law from a distance? Therefore, even if he really used these names, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Just myths? The clone shrugged and didn't say anything else. As for comments, they were all thunder gods' names. There was nothing to comment on. Angor looked at Thunder Eye. So, which one do you think is better? Or do you have your own idea? Thunder Eye blinked and sent a bolt of lightning at the table, which left a question mark on the table. The clone explained on behalf of Thunder Eye, it wants to say that it doesn't know what to choose and wants you to recommend one. If I'm the one to recommend. Angor looked at the cute Thunder Eye and blurted out, how about Zeus? Zeus? Angor nodded. In one of Zeus' works on a certain island, he's also a cloud with eyes. Angor glanced at the silver hat on Thunder Eye's head. Also, it's wearing a hat too. Just like your image. Thunder Eye seemed to be very excited. It used all its strength and uttered Zeus, Zeus, Zeus in the air. Yes. You want to call it Zeus? Thunder Eye turned back into a small thundercloud and hopped up and down in satisfaction. Zeus, he mumbled while nodding at Angor. This time, its tone was much more standard. Zeus. Zeus, the bird's tone was off again, but Angor could feel its joy. The clone looked at the excited Thunder Eye, no, Zeus now. She chuckled and shook her head. Looks like it likes the name. Zeus it is then, Laplace spoke up as well. Laplace's words meant that the coffin was closed. Furthermore, since even she had admitted to it, the other doppelgangers and timers had probably received the news as well. From now on, Thunder Eye would only stay with Zeus. We're here. About a minute later, Laplace spoke again. This is the land of eternal sleep. While speaking, Zeus slowly lowered the tea table and the group from the sky. Maybe it was because Angor named it, Zeus seemed to be very close to Angor. It gently lifted Angor and landed on the ground. When Angor landed, he looked around and saw that they were standing beside a sparkling lake. There was a dense dark forest nearby. Unlike the other places in the Silver Forest dimension, this place was very quiet. Not only was there no wind, but there was also no sound of flowing water. In terms of environmental sound, this place fit the description of Land of Eternal Sleep perfectly. While Angor pondered, Laplace and the clone had already reached the Sea of Flowers on one side of the lake. Angor followed them and saw them standing in front of a stone tablet. Angor took a closer look at the tablet and narrowed his eyes. This so-called stone tablet was actually a tombstone. Xianxia Fisher. This was the name of the owner of the tombstone. There was nothing else on the tombstone apart from this name. However, judging from the clean surface of the tombstone and the clean ground, as well as the beautiful surroundings, Angor could tell that the owner of the tombstone was very important to this person. Xianxia Fisher. Laplace said, she was the first person I met after I was born. Laplace looked at Angor. You're wondering why my clone looks like this, aren't you? It's because of her. Angor didn't know what to say. He was originally curious as to why Laplace would suddenly come here. So Laplace was here to answer his question. The Land of Eternal Sleep, his old friend Xianxia Fisher, and the beautiful surroundings all told him that there must be a story behind this. And it was true. Laplace stared at the tombstone and spoke in a soft voice, my current appearance is based on Fisher's appearance. In other words, Laplace's goddess version skin was actually Fisher's. After Fisher's soul dissipated, I buried her here. The reason why this space is called Silver Forest is because of Fisher. Therefore, when Angor suddenly asked Laplace why he chose to use this appearance, Laplace was quite surprised. Angor never asked this question in any other place. But here, in Fisher's land of eternal sleep, he had to ask this question. Perhaps this was a special fate, this was why Laplace brought Angor to the land of sleep in the first place. End of chapter. Ensign Fisher was a hollow man. He had been fished out of the empty mirror sea by Laplace. There was no story of ups and downs between her and Laplace, but she was still regarded as the most important person in Laplace's life. Simply because she was the first living being Laplace saw after he was born. It was fate that brought them together for the first time. Fisher's position in Laplace's heart was already irreplaceable, even without any other additional achievements. But how special was Fisher? How legendary was she? There was no such thing. She just happened to be washed into the empty mirror sea at the right time. Laplace just happened to meet her in the empty mirror sea, and they just so happened to have a good time together. Everything happened at the right time. There wasn't any earth-shattering story. It was just an everlasting friendship from the first meeting. However, although Fisher wasn't that special, her influence on Laplace was very special. The time he spent with Fisher was peaceful, but it was an important moment that changed the direction of Laplace's life. Fisher was the reason why Laplace was so tolerant toward humans. All three of Laplace's avatars were humanoid, and he even borrowed human bodies because of Fisher. Fisher was the reason why Laplace could understand Angor's thoughts and follow the same worldview. Her relationship with Fisher was not only friendship, but also familial and teacher-student relationship. It was similar to the relationship between Angor and John. Many of Angor's ideas and principles came from John, while Laplace's ideas were almost the same as Fisher's. Although Fisher was just an ordinary human, she had her own views on good and evil, moral values, and her own persistence. These had continued to influence Laplace until today. Therefore, Fisher was an ordinary person, but to Laplace, he was a very special friend, a teacher, and a close relative. Laplace slowly told the story of his time with Fisher. His tone didn't fluctuate too much, but Angor could feel the surging emotions hidden deep inside Laplace's heart. Apart from talking about their daily lives, Laplace also talked about his own changes. For example, during my time with Fisher, I also had my own form. It's still a human, but it's like this. Laplace turned around and slowly changed his body. His facial features were visibly elongated, and his facial features were also slightly adjusted. His long silver hair quickly shortened, and the ends of his eyes slowly drooped down. His clothes also became tighter and straighter. Soon, a silver-haired young man about the same height as Angor appeared in front of him. He was extremely handsome, and his facial features were exquisite. He didn't resemble the goddess version of Laplace at all. No, there were similarities, and that was the indifference between his eyebrows. They were exactly the same. Disdain woman became disdain man. So, you used a man's body when you first met Fisher? Laplace nodded noncommittally. You made me look like a man on a whim? Angor asked. Laplace said, I've seen many images of human beings in the empty mirror sea. I chose one of them as my initial form. Laplace paused for a moment. However, it's not that casual either. Angor looked at him in confusion. Laplace continued, there's a small story behind this. It all started when Laplace and Fisher first met. Back then, Fisher didn't come out of the empty mirror sea's eye. She was just unlucky and accidentally entered the white sun mirror domain. This wasn't rare. After all, mirrors could be found everywhere. It was quite common for a mirror to suddenly awaken and cause a mortal to fall into the mirror domain. Fisher was just unlucky. When he was chasing after a fugitive, he accidentally stepped into a small pond with a mirror surface and entered the white sun mirror domain. There was no mirror space in the pool, so when Fisher entered the sun mirror domain, she found herself in the void without anything underneath her. Luckily, there wasn't any place for her to step on, so she instantly fell into the sun mirror domain. Unfortunately, she fell into the mirror sea at the bottom of the mirror domain. Fisher was lucky though. Not long after she fell into the mirror sea, she was found by Laplace, who was patrolling nearby. He saved her from the waves of the empty mirror sea. Although he was saved in time, Fisher was just an ordinary person after all. In just a few seconds, a lot of useful memories were washed away. She only left behind some insignificant logical memories of her actions, which caused her to fall into a state of confusion about her self-awareness for a long time after that. In order to help her find her humanity and reason, Laplace left her in his body and took Fisher to see the images of the mirror sea. Through the scenes of different worlds, cities of different civilizations, and different behavior patterns, Fisher was able to break through the barriers of self-awareness. It was also during that time that Fisher saw a lot of images projected in the empty mirror ocean. Once, Fisher saw a projection of an unknown world. In the image, a handsome young man was holding his sister's hand as they escaped from a war-torn city. Fisher felt a little emotional when she saw the image. Fisher said, "Although my memories have been washed away by the empty mirror sea, my emotional reflections have not been washed away. This young man gives me a very intimate feeling. Looking at this scene, it's as if I'm that little sister, and he's my elder brother. Laplace, tell me, do I really have a brother?" Laplace didn't know how to answer Fisher's question, so he chose to remain silent. However, Laplace took note of Fisher's words this time. Because of this sentence, the first doppelganger that Laplace created for himself was the current silver-haired young man. He was the young man holding his sister's hand in the image. Therefore, the initial human form that Laplace used was not really random. Back then, Fisher was the most important person in Laplace's life, so it was only natural that Laplace would be influenced by her when he chose first love. Then why did you choose Fisher's face? Because it was Fisher's last wish. Last wish? Angor glanced at the tombstone and then at Laplace. He was curious, but he didn't want to ask about Fisher's last wish. Before Angor could figure out how to ask, Laplace already gave him the answer. Fisher was immortal. After being washed away by the mirror sea and not being able to adapt to the new world, her health was deteriorating day by day. At that time, Laplace had just been born and had no reserves of knowledge. His knowledge of transcendence was limited to himself, and he had no way to help Fisher reach transcendence or prolong his life. In the end, Laplace could only watch as Fisher passed away, powerless to reverse the situation. When Fisher was alive, he had mentioned two small wishes to Laplace. Her first wish was to catch the fugitive who had slipped away from her. Many of Fisher's memories, including those of her family, had been washed away by the sea of empty mirrors. However, she still remembered what had happened the day before she fell into the mirror domain. She remembered that she was the sheriff of a small city and was handling a case of a hit-and-run murder. It was not easy for her to get a tip about the criminal, but unfortunately, she fell into the white sun mirror domain halfway through the pursuit. Fisher had forgotten a lot of things, but she still remembered her great professionalism. This was why she always talked to Laplace about how she almost caught the criminal, which was one of her greatest regrets. Her second wish was to find her hometown and see her family. She didn't remember if she had any family, but she had a feeling that she really had a brother. These two wishes were the obsessions that Fisher was still talking about before he left. Fisher didn't ask Laplace to help her with her last wishes. However, Laplace had already decided that he would do it no matter what. And in order to fulfill these two wishes, the first thing to do was to find the world where Fisher was. At that time, Laplace was weak and had no knowledge, so he had no idea how to investigate it. In the end, he came up with an idea, which was to disguise himself as Fisher. If someone knew who Fisher was, he could use this information to find her. If Fisher really had a family member, they would definitely react badly when they saw Fisher's face. Therefore, Laplace changed his appearance. "Did you fulfill Fisher's last wish?" Laplace nodded. "Sort of. About 30 years after Fisher left, I found out that she came from the Wizarding World." "Wizarding World? Southern Wizarding World?" Laplace nodded. "Yes. She came from the Sky Kingdom." Sky Kingdom? This was something that Angor didn't know. "Laplace, it's normal that you don't know. It's an island country that doesn't have any presence in the southern region. Not only is it small, but its military power is also very weak. According to the current era, it was destroyed by a group of pirates about thousands of years ago." Angor was speechless. A country destroyed by pirates? It was indeed a small country. However, for an existence like Laplace to remember this mini country, It could be said that this was the highlight of the Sky Kingdom to a certain extent. When I found Sky Kingdom, I learned about Fisher's past. The murderer she was chasing was caught by a sheriff and sentenced to death the next year. He has been dead for a long time. Fisher does indeed have an elder brother, and this elder brother is Fisher's only living relative. But when I found him, he was already old. Laplace accompanied the elder brother for a while under Fisher's name. Through a certain ability, the elder brother regained his youth and started a second life. As for what happened to Fisher's brother, Laplace didn't pay much attention to it. He only heard that the elder brother left Sky Kingdom to explore the bigger world. So, I kind of fulfilled Fisher's wish. Laplace looked at the smooth tombstone and spoke in a plain voice. As for why I kept using this appearance, I got used to it. Laplace didn't really care about the appearance of the impersonation. Fisher had been using this look for many years. She didn't want to change it. So, she kept using it. Do you feel like you've wasted several minutes of your life? Laplace looked at Angor. The whole story did not have many ups and downs, nor was there any touching point. It was just a precious memory of Laplace. Just like all the other living beings. Many life-changing decisions didn't require too many twists and turns or legendary experiences. Maybe it was just a simple pep talk on an ordinary day, or a casual remark from a childhood friend. And this kind of very ordinary daily life would definitely not be very passionate when talking about it. Since Laplace mentioned wasting time, Angor couldn't help but shake his head. I can learn about your past in just a few minutes. How is that a waste? Laplace looked into the distance and didn't say anything. The avatar squinted at Angor. That sounds like words of love? Angor shook his head. He wasn't talking about love. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If someone from the White Sun Mirror region could learn about Laplace's past like this, they would be willing to spend years or even decades to do so, let alone a few minutes. Besides, he was glad that Laplace was willing to tell him this. This proved that the relationship between them had become even stronger. To be able to establish a good relationship with the destined one of the White Sun Mirror region was an honor. The god's blood doppelganger wanted to tease him, but before she could say anything, Laplace walked back to the tea table. Since you're already here, take a seat. Laplace continued, by the way, Ningtai's clone received a message from Blood Calamity's main body. Both Angor and his clone quickly returned to their seats and looked at Laplace with bright eyes. Blood Calamity didn't do anything, did he? The god's blood clone asked. What did Blood Calamity say? They both spoke at the same time. Laplace answered first, nothing happened. The ritual went well. Blood Calamity didn't do anything. After all, Blood Calamity already got the Void Crocodile King's bloodline. He didn't need to do anything else. Laplace looked at the god's blood clone and said, the Blood Calamity has confirmed something through his informant. There is indeed an unknown, mysterious energy near the silver wall. End of chapter. Both Angor and the clone looked at Laplace at the same time. Blood Calamity's real body is confirmed? There's a mystery ripple near the silver wall? The clone stared at Laplace. Laplace nodded. The god's blood doppelganger frowned slightly. Are there mysterious waves near all the known silver walls, or only one of them? If they only knew that there was a mystery ripple near a single silver wall, they still couldn't confirm whether it was related to the Woe puppet or not. At most, they could only increase the probability by a little. But if there was a mystery ripple near every silver wall discovered by Gloom Mirror, there was no way to escape. Then there was basically no escape. The silver wall was definitely a sealed space disaster created by the Woe puppet. That was why the god's blood clone asked this question. In response to the question of the god's blood doppelganger, Laplace said softly, not just one, but all the silver walls they have discovered have mysterious fluctuations. The pupils of the doppelganger of God's blood shrank suddenly. All, the doppelganger of God's blood murmured and raised his head. So, the silver wall is really the confinement space? Laplace glanced at Angor and the avatar and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, that should be it. Laplace was surprised by Blood Calamity's answer as well. In her opinion, the information from the Blood Calamity would at most involve the silver wall. However, Blood Calamity was certain that there was a mystery ripple near every silver wall they discovered so far. Even Laplace was surprised. She asked Ning Tai's clone to check with Blood Calamity. Blood Calamity's answer was, although no mirror ghosts dare to go to the Argent Wall now, there were mirror ghosts in the area when the Argent Wall disaster broke out. Blood Calamity's words were very complicated, but they could be translated into one sentence. The aura of the mysterious power is too unique, it is impossible to make a mistake. Normally speaking, the energy released by using a mystery item would not be weakened much even if it was thousands of kilometers away. Back when he used the Dream Welk in the old Earth, the Whis sensed it from thousands of kilometers away. That was why the Whis sensed it. This was why he created the geometrical dimension to suppress the mystery aura from escaping. The situation in the gloomy mirror domain was similar. When the Silver Wall was created, there were no mirror ghosts around. However, the Silver Wall would release mystery energy. Once the energy spread out, it would definitely be sensed by the mirror monsters nearby. Blood Calamity only needed to ask the mirror monsters to figure out whether the Silver Wall was releasing mystery ripples or not. The answer Blood Calamity got from the mirror ghosts was the same. No matter which Silver Wall it was, there was a similar mystery ripple around it. This confirmed that the Silver Wall was the source of the mystery ripple. In other words, the silvery white wall had basically been decided. It was the confinement space created by the Woe puppet. The god's blood doppelganger was absent-minded for quite a while before her eyes slowly regained their brightness. She sighed softly. I didn't expect that in the end, intuition would prevail over logic. When I'm done with the ritual, I'll give you your blessing in person. Ceremony? Blessing? Angor was a little surprised. So complicated, wasn't it just a verbal blessing? Did it have to be so grand? Angor was curious, but he didn't ask right now. Laplace obviously had something else to say. As expected, as soon as the god's blood doppelganger finished speaking, Laplace said, now, we can basically confirm that the Silver Wall is the confinement space. What we need to do now is to determine the general location of the Woe puppet so that we can predict when she will enter the White Sun Mirror domain, as well as the approximate coordinates. Huh? Laplace looked at Angor again. Do you have any questions? Yes. Angor nodded quickly. Using the coordinates of the Woe puppet to determine when she will enter the White Sun Mirror domain? Are you sure you can figure it out? Laplace replied in a plain tone, I can't find the exact answer, but I can at least determine the general location. Angor was still puzzled by Laplace's answer. He still couldn't figure out how Laplace could figure it out. After all, the Woe puppet's path was random, and random meant more variables. The redundancy created by each variable would change countless branches of fate. This meant that if one tried to figure out a fixed pattern by calculating, they would only be drowned by the redundancy. Unless they were extremely lucky, or there were other ways to interfere. As for other means, Angor could only think of prophecies or astrology. However, the Woe puppet was a mystery spirit that wouldn't be affected by fate. Therefore, prophecies couldn't be used here. He remained silent for a while and asked, so what are you going to do? How do you determine the Woe puppet's coordinates? Laplace knew Angor well enough to know that the boy was full of questions, so he took the initiative to explain, every time the Woe puppet warps, it's random. But there's one thing that doesn't change. That is, to come to the White Sun Mirror domain. As long as we can confirm this point, we can make a reverse inference. The Woe puppet Xianxia was in the Gloom Mirror domain. No matter how she warped or teleported, no matter how many silver walls she created, her destination was definitely to enter the White Sun Mirror domain. Judging from the Woe puppet's current behavior, her underlying logic was chaotic. Apart from achieving her goal, there was no other operating logic to support her actions. In other words, the Woe puppet wouldn't take the normal route to enter the White Sun Mirror domain. This was because the normal route would definitely require positive logic. Normally, only those with self-awareness and intelligence would go through the complicated process and enter the White Sun Mirror domain through special teleportation channels. To give an inappropriate example, a normal route could be thought of as a bus. To get on a bus, one had to line up, buy a ticket, get on the bus, wait for the destination, and then get off the bus. A normal person could easily complete the whole process of buying a ticket. However, could the Woe puppet complete the action of queuing up to buy tickets? Not likely. Even if she tried to get on the bus couldn't move without a ticket. Therefore, the woe puppet probably wouldn't take the normal route to enter the White Sun Mirror domain. Since she didn't take the normal route, which route would she take? Without a doubt, by force. But how? To find the realm node, or to put it more accurately, to find the weak point of space. As long as the weak point of space was found, the woe puppet could easily jump through the realm from the Gloom Mirror domain to the White Sun Mirror domain. After confirming this, there were now two known conditions. First, the woe puppet would enter the White Sun Mirror domain in a few days. Second, the woe puppet would enter the White Sun Mirror domain from the weak point of space in the Gloom Mirror domain. Apart from that, we also got a set of coordinates for the silver wall, Laplace said. Laplace said, then we can use these coordinates as the center and spread out to find all the possible weak points in space. We can use this to determine where the woe puppet might appear. As long as we know where the woe puppet is going, we can make a lot of subsequent calculations. Laplace's explanation was very detailed, and Angor understood it. To put it simply, the woe puppet's path was random, but its destination was clear. With this clear condition, they could go back and roughly determine the woe puppet's direction. However, this so-called determination would cover a large area. Angor wondered if Blood Calamity would really cooperate with Ningtai's clone to do this. According to Angor, such a determination would take a lot of time and effort, and it would also require very detailed mapping. Blood Calamity might be smart enough to understand this, but could it do such a detailed operation? More importantly, even if Blood Calamity valued the Light Shadow Phantom, would Blood Calamity agree to help by threatening it with the Light Shadow Phantom? Angor didn't think so. It was just as Angor expected. Blood Calamity didn't agree to help, Laplace said. According to Blood Calamity, even if they killed the Light Shadow Phantom on the spot, it still wouldn't cooperate with them. Previously, Blood Calamity was willing to help them check if there were any mysterious ripples in the silver wall because it had an informant. As long as the informant passed on the message, the task would be completed. But now, Ningtai's clone couldn't ask his subordinates to do the determination. Because, they weren't smart enough. If Blood Calamity did it on its own, it would take too much time. Besides, there were many dangers in the Dark Mirror that Blood Calamity couldn't understand. Acting recklessly would only put itself in danger. Ningtai's clone clearly told Blood Calamity that the silver wall was a disaster that could destroy the entire Dark Mirror, but Blood Calamity still wouldn't agree. It didn't believe that the silver wall could be so dangerous. And Ningtai's clone couldn't prove how terrible the silver wall was. Blood Calamity was in an information cocoon and didn't trust any information from the outside world. They were separated by an entire realm, so they couldn't communicate with each other. So there's nothing we can do? Laplace shook his head. No, there's still a way. There's still a way? Angor couldn't believe it. What way? Laplace said, the main body of the Blood Calamity is unwilling to help because this matter is too tiring and exhausting for it. But if we let someone else do it, and Blood Calamity only needs to transmit information through the ritual, it'll be willing to help. You're saying you're going to send your clone into the Dark Mirror? No. Laplace shook his head. I don't need to send any of my clones. The Dark Mirror already has people from the White Sun Mirror. Laplace stared at Angor with wide eyes. People from the Dark Mirror? Angor pondered for a moment. You mean Rita's grandmother, Shaluda? He recalled Glepner mentioning that Shaluda went to the Dark Mirror. Shaluda was an elder of the Crystal Eye clan, and Glepner's best friend. If he could find her, he could ask her to help him determine the location of Shaluda. More importantly, Shaluda was made of pure crystal. She didn't have any bloodline problems, so Blood Calamity's law wouldn't work on her. Angor thought he was right, but Laplace only nodded and shook his head. Ningtai's clone did ask Blood Calamity's informant to help find Shaluda. But it's more about finding her than asking for help. After all, Shaluda wasn't that strong. She could easily lose her life in the harsh environment of the Dark Mirror. Shaluda is only a backup. There are other people who are going to do it. Other people? There are other people in the Dark Mirror? Laplace nodded. According to EA, there's a Granny Dragon Crow who studies the power of laws. She stays in the Dark Mirror all the time. In the past, if I wanted to contact Granny Dragon Crow, I would have to wait until she returned to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. But if the ritual prepared by Blood Calamity can be used to communicate across realms, EA can use it to contact Granny Dragon Crow and ask her for help. Besides, Granny Dragon Crow was very strong, and her body was extremely strong. Blood Calamity's bloodline law couldn't suppress Granny Dragon Crow. Therefore, it was much better for Granny Dragon Crow to complete this task than Sharuda. Angor got the idea. But, will Blood Calamity agree? Laplace nodded. It already agreed. Seeing Angor's puzzled look, Laplace explained, to communicate across realms, we need to maintain the ritual. This ritual requires a lot of resources. Even the bloodline of Void Crocodile King can only maintain it for a few minutes. So, if we want to communicate with both sides, we need to prepare a lot of bloodlines. Also, these bloodlines must all be of a certain level. At this point, Angor understood the situation. Blood Calamity only needed to maintain the ritual to collect information about all kinds of bloodlines. It was like reaching out and picking up a pie from the sky. Blood Calamity didn't need to pay too much to get such a great reward. Why wouldn't it? As for whether or not he would be threatened by Granny Dragon Crow after contacting her, Blood Calamity wasn't worried at all. So what if she threatened it? Even if Granny Dragon Crow killed it, it could always come back to life at the scene of other disasters. Therefore, Blood Calamity didn't need to worry about getting a lot of blood calamities. Why not? As for Aya and the other leaders, they didn't lack bloodlines at all. How could they refuse to trade bloodlines for peace in the future of White Sun Mirror Domain? Gleipnir could also use this chance to find his long-lost best friend, Shaluda. Everyone was satisfied with this outcome. Of course, this wasn't a perfect ending. There were also victims. Parrot was one of them. If Blood Calamity absorbed a lot of bloodlines, it would become stronger. It would be much more difficult for Parrot to deal with Blood Calamity in the future. Speaking of which, if Parrot was a victim, then Laplace, who asked Parrot to collect spirit factors, was also a victim. Now, Laplace and Angor shared the same interests. It wasn't good for Angor if Laplace's interests were affected. Angor wondered if he should find a way to improve Parrot's fighting ability next time. End of chapter. In the next hour, the outside world changed drastically. According to Laplace, Arcane Book Dragon had sent his subordinate, the Mirror Dragon, to take over the ritual. And the one who took over Ning's clone was Lady Marian. Marian and Granny Dragon Crow were of the same race, and they were close relatives. Marian was the best candidate to negotiate with Granny Dragon Crow. Besides, as the leader of the Dragon Crows, Marian's bloodline level was extremely high. She would never be affected by the law of Blood Calamity. Therefore, it was the best choice for EIA to give her the task of taking over the ritual. After arriving at the ritual, Marian easily suppressed the Blood Calamity. After learning about the situation, she began to clear the area around the ritual, as well as the entire stall area. With the cooperation of the Crystal Eye Race Guards, a defensive zone was quickly established around the area where the stalls were set up. The defensive zone would prevent outsiders from entering and having their blood absorbed by the Blood Calamity. Now that Marian had entered a state of mind, Laplace's energy avatars naturally retreated and returned to the Silver Forest space. However, the other clones had all returned, but Laplace had left Ningtai's clone near the Blood Calamity ritual. Ning's clone was left behind to keep up with the latest information. After all, the Blood Calamity ritual had become the second focus of attention in Crystal City other than the main gathering. After learning about the wretched puppet, all races knew that the message delivered by the ritual was invaluable. It was also the only way for them to obtain information about the puppet. Because of this, Laplace understood that even if it wasn't for herself, she had to control this only channel for the sake of the entire White Sun Mirror region. Therefore, leaving Ning's clone behind was a must. By the time Laplace's energy avatars had returned to the Silver Forest space, the Blood Calamity ritual had come to an end. Now, they just had to wait for the news from the Gloom Mirror Zone. Angor's clone looked up at Angor. Since your instinct is correct, I'll accept my loss. I'll give you my blessing now. But please wait a moment. I need to set up the ritual. After a pause, the God's Blood clone continued, before setting up the ritual, I need to find a quiet place and prepare the blood ink for the ritual. With that, the clone stood up, nodded at Angor, and walked into the forest. Angor watched as the avatar slowly disappeared from his sight. That blessing sounds complicated. It's not seems. It's always complicated. A cold voice interrupted his words. The voice came from his right. Laplace was on his left, and there was no one on his right. But now, Angor looked around and saw a translucent figure sitting on the other side of him. This person was the doppelganger that had appeared before. He also noticed that almost all of Laplace's energy avatars were nearby. Two graceful figures, one black and one green, walked out of the black forest. A misty silhouette floated down from the clouds in the sky. A clone with petals all over its body walked out of the sea of flowers. Even a few clones wrapped in bubbles walked out of the peaceful lake. The dozen or so clones all gathered around the tea table and sat down one by one. Some of them drank tea, some whispered to each other, and some talked to Zeus in the sky. They all seemed to be busy with their own things, but Angor noticed that they would glance at him from time to time. No one was talking to him directly, but Angor still felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It wasn't that he was afraid of society. It was just awkward. He was the only man at the table, and he felt like he didn't fit in at all. Even though he also knew that these so-called young girls actually had no difference between men and women at the core. How long will it take? Angor couldn't help but ask. The doppelganger asked, "Are you asking me?" Angor nodded. It was the doppelganger who answered his question. The doppelganger thought for a moment and said, "If it's just blessing, it won't take too long. It might only take 1 or 2 sentences. However, the blood ink needed for the blessing will take some time to prepare. The specific time will depend on what kind of ink she wants to use. The more complicated the ink, the longer it will take. Probably a few hours to a few days." Angor didn't know how long it would take. Several hours? He could still sit down and do it. But several days was too long. He felt like he couldn't sit still. The doppelganger nodded. Blessings from divine blood aren't ordinary. If she doesn't prepare in advance, she'll suffer a great backlash. Blessings from divine blood clones could cause backlash, or even worse, if she didn't prepare in advance. In other words, even if she prepared in advance, there would still be backlash. With that in mind, he quickly asked the question he had in mind. The doppelganger nodded. Sort of. Angor frowned. If it's going to backfire on her, then forget about it. Angor looked at Laplace and asked him to send a message to the doppelganger. But he had forgotten that Laplace was the one who made him agree to the bet. Don't worry. The backlash won't do anything to her. Also, if Luigi knows about it, he'll probably cry and thank you for it. Angor didn't know what to say. What's with Luigi again? Since Laplace didn't answer, Angor had to look at the doppelganger. The doppelganger didn't bother to explain. You'll know when you receive the blessing. Don't worry. It's just a simple restriction. It won't do her any harm. The doppelganger didn't explain what exactly it was. Angor tried to ask the other doppelganger, but they all seemed to have the same answer. Only the wind elemental doppelganger, whose body was surrounded by wind, said to him meaningfully, "You will know after you receive the blessing." Angor had no choice but to give up. About 10 minutes later, Laplace spoke again. The doppelganger sent me a message. She'll need about 8 hours to make the blood ink, and the drawing ritual will take about 10 minutes. 8 hours? Angor muttered in his mind. 8 hours wasn't long in other places. But here, he had only been here for a few minutes, and it felt like hours. That was a long time. It looked like a tea party, and in a way, it was. But as far as Angor could tell, nothing was going on at a tea party. The witches would exchange information during the tea party. They would also exchange items that they liked, and even share their experiences and experiments. Of course, there were also gossips and competitions. Now, this tea party had the right atmosphere, the right environment, and the right people, but the process was all missing. No one spoke, no one talked, and no one made any deals. Angor even thought that it would be good for them to gossip. That way, he would be able to endure for a while. But there was no gossip at all. Angor only glanced at him from time to time. Laplace noticed Angor's uneasiness and explained, "We're talking too. It's just that they're used to telepathy." Telepathy was much faster than talking. Besides, these were all energy doppelganger clones, not Laplace's real self. They didn't live in the outside world for a long time either. It would take a lot of effort for them to suddenly stop telepathy and talk to each other slowly. Angor nodded. What are you talking about? Laplace paused for a moment and glanced at his avatar. He then withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, in every aspect. Angor didn't know what to say. You're lying, aren't you? You're talking about me? Angor complained in his mind. Since the doppelganger still needs some time to make the blood ink, should we go out and take a look? Let's see how EIA's meeting is going. You mean the meeting of the leaders? Laplace asked. Angor nodded. When they first entered the word space, there were only Mirror Dragon, Paluxiu, and the Crystal Eyes. But according to Laplace, EIA had already invited all the leaders to come to Cloud Cave. She also told the leaders about the Woe puppet to a limited extent. According to the time, the meeting should be ending soon, right? After all, the Mirror Realm had different levels of power, while the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom was the strongest. Actually, it was just EIA using Mirror Dragon's authority to inform the other races. There were only a few people who could actually speak in the meeting. Therefore, the meetings here were not like human meetings, where it would take a few days and nights just to show off. As long as EIA decided on a strategy, the meeting would not last too long. As expected, Laplace said, the meeting is over. But I don't think we should go out yet. Why? Angor was surprised. The vortex outside is getting thicker. The vortex is getting thicker? Did that mean that there was an argument or even a fight outside? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. Laplace nodded. Yes. Other people's vortexes were always the topic of gossip. Angor would not be interested in such gossip if he was in another place. But right now, he really wanted to know what kind of vortex it was. Especially when it happened at the end of the conference of the various races. Angor narrowed his eyes. Is it related to the distribution of logins? Angor believed that the most likely thing to cause a conflict between different races was the distribution of logins. The distribution of logins would cause problems such as unequal distribution. To put it more simply, it was a matter of size. This was especially true for two races that were almost the same in all aspects. If one of them obtained more logins, the other would definitely be dissatisfied. Also, if there was a difference in the number of logins given to two races that already hated each other, there would also be conflicts. Just like the Evermores and many other races. Therefore, Angor believed that the distribution of logins would be the center of the conflict. However, Laplace shook his head. There is indeed a certain amount of conflict among the various races regarding the distribution of the logins, but this conflict has been suppressed by EA. Besides, the logins are not being distributed now. Even if there is a conflict, it is not time for it to erupt. If it's not about logins, then does it have to do with the deployment of troops? Angor asked. According to the original plan, before the Woe puppets entered the White Sun Mirror domain, each race would send out troops to set up multiple arrays in the void. This way, they would be able to know immediately if something happened to a sentry station. Also, the arrays would be able to track the Woe puppets to a certain extent. But there was a problem. Logically speaking, the closer a sentry station was to a weak point in space, the more likely it would encounter the Woe puppets. Therefore, if possible, each race would want their people to stay away from the weak point. When all the races had the same idea, a vortex would be created. But Laplace denied Angor's guess again. The deployment of troops will be controlled by the Mirror Dragon. No matter how selfish the races are, they will not dare to resist. So, it has nothing to do with the deployment of troops. Angor scratched his head. He already listed out the most likely things to cause a vortex. But if none of them were true, what could it be? Laplace saw Angor's puzzled look and explained, it's Gleipnir's vortex. What? Angor was surprised. He had thought about many vortexes, and he also thought about how different races would fight each other because of disagreements. But to his surprise, the center of the vortex was not someone else, but Gleipnir. Gleipnir was not just Laplace's body. When she attended a meeting outside, she represented the Dream Mirror. And the Dream Mirror did not only represent Laplace, but also Angor. So, he was the one who got the attention? Did the stage come to him by itself? Angor was puzzled. Why does Gleipnir have a vortex? Does she have some kind of conflict with other races? You should know about her vortex, Laplace said. I do? Laplace nodded and uttered a name. Tower of Strength. Angor was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized what Laplace meant. L'État, it was actually L'État? Gleipnir had some kind of conflict with the Crystalli race? Yes. Laplace nodded. Did she tell you? Angor asked again. End of chapter 34:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.